This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Xiao gently put her finger to the tip of the young man's nose, and the warm breath lingered on her fingertips. She couldn't remember how many times she had tried this man's breathing. 10 times. 20 times. Or, in short, this man's breathing has been stable so far. His body temperature is normal, and there is no sign of dying. But there is no trend of waking up. However, she was extremely fortunate that this man was at least alive. It's good to be alive. Otherwise, in such an environment, a corpse lying next to him would only make the situation more terrifying. In fact, the first time Xiao saw this man rolling down, he had already roughly checked his body, except for some minor abrasions. No fractures were found in important parts, such as limbs and ribs. As for why he hasn't woken up yet, preliminary speculation is that this man is very likely to have internal injuries when he rolled down from above, or a brain injury. After trying to pinch the philtrum, but to no avail, she gave up. Xiao sighed softly in her heart. Oh, I don't know when this person will wake up. Xiao stretched her numb legs and moved back to the bushes 2 meters away from the man, with her hands around her knees, her chin on her backpack, and her eyes focused on the man on the grass. The young man was pale and thin, and the purple pinch marks on his philtrum were clearly visible. Xiao was embarrassed and moved her eyes down from his face. He was wearing a brown shirt that looked very rough, as if it was woven from some kind of plant fiber, except for a silver-gray metal watch on his exposed wrist. He did not find any mobile phone, wallet, or other items that could prove his identity. Thinking of her current situation, it seemed that it was not much better than that of the young man. If her mobile phone was not lost, she could choose to call the police. While saving herself, she could also save this young man. However, fate had already made a choice for her, because among all the items she carried with her, the only 2 things that could prove her identity, her cell phone and ID card, were also missing. This was very speechless. What was also speechless was the environment she was in now. Wasn't it just going out to climb a mountain? Was it necessary for her to come to this strange place? Xiao sighed heavily again. Otherwise, she would survive in the wilderness alone? She couldn't stay here with this man and wait for death. Seeing the sun gradually setting in the west, the sky was about to get dark. In the silent wilderness, the grass and trees were lush and formed a forest. The flowers were as big as pots, and the ancient trees were towering, reaching the sky. Everything in sight was so weird and absurd. It seemed that some unknown behemoth would emerge at any time and swallow her in one bite. She didn't even have the chance to dig a hole to bury herself. In short, now if there was any slight movement, she would feel on pins and needles and be in a panic. The only thing that made her feel a little safe was the young man who was still unconscious. No matter how you look at it, spending the night in the wild is not a wise choice. But exploring this strange world alone is definitely not the best solution. Not to mention that you may encounter people with ulterior motives at any time. Time goes back 2 hours ago. Just as Xiao was about to leave and look for a way out, she hid behind the bushes and witnessed a murder, or a body dumping. At that moment, the little man who had just grown up and wanted to survive alone was shattered into slag in seconds. People are often more likely to sympathize with the weak. Obviously, whether it was a simple murder or a simple body dumping, the group of people on the hillside were not kind people. After all, which kind and lovely person would do such a thing as dumping a body in the wilderness? In other words, whether it was a natural environment assessment or a human environment assessment, this world was not friendly to her. It could even be said to be very bad. Surrounded by wolves, tigers and leopards outside and corpses inside. Life is hard. In such a situation, between losing her life and sleeping in the open, she chose the latter. In case she encountered any wild beasts, there was a plate of meat next to her. Many times later, she was thankful that the meat woke up, and she followed the meat away. Otherwise, the 2 of them together could not make up half a plate of meat. When the girl put her finger on her nose for the 8th time today, Xiao had already woken up. Although his consciousness was still groggy, it was enough for him to remember what happened. Yes, he was Xiao, the captain of the mercenary team who ranked in the top 3 in combat power for many years. By the way, he should be considered the former captain now. One day, he was robbed and the corpse was thrown away. If his former teammates knew this, They would probably laugh at him. To be honest, he didn't want to die at all. He wanted to live. Even if he quit the mercenary group and left the safe zone, he would still want to live with his broken and weak body like a useless person. If a person is not afraid of death, then what else in the world can make him afraid? In the wasteland, living is the most daunting thing. Originally, Xiao planned to stay unconscious and leave after the girl left. After all, in this wasteland world, people can't be judged by appearance. Even if the other party looks weak and has no combat power, he dare not underestimate him. Any contempt for others may give you a fatal blow at any time. In this way, he endured the high-intensity radiation in the afternoon for an hour. Then, he fainted from the heat. I could vaguely hear the girl cursing and talking to herself aggrievedly from time to time. Well, it seems that he was scolded in the middle. The humidity on the ground was getting heavier. Xiao didn't know why the girl didn't leave. But he had to wake up. The wasteland at night was the world of mutant beasts. Even though the base would regularly send people to clean up the mutant beasts in the area where he was now, no one could guarantee that this area was absolutely safe. It was difficult for people in the wasteland to survive, and no one would easily gamble with their lives. What's more, the wasteland at night, even if the most powerful mercenary team was fully equipped with weapons, they would never choose to sleep in the wilderness unless it was absolutely necessary. Xiao now would not do that. The exposed skin felt a burning pain, which must have been caused by the high-intensity sun in the afternoon. Xiao supported the ground with both hands and sat up slowly. Xiao heard the rustling of grass and trees, and looked up to see that the person he had been guarding for an afternoon sat up. "You're awake." After saying that, he got up from the ground and ran towards Xiao. Seeing the figure running towards him, Xiao subconsciously made a defensive gesture with both hands, blocking his hands in front of his chest. Xiao paused and then stepped back a little bit. Xiao saw the girl moving so cautiously, and it seemed that she was more nervous than him. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly as if he was mocking himself, and slowly put his hands down. He supported himself on the ground with both hands and climbed up. They had been there for an afternoon, and the girl had been awake all the time. If she wanted to kill him, she would have killed him long ago. Perhaps he was too cautious. Xiao slowly walked up the hillside. At this time, the sky was getting darker and darker, and there was no one in the wilderness, which was even more terrifying. In such a wilderness, there were murderous intentions everywhere, and Xiao had only one thought in his mind. That is, he must get back as soon as possible. Xiao saw the young man staggering to the top of the slope, and walked away without looking back. After thinking for a moment, he hurriedly raised his feet to chase him. "Hey, wait for me." Chapter 2. Xiao caught up with Xiao, 2 or 3 steps behind him, and the two walked one in front and one behind. Xiao never paid attention to her, but he did not make any move to drive her away. Xiao followed her, panting and running in small steps from time to time. After walking for more than an hour, there were a few pedestrians on the road. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He finally reached the shantytown, which also meant that safety was guaranteed to a certain extent. At this moment, his legs were trembling, his stomach was rumbling like a drum, and his eyes were full of stars. The girl followed her not far away, and he could even hear her heavy breathing. Now they have reached the shantytown, and the safe area is beyond. No matter which area this girl is from, she should be able to find her way home. Xiao looked around and saw that the few people on the road were carrying a lot of things and hurriedly ran towards the light ahead. Thanks to the cover of the night, others could not see Xiao backpack clearly. Just like that, when there were still 700 to 800 meters to the light ahead, Xiao suddenly turned right and walked towards the slope. Xiao stood at the fork in the road, hesitated for a while, and decisively chose the path on the right. The two walked for another quarter of an hour, and finally stopped in front of a dilapidated house. Xiao turned around, stood at the door, looked at Xiao calmly and asked, "Why are you following me?" Along the way, Xiao also found that this girl was very timid. Whenever there was a little movement on the road, she would walk a few steps faster and walk next to him, which was completely different from her fierceness in the afternoon. Moreover, this girl should have a good family background, with a white and shiny face, and clean and tidy clothes. She didn't look like someone living in a shantytown. Xiao was choked by Xiao's sudden question, and was speechless for a long time. Seeing that the girl was slow to speak, Xiao didn't want to waste time with her here. He was too tired now, and didn't want to stand outside the house and chat with a stranger for a minute. Turning around, he took the key from under a stone and opened the door without any hesitation. The door lock opened with a click. Seeing Xiao enter the door, he was about to close the door. Xiao quickly put his hand against the door. Can I stay for one night? I won't stay for free. I pay the rent. Really? Please. I stay for one night. Xiao looked around. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds, and the light at the fork in the road was completely invisible here. Now she didn't care how unreasonable her request was. She was really a little scared now. So she just wanted to find a place to sleep peacefully. As for the future, let's talk about it later. By the way, my name is Xiao. Xiao held the door frame with her hands, and her little mouth was talking, unaware of the strange expression of the young man opposite. Really? Just as Xiao pointed to the sky and swore, the person inside the door fell backwards with a bang. Xiao held the door with her other hand and quietly retracted it. This definitely wasn't pushed down by her. Yes. This must be the recurrence of the internal injuries from the fall in the afternoon. She hurriedly pushed the door open and squatted down to check. He was still breathing and alive. Fortunately, the moon was bright enough tonight, and the basic situation in the courtyard could still be seen clearly. It was called a courtyard, but in fact it was only about 10 square meters in size. On one side of the door was a stove made of stones, with a clay pot hanging on it. On the other side of the door were some thatched grass and some sundries. Going further in, I guessed it should be a bedroom. There was only one room. So what else could it be but a bedroom? The bedroom had no door, only a curtain hanging on it. Xiao put the backpack on the ground and came to the stove in the moonlight. After searching for a long time, he really found the tool for starting a fire, picked up a handful of thatch from the ground, and simply tied it up. It was a small torch. The moment the firelight illuminated, everything in the courtyard became clearer. The young man on the ground could also be seen more clearly. His face was as pale as snow, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Was he going to die? Carelessly inserting a torch between two stones, Xiao helped Xiao up and walked into the house. She did not enter the house without asking. Buddha said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. With the help of the firelight, Xiao could see the furnishings in the room clearly. There was an electric light hanging on the roof. Sure enough, the switch was found on the right side of the door. After a click, the light came on. Xiao tilted his head, squinted his eyes, and adapted to the dazzling light. The bedroom was about 7 or 8 square meters, with a single bed inside and 2 boxes under the bed. There were some unknown grass leaves on the ground, and 2 broken bowls. There were also some tools on a small table, and no one knew what they were used for. The 4 walls of the bedroom were made of wood, and there was a translucent thing that looked like a plastic board above the head. A black board was placed on half of the roof, and the other half was covered with something unknown. Xiao had reason to suspect that the young man was unwilling to stay because he was ashamed of his family's shabby situation. After all, who doesn't like to show the most glamorous side to everyone? And the girl who stayed with him was a girl. At this moment, Xiao really felt that she was telling the truth. Xiao dragged the young man and put him on the bed with great effort, and pulled the quilt over to cover her. His stomach made a gurgling sound. So hungry. He thought of the backpack that he had thrown in the yard, and the torch that he had casually stuck in the yard. Xiao hurried out, extinguished the torch in the yard, and carried the backpack back to the house. He casually dragged a stool from the side, put the backpack on it, and took out the things inside. Fortunately, there were enough things prepared for the picnic. Otherwise, I really didn't know how to spend the next 2 days. He took out milk and bread from the backpack and swept them away like a whirlwind. And his stomach finally felt a little better. Water. Water. The weak voice of the young man came from the bed. You're awake. Do you want some water? Xiao sat at the head of the bed with a bottle of mineral water, and helped the young man up with one hand, letting him lean against her. Driven by instinct, Xiao drank the water handed to his mouth in big gulps, and the sweet and refreshing water rolled down his throat, and the dryness disappeared. At this time, Xiao's mind was confused, and he felt like he didn't know where he was. Xiao wanted to feed him again, but Xiao turned his head away. What else do you want? I don't know where the hospital is here. Do you know how to contact the hospital? Or you can contact someone you know to send you there. Xiao only felt a voice constantly muttering in his ears, making his head buzz. No. I sleep for a while. Hearing him say this, Xiao put the man down, covered him with a quilt, and moved a small stool to sit beside the bed. Xiao fell asleep drowsily. Xiao was worried and tired all day, and fell asleep on the edge of the bed. The next day, when Xiao woke up, Xiao had disappeared. Looking at the surrounding scenery, her mind was briefly shut down before she regained clarity. It turned out that it was all true. Chapter 3. Xiao twisted her neck. The pain eased, and she got up and went outside. Are you awake? Wash up and eat. Xiao heard footsteps approaching, raised his hand and pointed at the wash basin and bucket on the other side. Xiao looked at the bubbling green liquid in the earthenware jar, and decided to wash her face first. After washing her face, she casually smoothed her hair with her hands and tied it up again, waiting for the moisture on her face to dry naturally. The young man poured the liquid in the earthenware jar into 2 bowls. This was obviously her share. Xiao was also very hungry at this time. Why should she be polite? Just eat. Such a strange breakfast porridge may be the specialty of this place. When she went out to travel in the past, her favorite thing was to taste different delicacies from all over the place. At this time, she was also very hungry. Xiao thanked her, picked up the bowl, and started eating. Then, a bitter taste spread in the mouth. Not like the stickiness of rice, nor the fragrance of wild vegetables. It is hard to describe. Swallowing the porridge in her mouth, she couldn't eat it or not. Finally, after the young man opposite her drank the whole bowl of porridge without changing his expression, she chose to swallow it silently. And she secretly swore in her heart that she would never want to eat this thing again in her life. Facts have proved that she set this flag too early. The young man picked up the 2 bowls and started to wash. Today, I got up late. There was only 1 bottle of nutrient solution left at home. If I didn't go out to pick up rubbish, I would probably starve. Then, I would have to sell the few belongings. Xiao rushed into the house, took out his backpack, and began to check his belongings on the dining table. Where's the sugar? Where's the sugar? The moment the sugar entered her mouth, she felt alive. Xiao, who had washed the dishes, watched the girl keep eating food, and felt distressed. Although I know very little about this girl, she will definitely not survive more than 3 days here. Feeling the young man's burning gaze, Xiao handed one of the unwrapped breads to the young man. Here. Xiao sighed secretly in his heart and sat down. Let's talk. Xiao ate while listening to the young man talking. Well, now she knew that the young man was called Xiao, and she told him about her current environment. Did you understand? Xiao nodded blankly, and the food in his hand suddenly didn't dare to eat. The food on the table began to be picked back little by little. What the hell is this place? Wasteland. High-intensity radiation. Food shortage. Animal and plant mutations. A meal every day may be your last meal in this life at any time. And she had already understood a fact yesterday. She was still a black household. So I am an illegal resident now? Throwing away those problems that she couldn't solve for a while. The first thing she thought of was this problem. In other words, if someone died, a death certificate could be left in the system. She died without even a chance to leave a death certificate. Xiao nodded. Xiao thought for a moment and continued, so, the things in my bag are all scarce resources and very valuable? Xiao nodded again. Xiao hesitated for a moment, pulled out 2 bags of chocolate from the bag, and pushed the rest in front of Xiao. Then, he began to make various demands. She now basically understands her current situation. She has no knowledge of this world. Then Xiao in front of her is the person she can trust most at present. After all, he gave her a bowl of special porridge in the morning. Xiao's request is also very simple. That is, to live like every ordinary person here. After Xiao gave a few instructions to the girl named Xiao, he repacked the backpack and went out. It takes more than an hour to walk from here to the safe zone. While it is still early, he has to go there as soon as possible. Come back before the strongest radiation period. If you are lucky, you may be able to find food nearby in the afternoon. Xiao closed the door, lay on the thatch in the yard, and looked at the sky. Her mind was full of thoughts, trying to digest everything Xiao said. So, she was now directly holding a hell-level script. Or was she deceived? All kinds of thoughts were fighting in her mind. And she soon fell asleep again. When Xiao came back, he saw Xiao lying on the thatch. And the scattered thatch occupied half of the yard, putting the things he bought on the table. Xiao woke Xiao up. Xiao looked at Xiao, who drank a bottle of nutrient solution in one breath. This girl seemed to have a very big deviation from her current situation. Xiao was thinking, I am finally not so hungry. Although this thing is not very delicious, it is good at making you feel full. Seeing that the sun was about to come out, Xiao asked her to go back to the house to rest. And he was also very tired now. There was only one bed in the room. Xiao moved his workbench to a place, leaving a 1-meter wide space, and instructed Xiao to spread the thatch on the ground. Xiao resigned herself to the fate of laying down the straw layer by layer. When Xiao had cleaned up her temporary doghouse, Xiao had almost finished cleaning up, and handed her the debugged watch, briefly explaining the rules for using each function. After processing the food on the black market, she got a total of 1,200 points. Among them, 1,000 points were used to turn the black household into a regular household. 120 points were used by the current watch, and 50 points were spent on 13 bottles of expired nutrient solution, which would be enough for half a month if she saved it. In half a month, Xiao thought that the girl would be able to adapt to it and support herself. So, there were only 30 points left in Xiao watch. Originally, Xiao thought that the points were a bit small, but after she saw Xiao watch, well, she felt balanced inexplicably. Unexpectedly, a local native had less money than her and was poor. After the two had another exchange, Xiao laid down to rest. As for the landlord and tenant, Xiao didn't dare to mention it, and Xiao didn't mean to drive her away. This matter was handled vaguely by the two people. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao woke up and took Xiao, who was full of energy and ready to go to the new world at any time, out. Before leaving, he saw Xiao's slightly pale face. Xiao grabbed a handful of pot ash and handed it to her, indicating that she should rub it on her face. Xiao didn't understand why, but she still did it. At this time, we still have to listen to the local natives. After leaving Xiao house, the two walked slowly along the road they took last night. Under the bright daylight, everything was so clearly displayed in front of Xiao. An outsider, especially when passing the fork in the road. The endless shanty towns. The houses were simpler than she could imagine, with thatched, bamboo, wooden boards, stones, and a mixture of various materials. At the edge of the area, there were even many thatched huts that looked like doghouses, covered only by a few large leaves. Some of them had people lying crookedly with haggard and pale faces. Xiao retracted his gaze and moved closer to Xiao. The two walked for about 10 minutes and saw a few skinny children squatting in the bushes busying themselves. Chapter 4. The joy in Xiao's heart before leaving the house had long disappeared with the scene he saw. Xiao did not plan to go far to find food today. Yesterday was a living example. Even if he found edible food, he might not be able to keep it with his current physical condition. Besides, he brought a... Xiao found a relatively secluded place, pulled Xiao to squat, and told her how to use the watch and the rules for selecting food. Xiao took out the dagger that Xiao prepared for her from the rag bag, thinking that this was not difficult, and found a plant that looked particularly like rapeseed to test it. The dagger cut through the leaves. White juice oozed out from the cut, and the sticky liquid dripped onto the watch. Ding! High radiation mutation. Inedible. Then the watch sounded several reminders next to it. Ding! High radiation mutation. Inedible. Ding! High radiation mutation. Inedible. Ding! High radiation mutation. Inedible. Xiao, She underestimated the beating of nature on humans. This world not only made plants look unfamiliar to her, but also directly cut off the possibility of being eaten by humans. Think about her world. People dare not eat anything. Running in the mountains, swimming in the water, flying in the sky. This time, nature protested and didn't let you eat anything. Looking at the young man who was not discouraged and looked indifferent, Xiao decided to let go of the plants in front of him and move on to another plant that looked very friendly. Ding! High radiation mutation. Containing mild neurotoxins. Inedible. Good guy. Not only can't eat this, it may also poison you to death. Xiao had said before that some people also eat highly radioactive mutant plants. However, that was only when they could not survive. After all, highly radioactive mutant plants would cause irreversible damage to the human body. Eating this kind of food is like drinking poison to quench thirst. No one would eat it unless they had no other choice. Moderately radioactive mutant plants are the most common food that ordinary people can find. And this so-called abundance is only compared to low-intensity and pollution-free mutant plants. Low-radiation mutant plants are roughly equivalent to ordinary food. The harmful toxins can be eliminated by the human circulatory system. But this kind of plant is only eaten by rich and powerful people in the wasteland. Even if ordinary people find it, they are rarely willing to eat it themselves. They will sell it for points, and then use the points to buy nutrient solution. Although nutrient solution is not very popular, it is indeed the most common ration for ordinary people in the wasteland. And this kind of ration is not affordable for everyone, because it has a particularly good satiety effect. And it is often mixed with the picked moderately radioactive mutant plants. As for the food at the top of the wasteland food chain, it is naturally the mutant plant without radiation. This level of food can be said to be very scarce in the wasteland. If you hear that a non-radioactive plant has been found in that area, it will be like checking in at a popular scenic spot. Everyone will often flock there, hoping that they can also be the lucky one favored by God and have the honor of getting a leaf. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. Instead of expecting pie in the sky, it is better to squat on the ground and check the leaves. Xiao stood up, stretched her arms and legs, and glanced at the people over there as if nothing had happened. Everyone was concentrating on checking the leaves around them. She glanced at Xiao not far away again. Well, nothing was found either. Young man, keep working hard, thinking of the nutrient solution that can only last for half a month. What can she do? Just squat down and be an emotionless screw. This leaf looks a bit like the leaf of Kalankoi. Plump and tender. And the leaf size is like a wash basin. Besides, there is nothing like it around here. And it looks very unusual. Ding. Moderately mutated plants with radiation. Edible. Xiao eyes lit up. And the surprise came so unexpectedly. Then, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, he began to test the remaining 20 or 30 leaves. Ding. Highly mutated with radiation. Inedible. Ding. Highly mutated with radiation. Inedible. Life is hopeless. I really experience what it means to give you a sweet date and then give you a cloak beating. It's time to go back. Xiao heard the voice and looked up to see Xiao with empty hands. Well, she is not so useless. There are more and more pedestrians on the road, and I think they are all looking for food to go home. Most people have 1 or 2 or 3 leaves in their hands. Of course, there are also people who really have nothing, like the one next to her. Xiao pulled Xiao over and rudely stuffed the leaves into Xiao's arms. Put it here. It's safe. That's good. The risk transfer is successful. Go home. Xiao looked down at the leaf in his arms, took it out carefully, folded it, and put it in the rag bag. After returning home, Xiao went to her thatched bed. She was exhausted for half a day. She counted the remaining 12 bottles of nutrient solution. Now these are her lifeblood. Thinking of the whole bottle of nutrient solution she swallowed in the morning, and then thinking about the whole afternoon to find the grass leaf. It's like a dead heart. Although she relied on the young man who had a house, she couldn't wait for the landlord to solve the problem of food and clothing. Besides, she didn't pay the rent, and Xiao was not only her landlord, but also her mobile encyclopedia in this world. Just based on this, she couldn't let her encyclopedia break down. Also, she felt that they got along well. The young man didn't talk much, and didn't get too entangled about her origins and past. He was a very kind young man. At dinner, Xiao looked at the green porridge in front of her, and then at the plump and tender leaves neatly arranged beside it. It was obvious that Xiao was cooking with his own stock. Xiao finished the green porridge in silence, turned back to her room, and handed all her nutrient solution to Xiao. She was afraid that she would not be able to control her mouth at night and secretly eat the rations. Xiao said nothing and put away all the nutrient solution. Neither of them said much, even if it was tacitly agreed to live together. For those who are used to staying up late, lying down so early suddenly, it would be difficult to fall asleep for a while. Xiao sat in front of his workbench, concentrating on repairing the electric fan on the table. This job was taken from the old man in the grocery store, and the hottest weather was about to come. There were many guys in the grocery store who repaired old electric fans. In fact, he was better at making some small non-ammunition weapons. But the conditions did not allow it now, so he could only take on some simple jobs to make a living. The two chatted casually. Soon, the only sound left was Xiao replacing parts back and forth. Xiao stood up, found a quilt from under the bed, put it on Xiao, and tidied up the workbench. He turned off the lights and went to sleep. Chapter 5. That night, Xiao did not sleep well. He dreamed that he was walking slowly on the road with skinny bones. And suddenly, his head rolled off his neck. Just imagine. It would be so terrifying to see your head rolling in front of you in a dream. It seemed like you were watching all this, but it seemed not like you. So, before the alarm rang, Xiao woke up from his sleep. And when he touched his forehead, he was covered in cold sweat. There was no trace of Xiao on the bed. Xiao looked down at the half-scooped water that he had spilled, and the hand holding the scoop was still shaking slightly. He knew that his physical condition was getting worse, but he could do nothing about it. Without energy stones and good living conditions, his body would continue to be broken. Without a good body, it would be difficult for him to get good living conditions, let alone energy stones. It was like an endless loop. When the loop ends, the end is naturally death. A feeling of exhaustion suddenly came over him. The physical exhaustion and mental exhaustion made him feel overwhelmed. There are too many helpless things in life. No matter how hard you try, the future seems to be unchanged. And his future is clearly visible. Xiao opened a small box, took out half a bottle of nutrient solution from it, cut the fat and tender leaves that Xiao found yesterday into pieces, and divided them into two parts. One part is nutrient solution mixed with green leaves, and the other part is all juice made from green leaves. He doesn't plan to go out today. He can get 2 bottles of nutrient solution after finishing the work in his hands, compared with going out to collect. This is obviously more guaranteed. Moreover, since moving out of the safe zone, his luck seems to be always bad. He often doesn't find a few edible leaves in a day outside. It's better to take some repair work from the old man. But this job probably won't last long. Xiao in the house doesn't know that she will have to face the world alone today. Because of the nightmare, she didn't dare to sleep again. So she got up early and started the day's collection activities. Just after dinner, Xiao heard the bad news that she had to go out to collect alone. Although Xiao was sick and his luck in collecting was not very good. Even so, Xiao still felt that she would feel a little safer with him. Although Xiao had told him a lot of the rules of the game in this world, she still thought of herself as a baby. She thought of 101 emergencies that she might encounter in her mind. And she vividly performed 101 ways for her to die in the wasteland world. Oh my God! Who will save her? If you want to live, ask for help. Wait online. Xiao kept reminding Xiao in his ear. Do you remember everything I said? Ah, I remember everything. The many characters in Xiao's mind instantly merged into one. And when they reached the bridge head, they were naturally straight. They had to face it alone. Come on. Come on. Come on. Xiao put a bottle of water in the cloth bag, took the dagger, and set off in a heroic and high-spirited manner. Xiao stood at the door, looking at the bluffing people, and sighed silently in his heart. Yesterday, she and Xiao went out in the afternoon, and did not meet many people on the road. Today, as soon as they walked to the main road, they met people coming out of the shantytown. For a moment, Xiao did not know how to describe the scene. Just like the beggars gang organizing a team building. Everyone was in tattered clothes. Some people were fully equipped with axes, machetes, and bows and arrows, while some people only had a dagger on their waists. And some people had nothing in their hands. The road was very quiet, and occasionally a few people could be heard whispering. She soon arrived at her destination today, while most of them were still busy on the road, going to a farther place. Even when she arrived at the destination, Xiao did not start working immediately. There were too many people, and she could not concentrate on finding food. She did not feel safe at all. She wandered around casually, trying to find if there were any plants that she was slightly familiar with. Although the world has undergone earth-shaking changes, and the plants have become unfamiliar to her, their appearance characteristics are still preserved. It's just that many of them have become larger, and they are not edible by people at all. It feels like people have fallen from the top of the food chain. Xiao searched for a long time and finally saw a plant that looked very familiar. This seems to be gray vegetable. A wild vegetable that is often regarded as a weed. If she hadn't often picked it to eat when she was a child, she might not dare to recognize it now. It's really that this thing is a little too tall and majestic now. Generally, weeds have strong reproductive ability and like to grow in groups. Sure enough, after careful research and identification, the few plants next to it that are as tall as locust trees are also gray vegetables. Xiao casually picked a few leaves from 2 different plants, one tall and one short, and smeared the juice on the dial. Ding. High radiation mutation. Inedible. Ding. High radiation mutation. Inedible. A series of high radiation mutation prompts sounded. Sure enough, it's so close to the shantytown. How can it be so easy to find edible food? Yesterday was an accident. The large group that came out of the shantytown has gone far away. And there is no fool like her who is looking for food nearby. Pick leaves. Test. Fail. Pick leaves again. Test again. And fail again. Xiao is numb. Ding. High radiation mutation. Contains neurotoxins. Inedible. Oh my god. This is not only inedible, but also poisonous. This plant that looks like porcelain is actually poisonous. Do you think you are a mandrake? You are also poisonous. Destroy it. Xiao sat on the ground with her buttocks, took out a water bottle from the cloth bag, and drank it down. Gulp gulp. As the sun rose, the temperature also rose. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and planned to change her den. This den obviously didn't match her aura. After resting on the roadside for a quarter of an hour, Xiao walked to the place where Xiao brought her yesterday afternoon based on her memory. At least she found a piece of edible wild vegetable leaves there yesterday. As soon as she arrived, she saw 2 ragged and thin children. The 2 looked 4 or 5 years old, with sallow faces, and it was hard to tell whether they were boys or girls. The 2 children heard the footsteps and raised their heads at the same time, staring at the adult, who suddenly appeared with a wary look. Although they haven't found any edible plants so far, who knows if these adults will have any other bad intentions? Xiao naturally didn't know what they were thinking. Just took a light glance and walked straight to the destination. You can't judge a person by his appearance. And you can't measure the sea by a bucket. If it were in the past, Xiao would certainly not be afraid of 2 skinny little brats. But where is this? This is the Wasteland. The Wasteland where Xiao had repeatedly warned us to be careful everywhere. Chapter 6. What is respecting the old and loving the young? In the Wasteland? It doesn't exist. Think about the saying that children are angels, but they may also be devils, and the saying that it is not the old people who have become bad, but the bad people who have become old. Xiao was still afraid. The 2 children saw that Xiao did not pay attention to their plan, and they were relieved and did not plan to stay here any longer. Usually, there are few adults here. Most of them are orphans without parents like them. The distant collection site is too dangerous. They dare not easily set foot in it, so they can only look for food in a slightly closer area. Although the possibility of obtaining food is much smaller, they will not starve to death. Ding ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Xiao. Is it a good time? Xiao unconsciously looked up at the 2 children who were about to move their positions, and their steps slowed down significantly. Obviously, the sound of the watch reached the ears of the 2 people. Sister, why don't we continue to look here? The younger brother Xiao gently pulled the arm of his sister and said. They didn't find any edible plants yesterday, and were hungry all day. If they can't find any today, will they have the energy to go out and find food tomorrow? Sister Yu looked at her brother pitiful eyes, and finally softened her heart. But she didn't look back, but squatted down nearby and started measuring again. Xiao looked at the 2 people with her peripheral vision for a while, and seeing that they were busy there honestly, she turned her attention back to the leaves in her hand. She felt better again. She adjusted the reminder sound on her watch to silent mode. Yes, she wanted to make a fortune quietly. Although, big fortune is just a few broken grass leaves. It's better than nothing. Xiao calmed down and sped up her hands. She had to go home in half an hour. The closer it was to noon, the faster the temperature rose. And the radiation intensity was not something that ordinary people could bear. At the least, the skin would be red, swollen and burned. And at the worst, it would affect the body's functions. Even those who went out and didn't go home at noon would plan their routes in advance and look for trees or shaded places to avoid the sun at noon. Xiao cut the leaves very quickly and applied the juice to the dial. A yellow tinge appeared on the dial. Ding! Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. The clearly visible font appeared on the screen. This nest is really destined for me. This plant has only 9 leaves in total. Xiao tested all the leaves and found 2 low-level radiation mutations, 4 moderate-level radiation mutations, and only 3 inedible leaves. Yesterday, Xiao told her that after the leaves of this plant are picked, new leaves will grow in 4 or 5 days, and the probability of edible leaves is still very high. Thinking of this, Xiao was so happy that she couldn't help herself. She couldn't wait to take this lovely plant home and take good care of it. She did it right away. In order to ensure the integrity of the plant's root system, she drew a circle around the plant with a dagger, and then entered a crazy digging mode. Seeing that more and more soil was piled up next to her, Xiao's arms were so sore. This main root system was too deep. This can't go on. Time is running out. She reached out and grabbed the root of the plant, ready to pull it out alive. 1 time. No movement. 2 times. No movement. She sat on the ground, pushed her feet hard towards the edge of the pit, and pushed her hands back. Then, she felt her feet collapse something, and her body fell straight back, and she was caught off guard and fell flat on her face. Fearing that the root system of the plant was damaged, she sat up quickly. She began to check the plant in her hand. Fortunately, the main root system was intact. She casually pulled a large leaf from the side, put some soil on it, and carefully wrapped the root system of the plant. Looking at the half-meter-tall plant in her hand, the more she looked at it, the happier she felt. The frustration she had felt with the gray vegetable early in the morning was swept away. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. It was the alarm clock that Xiao set for her, just to prevent her from missing the time to go home. Thinking of the terrible sun at noon, Xiao stood up from the ground and prepared to go home. Suddenly, a series of tiny sounds came. Xiao stopped immediately, clenched the dagger in her hand, and listened carefully. But the sound disappeared. Whether the sound was made by a person or an animal, this place was obviously unsafe for her. Just as she raised her foot to retreat again, the sound rang again. This time she heard it clearly. The sound was very close to her. Very close. As if it was made under her feet. After looking around, her sight moved to her feet. I saw a furry little head sticking out from the place where I had just stepped on. This, gray-brown fur, long ears, and the most obvious 3-petal mouth. If this isn't a rabbit, what is it? Xiao was immediately overjoyed. There was meat now. If Xiao were here, he would definitely pour a basin of cold water on her. This is what ignorance is fearless. In the wasteland world, there is no normal mutant animal. Xiao was stunned for a moment, and 2 rabbits had already popped out of the soil. We have to hurry. Xiao hurriedly put down the plant she was holding and started digging rabbits in the soil. These rabbits are as big as full moon cats. A total of 5. Among them, 2 eyes have not yet opened, and their bodies are still covered with fine fluff. I picked up one of them and took a closer look. It was indeed a cub. The wild rabbit cubs in this wasteland are so big. Luckily, the bag she brought with her was very big, and it was more than enough to put 5 rabbit cubs in it. Xiao now felt the skin on her face burning and painful, and she had to go back quickly. He stuffed the 5 cubs into the bag quickly, picked up the edible plants on the ground and ran towards home quickly. Along the way, Xiao did not meet anyone. Yes, who can stand the midday sun? When Xiao opened the door, Xiao saw a girl with grass leaves on her head and a red body. Seeing her like this, Xiao hurriedly took a wet towel. Quick! Use the wet towel to cool the exposed parts. Xiao put down the plant in his hand, took the towel handed over by Xiao, and covered his face first. The cold touch greatly weakened the pain on his face. Then he applied cold compresses to other exposed skin on his body one by one. And then he felt better. Hey, look at these red hands. This face must be unbearable. It must be the same as that monkey's or a monkey's, but with pot bottom ash. Xiao swore to remember today's lesson. Xiao sat aside and waited for her to finish the cold compress before asking, "Didn't I tell you to come back early? Why are you back so late?" Chapter 7. Actually, Xiao didn't mean to blame her. But seeing her like this, He was a little worried. Xiao, who had recovered, suddenly remembered the culprit who had made him like this. While taking the bag off his body and putting it on the table, he said with a beaming face, "Look, rabbits." Xiao looked at Xiao with sparkling eyes, asking for praise. The cubs that were originally lying quietly in the bag twisted back and forth in the bag restlessly the moment they left Xiao. Xiao pulled Xiao's arm, and the rabbit cubs in the bag fell out of the bag. The 5 rabbit cubs were stunned by the fall. What was going on? Xiao's eyes were a little frightened. There were actually mutant animals nearby, and this mutant animal was actually brought home by Xiao. Xiao's eyes were full of disbelief. Did you find it nearby? Xiao talked a lot, telling all his experiences in the morning, like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao touched her face and looked at herself. It's quite normal. Xiao didn't answer her, but instead told her, don't go out in the afternoon. Just rest at home. In fact, Xiao didn't want to go out either. Although the burning sensation on her skin disappeared, the pain in her heart was still there. Besides, she had meat and vegetables all morning, and the harvest was so great. What's wrong with taking a rest for an afternoon? Have you tested it? All edible? Xiao asked. Xiao, She forgot that not all animals here are edible. She was too excited at the time, and completely forgot about it. On the wasteland, not only the plants have changed greatly, but even the animals are very different from what she remembered. Isn't it a living example in front of her? All the plants and animals here must be tested by the watch before they can be determined whether they can be eaten. Xiao scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. Seeing her like this, what else did Xiao not understand? Xiao took the dagger, took a little blood from the paw of a rabbit cub, and dripped it on the watch. Ding! High radiation mutation. Inedible. Then the second one. Ding! High radiation mutation. Inedible. Then the third one. Ding! High radiation mutation. Inedible. At this time, Xiao's face became darker and darker. It turned out that the things she had dragged back with great effort were all inedible. The fourth one. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. The fifth one. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. After hearing the reports of the last 2 rabbit cubs, Xiao's face looked a little better, and Xiao didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. In the wasteland, the probability of mutant animals being edible is much lower than that of mutant plants. Unexpectedly, out of the 5 mutant cubs in his hand, 2 are edible. This harvest is really beyond his expectations. Hearing that there were edible rabbits, Xiao thought of the plant he brought back. Let's plant this. The whole thing can be eaten. Given the rabbits as a foundation, Xiao was able to remain calm about the plant that Xiao said was edible. Okay. Xiao readily agreed and took the plant from Xiao. In the wasteland, it is difficult to find food by scavenging, and it is even more difficult to plant edible plants. First, you have to find soil that can be used to plant plants. In the wasteland, the soil is also graded, just like plants and animals. Second, after finding the soil that can be planted, it must also go through a series of sterilization and disinfection. Who knows if there will be any mutant animal eggs in the soil? Finally, you have to ensure that there is enough water and nutrients. When all these conditions are met, light is also very important. And you have to prepare radiation-proof boards that can transmit light, but must be radiation-proof. After all the conditions are met, it is uncertain whether the new buds of the plant will mutate again. However, looking at Xiao's newly recovered spirit, Xiao decided not to tell her for the time being. Xiao took out a wooden box and put the 5 cubs in it, planning to find someone to sell them all at the trading center in the safe zone in the afternoon. The plants were placed in a cool place. Xiao watched Xiao busying himself, and her stomach made a gurgling sound. Oh! She was hungry again. What to eat for lunch? For her, today's task had been completed in excess, and the rest was to eat and sleep. Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful, and reality is cruel. Half an hour later, a bowl of nutritious porridge with the aroma of green grass was placed in front of Xiao again. And suddenly, she felt very sad, looking at Xiao's eyes, full of resentment. Rabbit, eat it in the evening? Xiao shook his head. I find someone to sell it in the afternoon. Xiao, silently picked up the green porridge in front of him and swallowed it in one gulp. The taste is still the same. Not very delicious. But it's enough to fill you up. Perhaps. She was heartbroken by the green porridge. After putting down the bowl, Xiao quietly crawled back to her grass nest. She didn't notice that there was only one serving of lunch. Lying on the thatched grass, Xiao muttered, "You don't know how expensive firewood and rice are until you run the household. We are not from this world. So don't give orders blindly if you don't understand. Be good at listening to other people's opinions." In short, they are all trying to convince themselves. The rabbit is sold, and there is gain only after loss. But I'm still so sad. When will this day end? Why don't you let her go to the house to fight? Farm. Even if it's primitive society, it's better to do infrastructure than now. Her mind was full of messy thoughts, and she fell asleep in a daze. Seeing her fall asleep, Xiao took a photo of the rabbit and sent a message to Yanming, asking him to come and take it down when he has time. At that time, he could also bring the fan he has repaired in his hand to Old Man Yu's grocery store. Although this would cost a little points, it would be safer. He was having trouble protecting himself now. Not to mention that he was carrying a huge treasure. This was like a child carrying a huge fortune in a busy city. After Xiao finished his work, he laid down on the bed with his clothes on. He had to save some points quickly. Now there was one more person. And summer was coming. So the house had to be rebuilt. Points were burned everywhere. There was a needle-like pain in his body. And Xiao bit his lips tightly. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the pillow. And he curled up into a ball. Xiao, who was on the thatched straw pile, was sleeping soundly at this moment, smacking his lips several times. In his dream, chicken legs, barbecue, and steak filled the table. She had chicken legs in one hand and Coke in the other, and she ate happily. Sure enough, there was everything in the dream, especially daydreaming. She slept until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Someone was talking in the yard. Xiao casually scratched his messy hair, rubbed his eyes, stood up, and walked out of the house. In addition to Xiao, there was another burly man standing in the yard. Chapter 8. In front of the two people, there was a wooden box containing baby rabbits. Yanming happened to see Xiao from the corner of his eye, and his face was full of shock. This, when did a girl live in Brother Hua's house? Xiao noticed Yanming's strangeness and turned around. Xiao stood in front of the door with a fair complexion. Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you awake?" "Yeah." Xiao responded softly. Then Xiao pointed at Yanming and said, "This is Yanming." Then he pointed at Xiao and said, "This is Xiao." The introduction was concise and to the point. Xiao showed his white and tender little paws and waved at the other party. "Hello. You. Hello." Yanming stuttered after greeting, and said to Xiao, "Then Brother Hua, I'm leaving first. If you have anything, send me a message." He walked to the door with a wooden box in his hand, and suddenly seemed to remember something. "It's best not to go to the nearby collection area in the next 2 days. When I came here, I heard that a mutant rabbit suddenly attacked and injured 7 or 8 people. Although the mutant rabbit is a vegetarian, as long as you don't take the initiative to provoke it, it can usually ignore you. However, how is it possible? In the wasteland, there is a piece of small mutant animal meat that may be edible in front of you. Who would not be tempted? What's more, there may be energy stones in the mutant animal's body. That's an energy stone. The probability of finding one is like winning 5 million in the lottery. In the wasteland, energy stones are widely used in weapons manufacturing, radiation shields, medical drugs, and many other fields. But the mutant rabbits that suddenly attacked were not something that ordinary people without weapons could resist. As the saying goes, even rabbits bite when they are angry. If they had not happened to meet the escort team that came back from the mission outside, it would not be as simple as injuring 7 or 8 people. "Brother Hua, did you hear that?" Xiao listened to the young boy Yanming endless instructions, and looked at the wooden box in Yanming's hand with an inexplicable expression. "It's confirmed. My mother came back from foraging and found that her house had been robbed. How could she not attack?" Xiao responded, "Oh, I know." Then Yanming happily left with a box of little rabbits. He didn't connect the mutant rabbits that suddenly attacked and hurt people with the 5 little cubs in his hand. Wait for Xiao to close the door. Xiao asked, "Is that uncle your friend?" Xiao, Didn't this girl hear Yanming calling her Brother Hua? If Yanming is an uncle, Then he is not a grandfather. Yen Ming, Who is an uncle? Who is an uncle? I am still a teenager. Okay. Xiao thought of Yen Ming's sturdy physique and messy beard, and only said, he is 15 this year. Who is 15 this year? After the brain and mouth were disconnected for a short time, and then reconnected, Xiao realized that this was referring to the uncle in her mouth. Then he said hesitantly, so young. It doesn't look like it. Then he changed the subject and said, what are you eating tonight? Xiao's forehead was black. This girl was like drinking poison every meal. And she could still think about what to eat every meal. Seeing that Xiao didn't answer, Xiao didn't care. Anyway, she was just trying to ease her embarrassment. Xiao picked up a small bag of soil brought by Yen Ming and walked into the house, ready to plant the mutant plant that Xiao brought back. The soil that Yen Ming brought was already processed. All you need to do is find a suitable flower pot and plant the plants in it. When Xiao found a suitable flower pot in the yard and went into the house, he discovered that the plant that originally looked lush had been cut into a bald head by someone. Only 3 or 2 weak, pitiful and helpless sprouts were left in the middle. Let's stir-fry some vegetables tonight. Xiao happily showed Xiao her results. Xiao stood at the door in a daze and said subconsciously, okay. Fortunately, the roots are still there. Seeing that he agreed, Xiao went out excitedly with the green leaves in her arms and went to wash the vegetables, prepared to cook in person later. But reality gave her a hard slap in the face. Except for salt. There was no seasoning at home. More importantly, there was no oil at home, which was necessary for cooking. The key to stir-frying vegetables is the word fry. How to fry without oil. Chef Xiao did not pretend, and his dream was shattered. In desperation, Xiao could only blanch the green vegetables in hot water, add some salt, and mix them. 2 plates of green wild vegetables mixed with salt were ready. Xiao tasted it and found it had a faint bitter taste, a bit like cold mixed bitter melon. Maybe the salt was not good. It was a bit astringent. It was not very delicious, but it was not difficult to swallow. Compared with green porridge, it had taste, which was enough. When Xiao placed 2 large plates of wild vegetables in front of Xiao touched his flat belly, said nothing, and started eating. Luxury. Luxury. Really luxury. Xiao thought so in his heart. But he didn't delay eating at all. In the end, the half plate of vegetables left by Xiao also went into Xiao's stomach. Seeing Xiao's support, Xiao's vanity was greatly satisfied. She announced, the first cooking in the wasteland was a complete success. Xiao, I can't let her cook anymore in the future. It's easy to have no food to eat. It was a rare meal in the sense of the wasteland. After Xiao washed the dishes, he sat in front of the tool table to polish the wood. Xiao nestled in her exclusive grass nest and made a mat for herself. As for the bed, thinking about the only 30 points in her hand, forget it. Don't dare to dream about it. Xiao said that the felling of wood must be equipped with special logging tools and mercenaries. As for why the mercenaries had to be dispatched, it was naturally to prevent the mutant animals that might exist in the tree canopy. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Yen Ming came again, holding 2 worn-out electric fans in his hands. Brother Hua, this is the new work that old man you asked me to give you. You have to deliver it to him in 3 days. Yen Ming handed the fan in his hand to Xiao. In addition, for today's 5 little rabbits, 3 highly mutated rabbits are worth 15 points each, and 2 moderately mutated rabbits are worth 100 points each, for a total of 245 points. All of the above are naturally the prices after deducting the transaction fees. Xiao knew, so he nodded. It was almost the same as he expected. After deducting 15 points for the errand fee for Yen Ming, there would still be 230 points. Just deduct 15 points for the labor fee, and transfer the rest to Xiao. Xiao said, after all, these are all Xiao gains, so they should naturally be given to her. Yen Ming glanced at Xiao, and seeing that he was serious, he no longer hesitated. That? Zhuang. Suddenly he couldn't remember the girl's name. What a damn good memory. Xiao added. Xiao. Let's add each other as friends, and I transfer the points to you, Yen Ming said. Although he didn't understand why he had to give all the points to Xiao. He certainly couldn't guess that all 5 little rabbits were Xiao's spoils of war. Since Brother Hua had spoken, he just had to obey. Today's 15 points were like picking up for nothing. He and his brother were supposed to go to the exchange center. In the Wasteland, points are a hard currency. Just like money in Xiao era. The main source of points in the watch comes from the exchange center. And the main way to get points is to sell the items collected daily. Compared with the black market and private grocery stores, the price of the exchange center may be slightly lower. Only because a certain transaction fee will be charged when the goods are sold. However, its security and reliability are not comparable to the black market and grocery stores. So most of the items collected by people in the shantytowns will choose to sell them to the exchange center to obtain points as hard currency. It just so happened that Yan Ming, who was about to go out in the afternoon, received a message from Brother Hua that he wanted to sell something. So, it was natural for him to take on this errand job. Chapter 9. Before leaving, Yan Ming suddenly remembered something and said, "Brother Hua, will you go to the mulberry collection area with us tomorrow?" Mulberry collection area? Xiao eyes suddenly lit up. Fruit. She looked at Xiao with sparkling eyes. Look at me. Look at me. Want to go. Want to go. Want to go. Is your brother going too? Xiao asked. Well, although that place is a little far away, it is now in the ripening period. If you miss this month, it will be gone, Yan Ming said. In the known safe area, fruit collection points are very rare and expensive. Every year at this time of year, a large number of people go there. Resources are already scarce. And with more people going, many people will naturally return empty-handed. However, this cannot stop everyone's enthusiasm for fruit. Xiao pondered for a moment and said, Okay. After the two agreed on the time and place to meet, Yan Ming went back. It seems that I have to go to bed early today. After Yan Ming left, Xiao couldn't wait to ask about the information of the mulberry collection point. Xiao answered Xiao questions while tidying up the tool table. After listening to Xiao's description, Xiao felt that it was a good place. Half of the people in the shantytowns, and even people in the safe zone, would go there to collect mulberries. And there were guards to maintain order. So there was no need to worry about being robbed after finding edible mulberries. It seemed to be a good place. The next morning, before dawn, Xiao was pulled out of the grass nest by Xiao. After washing, Xiao handed her a bag with 2 nutrient solutions and a bottle of water. He also had a nutrient solution and a bottle of water in his bag. When they arrived at the meeting place, Yan Ming and Yan, who were already waiting there, the two sides greeted each other and set off with the crowd. This was obviously not a place to talk. Along the way, Xiao glanced at Yan, who several times. He looked exactly like his brother. Very tall, but a little sick. This sick feeling was exactly the same as with Xiao. There were so many people that it was easy to be dispersed by the crowd if you were not careful. The flow of people was comparable to the Andes, who swarmed into the market to buy vegetables in the morning. When it was dawn, they finally arrived at their destination for the day. The mulberry trees were several feet high, and the huge red and purple fruits were hidden in the green. When Xiao and his friends arrived, the mulberry forest was crowded with people, and there were several people climbing on every tree in sight, and the watch was ticking continuously. The 4 of them walked around inside, and finally found a medium-sized mulberry tree near the edge. Xiao was the last one to climb the tree. From a closer look, the fruit was much more tempting than the fruit in her world. Each one is the size of an adult's fist, with a deep purple skin that is crystal clear, like a plum. Pear, I want to say grapes. But the mulberries in the wasteland are a bit big, densely hanging on the branches, exuding an alluring aroma. While Xiao was still looking at the mulberries and swallowing his saliva, the 3 people on the tree had already started working. Drip. Highly mutated by radiation. Not recommended for consumption. A series of highly mutated sounds of radiation. Now there is no need to worry about being heard by anyone. The whole forest is full of such sounds, and there is no way to distinguish them. Xiao climbed up the tree nimbly. She knows how to climb trees. She found a branch close to Xiao, aimed at a purple and black fruit. Cut it with a dagger, and the purple-black juice dripped on the dial. Drip. Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. Xiao, He has tested no less than 20 fruits in this period of time, and he has not encountered any edible ones, which is very heartbreaking. Ding D. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Xiao, Isn't it said that it is difficult to find edible fruits? This is a bit too simple. The other two people on the tree, Yan Hu and Yan Ming, also looked in the direction of Zhuang Xiao. This is outrageous. Sister, how about we switch and borrow some luck? Yan Hu said jokingly. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Xiao agreed readily. In fact, she also wanted to know whether it was luck or luck. Yan Hu didn't expect her to agree, and quickly waved his hand to refuse. No. No. I'm just joking. Such a precious land. If you exchange with me, the boss will beat me to death. Didn't you see that the boss's face turned black? Zhuang Xiao didn't allow him to refuse, and quickly pulled the person to her branch, and climbed up the other branch with his hands and feet. Ding D. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Ding D. High radiation mutation. Not recommended. Two voices sounded at the same time. Yan Hu looked at his hands, then at the mulberries on the branches. Could it be that he did not wash his hands this morning? When Yan Ming heard the two voices, he couldn't help laughing. Then he thought of something and stopped laughing. Sister, please take me. Even Hui Xiao's expressionless face was covered with a faint smile. Then you test this? Zhuang Xiao picked a mulberry nearby and threw it into Yan Ming's arms. Yan Ming held the fruit in his arms, and the sharp dagger cut through the skin, and the juice dripped onto the dial. His movements were smooth and flowing. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. This. Sister, is your hand blessed? The boy, who was as big as a hill, stuttered and didn't know what to say. What kind of luck is this? Zhuang Xiao didn't expect that he was so lucky, and picked a mulberry at random. And it was moderate radiation mutation. Is this a benefit given by time travel? A golden finger? A real golden finger? How about, sister, pick another one for me to try? The young man was very excited. In previous years, he might not get an edible fruit in a day. Who would have thought that the fairy sister of brother whose family would be the king bomb as soon as she made a move? Okay. Zhuang Xiao picked another one, still next to the previous one. Ding. Highly mutated with radiation. Inedible. The golden finger failed. Then, she gave Hui Xiao and Yan Ming one each, except for the first one, which was moderately mutated with radiation. The rest were highly mutated with radiation. This cannot be explained. After Zhuang Xiao got 3 edible mutated fruits, the golden finger completely failed. They basically tested all the fruits they could reach. Thanks to Zhuang Xiao's temporary luck, everyone got something. Fortunately, the mulberry forest was dense enough to block the harm caused by direct sunlight to a considerable extent. For people sat under the mulberry tree, each with a bottle of nutrient solution, except for her, who drank it all in one gulp. The others left half of the bottle. Zhuang Xiao took out a mulberry from her bag, looked at it again and again, and finally couldn't bear to eat it. This is all money. Chapter 10. Continue to pick mulberries in the afternoon? Zhuang Xiao asked. It was so high up that she didn't dare to go up. If she broke a bone, who would she cry to? Besides, the hospital here must be even more expensive. In an era where people can't even eat, it's a luxury to get treatment. Let alone Zhuang Xiao truth. Getting sick, from ancient times to the present, is not something that ordinary people should have. In the wasteland, there is only one word: endure. And the current medical technology can't solve the various derivative diseases caused by radiation. Unless you have enough energy stones. However, getting energy stones is also risking your life. So, no matter what era, no matter what happens, we can't get sick. While waiting for Hui Xiao to give the afternoon arrangement, there were suddenly screams and exclamations from the mulberry forest in the west, and the sound of wooden warehouses from time to time. Hui Xiao, Yan Hu, and Yan Ming were startled and stood up from the ground. This is... The three looked at each other. It's a mutant dove. Now is the season when mulberries are ripe, so it's normal for mutant doves to come here. After all, mulberries, a sweet and sour fruit, are also the favorite of birds. But they didn't expect that their luck was so bad. They came here for the first time this year and met mutant doves for food. Although the lethality of this mutant dove is average, it's enough to get you into trouble if you get a slap on its wings or a scratch on its claws. At this time, Zhuang Xiao, who was still in a daze, was picked up from the ground by Hui Xiao, who grabbed her arm tightly. Follow me closely. Don't run around. Zhuang Xiao, who didn't know why, nodded several times. The main thing is that if you don't understand, you just listen. In the originally dense mulberry forest, most of the people began to spread outward. There are also people going upstream. Looking closely, most of these people are holding long-range shooting weapons such as crossbows and wooden warehouses. Danger and opportunity coexist. At this time, a gamble may yield great rewards. Xiao followed Xiao and ran out of the mulberry forest before stopping. From afar, he could still hear the miserable howling in the mulberry forest. He didn't know which unlucky guy ran too slowly and got hurt. If he collected edible mulberries today, he would have a way to pay for the medical expenses. Otherwise, he would lose both the wife and the army. Today's collection activity was really unlucky. In fact, Yanming also wanted to go in and take a chance. Today, he also brought a crossbow with him. And even his brother Yin, who had a crossbow hanging on him. Compared with Xiao and Xiao, their equipment was very complete. However, thinking of the physical condition of his brother and brother Hua, plus Xiao who didn't look very strong, 3 of the 4 people had problems. So he hesitated. Now, although they have retreated to the periphery, who knows if there will be a blind mutant turtle dove coming out of the forest? He should just stay and be a bodyguard. After all, he, Yanming, is now the combat power of their group. To be honest, Xiao is still quite scared. The wailing and the sound of woodcuts coming from the forest from time to time made her realize that this is no longer the safe and peaceful world. This is a wasteland where you can lose your life at any time. The sound of woodcuts, a sound that has only been heard in movies and TV dramas, overlaps with reality at this moment. Are we running away? Xiao's face turned pale. Her voice trembled slightly, and her little hands tightly grasped the hem of Xiao's clothes, trying her best to restrain the fear in her heart. No. There is a guard team. Although the mutant turtle doves also move in groups, the number is generally not more than 10. The guard team plus those who want to get a share of the pie. It is estimated that the battle will be over soon. Xiao said. Yes. Yes. Sister. Don't worry. It's okay. Yanming also comforted her from the side. Yan who also echoed a few words. Seeing that all 3 people said so. And the people standing outside the forest also looked calm. And some even squatted on the ground to check the grass leaves. Xiao finally felt relieved. She also began to feel like asking about the mutant turtle dove. She was busy running just now, and didn't see what the mutant turtle dove looked like. In her impression, the turtle dove looked very much like a pigeon. But she didn't know if the turtle doves in the wasteland also looked like pigeons. This is the second mutant animal she has encountered. Is this mutant turtle dove the same as the mutant rabbit, but with a larger body? Xiao asked. Xiao replied, well, they usually don't attack humans. Most likely someone discovered the mutant turtle doves in advance and wanted to catch them, which led to the mutant turtle dove's violent rise. Yan Hu added, it is also a relatively gentle species among the mutant animals. It was not until the sound of the wooden box inside stopped that Xiao understood that Yan Hu's gentleness was really gentle. More than 10 people were carried out from inside, and each of them had blood on his face and body from being scratched. This is really extremely gentle. Even shrews don't fight so fiercely. Then, a group of people came out of the forest. They were all injured, but they looked very excited. Each of them held a big bird in his hand. Gray-brown feathers, dark black beak, purple-red claws, weighing about 10 pounds. This head is almost as big as a golden eagle. It's just that its combat power is not good. Its strength and speed are definitely not as good as a golden eagle. Otherwise, it wouldn't be wiped out by a few wooden warehouses and crossbows. In addition to complaining about the poor combat power of the mutant turtle doves, Xiao was envious. Without looking at the people around her, her eyes were red with jealousy, and she almost drooled on the ground. Xiao counted them, and there were far more than the 10 or so that Xiao said. There were even a few with particularly bright feathers, as if there were streams of light passing through them. She looked at Xiao, her eyes full of doubt, as if to say that this is what you said. There will be no more than 10. Xiao naturally knew what Xiao's eyes meant. He had just heard her counting the number of mutant doves. This was not what he expected. And besides, he had said it was normal. So, he was not responsible for this. Can't all of this be eaten? Xiao asked. In her mind, inedible food is not worth taking home, especially large ones. So, those people brought so many mutant doves out, and she felt that her understanding of this world was not comprehensive enough. How is it possible? The big boy Yanming spoke first. and walked over and whispered, I guess they are looking for a place with you people to touch the energy stone. Energy stone. She knew about it. Xiao had mentioned it to her. That is, it seems that he didn't say how to find the energy stone? These energy stones are not all in the stomachs of mutant animals. If so, the difficulty of getting rich seems to have increased a lot. Thinking of the little rabbit she sold, she looked up at Xiao. My little rabbit. The unspoken meaning was obvious. Her little rabbit wouldn't have an energy stone in its belly. Xiao looked at her expression of missing out on 100 million. And replied helplessly and decisively, no. Xiao felt balanced when she heard her say that. But also seemed unbalanced. Why couldn't her little rabbit have an energy stone? In such a wavering mood change, the people around him put away their drool and prepared to go back to their own 1/3 acre of mulberry branches. Chapter 11. Shall we go back to test the mulberries? Yin Ming asked his elder brother. But his eyes kept glancing at Xiao. I guess his elder brother will definitely ask elder brother Hu about this matter. As expected. As soon as Yin Ming finished speaking, Yin Hu asked Xiao, how about we walk around nearby? We still have an afternoon? Xiao originally planned to stay in the mulberry forest with Xiao for another afternoon. A mutant turtle dove appeared in the forest today. Who knows if there will be other mutant animals nearby that will also take a fancy to this place. However, looking at the expectant eyes of the two brothers Yin Hu and Yin Ming, it was a bit difficult to say no. Besides, he also brought a weapon when he went out this morning. It shouldn't be a big problem to just walk around the mulberry forest. So he said, just near the mulberry forest. There are guards nearby. So it's relatively safe. There are really too many people in the forest. Everyone rushed to the center of the forest, thinking that there were more fruits and a higher probability of producing edible mulberries. In fact, this was just a psychological effect. Let's go over there and take a look. Yin Ming raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Xiao looked in the direction of his finger and saw a dense bush. There were also a few mulberry trees that looked a little malnourished in the middle. Occasionally, you can see the guards walking back and forth along the bushes. So everyone agreed with Yin Ming's proposal. When they arrived at the location, the four people tested the 2 mulberry trees first. Xiao got 2 more mulberries with moderate radiation mutations. Yin Ming also got 1. And Xiao and Yin Hu got nothing. It seems that this mulberry forest is also her treasure land. In Xiao's eyes, as long as she can find food in an area, it can be called a treasure land. The few people behind were no longer limited to mulberry trees, and all of them looked for targets to test themselves. Xiao and Xiao always kept their distance within 3 meters. I was afraid that I would not be able to find him soon. Xiao was staring at a flowering plant under the bushes. The lavender flowers fluttered in the wind, and the edges of the leaves had small white thorns. It looked very much like a small thistle, also known as prickly lettuce. It is often used as pig feed, and is also a Chinese herbal medicine with the effect of stopping bleeding and reducing swelling. Counting from top to bottom, there were 20 or 30 leaves. Looking at the silver-like fine hairs, Xiao felt like she had no idea where to start. The small thorns of a normal-sized small thistle are very prickly, let alone such a large one. She looked around and saw that there was only this one plant. It seemed that the conditions of the wasteland directly lowered its survival rate. Despite the risk of being pricked, Xiao still took action, thinking that as long as this thing had a leaf that could be eaten, she would dig it up and take it home. The result lived up to expectations. After being stabbed more than 10 times, she finally got a low-radiation mutant leaf and a moderate radiation leaf. Except for the small cut made by the dagger, the leaves were still intact on the plant. Xiao squatted on the ground and started digging holes, which was really a physical job. I don't know if there are tools like hoes at home. I will carry them next time I go out. Digging holes with a dagger is too laborious. Her body is not physically strong. After arriving in the wasteland, she is either on the way to work or on the way to starvation every day. She can't bear it at all. I don't know if I can take a day off tomorrow. She thinks the harvest today is good and she deserves a day off. 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying the net. This arrangement is quite suitable for her. Xiao, who was digging holes vigorously, raised her hand to wipe the sweat, and her eyes met with 2 big eyes rolling around in the bushes. Oh my god! There are mutant beasts here. The incident happened so suddenly that Xiao couldn't control her mouth at all, and she screamed awe straight into the sky. The mutant dove hiding in the bushes to hatch its cubs was also startled. Who the hell disturbed me hatching my cubs? After a brief shock, it flapped its big wings and flew towards Xiao. Maybe it was too close. Or maybe Xiao stuck his head into the hole she dug too quickly. Anyway, the mutant dove flew directly over her back after flying up. Xiao had always been paying attention to the situation on her side. And when he heard the sound, he rushed over here. Just when he bumped into the mutant dove face to face, Xiao was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and raised his hand to shoot the sleeve arrow at the mutant dove's eyeball. The sudden stinging feeling in the eyes made the already irritable mutant dove even more manic. Enduring the severe pain in the eyes, he flew up from the ground and pounced towards Xiao. The distance was too close. Xiao rolled on the ground suddenly, and the hidden arrow in his wrist flew out blindly. The mutant turtle dove cried. It hit the target. At this time, Xiao, who had buried his head in the pit, had turned around and saw the mutant turtle dove being shot in the abdomen. Fuck. This guy actually has a hidden weapon. The brothers Yanhu and Yanming, who were not far away, had also arrived. They both picked up crossbows and shot at the mutant turtle dove. The mutant turtle dove, which was still trying to stand up, made a coo-coo-coo sound in its mouth and fell to the ground with a thump. The battle was over. Sister, are you okay? The young boy Yanming put away the crossbow, hung it on his back, and ran towards Xiao. Xiao was about to stand up and say that she was fine, but he found that his legs were numb. Was there something wrong? Or was it okay? Xiao stood up, patted the grass on his body, and also came towards Xiao. Yanhu held the crossbow in one hand and picked up the mutant turtle dove that was not dead yet from the ground with the other hand, and also walked towards this side. Xiao no longer had her prickly lettuce in her eyes. At this time, her eyes and heart were all about the huge mutant turtle dove in Yanhu's hand. Xiao and Yanming saw her stand up and staggered and wanted to reach out to support her, but were ruthlessly rejected. Originally, I thought she and the mutant dove were not meant to be together, but who knew that fate was here? When Yanhu approached them, the mutant dove was thrown to the ground mercilessly. Test it? This was said to Xiao, because she still remembered Xiao luck when he tested mulberries in the morning. Test it. It must be edible meat. Xiao prayed silently in her heart, then excitedly clenched the dagger in her hand, squatted down and dipped a little blood of the mutant dove on the watch. Drip. Highly mutated by radiation. Inedible. So angry. The mental damages are gone. Suddenly, a white light flashed in front of her eyes. Xiao stretched out her hand and plucked the feathers at the position of the white light. Well, looking left and right, it doesn't seem to be anything special. What a pity. The meat can't be eaten. Yanming sighed, then thought of something and said, let me touch the energy stone. How could his sister do such a bloody and disgusting thing? Yanming raised his knife and cut open the belly of the mutant turtle dove in a few strokes, and reached in. The expression on his face suddenly became happy. Chapter 12. Sure enough, there are energy stones, and 2 of them. Today, he has also turned the tables. It is just a small mutant turtle dove, but it can produce 2 energy stones. The regret that the meat was inedible disappeared instantly, when 2 white energy stones stained with blood appeared in front of the 4 people. Even the serious Xiao couldn't help but raise his lips. The 2 brothers Yanhu and Yanming narrowed their eyes into slits, and they wanted to laugh a few times on the spot. Even Xiao was staring at the 2 energy stones in Yanming's hand with curiosity. So these are energy stones. A bit like white crystal. And they look pretty good. Xiao picked up one of them and put it on the watch. After a beep, the watch showed that the energy stone was grade D, with an energy value of 632. Yanming also put the energy stone in his hand on the watch to test it. It was also a grade D energy stone with an energy value of 650. It was only 18 points different from the one in Xiao's hand. This is really good luck. Originally, I thought that what was taken out of the mutant pigeon's stomach was still 2, at most F-level energy stones. After all, in the wasteland, the probability of small mutant animals producing energy stones is not high. And they got 2 at once. And they were both D-level. Who wouldn't be surprised? In the wasteland, energy stones are also divided into different levels. Energy values below 300 are F-level energy stones, between 300 and 500 are E-level, between 500 and 1000 are D-level, between 1000 and 2000 are C-level, between 2000 and 300 are B-level, between 3000 and 5000 are A level, and those above 5000 are called top-level energy stones, collectively referred to as S level. Ordinary people can secretly be happy for a whole year if they can get an F-level energy stone. What's more, they now have 2 D-level energy stones in their hands. According to the rules of survival in the Wasteland, the energy stones obtained by the team are generally divided equally among the team members. But they don't seem to be a team. At most, they are just scavenging together. When Xiao was thinking about how to distribute this problem, Yin was also thinking about this problem. Xiao didn't know what the two men were thinking. She took the energy stone from Xiao and rubbed it on Xiao's body, and the energy stone became brighter. And Yin also took the energy stone in his hand and couldn't let it go. This is the first time to touch the energy stone. Don't really believe it. No one in their 3 generations of ancestors has touched the energy stone. When his brother was a member of the mercenary team, he did touch it, but in the end, it was exchanged for points by the team, after deducting the expenses of the team's travel and the points handed over to the base. The points in their hands were very limited. Yin took the energy stone from his brother and handed it to Xiao. He turned his head with a painful look on his face and said, "You found it. I give it to you. Even if we two don't join, you can still deal with the mutant dove. If you can, just give me some labor fees." He was so distressed that he didn't want to talk. It hurt so much. Yin watched his elder brother stuff the energy stone into his arms, reluctant to let him go, knowing that his elder brother's decision was right. Seeing Yin like this, Xiao was originally worried that if the team divided it equally, Yin and Yin would feel unbalanced and feel that they got less. Unexpectedly, Yin chose to only take some labor fees. Although he could deal with the mutant dove alone, he would definitely be injured with his body. And the two of them must have heard Xiao's screams and rushed to rescue people. No matter from which aspect, this energy stone should be divided among them. So, Xiao threw the energy stone in his arms back into Yin's arms. "Keep this one for yourself." Feeling the weight of the energy stone hitting him, Yin subconsciously caught it with both hands, and his heart suddenly felt sweet. He knew that his eldest brother was the most generous. Although Xiao did not exert any effort, she also took a share. But who let this mutant dove be discovered by her? Seeing the energy stone return to the eldest brother's hands, Yin quickly snatched it again. He hadn't touched it enough. So, behind the bushes, 2 fools were seen laughing at the energy stone. What is called getting rich overnight? This is it. After the two had seen enough, Yin returned it to Yin who was the head of their family, and Xiao also silently handed it to Xiao, because she was afraid that she would lose it. This kind of high-risk and high-value item should be kept by Xiao. Besides, she remembered that the mutant dove was squatting in the bushes just now. Maybe that was its nest. Xiao did what he said. He squatted in front of his own earth pit and looked towards the place where he found the mutant dove's big eyeballs. Sure enough, there were some withered weeds and a small nest made of branches. Pulling aside the bushes, he looked inside. Sure enough, there was a white bird egg the size of an egg inside. Xiao reached out and fished it out of the nest. The other 3 naturally saw her move and looked at her. When the girl stood up, she had a plump white bird egg in her hand. "Can this be eaten?" Xiao carefully held the bird egg in her hand, fearing that she would accidentally drop it. Xiao replied, "Yes." He took the bird egg and quickly knocked a little eggshell on the eggshell with the dagger. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. She would eat boiled eggs tomorrow morning. Although she didn't know how much the energy stone was worth, she knew it wouldn't be cheap just by looking at the eyes of the 3 people just now. She wouldn't starve to death for a while. She had to adapt to the eating habits of the wasteland little by little. Her body and stomach didn't belong to the wasteland. At this moment, Yin looked at Xiao with envy in his eyes. "Brother, why don't we look through the bushes again?" Yin asked his elder brother tentatively. "If they find another mutant turtle dove, they will be rich, with a D-level energy stone on each side, plus different amounts of mulberries for each person. Today's harvest is super rich. Besides, who among the wastelanders can resist the temptation of meat and energy stones?" While it is still early, the 4 of them did it. Xiao packed the prickly lettuce she dug out and put it back in her bag first, and then put it in Xiao's bag when she returned. Now, she is still counting on the 3 of them to join forces to besiege the mutant turtle dove. It is a bit inconvenient to carry a large pile of prickly lettuce, In the second half of the afternoon, Xiao also finished another nutrient solution in her bag. Today's activity volume is seriously overspent. If she doesn't eat something, she will be so hungry that she can hardly walk. This body needs exercise. Otherwise, in the wasteland with a lack of food and water, an extremely harsh natural environment, she might die young. However, until the guards notified them to go back, they had not found another mutant turtle dove. Chapter 13. However, they did find the nests of 5 mutant doves, and Yanming and Xiao each obtained an edible moderately radiated mutant bird egg. On the way back to the shantytown, some people couldn't hide their joy on their faces, and it was obvious that they had made a lot of gains. The guards who went out with them today were also very happy. Today they hunted a total of 18 mutant doves. The most important thing was that they found an E-level energy stone and an F-level energy stone from the stomachs of those mutant doves, and even detected 3 edible moderately radiated mutant doves. This luck is simply against the sky. For many years, I haven't heard of any guard team having such luck in the mulberry forest. Xiao also saw a group of young and strong men, each holding a weapon, tightly guarding a person in the middle. And the man in the middle was obviously holding a huge mutant dove. Looking at this posture, it must be edible. However, most people were holding green leaves in their hands, and their expressions were ordinary, without any joy. However, since they could bring them home from such a far place, they must be edible food. It seems that although there are certain risks in collecting from a farther place, there are also benefits. At least the probability of obtaining edible food is much higher. When they reached the fork in the road, Yanming and Yin, who escorted Xiao and Xiao home, sat in their house for a while, and then quietly left in the night. In fact, they had a great harvest this time, so they were worried that someone would stare at Xiao and Xiao. When Xiao returned home, she threw her bag on the table, did not take off her shoes, and threw herself into her little nest. After walking for 4 hours, she almost did not rest in the middle. She felt that her hands and feet were no longer under her control, especially in the second half of the way back. She was tired and numb. Therefore, when Xiao finished cooking and brought the bowl into the house, Xiao was already snoring. Xiao put down the bowl in his hand, spread out the quilt that was wrapped into a ball, and covered her with it. After drinking one of the bowls of porridge, he went to the yard to take out the prickly lettuce and tested it again. It really has edible leaves. It was dug out like this. Obviously Xiao wanted to plant it. There was not much soil left that Yanming brought, but it was not a problem to wrap the roots. According to Xiao's posture of looking for plants, it seems that he still needs to find time to find a way to get more planting soil back. After dealing with the prickly lettuce, he collected the mulberry fruits and leaves that the two of them harvested today. Then he found a separate box for the energy stone. Now the most valuable item in this house is it. It was still early, so he sat back at the workbench, put the old fan that Yanming brought back last night on it, and started to repair it with tools. From time to time, Xiao's snoring came to my ears. It was late at night, but my heart was very quiet. Everything was moving in a good direction. When Xiao woke up in the middle of the night, it was pitch black all around. Because the bedroom curtain was gone, the moonlight spilled into the room, and she could see the outlines of things clearly. She raised her hand to check the time. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. 6 or 7 hours had passed. No wonder her stomach was rumbling non-stop. She walked out the door quietly, so as not to wake up Xiao, who was sleeping. Finally, she found the place where the nutrient solution was placed in the dark, unscrewed the lid and prepared to drink half a bottle to fill her stomach. Suddenly, the bedroom light clicked on. Xiao stood in front of the door, looking at Xiao in the yard calmly. Somehow, Xiao felt like she was caught eating secretly, and hurriedly explained, I didn't eat last night. Hey, what is she explaining? This nutrient solution was obviously bought with her points. But she just felt guilty. Seeing that Xiao didn't respond, he continued to whisper, I'm a little hungry now. Xiao looked at the girl, who was at a loss. He didn't say anything, but she was even more nervous. He sighed silently and said, the porridge in the earthenware pot should still be warm. Drink that. He went to bed late because he was worried that Xiao would wake up hungry in the middle of the night. So, he kept the porridge warm. Xiao heard that he had left food for him, so he screwed the lid of the nutrient solution and went to get the porridge. When he opened it, it was green porridge. It was it. It was it. And it was it. Very good. Green porridge is green porridge. Xiao didn't wake up to do anything. But he was too uncomfortable, and woke up with a sweat. He happened to see Xiao tiptoeing out of the room. So he got up as well. Xiao drank the porridge in the bowl in one gulp. Although it still had that strange taste. At least his stomach felt much better. She gently touched her belly, which had calmed down a lot, and said, "Then I go back to sleep." Now she was still very sleepy, and every muscle in her body was sore. According to her past experience, it would take at least 10 days and a half months for her muscles to adapt to the current intensity of physical labor. Back then, she only took a yoga class, and her muscles hurt for a whole week. It was not until she experienced another torture from the yoga teacher that it seemed to be slowly relieved. After that, she slowly adapted to the yoga class, which stretched her limbs and joints in all directions every day. However, her physical fitness needs to be improved now. Otherwise, let alone eating meat every day, it would be difficult to survive. Xiao didn't care whether Xiao agreed or not. Anyway, she just said hello, squeezed past Xiao into the house, and returned to her sleeping place. Stretching her limbs, she sighed in her heart. It's still the most comfortable to lie down. Xiao turned around silently, turned off the lights, and lay back on the bed. Perhaps because she slept long enough in the first half of the night, Xiao had a hard time falling asleep after lying down. However, half asleep and half awake, there seemed to be some noise in the room, which was oppressive and painful. She woke up with a start. It was Xiao. She got up quickly and turned on the light. Xiao on the bed had a flushed face, and his hair was wet with sweat, sticking to his forehead. His eyes were tightly closed, and he moaned unconsciously. What was going on? She was not a Wastelander, and nothing was wrong. How could this Wastelander go out and become wasted? Going to the hospital in the middle of the night? She didn't even know where the hospital was? Or, by the way, Yanming. She had Yanming contact information. At this time, she didn't care whether to disturb him or not, and immediately called Yanming. Yanming was woken up, mumbling, and looked at his watch. It was Xiao. It must be urgent to contact him in the middle of the night. He rubbed his face and answered the call quickly. Sister, what happened? Seeing that Yanming was contacted, Xiao, an outsider, breathed a sigh of relief and then said, Xiao. Xiao seems to be sick. After Xiao's description, Yanming also breathed a sigh of relief. Alas, just like his brother. Chapter 14. Common problems of genetically modified people. Back then, his brother and brother Hua were selected into the safe base together. Every year, there are children like this in the shanty towns who are selected into the safe zone. Then, through a series of medical methods, all the potential functions in the human body are stimulated to improve combat effectiveness and better serve the safe zone. Children who have successfully undergone genetic modification can enter subsequent training and learning, and be assigned to the mercenary team or guard team according to their abilities. This is also the only way for people in their shanty towns to join the mercenary team or guard team. Except for missions, they usually move around in the safe zone. And all aspects of life are not just a little better than those in the shanty towns. And the stronger the ability, the better life in the safe zone. However, genetic modification is not without flaws. For example, long-term radiation can cause the genes in the human body to mutate again, which is also commonly known as gene collapse. This situation is very common in genetically modified people and cannot be controlled by human power. And Yanhu and Xiao bodies have this problem. Anyone whose genes collapse will have their physical fitness decline rapidly, and they will not be able to cope with high-intensity training and various outdoor missions. Therefore, once the genes collapse, they will be immediately cleared out of the mercenary group. The reality is so cruel and helpless. Of course, if you have a property in the safe zone, that's another matter. And for people who come from shanty towns, it is undoubtedly difficult to buy a property in the safe zone. Thinking of this, Yanming sighed in his heart and continued, take out the energy stone and put it in Brother Hua's hands. It can relieve his symptoms. Xiao on the bed looked more and more painful. Xiao began to search for things at home in a hurry. After searching through the boxes and cabinets, he really saw the crystal clear energy stone. Xiao put the energy stone in place as Yanming said. In a moment, The person who was originally breathing rapidly gradually became more and more stable, and she breathed a sigh of relief. But she didn't dare to relax at all, fearing that something unexpected would happen again. He did not cut off the contact with Yan Ming, and the two chatted casually. Zhuang Xiao also understood why Xiao was like this. What kind of world is this? You say that civilization is developing rapidly, but eating and drinking are a problem every day. You say that this civilization is backward, and there are genetically modified people, which seems to have nothing to do with backward civilization. Since technology has achieved genetic modification of humans, why don't they spend more time on modifying crops? In fact, Zhuang Xiao is somewhat unfair to the scientific and technological personnel in the wasteland world. If the safety of the base cannot be guaranteed, then the vision of peace and prosperity for the country and the people is just a vision and cannot become a reality. Just like this, another hour passed, and Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ming said goodbye to each other and cut off the message. This encyclopedia needs regular maintenance and energy storage, which is a bit difficult to deal with. Zhuang Xiao scratched his hair randomly and didn't think about it. Anyway, it's already so difficult, so I don't care about adding one more thing. When the enemy comes, the generals will stop him. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. If the earth and water can't bury her, then just bury her. When Xiao woke up, it was already bright. Something is wrong with his body again. He struggled to sit up from the bed, and felt something hurting his hand. He looked down, and saw the white energy stone lying quietly on the bed sheet. Xiao stared at the energy stone on the bed in a trance. At this time, Zhuang Xiao walked in from outside the house. Are you awake? You can rest at home for another day today. Before dawn, the two brothers Yan Ming and Yan Hu came over, mainly because they were worried about Xiao's situation, and wanted to see if there was anything they could help with. Let's eat. Nutrient solution with boiled eggs. Zhuang Xiao put the bowl in his hand on the table, and prepared to come up to help Xiao. Xiao felt that his body was much lighter, and he got up by himself without waiting for Zhuang Xiao to come over. When he came back again, there was not only nutrient solution with boiled eggs on the table, but also after-meal fruits. Half a mulberry fruit for each person. Xiao didn't know what to say for a moment, and then he thought that these originally belonged to Zhuang Xiao, so she naturally had the right to control them. What are you still standing there for? Come and eat. Zhuang Xiao smiled and waved at Xiao. Today's breakfast was the most luxurious one she had eaten since she came to this world. In fact, she was reluctant to give it up. After all, the food in the wasteland was obtained by her at the risk of her life, and it was very precious. Now there is a patient at home, so it's not too much to eat something good. Zhuang Xiao comforted herself anyway, and she ate this meal with peace of mind. Xiao, who was sitting opposite, ate the eggs of the mutant turtle dove, and his heart was sour. Even when he was working in the safe zone, he couldn't afford such a meal. His background and family foundation were like that. Moreover, he did not have a strong enough background in the safe zone. So even if he managed to become the captain of the mercenary team by his own ability, his living conditions were just SOSO, and he could barely survive by starving. No matter when, it is extremely difficult for people at the bottom to cross the class. The juice of the fruit burst in his mouth, and the sweet juice overflowed his mouth. Xiao suddenly no longer envied Yan Hu for having a younger brother at home. He always wanted to live hard. At this moment, he wanted to live well even more. Not just for himself. After eating the mulberries, Zhuang Xiao looked at the juice on her fingers, and licked them all clean in a very unpromising way. I had to sigh in my heart. It turns out that she is such a thrifty and good child. Zhuang Xiao stared at Xiao eagerly, watching him eat mulberries in small bites, as if he was tasting some delicacies. The saliva in Zhuang Xiao's mouth was secreted uncontrollably. Greedy. Although she had only been in the wasteland for a few days, Zhuang Xiao felt that her body was now lacking everything. Can you buy me one of the sleeve arrows you used yesterday? Zhuang Xiao said. She saw the weapon he used yesterday, the sleeve arrow. She had only seen this kind of weapon in movies and TV dramas before. This kind of exquisite, small, easy to carry and seemingly good short-range weapon. She felt that it was quite suitable for a lazy person like her. Xiao slowly swallowed the last bite of the fruit pulp and said, no need to spend money to buy it. There are still some materials at home. I will make one for you. Hearing him say this, Zhuang Xiao's eyes instantly sparkled. Talented. This can also be made by yourself. Encyclopedia Plus Weapon Maker. It seems not a loss to support such a person. In an instant, she felt that her chance of survival increased by another 10%. Can you make a crossbow? Xiao asked. The whole person looked excited, and his body unconsciously leaned forward. Xiao nodded, as long as there are materials. After a pause, he continued, there are not enough materials for the crossbow. I will make you a sleeve arrow first. Okay. 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 Xiao replied hurriedly. With weapons, she could hunt some smaller mutant animals, so that she could eat meat earlier. The meat she saved to keep in shape back then. Now it was really painful to think about it. Meat. Meat. I miss you so much. When Xiao was immersed in her fantasy of meat, Xiao was thinking about whether to arrange training courses for her while she was at home. After all, with sleeve arrows, without enough physical strength and accuracy, it was like throwing meat at a dog. Not only would it waste arrows, but people would also be easily eaten by the dog. Xiao, are you polite like this? Who is the dog? Who is the dog? Chapter 15. After Xiao cleaned up the stove. It was still early. So, Xiao decided to take Xiao to the exchange center to sell the 3 moderately radioactive mutated mulberries, and 2 moderately radioactive mutated bird eggs they had. As for what happened last night, neither of them mentioned it. Xiao didn't mention it because Yan Ning had told her everything he wanted to know. Besides, that was all in the past. She just needed to understand the current situation and know what to do in the future. But Xiao didn't know where to start. Before leaving, Xiao also took the energy stone that he had used up part of with him in case of emergency. Now the weather is getting hotter and hotter, and the little girl may not be able to adapt to such a temperature. Many things have to be bought in advance. This is Xiao's first time to the safe zone. She is very excited and curious about everything. The houses in the shantytown are all dilapidated, and the streets inside are crisscrossed and uneven. How to sum it up in 3 words is dirty, messy and poor. After walking for about an hour, the safe zone can be seen from a distance. There are not many people on the road, and I met several patrolling guards. Xiao's hanging heart was finally put down. The closer to the safe zone, the more frequent the patrol of the guards. The outer wall is about 10 feet high, and above the outer wall is a wire mesh about half a meter high. Xiao said it is an electric fence. They are now entering the south gate. There are guards at the door, who are responsible for verifying the information of each person entering and leaving. Only after swiping the watch can they enter and exit. After entering the safe zone, Xiao really felt 10,000 points of critical hits. This is much better than the shantytown. Compared with the patches on the shantytown, the clothes of the people here are at least clean and tidy. And there are patches, but they are very few. Although the house looks old, it is better than the shantytown in terms of sturdiness, safety, and comfort, and it has a bit of the flavor of urban residential buildings in the 1990s. There were quite a few people in the exchange center, all queuing in an orderly manner. From time to time, there were people wearing guard uniforms patrolling back and forth. A bit like the security guards in her world. There were a total of 10 windows in the exchange center. And there was also a special channel, which was said to be dedicated to the members of the mercenary team and the guard team. Isn't this equivalent to a special window for soldiers? There were almost the same people at each window. Xiao and Xiao randomly chose a team to stand in. Soon it was their turn. The staff at the window was a sister about 30 years old. She looked indifferent and official, and she was completely different from the amiable service staff that Xiao expected. When Xiao handed over their items, Xiao clearly saw a hint of surprise on the sister's face. Since the mulberry forest collection started yesterday, some people have brought the collected mulberries to the exchange center this morning to exchange them. Generally, they only get 1. In this case, it is really rare for someone to get 3 mulberries in just 1 day of collection. Especially Xiao also handed over 2 edible mutant turtle dove eggs. The staff here naturally heard about the mutated turtle doves encountered by the escort team going to the mulberry forest. But until today, they have not come here to exchange any items related to the mutated turtle doves. 3 moderately radiated mulberries, and 2 moderately radiated bird eggs. And finally exchanged for a total of 150 points. This money naturally went into Xiao's account, and her current account balance is already 510 points. Here, it is definitely a considerable deposit. If converted into nutrient solution, you can buy 102 bottles of nutrient solution. If you go out to pick up waste every day, You can get 2 bottles of nutrient solution a day, which is enough for her food expenses for 1.5 months. If you buy expired ones, it is almost enough for her and Xiao to starve to death for a month. There is a long way to go. The dream of fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days is shattered. This month, I still have to work all month and save enough for a year and a half. The requirements are not high. Just the state of not starving to death is fine. After leaving the exchange center, Xiao took her to Old Man Yu's grocery store. When Xiao and the others arrived, there were 2 people in the grocery store choosing fans. Old Man Yu was about 50 years old, with thin cheeks and wrinkles, gray hair, small and shrewd eyes, but not annoying. This was Xiao's first impression of the old man. When he saw Xiao coming over, he raised his head, the wrinkles on his face squeezed together, and said with a smile, "Xiao, wait a moment. I be done here in a while." Listening to the tone, it was obvious that the 2 were very familiar with each other. Xiao looked at Old Man Yu's shop curiously. It was no more than 15 square meters, and the door was only 2 meters wide. But the interior was very deep. The shelves on both sides of the wall were filled with a wide variety of goods, and even the middle was filled with various daily necessities, which was in line with the positioning of a grocery store. And from the old decoration and shelves, it can be seen that this storefront is quite old. Old Man Yu sent the 2 guests away and greeted Xiao. "Who is this?" While letting Xiao into the store, he kept looking at Xiao behind him. Xiao followed him into the house and replied, "My sister." "Xiao. Your sister? When did you have a sister? This doesn't look like your sister." Old Man Yu's eyes were full of disbelief. He had known Xiao for more than a year or 2, but he never knew that he had such a petite sister with bright eyes and white teeth. Xiao was almost startled by Xiao, "My sister," and then choked by Old Man Yu's "Your sister." The conversation between the 2 was amazing. Xiao knew that Old Man Yu loved to nag, and if he was someone he knew well, he would nag even more. He ignored him and said to Xiao, "Look at what you want to buy. Old Man Yu has a complete range of things here, and the prices are also favorable." Xiao knew that she must buy nutrient solution, but she didn't know anything else. So she said, "You can do it yourself." Xiao didn't refuse. After nodding, he said to Old Man Yu, "First, take 20 bottles of nutrient solution, which are expiring products with a shelf life of less than 1 month. 1 bag of planting soil, 2 bottles of disinfectant, 2 bottles of nutrient solution, and 2 bottles of isolation agent." Old Man Yu helped Xiao find the products one by one. 30 bottles of expiring nutrient solution directly counted for 100 points. 1 bag of nutrient soil 20 points, which was about 50 kilograms, and 6 bottles of disinfectant, nutrient solution, and isolation agent, which cost another 60 points, for a total of 180 points. Disinfectants and nutrients are used when cultivating soil. With these 2 things, as long as he can find suitable medium or low radiation soil, he can make his own nutrient soil, which is much more cost-effective than buying treated soil. Chapter 16. In addition, the isolation agent is mainly sprayed on objects to prevent solar radiation. It can be used on houses, clothes and other objects, and can effectively isolate the high-intensity radiation of the sun. It is also the most expensive one among them. 2 bottles cost 30 points. The computer in the hands of Old Man Yu was clacking. And then he reported, sincerely, a total of 180 points. Xiao consciously stepped forward to swipe her watch. In fact, there were very few points in Xiao's account, and she could only buy 2 nutrient solutions. At this moment, she felt like a rich woman supporting a gigolo, and she was very happy in her heart. Seeing the little girl step forward to pay the points, Old Man Yu made several clicks in his mouth. Xiao pretended not to hear it. Just when Xiao and Xiao finished paying and were about to leave, Old Man Yu seemed to remember something and pulled Xiao. "How is your health recently? I received a gene-stabilizing drug. Do you want it?" 300 points. Old Man Yu seemed to be talking to Xiao, but with his volume, it was hard for Xiao not to hear it. Xiao looked at Xiao and saw a flash of struggle in his eyes, and then his eyes returned to calm, so fast that Xiao thought it was her wrong sentence. "Not for the time being. You keep it," Xiao said lightly. After saying that, he didn't care about Old Man Yu's reaction, and pulled Xiao out of the grocery store. Just after walking out not far, Xiao asked Xiao, "Old Man Yu, Do you have a toothbrush and a towel? I haven't brushed my teeth for several days. After saying that, he bared his teeth at Xiao, and then ran towards the grocery store with his bag on his back. When he came back, he had a small cloth bag in his hand. Xiao unconsciously touched the watch on her hand, and her heart was in a panic. It was just past 9 o'clock when the two returned home. Xiao made a flower pot with the remaining wood from building the house, planted the prickly lettuce from last night in it, and looked at the green plant again. It seemed that it should have survived. Xiao made lunch, and each of them had a bowl of green porridge. Xiao held the bowl and felt hopeless. She had breakfast in heaven, lunch in hell, and dinner, probably in hell too. Then think about your points. It's better to finish eating early and go to bed, and then go for a walk nearby in the afternoon. She is a diligent child. A diligent child. A diligent child. Important things must be said 3 times. Xiao wanted to go out with her, but Xiao refused firmly. The reason was simple. She felt that his luck was really bad. It would be better for her to repair his broken electric fan at home and make her sleeve arrows quickly. Xiao carried her beloved little school bag and went out humming a little song. Little cabbage. The ground is yellow. Pick up the bowl. Tears in my eyes. These 2 sentences were repeated over and over again. There was no more words. It can be seen how deep her resentment is about the current living conditions. This time she walked a little further, and walked for half an hour longer than the place where she found the little rabbit. The weather was still very hot. Before she reached the destination, Xiao felt that her throat was starting to smoke. She took a sip of water from the bottle to moisten her throat. There was still an afternoon, so she had to drink sparingly. On the way, she also walked and stopped, and occasionally tested 2 leaves at random. But she never found a collection location that suited her eyes. Hey, isn't that porcelain? Xiao ran over in 3 or 2 steps. There were many footprints on the ground. Obviously, this place is often visited by people. Perhaps it is the popular month for picking mulberry trees in the forest. No one else was seen here today. Although the porcelain of this month is not as fresh as in spring. The leaves of this plant are originally thick. After mutation, the leaves are even thicker and juicier, and every day they can be as big as a palm. There must be fish that slip through the net in such a large area. Thinking of this, Xiao quickly entered the working state of testing porcelain leaves. Xiao randomly checked a few leaves at the places with many footprints on the ground. Those places with fewer footprints became her main test targets. When testing a leaf close to the ground, Xiao accidentally splashed a few grains of soil onto the dial. Ding! Moderately radiated mutant soil. Can be used. What the hell? This watch can even test soil. Xiao decided to confirm with his encyclopedia, and got a positive reply from the other party, saying that soil can also be tested, and medium and low radiation mutant soil can be sold, or used to grow mutant plants. In addition, in areas with low and medium radiation soil, the probability of medium and low edible plants is also extremely high. Of course, this rule is more often applicable to herbaceous plants. In this case, Xiao was not polite. With the leaf as the center point, the circle was expanded outward. After selecting a few points, half a square meter of soil was circled out. In addition, all the porcelain leaves on this piece of soil were tested one by one, and 5 low radiation leaves and 3 medium radiation leaves were found. The green in the green porridge at night has a place to go again. However, porcelain must taste stronger than the plants found before. After all, it is a veritable wild vegetable. Xiao took out the sack she carried with her in her bag, looked at the soil, and began to have trouble again. Wouldn't she have to dig the soil with a dagger again? Oh my god! Is it wrong for her to want a shovel? Otherwise, let Xiao bring it. Then he shook his head again. It would take an hour to go back and forth, which was too time-consuming. With this time, she could have finished digging by hand. It seemed that she was digging holes every day. It took more than half an hour to fill half a sack of soil, and the weight was about 40 to 50 kilograms. Xiao was not calm anymore, and chuckled twice. This was a bit difficult for herself, and she wasted another day. It was still early. She didn't bother about the soil anymore. She hid the sack in a place with dense grass, and continued to look for edible porcelain. Not to mention, porcelain grows in a wide range in this place. While looking for edible porcelain, she wondered how else to eat porcelain besides making green porridge. Stir fry? Oh! There's no cooking oil. I don't know if the grocery store sells cooking oil, or are there any seeds that can be used to refine cooking oil, such as soybeans, sesame seeds, peanuts, and other oil crops. I have to ask Xiao about these things when I go back. It's related to improving the quality of life, and I must understand them clearly. If I don't eat some oily food, I feel it's difficult to poop. I'm not going to get hemorrhoids. Will I? Xiao's hands kept moving, but his mind was getting more and more distracted. Until he heard the voice he wanted to hear the most. Ding ding. Low-level mutant radiation plants. Edible. Here it comes. One step closer to the evening's cold porcelain. Until the sun was about to set. Xiao put the bulging backpack on her chest and dragged her legs, which were numb from squatting, to find her 40 to 50 kilograms of soil. In her heart, she tried her best to cheer herself up. I can do it. I can do it. She picked up the tied sack with both hands and threw it hard on her back. The moment the sack fell on her back, she felt a pain in her shoulders, and her waist and back became hunched. It was really heavy, but she didn't dare to let go, worried that she would never have the courage to carry it again. The song of the cabbage came out of Xiao's mouth in a distorted way. The cabbage. The ground is yellow. Pick up the bowl. Tears in my eyes. Until she heard the sound of people on the road. Chapter 17. The sad, mournful and resentful tune just stopped. As soon as he stepped onto the main road, Xiao met the two brothers Yan Ming who were returning from the mulberry forest. The two brothers were not in a good mood today. Especially the young boy Yan Ming, who followed his elder brother Yan, who with a droopy head. At the end of the day, let alone mulberries, they didn't even find a blade of grass. In fact, this is the norm for wastelanders. However, after the baptism of yesterday's overwhelming wealth, compared with today's nothing, the main point is that there is no harm without comparison. Suddenly, he missed his sister Xiao very much, although he recognized her unilaterally. Perhaps it was because of sincerity that Xiao and Yan Ming met unexpectedly. Then, he carried his sister's bag of 40 to 50 kilograms of soil on his back without any pressure, and looked at Xiao's bulging bag with envy. Of course, this also includes many people on the road, who looked at Xiao's bag with envy, greed, or jealousy. Even the bag of soil on Yan Ming's back was coveted. After all, the soil that could be carried back from such a long distance must have low to medium-level radiation, which can be exchanged for some points, with Xiao's current insufficient force. If she hadn't met the two brothers Yan Ming, who looked strong in force and combat, she might have been robbed today. When she got home, Xiao was cooking. Yan Ming put the soil in the yard for Xiao, and the two said hello to Xiao and went back, because it was just dinner time. The other party helped carry the soil all the way and also served as a bodyguard. Before sending the two out, Xiao grabbed a handful of porcelain leaves from the bag and stuffed them into the arms of the young boy Yan Ming, without waiting for him to refuse. He closed the door with a bang. It was absolutely impossible to stay for dinner, seeing that these two people had big appetites. Xiao would still feel a little embarrassed if she invited them to dinner and didn't let them eat enough, but she couldn't afford to feed them enough. So, she gave away a handful of green leaves. Anyway, she harvested a large bag of porcelain leaves today, so she didn't feel bad about giving them away. The two people outside the door looked at each other, and Yan Ming happily put away the leaves. There must be 7 or 8 leaves in this handful. His sister was really generous, and he must hold his sister's big and thick legs tightly in the future. Following his sister, there is no worry about food and drink. Xiao glanced at the rice in the pot. It was green porridge again, and there was nothing else. But it was obvious that it was not enough to eat. Xiao showed Xiao the porcelain leaves in her bag. Look, there are so many of them. How about we add a dish to dinner? Cold porcelain. Xiao looked at the leaves she had piled together. They were obviously not collected from the nearest collection point. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao. Did you go to a farther collection area? Xiao then remembered what Xiao had told her before she left in the afternoon. It was impossible to feel guilty. This bag of edible porcelain was her confidence. After figuring this out, she smiled and stretched out her little finger to gesture. It's just a little bit further away. Just a little bit. Don't do it again, Xiao said helplessly. Xiao took her bag, which was full of weight. It must be edible inside. But he didn't know which ones were low radiation and which ones were high radiation. He could only take out all the leaves from inside and test them again. Nearly 1/3 of the leaves inside were low-radiation mutant leaves. Without him, the girl wouldn't starve to death. Who wouldn't be jealous of this harvest? Wow! Are these all for me? Zhuang Xiaoxing hurried out of the house, holding 2 linen long sleeves and trousers in her hands. The style and color of this dress are exactly the same as the one Xiao is wearing. As soon as she entered the house, she saw that her grass nest had changed a lot. The thick pile of thatch disappeared, replaced by a suspended hammock, with a door curtain on the hammock, which was still the one pulled down from the door. The hammock was woven by Xiao with a purple-red vine, which is strong and has a very good load-bearing capacity. This purple-red vine is a mutant plant with high-intensity radiation. If it is not in direct contact with the body, it is not very harmful. Besides, he has sprayed isolation agents on it, which can also effectively reduce this damage. But what makes Zhuang Xiao happy the most is the clothes in her hands. She has been here for several days, running around every day, and her clothes have long been dirty. But compared to the wasteland, it is still very good. To be honest, I struggle for food and drink every day, and I just want to sleep when I rest occasionally, and I don't want to clean myself up at all. Anyway, compared with others, she is still beautiful. Unexpectedly, Xiao is so awesome that he even made clothes for her. Seeing her so happy, Xiao's heart was relieved. He was really a little worried that Zhuang Xiao would not like it. The fabric of this dress is not comparable to the one she originally wore. Actually, he was thinking wrongly. In Zhuang Xiao's opinion, this is a pure natural, handmade linen dress, which is perfect for summer. It is more breathable than cotton, and it is also antibacterial and deodorizing. Such a material is much more valuable than the chemical fiber one she is wearing. Moreover, this linen fabric is obviously more delicate and thinner than the ones worn by Yan Ming and Yan Hu. The craftsmanship is simply amazing. As long as you like it, Xiao said, with a slight smile on his face. He finally did something that the little girl liked. After dinner, he would give her another thing, and she would probably be even happier. I like it. I like it. I like it very much. Zhuang Xiao was full of joy at this time, and happily returned to the house with her new clothes. The main food for dinner was naturally green porridge, with an extra small plate of cold porcelain. Zhuang Xiao had a delicious dinner, and was ready to go back to bed. Today was another tiring day. Before she climbed onto the freshly made hammock, Xiao called her. Sleep later. This is for you. He took out the sleeve arrows he had made this afternoon. He was busy all afternoon. In his current state, it was obviously impossible for him to accompany Zhuang Xiao to collect every day. With this, it would increase her combat power and reduce the risk of going out to collect. When Zhuang Xiao looked back and saw what Xiao had in his hand, the sleepiness she had just felt after dinner instantly disappeared. Sleeve arrows. Sleeve arrows. She actually had a hidden weapon one day. Zhuang Xiao followed Xiao's instructions and tied the sleeve arrows to the inside of her forearm. She turned her arm, and the size was just right, and she didn't feel uncomfortable wearing it. This has a maximum range of 30 meters. There are 3 arrows inside, and this is a single set with a total of 10 arrows. If it doesn't fit, I adjust it for you. Zhuang Xiao happily took the other arrows, looked left and right, and raised her hand to gesture around. Xiao was completely frightened. This beginner who has no accuracy is the most terrifying. He could kill someone accidentally. He wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, hurriedly stopped Zhuang Xiao from swinging her hands around, and asked her to test shoot in the yard, where there were prepared targets. At this time, Zhuang Xiao was still in high spirits, and had no idea that her daily overtime work after picking up trash was about to begin. She played for more than an hour, and she was still very excited. Although, in more than an hour, she only hit the target 3 times. The probability of hitting is lower than catching dolls. Chapter 18. While Zhuang Xiao was having a great time playing with the target, Xiao disinfected the soil she brought back in the yard to prevent any mutant insect eggs from being found. At 10 o'clock in the evening, when Zhuang Xiao was lying on her hammock, Xiao was still repairing the old electric fan at the workbench. The 2 electric fans had to be delivered the day after tomorrow at the latest. I hope that the repair costs of the last and this time can be exchanged for a second-hand fan from Old Man Yu. Otherwise, this summer will be hard to endure. Perhaps because her mind was too excited that night, Zhuang Xiao tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. Suddenly, her hand touched a small cloth bag on the hammock. How could she forget this? Today she got 2. No. 3 very suitable gifts. This is just right as a return gift. Although it was not bought as a return gift at the beginning. However, it has played a greater value. 300 points. It is worth it. He sat up suddenly from the bed, ran barefoot to his Xiao workbench, slapped the gift on the table with one hand, and quickly climbed onto the bed, pulling up the thin quilt. I'm asleep. Don't disturb me. Xiao stared at the gene stabilization agent on the table, and after a moment of stun, he looked back at Xiao who was covered tightly, and smiled silently. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Xiao was pulled out of bed by Xiao. Xiao sat on the bed. His eyelids were as heavy as 2 pieces of iron, and kept falling down, and his head was like a chicken pecking at rice, drooping little by little. It was still dark outside. He didn't have to practice shooting targets early in the morning. Right? It was only what time. Xiao woke Xiao up, and went to pack the tools he would take with him today. Before going to bed last night, he received a message from Yan Hu, saying that they were going to go to the creek nearest to the shantytown to fish for shrimps tomorrow, and asked him and Xiao if they would go. After thinking it over again and again, Xiao decided to go with Yan Hu and the others today. After all, if he missed this half month, the weather in the next 2 months would be very unstable, with strong winds, heavy rains, and hail at any time, and there would be very few days to go out to collect. In the wasteland, the main seasons for collecting and storing food are spring and autumn, and summer and winter are not suitable for going out. The main problem in summer is the bad weather and strong radiation, while the main problem in winter is the severe cold and low temperature, which is not suitable for travel at all. The probability of death in the shantytown in summer and winter is quite high. With the gene-stabilizing agent given by Xiao last night, and the recent abundance of food, it should not be a problem for him to go out to collect before the arrival of midsummer. When Xiao packed up the things he and Xiao were going to take, he saw Xiao still sitting on the bed when he entered the house, with his head almost hugged by 2 legs. Xiao pushed Xiao's head and said, "Let's go out to find meat today." After being pushed by Xiao's mind cleared up for a moment. The keyword meat. This sensitive word instantly propped up her heavy eyelids. She raised her head. Her eyes widened, raised her hand to wipe the saliva from the corner of her mouth, and climbed up from the bed in a few seconds. The cold water splashed on her face, and she was sober, taking the bag handed over by Xiao. Xiao, whose brain was already working normally, asked, "Where are we going to work today?" "Yes. Now." In Xiao's mind, for a family as poor as theirs, going out to collect every day is equivalent to working to earn a salary, all for the purpose of supporting the family. Xiao answered her questions while walking. Before they reached the fork in the road, Xiao saw the young boy Yanming running towards them. "Sister, hurry up. If you are late, you won't be able to get a good position." Xiao glanced at Xiao. No wonder he said he was going out to find me today. This is equipped with 2 strong bodyguards. When the 3 hurried to the fork in the road, there were 2 small figures standing next to Yan Hu. When they got closer, Xiao could see clearly that they seemed to look familiar. She was looking through her memories after coming to the wasteland when she heard Yanming say, "These are my neighbors, Wen Yu and Wen Xiao." Xiao knew the 2 children, both of whom were orphans in the shantytown. Yanming and Yin, who would occasionally take the 2 little ones with them when they went out. In the wasteland, it was difficult for adults to survive, let alone 2 4- or 5-year-old children. Wen Yu and Wen Xiao recognized Xiao as the big sister they met when they were collecting nearby last time. Compared to Xiao's face blindness, children's memory is very good. "Hello, Uncle Hua." Then he looked at Xiao. "Hello, sister." Xiao, Uncle. Sister? Xiao, Children are also very cute. She completely forgot what she said about children being devils. Xiao showed a kind smile to the 2 children and nodded, which was considered a greeting. Although the 2 children are young, they are not slower than Xiao in walking speed. Until she found the location of the mutant bunny, Xiao's memory that had disappeared for a short time finally came back online. He secretly glanced at the 2 dwarfs, and it turned out to be them. On the way, Xiao also learned about their destination this time. A stream with lush water plants. At this time, the sky was bright, and people were fishing in groups of 3 or 2 by the stream. Because the mulberry forest is now a popular collection area, there are fewer people coming to the stream. And because Yan Ming and Yen whose harvest in the mulberry forest yesterday was almost 0, they wanted to try their luck here today. Let's collect in a staggered peak. The source of the stream is a blind spot. In addition to fishing and shrimp fishing to get some edible aquatic products, people who come to this stream have another most tempting temptation. That is, energy stones. Rumor has it that someone once picked up an A-level energy stone in this stream and successfully entered the safe zone with this energy stone. Whether this rumor is true or groundless, there is no way to verify it. Anyway, since this rumor came out, countless people have come here to try their luck, hoping to get rich overnight and squeeze into the safe zone. In the Wasteland, even the basement of the safe zone is a place where Shantytown residents are eager to move in. They found a place far away from the crowd. And at this time, the bushes next to it just blocked the direct sunlight, which was an excellent place for fishing. The 6 people in 3 groups quickly found the corresponding fishing spots. The stream water is still very clear, and you can see the enchanting water plants at the bottom of the water even if you stand on the shore. Xiao squatted on a big rock and stretched her head to look for a long time. There were indeed fish and river shrimps in it. Of course, the size was beyond her cognition. Xiao didn't understand why they didn't just go down and catch them. Instead of using their hands, they could use a fish basket. After asking Xiao was silent. There is a kind of fish in the stream, called rosy fish, named because of its orange-red color. This fish is mainly carnivorous. The mutated mullet is very ferocious. Although it still has no obvious teeth, its bite force has become stronger. Ordinary fishing nets and fish baskets can't trap it at all. If it is accidentally bitten when it goes into the water, the meat will become the mullet's food. So, this is why everyone is fishing on the shore, and dare not go into the water easily. Xiao hung the fish food on the hook, handed the fishing rod to Xiao, and continued to fiddle with his own fishing rod. In fact, Xiao really doesn't like fishing. Sitting for a whole day is really a bit tiring. And fishing seems to be more popular with men. However, seeing that Xiao has done such a thorough preparation, she decided to give Brother Hua a face and give it a try. But after half an hour, Xiao couldn't sit still. He picked a leaf that looked like Hautuania cordata and dripped the juice on his watch. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Xiao, Yan Ming and Yan Hu. The 2 little ones, 5 pairs of eyes looked at Xiao. Their eyes were full of envy. Especially Yan Ming. He knew that it would be right to let her sister come. Unfortunately, except for the first leaf, Xiao did not find another edible leaf nearby. Chapter 19. Among the group, when Yu was the first to move the fishing rod drooped, and a small splash appeared on the water surface, indicating that a fish had taken the bait. The little girl when Yu held the fishing rod tightly in her hand, her face full of nervousness and expectation, and then pulled the fishing rod up with force. With a splash, a lively fish about the size of a palm jumped out of the water. Then it was ruthlessly thrown on the grass, and the fish opened and closed its mouth, struggling hard to escape back into the water. How could a fish that had finally taken the bait be let go so easily? The little girl quickly took a little scale from the fish with a dagger. Ding! Highly mutated by radiation. Inedible. Expectations were dashed. But this was also expected. From a distance, Xiao saw the little girl kick the fish back into the water with a flying kick. Xiao, good footwork. Clean and neat. But will there be energy stones in the belly of this fish? Don't you want to take a look? However, looking at the operation of this little native in the wasteland, it is obvious that the probability of such a small fish having energy stones in its belly is 0. After that, the fishes were like crazy, scrambling to bite the bait. But the fishes and shrimps only left Xiao bait. However, no one else caught an edible fish or river shrimp. Another hour passed. The fishes and shrimps went ashore, were kicked into the water, went ashore again, and went into the water again. But in the end, not a single one successfully came ashore. Meat, it's really not that easy to get. Otherwise, let's look for vegetables everywhere. After Xiao confirmed, the purple-red leaves were Hautuania cordata. And it was at this time that Xiao knew that the name of the plant could be displayed on the watch. However, usually they are most concerned about whether they can eat it, and rarely pay attention to what this thing is called. Although unknown animals and plants can get a lot of points in the redemption center in the safe zone. But this situation is also extremely rare now. Moreover, the watch will especially highlight the detection of such unknown plant and animal species. So few people will let the plant information of the watch be displayed on the dial. After all, the dial is so small that the number of words that can be displayed intuitively is limited. Since there is no harvest in fishing, it is better to change the field of collection and return to the plant world. So, Xiao handed the fishing rod in his hand to Xiao for safekeeping, and began to search for plants within a radius of 10 meters between the two people. After all, it can't be a wasted trip. Moreover, Xiao also found a lot of water celery in the shallow water area of the stream. But the number that can be pulled out by hand is limited. After pulling more than 30 pieces ashore, she couldn't reach the others. The leaves of these water celery are very watery. Xiao squatted on the ground and began to test their leaves one by one, and even tested the stems of each water celery. In the end, for edible leaves with moderate radiation were found from more than 30 water celery plants and hundreds of leaves. It is not in vain that she worked hard and risked falling into the water to pull up so many water celery. Although the purpose of this trip was to get meat, she was also short of vegetables. She would not refuse anything edible. As the sun rose higher, the bushes could no longer provide them with shade. They would definitely move to another position in the afternoon. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Who is this? Xiao looked up and saw Xiao slowly putting the river shrimp in his hand into the folding plastic bucket beside him, and then calmly put the fishhook into the water. The two little ones between Xiao and Yin Ning naturally noticed the movement here. The somewhat discouraged look turned into a high-spirited expression. There is still hope. Otherwise, she will try again. After all, it seems that he is luckier than Xiao during this period. The water area of Shuiqin is good, with dense aquatic plants and upstream of the stream. Moreover, she found edible food here, which might be a treasure land. So, she took her fishing rod and swung it vigorously. After a small splash of water, the hook disappeared into the water celery. The water surface suddenly rippled, and the water celery exposed on the water surface swayed back and forth. It was stable. There must be a lot of fish and shrimp in it. In a short while, the fishing rod bent down, and Xiao was delighted. Something was hooked so quickly, and judging from the degree of bending of the fishing rod, it was quite heavy. In a flash, Xiao held the fishing rod tightly with both hands and pulled hard. But it didn't move. What on earth is this? There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Could it be that this is another large mutated aquatic creature in the water? Xiao pulled the fishing rod several times, but he didn't pull the thing up. Moreover, after so long, the thing still bit the bait tightly and didn't let go. I always felt that it was not a fish. Try it one last time. If it doesn't work, I can only seek external help. At this time, Xiao had already stood up, with her legs apart, and her hands exerted force suddenly, and she saw a large black object hanging on the fishhook passing over her head. With a heavy muffled sound, the object fell behind her. Xiao threw the fishing rod in her hand and turned to look behind her. This is a river clam. When she was a child, she often saw this thing in the mud of the river ditch, but it was not as big as the one she caught now. At that time, she heard that there would be pearls in the river clams, and she often asked her friends to dig together. But she had dug for many years and had never picked up pearls in it. When she grew up, she realized that not all river clams can produce pearls. Now, after so many years, she saw the river clams again. Pearls are not to be dreamed of. As long as the clam meat is edible, make a soup with clam meat for dinner. It is so delicious. This river clam is about 40 to 50 centimeters long, and its width is about half of its length. There are raised black stripes on its shell, which are fan-shaped. Xiao turned it over, and the fishing line was stuck in the mouth of the clam shell. The fish hook must be inside the clam shell. She may have accidentally thrown the fish hook into the open mouth of the river clam. Xiao didn't know what to do for a while. She couldn't just smash the shell directly. That would be dead. In such hot weather, the clam meat will stink before night. Xiao picked up the fishing line and decided to find Xiao to see if he had any solution. Fortunately, Xiao didn't let her down. The river clam was placed in a shallow puddle, and soon opened its shell. The fish hook was taken out, and perhaps it felt the danger again. And the clamshell closed again. How can I test whether it can be eaten? Xiao stared at the big river clam with the protective cover opened, and was speechless. No matter how capable you are, this protective cover can only protect you for a while at most. I will chop you up when I get home. Xiao thought bitterly in her heart. Xiao picked up the river clam, scratched a little powder on the shell with a dagger, and smeared it on the dial. Ding! Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. Xiao, we ordinary people are really happy today. She just saw that the river clam meat is so big. It must weigh at least 2 or 3 pounds. And it can also be made into dried clam meat, adding a little to the nutrient solution each time. And it can also enhance the flavor. She will no longer have to suffer from the poison of green porridge in the future. Delicious seafood nutritious porridge will soon be on her new menu. Chapter 20. Looking at the big river clam and a river shrimp in the bucket, Xiao was in a good mood. With these 2 harvests today, their trip was not in vain. After confirming that her big river clam was edible, Xiao happily returned to her treasure land. However, after returning, she stuck the fishing rod into the soil, found a stone to cushion it, and left it alone. By the way, she went downstream to see the other 2 groups of people. There was a small fish the size of a palm in the buckets of the 2 children, which was a bit like crucian carp strips. Yan Ming and Yin, who also harvested a small fish and a pair of river shrimps. Xiao strolled along the stream, wanting to see if there were any edible plants. The sun was rising higher and higher, and the bushes could no longer provide them with enough shade and shelter. Since fishing for the river clam, there was no harvest at all. As the temperature rose steadily, Xiao became very anxious. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand while testing the leaves in his hand. It was still the same voice. Ding dee. Highly radiated and mutated. Inedible. It was like a devil's voice piercing his brain. He was spinning and jumping on the edge of collapse, just as Xiao was fighting wits and courage with the plants on the ground. Xiao's voice came from the other side saying that he was going to finish work. Xiao looked up and looked at the sky through the gaps in the leaves. He couldn't stay by the stream. The group retreated to the nearby forest collectively. In this forest, the safe zone would regularly send people to clean up to ensure that humans had enough living space to obtain food. At this time, there were already quite a few people in the forest, and everyone tried to keep a certain safe distance from others. After the 2 children rested for a while, they began to get busy around. For them, every opportunity to go to a farther collection point was very precious, and they must not waste a minute or a second. Seeing that the 2 children had started to work, it would be a bit unreasonable for the adults to sit and rest. With Xiao accompanying her this time, Xiao wanted to get familiar with this area as soon as possible, so that she would not be completely blind if she went out alone in the future. Xiao said something to Yan Ming and the others, and the 2 teams temporarily separated. The upper reaches of the stream also passed through this forest, and Xiao led Xiao to the upper reaches of the stream. At first, they could occasionally hear the broadcast of watches from other places. As they got farther and farther away from that area, there was only the rustling sound of feet stepping on the grass, and the sound of water flowing closer and closer. Xiao was delighted and was about to run forward, but Xiao grabbed her clothes. You can't go there. Go this way. Why? Xiao was confused, but she changed direction according to his force. Xiao replied, going further is a blind spot. In the wasteland, a blind spot is an unknown area that has not been cleared and developed by humans. In addition to a large number of unknown mutant plants, there are also a large number of mutant animals, and a considerable part of the area is still a high radiation area. High intensity radiation area. Mortals stay away. Xiao looked around them, and there were no barriers such as fences and barbed wire, and there was not even a warning sign. How could they distinguish between non-high intensity radiation areas and high intensity radiation areas? Moreover, the forest was overgrown with shrubs and weeds, and the probability of entering by mistake was very high. If you accidentally enter by mistake, you will die without knowing how you died? Xiao sighed softly. However, Xiao soon revealed the answer to him. The watch is set with a map. Each area is marked, and there are warnings for some high-risk areas, so the probability of entering by mistake is almost 0. After knowing that there is such a guarantee, Xiao had to sigh. This watch has quite a variety of functions. Chapter 21. All of them are for survival. It is absolutely impossible to watch a short video or entertainment news. Moreover, Living here is the first priority. And leisure and entertainment are the life configurations that only very few people can have. The water flow they came to was wide and turbulent. And there were several relatively large stones in the water. Standing on the shore, splashes of water would hit them from time to time. No wonder there was no one here. It was impossible to even get close to the shore. Okay. Not to mention fishing. Xiao didn't want to go back the same way. So he just went down the stream. Xiao knew that there was a place with a lot of Hautuinia chordata, in a shallow beach formed by a bend in the stream. So, the two decided to go over and take a look. To be honest, the shallow beach was much smaller than Xiao expected. But the number of Hautuinia chordata in this area was very considerable. If they tested everything, it would be enough for them to be busy for a long time. Today's fishing harvest was very good for Xiao. And he was not obsessed with fishing. Xiao didn't want to sit and wait for the fish to bite. It was too exhausting. If she had that time, she would rather find more edible wild vegetables. However, there was another series of Ding Di, highly radiated and mutated. Inedible. Xiao is now very accustomed to this sound. This world has never allowed her to find food happily. Just when Xiao moved to the next nest, she actually saw a deep puddle under the leaves of the vegetables. And the water inside was clear. And there was actually a nest of shrimps in it. Although they were shrimps, they were not small. Each one was as long as Xiao palm. Xiao carefully observed the puddle, which was an independent space. It might be that when the water level rose for some reason, the mother river shrimp laid shrimp eggs here. There were about 30 or 40 small river shrimps in it. Looking at such a dense population of small river shrimps, Xiao's heart, which had been abused hundreds of times, was healed a little bit. Xiao looked up and saw Xiao still squatting in a place, testing the leaves of Hautuinia chordata. Xiao. Here. Her voice was filled with unconcealed joy. After testing the leaves in his hand, Xiao stood up and walked towards this side. When he got closer, he saw the nest of small river shrimps under Xiao palm. He had been here many times before. But how come he had never encountered stranded river shrimps? This mood, I can't tell you how sour it is at this moment. People are so annoying. There are a total of 34 small river shrimps in the puddle, 4 of which have moderate radiation mutations, and 2 have low radiation mutations. The most outrageous thing is that there is actually an unpolluted river shrimp in it. This is outrageous. In the wasteland, this is almost impossible, although there is such an indicator in the pollution level. Unpolluted food. But he has never heard of anyone collecting unpolluted food. So, while Xiao felt incredible, he was also thinking about why there was unpolluted food here. Just as Xiao frowned and pondered this question, Xiao exclamation suddenly sounded in his ears. When Xiao lowered his eyes, the water in the puddle became turbid again, and it seemed that something was swimming quickly in the water. It's a crab. It's a crab. Should we catch it? There was fear and a little surprise in Xiao's tone. But he didn't dare to move his hands. If she was caught by the crab's claws, she would forget it. She just saw how big the crab's claws were. A non-mutated crab was scary enough. Not to mention that this was a mutated crab. If she got a claw, her wrist would probably be crippled. Seeing that the crab's entire body was about to disappear in the mud, Xiao stabbed the crab with a dagger in his hand without hesitation. But he didn't want to hurt it, but just pick it out of the mud again. Chapter 22. Even if it doesn't look like an adult crab, the hardness of the crab shell is not something that can be pierced by an ordinary dagger. The crab fell into the bushes with mud and water. It's over. It's hard to find it now. Although it runs sideways, it's very fast. But when Xiao ran over, she saw a crab with its claws and teeth bared, and its snow-white belly was more than 3 times the size of her palm. This head is almost as big as a king crab. Xiao took out a hemp rope from his bag, tied up the crab with his hands and feet, chopped the joint of the crab claw with a dagger, and smeared the liquid on the dagger on the watch. Ding. Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. It's edible again. Xiao was numb. I came to see if there was any edible Hautuinia chordata. But what happened? First, a nest of mutant shrimps, and then a mutant crab. If there is a mutated crab, there may be a second one, a third one, or even more. Or there may be adult crabs nearby. Without professional catching tools, let alone dealing with adult crabs, they can't control the small crabs. and the possibility of being scratched is very high. We can't stay here for long. When Xiao said he wanted to leave, Xiao didn't say anything. If she encounters a group of small crabs like this again, she will definitely run as fast as she can. The meat is delicious, but life is more important. Next time, I will fight again when I am fully prepared. I'm leaving first. Now their bucket is full. Xiao sealed the mouth, put a sack on the outside, and picked a lot of Houtuinia chordata and put it on the top. The mutated Houtuinia chordata has a very strong smell, with a very strong fishy smell, which can well confuse the smell of fish and shrimp in the bucket. And this unique smell has the effect of repelling mosquitoes to a certain extent. Many families in shantytowns will plant a few trees in their yards to repel mosquitoes. And the effect is very good. Yin Ming and his friends were still fishing in the old place. The 2 adults and 2 children were like old monks in meditation, motionless. Seeing the 2 people coming back, Yin Ming nodded to them and continued to focus on the float without distraction. He caught another river shrimp in the afternoon. Compared with yesterday, he was in a very good mood. In his heart, he sincerely believed that this was all the luck brought by her sister. Xiao, I wasn't here. How did you take advantage of my luck? The water celery treasure land in the morning had been occupied by someone, and Xiao territory was also requisitioned. When passing by the 2 children, Xiao secretly glanced at them. The situation in the bucket was not clear, but there were some leaves of Houtuinia chordata next to it, and some other plant leaves she didn't recognize. This harvest should be considered very good. Finally, they carried a sack of Houtuinia chordata and simply nestled between the 2 children and Yin Ming. This area is not suitable for fishing, but there are a lot of water celery and Houtuinia chordata. Xiao decided to try her luck. After they finished this small area, they should probably go back. Xiao was given the job of testing Houtuinia chordata, while she was responsible for testing water celery. The smell of Houtuinia chordata was really too strong. If she didn't know that it was edible and had anti-inflammatory and mosquito-repellent effects, she really didn't want to touch it at all. She was now full of that smell. After the mutation, the smell of Houtuinia chordata was really strong. She must wash herself from head to toe when she goes back tonight. Thinking of this, she walked faster to leave this Houtuinia chordata area. Just walking. Suddenly I felt something under my feet. Xiao looked down. My God! Why is it again? I saw the crab under my feet waving its 2 big claws, up and down, majestic, and full of desire to survive. Perhaps the soil under its feet was relatively hard, so it couldn't perform the earth escape technique for a while. Chapter 23. Xiao, come quickly. Seeing that the crab's claws did not pose any threat to her feet, Xiao stepped on the crab's shell with 1/3 of her strength. This was all meat. Can't let it run away. Hearing Xiao call, Xiao hurried over. At the same time, the 2 brothers Yin Ming, who were fishing on the side, thought something had happened here, and immediately threw down their fishing rods and ran over. When they got closer, everyone saw the crab that was about to be pressed into the soil by Xiao. I can't say what I feel. Indie. After testing, it turned out that this was another edible moderately irradiated mutant crab. The 2 children also gathered around at this time, looking at the plump crab in Xiao's hand, which was tied tightly with hemp rope. Originally, Xiao and the others left the fishery collection area because they were worried that a large number of crabs would appear. But who knew that they still couldn't cut off her damn crab fate? Really? Quite happy. After all, there are many people here, and they will not be able to catch her and Xiao. So, after watching the crabs, everyone was considering whether they should also look around nearby. Maybe they can step on a crab or something. However, after this idea briefly wandered in their minds for a few seconds, it was abandoned by a few people except Yin Ming. This kind of thing that can almost be called pie in the sky is not something that everyone can encounter. It is better to be honest and do what you should do. Yin Ming followed behind Xiao. Sister, I will protect you. The young boy straightened his chest and raised his head high. At this time, if he was not thick-skinned, he would not be able to keep up with his sister's pace. Xiao ignored her and continued to walk towards the water celery. Then he didn't walk 2 steps. His feet were again. But this time, he felt pain in his feet because a crab claw clamped her feet. Woohoo! How unlucky. Yin Ming, Sister, you are a bit too Versailles. Yin Ming's arm was suddenly grabbed by Xiao, and he saw her crying face. He looked down. Something just crawled over his feet. Then, there was a commotion. The fishermen stopped fishing. And the fishermen stopped testing Hautuinia cordata. They all ran to the position of Xiao and Yin Ming. Xiao had long been aware of the importance of food. Even though she was pinched by the crab's claws, she didn't dare to scream, for fear of being heard by people far away. There were so many people fishing nearby. It would be easy for them to be robbed. Then her pain would be in vain. As a native Wastelander, Yin Ming knew the preciousness of food deeply. Xiao probably poked the crab's nest, and crabs came out from under a stone next to her feet. Seeing her miserable appearance, Xiao didn't care whether he would be scratched by the crab. He squatted down and cut off the big claws that grabbed Xiao's feet. After getting out of the crab's clutches, Xiao took off his shoes to check his painful feet. Fortunately, it was just a deep purple mark. If the broken-legged crab had more strength, the instep would probably be broken and bleeding. Seeing that she was fine, Xiao quickly tied up the crab that was about to escape. Then he smeared the liquid on the dagger on the dial. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Xiao, Okay. The pain was not in vain. Xiao picked up the 2 crab claws on the ground and weighed them. The crab claws were so thick. There must be a lot of crab meat inside, which could not be wasted. In the short time that Xiao and Xiao wasted, the battle circle for catching crabs has expanded a lot. No one had the right tools, and they couldn't grab it with their hands, so they had to use their feet. Chapter 24. The young boy Yin Ming adheres to the principle of never letting go of a crab even if he would rather crush it. He kicked one crab with one foot, and he was quick-witted, even with the joint efforts of several people to chase and intercept. Most of the crabs still escaped. Xiao didn't catch any crabs because of his feet. Xiao did catch one, but unfortunately, it was a high-intensity radiation mutation and could not be eaten. Yin Ming stepped on 5 crabs to death, one of which was edible, his brother Yin who caught 3. But unfortunately, none of them were edible. The 2 children were very lucky, and they only caught 1 crab, which was a moderately edible radiation mutation crab. After tossing around for a while, it was time to go back. The group went to pack up their tools, and picked a lot of fishweed for cover. When they got back on the road, Xiao smelled the fishy smell of fish and shrimps on the people who came out of the stream area. After arriving home, Xiao immediately started to count their stocks. 4 leaves of water celery with moderate radiation mutation. 1 river mussel with low radiation mutation. 1 pollution-free. 2 river shrimps with low radiation mutation and 4 river shrimps with moderate radiation mutation. And 1 crab with low radiation mutation and 2 crabs with moderate radiation mutation. Today's harvest is really gratifying. The river mussels, river shrimps and crabs are placed in different buckets to prevent the river shrimps from becoming the food for the crabs. And Xiao is testing all the leaves of Hautuinia cordata he brought back in the yard. Who knows if there are edible leaves among them? Xiao, who originally planned to take a bath after returning home, saw the pile of Hautuinia cordata in the yard. She decided to help Xiao deal with the smelly grass first. Otherwise she always felt that the bath would be in vain. Finally, with the joint efforts of the 2, more than a dozen edible leaves were found from the pile of Hautuinia cordata. Xiao found 2 with relatively complete root systems, and planted them in the yard to prevent mosquitoes in summer. Thinking of the issue of bathing, Xiao was worried again. First, there is a lack of water. In the wasteland, available water is very precious. There are many microorganisms and bacteria in the water in nature, and it is impossible to drink it directly. Therefore, the water they use now is treated with purifiers. And water purifiers also need to be purchased with points. There are designated drinking water supply points in the shanty towns, and people need to take them themselves. Therefore, taking a bath has become an extremely luxurious thing in the wasteland. Second, there is no place dedicated to taking a bath at home now. Now that there is suddenly 1 more person in the family, this inconvenience is even more obvious. Alas, it is she who affects Xiao's small life of living alone. Thinking of this, Xiao felt that she had many problems to solve besides the problem of food and clothing. It seems that taking a bath is not possible, and perhaps because she has been with Hautuinia cordata for a long time, her nose can no longer smell the smell. It is estimated that they have been assimilated, and everyone now smells like Hautuinia cordata. No one should dislike anyone. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. It's better to think about what to eat in the evening than to think about this. Xiao didn't feel Xiao's self-entanglement at all. At this moment, he was making a fire to prepare dinner. Xiao, who originally wanted to eat a river shrimp, could only pick up the chopped crab claw to give Xiao a snack. If she can't take a bath, she can eat 2 crab claws to make up for it. The remaining river fish must be sold, because she doesn't have many points. Last time she visited Old Man Yu's shop, the little rich woman was completely bankrupt. Shopping burns points. Only with points can you have confidence. This bathing incident has further strengthened her determination to save more points. Xiao saw that the little girl picked and chose in each bucket, and finally only took 2 crab claws, and felt very relieved. Chapter 25. He was really worried that the little girl would prepare a whole seafood feast or something. For dinner, he added some crab meat to the nutrient solution, but didn't add any green leaves. So, Xiao was very satisfied with this river porridge. After dinner, Xiao looked at her big river clam again. I don't know if there are pearls in it. If there are pearls. I don't know if the pearls here are valuable. If pearls are valuable, it's a bit uneconomical to sell them as edible meat. Otherwise, open it. Even if there are no, the meat can be kept at home, and we can eat river porridge again. Xiao's little abacus in his heart was crackling, and he smiled a little obscenely, while Xiao was fiddling with his broken electric fan in the house. Xiao decided to give it a try and wanted to witness whether there was a miracle. The shell of the river clam was a little slippery, and it was slippery in the hand, and it was hard to exert force at all. There happened to be a lot of dry grass leaves next to it, and Xiao chose a larger dead leaf from it and wrapped the clam shell. Then, he thrust the dagger in his hand into the gap between the 2 shells of the river clam, and with force on his hand, the shell opened. A white light suddenly appeared. Xiao was delighted. Is this another energy stone? The last time she saw a white light appear on the mutant dove, they found 2 energy stones. The soft and tender meat of the river clam appeared in front of Xiao. But this was not what attracted her attention the most. On the inside of the 2 sides of the clam shell, rows of pink or white pearls grew, and the closer to the innermost side, the larger the pearls, and the pink pearl in the innermost part, which was about the size of a glass marble, was emitting a dazzling luster. Xiao ran into the house excitedly with 2 large shells in his hands. Xiao, look! When 2 clam shells full of pearls appeared between Xiao and the fan. Even Xiao's usually calm face showed surprise. Can you find pearl oysters in the river clams from this stream? And judging from the size of the pearls inside, the age of this river clams must be quite old. At least more than 5 years. Otherwise, such large pearls would not grow at all. How is it? Can the pearls here be sold at a high price? And this one, it definitely has an energy stone. As he said that, Xiao picked out the largest pearl with his bare hands. Xiao had not yet recovered from the shock of so many pearls, and suddenly heard Xiao say that the pearls contained energy stones. Although he was puzzled about how she made the guess, but he didn't say anything. He took the pearl from Xiao's hand and put it on his watch. Ding! Energy stone level E. Energy value 472. This really contains energy stones. This is because the river clam swallowed the energy stones and mistakenly regarded them as impurities such as gravel, and wrapped the energy stones with the pearls they secreted. It's just that after so many years, this wrapped energy stone still has such a high value, which is really incredible. So, how high was the level of this energy stone at the beginning? However, now they can't guess at all. Wow! This is really a pearl with energy stone. Let's try other ones. Maybe there are many more pearls containing energy stones in it. Xiao pulled Xiao's sleeve. The 2 sat at the dining table, with the big river clam in the middle. When picking the first one, Xiao still hated the soft and sticky feeling. Now I have motivation. It's all small money. This river clam is also powerful. A total of 41 pearls were picked out from it, including the first one that Xiao picked out and measured the energy stone. The pearls after washing with water are white, off-white, pink, etc. Under the light, the surface of the beads is bright and shiny, smooth and delicate to the touch, giving people a very comfortable and peaceful feeling. Xiao stared at Xiao's watch. But even after he tested all the pearls, he did not find any pearls containing energy stones. Chapter 26. Xiao was somewhat disappointed. However, there are so many pearls? only that one actually contains the energy stone. However, after hearing Xiao's valuation of the pearl, Xiao's excitement level was instantly maxed out again. The two big blinking eyes were full of glittering golden leaves. Sell them all. Let's go to the creek tomorrow to have a look. We don't ask for much. Just catch 10 or 8 stupid river clams. Xiao gave the pearl with the energy stone to Xiao and said, keep this pearl. We will go to the safe zone tomorrow to deal with some of it. In addition, we will also deal with today's river shrimps and crabs. Xiao took the pearl with the energy stone. Make this into a necklace for me to hang around my neck. Such a large, round pink pearl is rare. And there is an energy stone inside. After being made into a necklace, it is a luxury item in the wasteland. Xiao thought about the harm of the wasteland radiation to the human body and nodded without hesitation. This is good. Carrying an energy stone with you can effectively offset the damage caused by solar radiation. Seeing Xiao agreed, Xiao handed the pearl back to him. In short, when the necklace is finished, give it to her. After all the harvests today were properly arranged, Xiao wanted to go back to her hammock to lie down. But when she was half a meter away from the bed, Xiao's faint voice came to her ears. Today's target shooting has not been practiced yet. In another half a month, the safe zone will organize people to go to the weak collection point. With Xiao's current physical comprehensive quality, let alone dealing with emergencies, her physical strength may not be able to cope with the collection of that project alone. Xiao's face was full of complaints, and she slowly turned around and raised her feet that were injured by crabs during the day. The meaning is very clear. You see, I really don't want to be lazy. She is now a person with work injury. However, Xiao's next words directly killed the seeds of laziness that she had grown. You don't need your feet. Xiao wanted to continue to refute. But after meeting Xiao's calm and stern eyes, she was scared. Forget it. A good woman doesn't fight with a man. She comforted herself in her heart. It's not that she wants to be lazy, but her legs and feet are not strong enough. Thinking about what happened in the past few days, she is still alive now, which is really God's blessing. So, Xiao dragged her two reluctant legs, picked up the sleeve arrow, and hummed the song again. Little cabbage. The ground is yellow. Pick up the bowl. Tears in my eyes. Xiao listened to her sad and resentful tune, shook his head helplessly, and turned to repair the old fan again. Fix it tonight, and you can take it with you to the safe zone tomorrow. At first, Xiao still had a little reluctance in her heart. But after shooting dozens of sleeve arrows in a row and flying out of the target, the little emotion in her heart gradually subsided. With this accuracy, what's the difference between having a weapon and not having a weapon? She also felt unwilling to admit defeat, and suddenly remembered that Xiao had shot the mutant dove's eye with one arrow last time, and that was a moving target. And the target in front was just a fixed one. What was the result? 2 days. Not a single arrow hit the target. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. She put a lot of effort into the training afterwards, and her accuracy improved visibly. At least she could hit the target. So, when Xiao came out after repairing the fan, he saw Xiao still practicing over and over again. He could even see her slightly trembling arms. Too much is as bad as too little. Let's do this for today. Hearing Xiao call for a stop, Xiao passed by him like the wind, took off her shoes, got on the bed, and pulled the quilt, all in one go. So tired. I've never been so miserable. Xiao stood at the door and turned off the lights, and said faintly, there will be physical training tomorrow morning. Chapter 27. Xiao. The next day, Xiao woke up with 2 dark circles under her eyes. She didn't sleep well the whole night. In her dreams, she was either chased by mutant animals or swallowed by mutant animals. In the end, all the mutant animals' faces turned into Xiao. It was really very scary. But even though she was like this, Xiao didn't let her go. Let's start with the simplest and most effective horse stance. Horse stance can not only enhance the explosive power and endurance of leg muscles, but also help to exercise the coordination and flexibility of the body, and improve the overall quality of the body. The most important point is that it doesn't pick the location and doesn't need to prepare any equipment. It's very suitable for them in the shantytown. But before she could hold on for 5 minutes, Xiao felt her legs trembling. Every muscle below the waist and abdomen seemed to have its own thoughts, and didn't want to stay in one place. In the end, She barely survived 10 minutes under Xiao's death gaze. This was a million times more painful than practicing target shooting. However, thinking of the mutant animals in her dream last night, she really needs to improve her physical strength. Breakfast is still the familiar recipe. Familiar taste, but it tastes especially sweet today. During the meal, Xiao talked about today's plan. First to find Yanming and others, and then go to the safe zone together to deal with the river fish harvested yesterday. Then he focused on the processing of pearls. Of course, Xiao had no opinion at all. Mainly because she couldn't come up with any effective opinions for the time being. Xiao made an appointment with the Yanming brothers in advance. After packing up everything they needed to bring today, Xiao took Xiao out. Today they had to go to Yanming house first, and then go to the safe zone together. After entering the shantytown, Xiao stopped in front of a gate after turning 7 or 8 times. The gate was made of bamboo, and there were a lot of thatch on both sides of the gate. The courtyard wall was built with stones, about 2 meters high, and looked much stronger than the wall of Xiao house. However, there was no house number on the door, and the streets here were not straight, and there were many forks in the road. If Xiao was alone, she would definitely not be able to find the place. Xiao raised his hand and knocked on the door, and Yanming's voice came from inside. At the same time, the broken wooden door on the left side of Yanming's house suddenly opened a crack, revealing a messy little head. Isn't this one of the 2 children? The 2 families are actually neighbors? No wonder Yanming and his family brought 2 children yesterday. Before she could say hello, the door of Yanming's house opened. So, Xiao took a look at the child and followed Xiao in. Yanming's house was much neater than Xiao imagined. There was a stove in the yard and 2 houses. From the outside, one was slightly larger, and the other was slightly smaller. When they came in, Yanhu just came out of the slightly larger room and asked the 2 to sit in. The interior was not as bright as the outside. There was a curtain in the middle to separate it. The inside should be the living room. And there were tables, chairs and benches outside, which was considered a reception room. Xiao sat down next to Xiao. Yanming brought water over and sat down next to his brother. Xiao took out 6 pearls from his bag. This was the main purpose of his visit today. He asked Yanhu and the others to help sell the pearls. He sold 6 more. He sold 12 this time. After all, it was too conspicuous to sell 40 pearls at once. He planned to sell the rest slowly later, since he was looking for someone to help with the sales. There was no reason to do it for free. Selling any precious items in the wasteland was risky. The safe zone was not necessarily safe. He sold so many pearls this time because he planned to renovate and reinforce the house before the rainy season came. And Xiao things should also be bought. Chapter 28. And all these cost points. After agreeing on the remuneration for this consignment sales, the 4 of them set off together. Before leaving, Yanming picked up another package from the 2 children next door. It was yesterday's harvest, and Yanming and his friends were asked to help exchange it for points at the redemption center. After entering the safe zone, the 4 of them separated, and Yanming and his friends went to the redemption center, and Xiao and Xiao went to Old Man Yu's grocery store. When they arrived, there was no one in the store. Old Man Yu was bored, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, and dozing off with his head slightly lowered. Xiao envied this life. I don't know when she can live such a small life without running around outside. Xiao knocked on the door frame, and the old man suddenly jumped up from his chair. Welcome to the store. What do you want to buy? Just look around. The lines that he had said tens of thousands of times came out of his mouth naturally. After seeing who was coming, the old man punched Xiao on the shoulder. You kid, are you trying to scare me? Then he pushed his face against Xiao, looked left and right, and said twice, Not bad. Not bad. Your complexion has improved a lot. Then he called Xiao and said, The little girl is here too. What do you want to buy today? The shop has everything. Thinking of the 400 or 500 points the little girl spent last time, the smile on the old man's face became more enthusiastic. This is a big customer, and he must treat her well. Unlike Hua, who is always stingy and not generous at all. Xiao, who is not generous, he also needs to be generous. This is not because he is not rich. Xiao ignored the old man and went into the store by himself. Put down the fan in his hand, and then took off the backpack behind him. Then he took out the 6 pearls he had prepared in advance from his pocket, spread his hands, and shook them in front of the old man. The old man who was still greeting Zhuang Xiao enthusiastically was instantly attracted by the pearls in his Xiao palm. This is a good thing. It can not only be made into jewelry, but also made into pearl powder. It is the favorite of the ladies and wives of the rich families in the safe zone. There is never a shortage of rich people in this world. So good things naturally have no worries about not having a market. Old man Yu's eyes lit up. How do you want to sell this thing? Xiao put the pearls back into his bag. Let's talk about this later. Check the fan first and settle the maintenance fees for last time and this time. In addition, I have some river shrimps and crabs here. Please help me dry them first. Okay. Old man Yu agreed quickly. There are 3 fans in total. And the maintenance fee is fixed. 10 points per fan. A total of 30 points. River shrimps can be dried directly without processing. But crabs need to take out all the meat and then dry them. Because the crab roe needs to be refrigerated to keep fresh. And there is no such valuable item as a refrigerator at home. Xiao does not plan to take it. And simply sells it directly to Old Man Yu. The shell on the back of the remaining crab is quite hard. So Xiao plans to keep it for himself and go home to polish it into a brass shield for Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao did not expect that her meat would be preserved a lot. And their family will be considered a meat-rich family in the future. Thinking about having meat porridge to drink every day. Her heart is full of joy. In addition, the crab actually has so many other uses besides eating meat. Zhuang Xiao feels that she has discovered a new world again. That creek is really a treasure land. After Old Man Yu finished the account, he hurriedly settled the remaining points directly to Xiao. The crab roe and drying fee were directly offset. So Xiao finally received the 30 points of maintenance fee. Old Man Yu put the river shrimp and crab meat into the drying oven again. When he came back, he stared at the pearls in Xiao's bag and chest. Now can we talk about them? Xiao was not pretentious. He took out the 6 pearls from his arms and said, "Give me a fair price, and I will sell all 6 to you." Chapter 29. 6 pearls? That's a lot of points. If I take all of them at once, the store's working capital will be insufficient. One bad thing may affect the operation of the store. And he relies on this store to make a living. So, the Old Man Yu, who was a little bit excited, hesitated whether he had the ability to take the 6 pearls directly. All 6? You are really making it difficult for me. Kid, you also know my small business. Xiao said calmly, I will buy electric fans, heat insulation boards, radiation protection boards, radiation protection clothes, and some materials for crossbows later. Before Xiao finished speaking, Old Man Yu quickly changed his words and said, okay, I will take all 6. According to Xiao's buying method, at least the price of 2 pearls can be offset, and the pressure will be much less. The 6 pearls are of the same quality, and the size difference is not obvious. How about I give you 600 points for each one? Old Man Yu said. Xiao pretended to think for a while, nodded, and agreed to the transaction very readily. This price is a little lower than the exchange center, but it is also acceptable. Then, in addition to the items Xiao just mentioned, Zhuang Xiao added a lot of her personal daily necessities. In addition, a lot of salt, oil, and seasonings in the kitchen were also bought. With so many points in hand, how can I change the quality of life a little? Before leaving, Zhuang Xiao also asked Old Man Yu, whose face seemed to be full of joy in every wrinkle. It was ridiculously expensive. A refrigerator, 3 pearls, and she just spent 2,100 points. Because Xiao said that this was for the family to renovate the house, and she would have an independent bedroom and bathroom in the future. Hearing her say this, I suddenly felt that 2,100 points were exchanged for a bedroom and bathroom. This deal was not a loss. It was just a matter of 4 pearls. What's the big deal? For large items, Xiao asked Old Man Yu to wait 4 days before sending them to him. The house renovation had to be completed before the rainy season. After returning, we had to find someone to help and prepare materials. It was probably going to be busy again. The two took the remaining things from Old Man Yu and went to the south gate to meet Yin Ming and his friends. The two stood inside the south gate. Yin Ming and Yin, who had not arrived yet. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the two finally showed up. Yin Ming was still carrying a radiation-proof raincoat, and the backpacks behind the two were also full. Obviously, they had bought a lot of things to take back. The 4 of them were silent along the way. When they arrived at Yin Ming's house, he went to the next door first and gave the points from the sale of the items, and the nutrient solution he brought back to the two children. When he came back, the two began to talk about the sale of pearls this time. They sold 6 moderately radioactive pearls for a total of 3,000 points, which was 600 points less than with Xiao and his friends, mainly because the pearls they had were smaller. As agreed, they were given 10% of the profit, 300 points. Although there are risks in selling valuables on behalf of others, it is much better than working hard for a month. In the wasteland, there is no risk in doing anything, but if you go out to find food, you will face the risk of being attacked by mutant animals at any time. So, with 300 extra points, the two brothers were really happy. It was much easier to survive this summer. Plus the energy stone they got last time. Yin Ning was also relieved about his brother Yin Hu's health. Among the 4 of them, Xiao was the happiest, earning another 2,700 points, plus the remaining 1,500 points. She now has a total of 4,200 points. So, can she go back to Old Man Yu to order a second-hand refrigerator? In the summer, there is no air conditioning, and she can't even drink ice water. She is afraid that she can't survive. Chapter 30. Xiao. It seems that the solar panels at home are not enough. Or, go get some saltpeter. I also told the Yin brothers about the renovation of the house, and asked them to help find materials, and spare 3 days to come to the house to help build the house. The two brothers naturally agreed. The houses in the shantytowns are all built by their own family members, and generally few people are willing to spend points to find outsiders for help. This kind of good thing is not something that ordinary people can encounter. And as a loyal little fan of Xiao, Yin Ning firmly believes that it must be her elder brother Hua who has benefited from her elder sister Xiao. After all, before his sister appeared, elder brother Hua's family was not as good as his family. After leaving the Yin brothers' house, Xiao had a serious expression and walked steadily, for fear that people would find out that she was rich and would be robbed. This feeling of carrying a huge amount of money, how can it be so wonderful? Xiao followed behind her, looking at the little girl's steps that were about to take off, with gentle and bright eyes. There is no shortage of food at home for the time being. After Xiao asked Xiao for his opinion, the two of them did not go out to pick up waste in the afternoon, and stayed at home to clean up together. Starting tomorrow, people will come to the house one after another. Some come to deliver building materials. Some come to dig the foundation. So in addition to cleaning up the house, the two of them also have to draw the blueprints for the house reconstruction so that people can start construction. Fortunately, the location Xiao chose was relatively remote, so it can be expanded in any direction. If you bought a small shabby house in the shantytown after leaving the safe area, it would be difficult to renovate it. There are people around, and if you occupy a little more in any direction, you will have to be prepared to fight with the aunts and uncles next door. There is no land property right in the shantytown, and there is no house property right. Most of the houses in it are inherited from their ancestors. If there is a promising descendant in that area, he will definitely go to the safe area. If there is no promising descendant, and the family is relatively prosperous, then the children in the family can only build a house outside the shantytown after marriage. Of course, once the houses of the extinct families in the area are vacant, they will soon be occupied by others, which is bound to be a tough battle. Therefore, there will be no vacant houses in the shantytown. Under the current conditions, how high can the birth rate and survival rate of children be? Therefore, for hundreds of years, the shantytown has always maintained a relatively stable area. At the beginning, Xiao family also had a house in the shantytown. However, his parents died early, and there were not many people in the family. After successfully working in the safe zone, his house was transferred at a very low price. It was all because of his youthful vigor that he thought he could have a place to stay in the safe zone. Who would have thought that man's plans are not as good as God's plans? This house now cost most of his wealth at that time. And after he just withdrew from the safe zone, his physical condition was extremely unstable, and he spent a lot of points on medicine. At that time, he envied Yin Hu for having a younger brother. Where there are relatives, there is home. Thinking of the past, and looking at the girl who is drawing design drawings around him now, I feel that all this is like a dream. Xiao, come and see if this works? Xiao waved at Xiao, who was furious. She simply drew a floor plan and planned the future layout. As for how to build a house, she really had no idea. She didn't know how to place the pile of boards Xiao bought. Xiao picked up the drawings on the table, And it was really simple. Next to the original bedroom, another bedroom was set up separately. Behind the two bedrooms was the backyard. In addition to the bathroom connected to the two master bedrooms, there was also an open space with the planting area written on it. The layout of the front yard did not change. The position of the stove was still the stove, but it was required to be covered with sunshade and radiation protection equipment. Chapter 31. Xiao picked up a pen and added a storage room and a living room in the middle of the two bedrooms. Based on the existing layout and the comprehensive opinions of the two, a more complete house building blueprint was redrawn. When the finished product came out, Xiao silently calculated the items that needed to be added, which at least increased by 1/3. And Xiao also said very proudly, "Isn't it just 2 pearls? Safety and comfort are the top priority. After all, this is her first home in the wasteland. It must be managed well." Yes, Xiao has tacitly agreed that Xiao claimed to be his sister. In the past, she was very envious of other people's brothers. In this unfamiliar place, it's good to pick up a brother for free. The two were busy until the evening. Xiao called Old Man Yu again and explained the additional items. The payment will be settled when he goes to the store in 2 days. Before dinner, a message suddenly popped up on the watch. Week collection notice. Time to gather at the North Square at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is the beginning. Didn't Yanming say that it would start in 2 days? How come it was brought forward? Xiao, who was cooking in the yard, also received this notice and was also surprised. This was a bit too sudden. According to the past, this kind of news should be notified at least 3 days in advance to give everyone time to arrange things at home. This kind of thing that happened without saying goodbye was the first time. The moment he saw the message, Xiao had several thoughts in his mind. Guessing what caused the timeline to be so urgent this time. Should I ask the people in the former mercenary team? The opportunity to collect wheat is only once a year, and each time is only 5 days. Wheat is an important food crop and also one of the important sources of starch food. It is very precious in the wasteland. After all, he eats grass leaves every day, and he gets hungry quickly. So, when Xiao came out of the house to ask about the wheat collection point, Xiao's short message asking about the news had been sent out, and now he was waiting for the other party to reply. The person Xiao asked was Feng Xiang, his former teammate in the mercenary group. He is now the future captain of the mercenary team. This is also one of the few people he can call his friend in the mercenary group, except Yan Hu. Moreover, Feng Xiang was born in the safe zone. He joined the mercenary team purely because of his personal character and preference, and he did not participate in the genetic modification plan. Therefore, as long as nothing unexpected happens, he will probably work as the captain of this mercenary group until retirement. Soon, the other side replied, "The weather has changed." Seeing these 4 words, Xiao's expression was tangled for a moment. He had originally wanted to finish the housework as soon as possible so that he could catch up with the wheat collection activity. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Both must be abandoned. Judging from their current savings and food reserves, they must first solve the housing problem. There are not many areas allocated to each person for wheat collection, and they have to find edible ones in it. This is a job that tests probability. Moreover, even without the extra income from wheat, they can make do now. How about it? Are we going tomorrow? Xiao asked anxiously. She really wanted to go. Every day, it was either nutrient solution or green grass leaves. She missed steamed buns, dumplings, noodles, and other flour foods. Once there was a precious noodle in front of her, but she didn't know how to cherish it and pushed it to others. These were all her mistakes. Was the noodle wrong? She actually hated it so much. Now it seems that the noodles are not wrong. But she is wrong. Being exiled to this wasteland where eating grass depends on luck. Xiao hadn't figured out how to tell Xiao. And then she said, "How about you stay at home to fix the house? And I will go to the wheat collection area alone." Chapter 32. Anyway, I will just follow the main force and do what others do. I will do whatever the superiors tell me to do. Is this okay? Besides, I can't help much at home. It's better to go to the wheat collection area. Tell me what to pay attention to in the wheat collection area now, so that I won't be in the dark when the time comes. Xiao didn't give Xiao a chance to refute, and decided in a few words that she would go to the wheat collection area tomorrow. Even if there was no wheat collection area, she would not stay at home with Xiao tomorrow. Who knows who will come to the house tomorrow? I can't sleep at home. so I might as well go out and find something to do. Forget it. The little girl will face the world alone. Finally, Xiao confirmed with Yen Ming and Yen Hu, worried that the two would also be struggling whether to come to his house to repair the house or go to the wheat collection area. As a result, the two told him very happily that neither of them would go to the wheat collection area. The reason is simple. The harvest is very small every year, so it is more cost-effective to help Xiao family repair the house. That night, Xiao took the radiation protection he bought from Old Man Yu. The uniform was found and Zhuang Xiao was asked to wear it tomorrow. She also put the sleeve arrows in her bag. Although her aim was not very good now, she could still scare ordinary people. She brought a day's worth of nutrient solution in water, and even put a dried river shrimp in it for her. In short, Xiao put everything he could think of and bring into her backpack, so she didn't have to worry about it at all. The gathering time tomorrow is 4 o'clock, and she has to get up at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Considering the intensity of tomorrow's work, today's training will be temporarily suspended. After dinner, both of them went to bed. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the alarm clock, beep beep, rang non-stop. Zhuang Xiao turned off the alarm clock, raised her eyelids to look at the dark sky outside the door, turned over and prepared to go back to sleep. But before she fell asleep, Xiao's voice came over. Come on! Didn't you say you were going to the wheat collection area? Yes. How could I forget this? This is the opportunity one fought so hard for yesterday. Zhuang Xiao suddenly got up from the bed, combed her hair casually, and tied a ponytail behind her back. Thanks to her cleverness, she put on her clothes before going to bed last night. Otherwise she would have to spend time getting dressed today. She picked up the bag on the table, washed her face with cold water, and hurried out. The North Square is right in the middle of the shantytown and the safe zone. She had seen that place during the 2 trips to the safe zone. In addition, there were many people going in that direction on the road, so she didn't worry about getting lost in the shantytown. When Zhuang Xiao arrived, the square was already full of people. The convoy hadn't arrived yet. Zhuang Xiao found a slightly shorter queue to line up. In front of her stood an elderly lady. At this time, the aunt in front was chatting with the uncle in front of her. Zhuang Xiao listened silently in the back, but there was no useful information. It was nothing more than how this collection activity was arranged like this. How many people in your family went? How was the harvest last year? And other questions. Obviously, the relationship between these two people should be quite familiar. It sounds like neighbors, or residents of the same area of shantytowns. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived late. However, the dozen cars in front were full of people, and they didn't stop at the North Square at all, but drove away directly. From the envious and jealous conversation between the aunt and uncle in front, Zhuang Xiao realized that they were all people in the safe zone, and everyone paid the same points, and they had priority to board the car. Zhuang Xiao had to sigh in his heart. This is the gap between people. This is the class difference. Chapter 33. The first batch of convoys left, and there were still endless people in front of Zhuang Xiao. The second batch of convoys left, and there were still crowds in front of Zhuang Xiao, until the last batch of convoys appeared, and Zhuang Xiao finally squeezed into the car. And behind her, there was still a crowd that could not be seen at a glance. The goddess of luck favored her again. Thinking about Xiao again, it was fortunate that he did not follow. Otherwise it was very likely that one of them would be on the car, and the other would have to be under the car. Haha. Zhuang Xiao, who was squeezed in the corner of the truck, happened to be the aunt and uncle on the left and right. There was Zhuang Xiao in the middle, and the two people were still chatting. That, auntie. How about we change seats? Zhuang Xiao raised her hand weakly to express her inner thoughts. When the aunt saw her talking, she waved her hand and said, No. No. This is good enough. It's my fault. Zhuang Xiao shouted silently in her heart. You two are chatting, and the spit is flying on my face. She now felt like a third party who had come between two people. Alas. Zhuang Xiao glanced at the other people in the car. They were all sitting quietly, swaying back and forth with the carriage. However, their ears were all perked up, obviously listening to the chat between the aunt and uncle next to her. There were many people in the carriage, and the air was stuffy, as her body swayed back and forth with the carriage. Zhuang Xiao felt a little drowsy. The chattering in her ears became the best lullaby. Just as Zhuang Xiao was about to have a dream, the car braked suddenly, and everyone fell in one direction. Zhuang Xiao, who was huddled in the corner, almost died young. The car stopped steadily, and the horn sounded outside, shouting at everyone to get off the car quickly. Xiao wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of her mouth, hugged her small package tightly, and got off the car behind the ant. The morning sun rose, and under the bright red glow, the wheat field looked like an endless golden ocean. Wow! The wheat is as big as corn. The wheat ears are so heavy that they bend the stalks. The grains wrapped in the wheat ears are at least as big as dates. The wheat collection area is divided into different areas according to letters, and they are in Area F, close to the blind area. That is, the area of wasteland that has not been developed by humans. A row of sheds were built on the land for temporary rest at noon. After everyone got off the car, the guards maintained order. In addition, Xiao also saw many people with more complete weapons and equipment. Judging from their clothes, they should be mercenaries. Soon, Xiao drew the number of rows of wheat he was going to collect on this trip. The 126th row in Area F. 2 rows per person. That is, 1 round trip. There are signs on the land of each row of wheat in the area, which indicate the wheat collection point in a certain area and row. You can't just pick wheat wherever you want in the wheat collection area. After all, this area is under the unified management of the safety zone, and the rules must be followed. Xiao took the number plate in her hand and looked at the sign of her current location, row 13 in Area F, and then looked at the sign plates on both sides. The distance was quite far. She had to walk from row 13 in Area F to row 126 in Area F, with a gap of nearly 300 rows in between. The distance between each row of wheat here was more than 1 meter, which meant that she had to walk at least another 200 meters. Those whose number plates were closer had already started to go down to the field for testing. When she arrived at her field, Xiao took a deep breath and silently encouraged herself in her heart. Let's get started. This can test the edibility of each grain of wheat, which is comparable to picking seeds from a dragon fruit. The weight of the wheat ears bent the stems, which made it convenient for Xiao to cut the wheat ears. Otherwise she couldn't reach the wheat ears at all with her height. Each wheat ear has about 30 to 50 wheat grains. Xiao tested 3 wheat ears in succession, with as many as hundreds of seeds, but didn't find a single edible one. Chapter 34. What made her feel most disgusted was that some ears of wheat were covered with dense mutant aphids, which could not be shaken off. The crispy shell felt like black pearls in milk tea if you pinched it carelessly. If you apply a little more force, it will burst directly. The sticky body fluids on your hands were very disgusting. DD. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. On an ear of wheat covered with mutant aphids, she actually found the first edible grain of wheat. Then she tested the remaining grains of wheat and found 2 more edible grains of wheat. Suddenly, the mutant aphids were not so disgusting. Thinking about the ears of wheat that did not have mutant aphids that she had tested before, could the probability of edible ears with mutant aphids be higher? After all, sometimes animals are more sensitive than humans when it comes to choosing food. Of course, this is just her speculation, and the ears of wheat still need to be tested one by one. Xiao looked at his left and right sides. Why do they look so familiar? Aren't the 2 on the left and right the aunt and uncle who forced her to Sanner? However, now neither of them spoke, and they were focused on the wheat ears. Moreover, she saw that after the ant cut the wheat ears from the branches, she smeared the juice on the dagger on the dial, and then stuffed the whole wheat ears into the sack in front of her. What is this operation? She looked at the uncle on the other side, and did the same operation as the ant. However, there are also some tests that test wheat grains one by one. Xiao didn't understand it for a while, but it didn't prevent her from learning. So, when testing the wheat plants behind, Xiao first tested the wheat stems, and then tested the wheat grains one by one. After more than 10 times of experience summary, she realized it. If the wheat ear branches are tested for medium and low radiation, there is a high probability that there will be wheat grains with medium and low radiation inside. If the branches are highly radioactive, the probability of edible grains in the wheat ears is very small. In this way, the wheat ears with medium and low radiation can be packed first, and then tested one by one after returning home, which saves time. However, this is also a test of people's physical strength. After all, the probability of usable grains appearing in a wheat ear is less than 10%, which is equivalent to 90% of useless weight you have to carry back. This is not suitable for a weakling like her. However, it is okay to save some. and you can test them slowly during the lunch break. You can take the unfinished ones back. Therefore, the experience summarized by others may not be applicable to you sometimes. After a while, the aunt and uncle left Xiao behind, and their figures disappeared in the withered yellow. I don't know what happened. There are a lot of mutant aphids in this row of wheat. Almost 1 out of every 10 wheat grains is covered with mutant aphids. Some wheat ears have empty husks. You can tell who ate them. However, so far, wheat plants with mutant aphids have at least one edible wheat seed. So now, Xiao really loves and hates these mutant aphids. After testing this row of wheat, when Xiao came out of the field, he saw many sheds on the field, and many people were squatting under the sheds to test the wheat grains in the sacks. Suddenly, a man emerged from the wheat row next to Xiao. His head was wrapped tightly, revealing 2 big eyeballs. There is also this operation? Why didn't she think of it? She touched her face lightly, and it was burning and itchy. After the man came out, he took off the hood and walked towards the guards. I just heard this person say, "How is it? Is there anything wrong with you?" No. They are all very honest. Chapter 35. You are so lucky. I met 2 people who went to steal wheat ears in other people's area this morning. You said that you couldn't finish your 1/3 acre of land in a day, and you went to steal other people's wheat ears. Xiao drank water and listened to the conversation between the 2 guys opposite. Then he drank a bottle of nutrient solution, took a piece of dried river shrimp, and secretly stuffed it into his mouth, chewing slowly. This dried river shrimp tasted a bit fishy. It should be marinated with salt in advance. Next time, I must tell Xiao. There were guards and mercenaries in the rest area. Almost everyone was testing the wheat ears in their sacks. At this time, there was no need to worry about someone coming to grab them. It was not until then that Xiao realized that bringing wheat ears out for testing was a per capita wasteland experience. This method can maximize the benefits in the shortest time. And if you don't finish the test, you can take it home at night and continue testing. In fact, the reason why they have a mercenary group here is mainly because this wheat collection area is close to the blind spot. Although the safe zone will send people to clean up the mutant animals nearby in advance at this time every year. However, there might be some fish that slip through the net. Besides, this place is so close to the blind spot. The probability of mutant animals is still very high. Xiao didn't have many wheat ears in his sack. Only about 20. But in a short while, he had tested all the wheat ears on hand, and got a total of 5 moderately mutated and 3 low radiation mutant wheat grains. This totaled less than half a pound of wheat. The dream of eating steamed buns is still a long way to go. Look at other people's bags that are already a little bulging, and then look at your own. I can't envy them. I don't know how the remaining row of wheat will produce. If it's the same as in the morning, I might as well go to the creek to catch shrimps and crabs. Xiao, who has nothing to do, keeps an eye on all directions and listens to all directions, hoping to get more useful information from these local indigenous people. Sure enough, those who finish collecting early in the afternoon can move freely, as long as they get back before the last bus leaves, because there is a blind spot nearby. Every year, some people will venture into the blind spot to look for energy stones under the pretext of collecting wheat. After accumulating enough experience points, Xiao put a sack over her head and used a dagger to dig 2 holes for her eyes when she entered the wheat field again. Although it was a bit hot and not beautiful, at least the wheat leaves would not scratch her face and neck, and it could also block some of the sunlight. Besides, she was wearing a radiation protection suit, so when everyone was still resting, she went into the wheat field. After accumulating experience points for the whole afternoon, Xiao actions were obviously more than 1 level faster than in the morning. As for the harvest, only 1/3 of the inspection work was done, and the amount caught up with the morning. The closer you go to the middle, the more mutant aphids there are on this row of wheat, not only on the ears of wheat, but also on the leaves. Originally, the number was not large. Those mutant aphids that fell from the stems and leaves fell to the ground. Xiao stepped on them, and they burst. It still felt very relieved. But now, looking at the mutant aphids next to each other on the ground, she felt that her intensive phobia was about to occur. Listening to the puff-puff sound under his feet, Xiao's hands were almost dancing out of shadows. Fortunately, although this distance was disgusting, the harvest was still good. There must be at least 3 pounds of edible wheat grains in the backpack, and the wheat ears filled a sack. When Xiao dragged the sack out, He saw. Wow! There was a sack in front of each person. Then a horn sounded in his ears. Come on! Come on! Come here if you want to deposit sacks. One sack only costs 5 points. Chapter 36. Xiao looked up and saw a big brother of the escort team standing on a truck, holding a loudspeaker and calling for business. This is all right. It's understandable if you think about it. There is still some time before the return trip. If you want to find some other food nearby, carrying such a big bag of wheat ears is always a burden. Moreover, this storage service is provided by the members of the escort team, so there is still a certain guarantee of safety. Many people went forward to buy this storage service. In the end, Xiao also spent 5 points to store her sack with the escort team. Xiao was not familiar with this area, so she mixed in the crowd, followed the large group. But as she walked, Xiao felt a little uncomfortable in her eyes. There were always red lights flashing in her sight, penetrating from the sky and sinking into the ground. She rubbed her eyes, and the red light disappeared again. This is due to lack of sleep, and she has hallucinations. It was a short distance away from the wheat collection area, and there was a large piece of grass in front of them. Most people chose to stop here. This is a good place to catch mutant grasshoppers. However, there are still very few people walking forward. At the end of the grassland is a stream, and opposite is a dense forest. Among so many people, Xiao saw the old lady again. But this time, there was no shadow of the uncle. The old lady did not stay on the grassland, but went straight to the stream. There were too many people on the grassland. Xiao followed the old lady and prepared to go to the stream to have a look. Maybe I can get a river clam today. When they were about to reach the stream, everyone consciously dispersed and looked for their own territory. This time she walked down the stream. When she reached the bend, the red light appeared again in front of her eyes, and the watch suddenly issued a beeping alarm. You have entered the blind spot. Please return to the original route as soon as possible. Please return to the original route as soon as possible. The alarm sounded in a continuous loop. After a short moment of shock, Xiao felt that the scratched part of his face hurt a little more. He hurriedly stepped back, and the alarm of the watch was lifted after a few steps. Xiao looked up at the sky above the forest, and saw several red beams of light falling from the sky, almost covering half of the forest. The blind spot shown on the map was right next to the area where she was standing. So does the red area represent the high radiation area in the blind spot? So are her eyes a radiation value detector? This can be seen. At the same time, does this also mean that humans can survive and move around in the blind spot where there is no red beam of light? Since she came here, this is the first time she has come into such close contact with the blind spot. After all, she has always been active in this small area near the safe zone. Now the eyes are like this. Is this also considered a kind of supernatural power? After all, in those storybook novels, the reborn girls who travel through time and space have all kinds of golden fingers. I can't just let her fend for herself when she comes here. But that's not right. It seems that there is no such thing as superpowers in this world. And aren't superpowers wind, fire, thunder, space, spiritual springs, etc.? So what happened to her? Could it be that her body mutated when it traveled through the time and space tunnel? And she can't go for a test. If she says this, she will be treated as a guinea pig or a tool. Or dig her eyes out. It's scary to think about it. Xiao shuddered unconsciously, and started to return the same way. Let's go back and catch mutant grasshoppers. Fried grasshoppers and roasted grasshoppers are said to be delicious, although she has never eaten them. However, compared to those who eat maggots, crickets and ants in outdoor survival programs, she is more accepting of grasshoppers. Chapter 37. After all, it often appears in some food streets, indicating that its audience is quite wide. And now, isn't it the season to eat cicada pupae? After coming here, it seems that I haven't heard the cicadas cry. I don't know if it has become extinct. After all, in the world where she used to live, this thing has to be cultivated artificially to meet people's increasing demand. However, cicada pupae only come out after dark, and they have to go home after dark in the wasteland. Even if there are, I guess no one is willing to risk their lives to catch them. Putting aside what happened just now, Xiao's mind is now full of what can be eaten in this season. What have these foods become now? It's called grass. But the grass is almost up to Xiao's knees. There is a person not far away on the grass. and there is a person not far away. And the area per capita is less than 10 square meters. Originally, Xiao was still very afraid to move in such grass. She is afraid of snakes. Suddenly, I thought that this place had also been cleared by the guards. And seeing the dense crowds of people, even if there were mutant snakes, they would probably have slipped away. All the animals and plants in the wasteland have grown a lot bigger. And of course the grasshopper is no exception. At this time, there was a mutant grasshopper under Xiao's feet, which was green and as long as the sole of her foot. If the grasshopper landed on the grass leaves, she might not be able to find it. It was just that it stayed in the wrong place, on the khaki ground. So, when its agile and fat body fell, it was seen at a glance. Xiao did not move, slowly raised his left hand, and the sleeve arrow flew towards the grasshopper on the ground. But, the sleeve arrow was off. It just hit the mutant grasshopper's wings. The frightened mutant grasshopper was ready to run for his life at the cost of losing his wings. He was stabbed by the dagger that followed. He was completely dead. Xiao looked at the broken wings and put away the sleeve arrows. The aim was as bad as ever. She couldn't even hit the target at such a close distance. She had to continue training. The juice on the dagger was smeared on the watch. Ding. Highly mutated with radiation. Inedible. So. She used 2 different weapons successively, and got such a result. Ah. I want to die. She was about to return. She only got 3 or 5 kilograms of edible wheat grains, and a bag of blind box wheat ears. Compared with her recent achievements, this was a bit of a blow to her lungs. Continue. The second one. Ding. Highly mutated with radiation. Inedible. The third one. Ding. Highly mutated with radiation. Inedible. The fourth one. Ding. Highly mutated with radiation. Inedible. From 1 to the 20th one. It was still, ding. Highly mutated with radiation. Inedible. My heart was chilled. Dejected and listless, Xiao followed those people holding mutant grasshoppers. Her eyes red with jealousy. 5 points were wasted. Nothing was gained. Originally, she had planned to let Xiao pick her up if she harvested too much and too valuable this time. After getting in the car, she glanced at other people's harvests. Regardless of whether the sacks were all edible, they beat her in seconds just by the number of sacks. She was still worried that others would covet her harvest. But now she is coveting others' harvests with green eyes. Hey. Otherwise, she won't come to the wheat collection point tomorrow. She felt that the place was against her. The wheat she drew by lottery was full of mutant aphids. And there were few edible wheat grains. She caught 20 mutant grasshoppers. But there was not a single edible one. This somewhat hurt her not so strong little heart. When Xiao convoy arrived at the north square of the shantytown, it was completely dark. 2 extra large wattage solar incandescent lamps are hung on the central column, illuminating the square like daylight. Chapter 38. Just like this morning, the square was crowded with people. They were probably all here to pick up their families. After all, once they got off the bus, people and things were no longer within the protection of the guards. Not to mention that it was still night. Under the cover of night, it was easier for evil to happen. Xiao hung the bag on her chest and half hunched over to carry the sack on her back. Last time, she was lucky. She met Yin Ming as soon as she got on the road. She didn't even have a minute to carry the 40 to 50 kilograms of soil before someone took over. And this time, obviously, she didn't expect her luck to turn around today. Today, the wheat ears in this sack are 3 points heavier than the soil. If she had known that the mutant grasshoppers were so weak, she might as well have just finished the test in the rest area and waited for the bus to leave for the return trip. She used to be a real mental worker. Don't force yourself to do this kind of physical work. Besides, I have only come here to train a few times. And I can't expect that my physical strength will improve so much that I can break rocks with my chest and hold a bronze tripod on my head. However, there are not so many things in the world that I can know in advance. Just as Xiao was panting and rushing on the road, she suddenly felt a lightness on her back. Someone was pulling her sack. Xiao was shocked. Damn it. I have been unlucky enough today. Who is so blind to steal my sack? I will scratch him to death. She was so angry that she shouted, Rob. Robbed. Robbed. Before she said the word, she turned her head and saw Xiao's handsome face. Xiao felt wronged and went online. Finally, she still remembered that she had a sister who worked hard to support the family. Woohoo! I want to eat meat tonight. Xiao easily carried the sack on Xiao's body. Go back and continue training. It's hard to carry such a small thing. In the wasteland where people can easily carry 100 kilograms per person, the girl's physical fitness needs to be improved. Xiao, The tears of emotion were held back in a minute. She was wrong after all. When they got home, Xiao felt terrible. There were stones, wood, bamboo and other materials piled everywhere on the ground. Trenches everywhere. And the original courtyard wall was gone. And the bedroom stood alone in the middle. The target in the yard still stood there firmly. This. I don't feel safe sleeping at night. Xiao walked around the debris on the ground, went straight to the bedroom, and turned on the light. Xiao found that their bedroom now had a door. Dinner was also set on the dining table in the room. 2 bowls of green porridge. In addition, there was a small dish of cold porcelain, which was oily and looked like it was added with oil. It gave her some psychological comfort. Xiao put the sack aside and said, "Let's eat first." Yes, let's eat first. The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. Xiao, who was already starving, reached out to take the porridge on the table, but was stopped by Xiao. Go wash your hands. Wash your hands. You must wash your hands. I have been squeezing mutant aphids for a long time today, and my hands are now black and green. And there is a strange smell when you get close. After dinner, Xiao continued to practice shooting outside. The experience of hunting mutant grasshoppers today completely hit her. So many mutant grasshoppers were caught alive with sacks in the end. The results of the sleeve arrows were not so gratifying. Every time the sleeve arrows were like knowing the mutant grasshoppers. They were reluctant to nail them on the green and fat bodies. The most accurate time, and the only time, that was close to the mutant grasshopper was the one that hit the wings. So now Xiao is very serious in practicing shooting. One day, becoming a sharpshooter is not a dream. Inside the house, Xiao untied the sack and poured out all the wheat ears inside. The wheat ears were scattered all over the ground, and the bran of a few wheat ears was still slightly green. If the weather hadn't changed, the wheat ears would probably have all turned yellow. Chapter 39. Under the light, Xiao casually sat cross-legged on the ground and began to test the wheat ears brought back by Xiao one by one. Tonight, Xiao was like a god, although most of the sleeve arrows still fell outside the target. However, there were still 3 arrows that hit within the 3 rings, which made Xiao very happy. The result of being attentive is different. Xiao happily returned to the house, and wanted to share her evening results with Xiao. I saw Xiao putting handfuls of wheat grains into the sack, and only a few scattered grains were placed alone on the table. This can't be so tragic. Such a large sack was brought back, but there were only a few edible wheat grains. Suddenly, Xiao felt like someone poured a basin of cold water on her head. Woo! I really want to die. She never wanted to go to the wheat collection area again. Let's wait until autumn to dig sweet potatoes and potatoes. Today she has heard a lot of information, especially from the chats between the aunt and uncle, and got a lot of useful information. Every autumn, the Safe Zone will organize people to go to the sweet potato collection area, etc. In short, autumn is the harvest season, and the favorite season of the Wastelanders. There are many choices of ripe fruits and food, and it is also the season with the richest harvest in the year. Of course, there are many people who go out to collect. After all, they can't go out for the whole winter, and they rely on autumn to store some food for the winter. Xiao packed up the wheat grains, and when he looked up, he ran into Xiao's crying expression, and was a little confused for a while. Today's harvest is good. Then he patted the sack with his hand. All can be eaten. After the house is built, the food at home will be subdivided according to the radiation level. He really didn't expect that Xiao harvest in one day would catch up with the amount of the whole wheat collection season. This luck is unacceptable. Xiao thought she was hallucinating and asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" "Everything in the sack is edible. Not those few?" She also pointed to the shiny and plump wheat grains on the table. Xiao, He didn't mute the watch. She didn't pay attention to the beep of the watch. The beeping beep basically said that it was edible. He thought she knew. Xiao shook his head and patted the sack in his hand. These are edible. Her mood was like a roller coaster. Ups and downs. After Xiao was stunned, she was ecstatic. So, her little koi did not abandon her. She was still that cute little lucky one. She could eat steamed buns, dumplings, and noodles. Seeing Zhuang Xiao standing there with an unpredictable expression, Xiao tied the sack and put it under the bed. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao's passionate voice came from behind. Tomorrow morning, I want to drink crab porridge with river shrimp. With food at home, she is not worried. Tomorrow she will continue to go to the wheat collection area. The next day, when the alarm rang, Zhuang Xiao jumped out of bed, took her bag, washed her face casually, and went out. Oh, by the way, their house doesn't have a door now. So she left the bedroom, just walked a short distance, and suddenly remembered something. Finding someone to repair the house and buying materials. Do you have to spend money? Xiao. That poor guy. Seems to have no points. Zhuang Xiao glanced at her points and directly transferred them to Xiao's account. New house. New house. As she walked along, her steps became lighter. I didn't waste time at home today. And when I arrived at the North Square, there were not many people. Zhuang Xiao quickly found a place to stand properly. There were some people in the crowd who had been to the wheat collection area once like him. If you listen carefully, they are all talking about how bad the harvest was yesterday. How their family can barely make ends meet. And whether they can have a little harvest today. Anyway, they are all complaining about being poor. This is really different from the world she lives in. Chapter 40. The aunties in the square of the community downstairs like to talk about, my daughter is so successful. My son is so successful. My gold necklace is so expensive. My clothes are so expensive. Anyway, they are all showing off their family's success and wealth. Sure enough, they are two different worlds. Everyone in the wasteland knows not to show off their wealth. What does this mean? It means that the public security here is not good. If they show off, maybe their house will be robbed when they go home at night. Make way. Make way. Just when Zhuang Xiao was listening enthusiastically, a group of strong and fierce people squeezed towards them and stood directly at the front of their team. They were cut in line. No one in front of Zhuang Xiao dared to stand out. Did they encounter the underworld? Zhuang Xiao looked ahead and saw a particularly strong man talking to someone in the guard team. The two were talking and laughing. It seems that there are shadows everywhere. And there are places where the sun can't shine. Can't afford to offend. Can't afford to offend. She is just a little Karami. Just when Zhuang Xiao was about to retract his head and continue to listen to gossip in line, the strong man in front suddenly turned his head. The strong man had a beard and a fierce look like a tiger. But what attracted Zhuang Xiao's attention the most was the scar on his face from the right temple. Across the eyes, nose bridged to the left half of his face. It was him. The person who threw Xiao down the hillside. Xiao never mentioned that incident. Zhuang Xiao didn't know whether he knew that it was this person who hurt him. According to her observation, Xiao should have fainted at the time. Otherwise he would have struggled a little. How could he let someone throw him down? Zhuang Xiao raised the watch in his hand, secretly took a photo of the man, then quickly put his wrist down, and then nestled in the queue as if nothing had happened, waiting to get on the bus. The whistle sounded. The convoy slowly drove to the square. But this time Zhuang Xiao was not so lucky. Probably because there were many people who cut in line with the strong man in front. Only the first few people in their group got on the bus. And two people even gave up their seats to the people behind them. This is a bit. When the two people who gave up their seats passed by Zhuang Xiao, she heard two people muttering, saying that it was useless to get on the bus, and any harvest might be snatched away by those people. And so on. Zhuang Xiao, So, is she destined not to go to the wheat collection area today? It's only 4 o'clock now. Go back? No. What's the point of going back when the house is in a mess? Go to the stream? It doesn't seem to work either. She didn't bring any fishing gear. Just as she was thinking hard about what her purpose was today, she heard someone next to her say that they would go to the mulberry forest instead. Yes, she could go to the mulberry forest too. She only ate half of the mulberries she picked last time. I miss it a lot. Besides, she had been there once, so she had some experience. So, Zhuang Xiao followed that person and headed towards the mulberry forest. When Xiao woke up, he saw 2 unread messages on his watch. The first one said that Zhuang Xiao transferred 1,500 points to your account. Is he being kept by a rich woman? But building a house does require a lot of points. Now, there is nothing to be pretentious about. He raised his hand and swiped across the message, and saw that the second message was a photo of a man. And there was a line of small words under the photo. Do you know him? The person who threw you down the hill last time? Xiao stood up suddenly and called Xiao watch. Beep. After a few beeps, the watch was connected, and Xiao voice came from the other side. What's wrong? Did you meet the person in the photo? Xiao asked anxiously. Yeah. If I didn't meet him, how could I take a photo of you? Xiao muttered. This guy must have just woken up and his mind is still unclear. Stay away from those people. Xiao's voice was quite serious, and he suddenly thought of something. Don't go to the wheat collection area today. Go home directly. Chapter 41. Xiao naturally knew this person. He belongs to the Shantytown Wild Squad, nicknamed Black Wolf. It is a notorious organization in the Shantytown, specializing in stealing, killing and stealing food. But I didn't expect that it was them that I met last time. At that time, I was careless and was hit by a club. I didn't see the person clearly at all. If it weren't for Xiao, I guess he wouldn't know until now that he was one of the people who were robbed of food by them. Xiao was frightened by Xiao's tone. I can't go even if I want to. Those people cut in line and made many of us unable to get on the bus. I'm on the way to Mulberry Forest now, and I'm almost there. Hearing this, Xiao's heart was relieved by more than half. It's better to go to Mulberry Forest. In comparison, the value of mulberries is much lower than that of wheat. There is also a guard team, and generally no one will commit murder and steal food. So, Xiao gave Xiao a few more instructions, asking her to pick mulberries in the mulberry forest and stay under the noses of the guards as much as possible. Xiao agreed to all of them, and Xiao hung up the phone, based on the principle of not offending others if they don't offend me. Xiao never thought of interfering even though he had heard of the reputation of the Wild Wolf Wild Team before. After all, wealth and honor are in the hands of God, and life and death are in the hands of fate. In the Wasteland, it is normal to be killed or starved to death if you are not as skilled as others. But, did she not expect that she would become the one who was killed? There is one very bad thing about him. He holds a little bit of grudges. Since we know who it is, then we must get it back. Xiao was busy in the mulberry forest, and she didn't know that her roommate was plotting murder and arson. There were still many people in the mulberry forest today, and there were many more children. She saw them last time, but they were obviously with the adults at home. And this time, they were obviously acting alone. The most important thing is that she also saw those two little kids among the people this time. The two children and several other children were lying on a tree, testing with a hum. They even didn't let go of the leaves on the mulberry tree. After Xiao looked over there for a few times, he concentrated on his own business. There were fewer fruits on the mulberry tree, but they were not picked by people. Instead, there were many ripe ones that fell directly on the ground. At this moment, the tip of her nose was full of the sweet smell of mulberry fruits. Unfortunately, most of them were inedible. Isn't this a bit like looking at plums to quench thirst? However, even though it was so rare, everyone was still full of enthusiasm. After all, it was not easy to get food in the wasteland. Not to mention that it was fruit. In addition to Xiao, there were 3 other people in the mulberry tree where she was. The 4 people each occupied a branch, and everyone did not disturb each other. In addition to testing the fruits, Xiao also tested a lot of mulberry leaves, and 4 edible moderately radioactive leaves gradually opened from them. At noon, a few people left the mulberry forest. Of course, there are also tenacious people like Xiao who stick to the forest, such as those young children. Outside the mulberry forest is still a relatively dangerous area for them. The mulberry forest is very quiet now. I think everyone has tacitly adjusted their watches to silent mode. At this moment, Xiao is the only one left on the mulberry tree. The lush leaves fold her figure tightly. Xiao swallowed the nutrient solution in her hand and covered her head with a sack that showed 2 eyes. Although the ointment that Xiao gave last night was quite effective, the scratches on the face were still very uncomfortable, itchy and painful. Suddenly, the noise of children came from over there. Xiao stopped what she was doing, pushed the branches aside, and through the sparse gaps between the leaves, she saw 4 or 5 children gathered in a circle, surrounding the 2 dwarfs inside. Chapter 42. Do you want to take it out yourself? Or do you want us to snatch it? One of the boys said angrily. Then a little girl's voice came. We found it ourselves. Why should we give it to you? Xiao silently gave the little girl a thumbs up in his heart. She was so awesome. The mighty cannot be defeated. If it were her, she would probably give it to him. He is surrounded by others. The situation is not evenly matched. What can he use to fight with others? Isn't he waiting to be beaten up by the crowd? A hero never suffers a loss in front of him. Every minute, he thought of the morning when he was waiting for the bus to go to the wheat collection area, but failed. Alas, there are injustices everywhere. And if you don't have the ability, you can only grow up in a wretched way. You can say that you are brave or stupid to do something knowing that it is impossible. Xiao looked at the nearby trees and found that many small figures were eating melons and watching the show on the trees. You bad guys. Woo woo woo. The sound of children crying and cursing came from below. Why does this child's voice sound so familiar? No way. It's those two little ones again. Help? Don't help. However, why should she help them when they are not related to her? Don't help. It seems a bit unreasonable. The two little ones seem to be quite familiar with Yen Ming and Yen Hu. And they are neighbors. If they didn't know each other at all, she would just walk away. At least, they still have a little friendship of fishing shrimp together. In the struggle between heaven and man, her feet are one step faster than her brain. After all, she was once a good young man in society. How could she tolerate Sanglin's bullying? Forgive her for being impulsive. What are you doing? Why don't you two come over here? Xiao shouted at the two little ones. A group of people were confused. Who is this? She is so fierce. Who is she fierce to? Xiao was also observing quietly. Good. There were no other adults. It seemed that they were all orphans in the shantytown. This made her feel relieved. Today she still had weapons in her hands and felt a little confident. What are you still standing there for? Come over here. As he said that, he walked forward and pulled the two little people and bags, and inadvertently showed his sleeve arrow. The boy who was holding the two little bags suddenly let go. The others also took 2 steps back. In just a few seconds, Xiao ran a long way with the two children in his hands. When they were almost out of the mulberry forest, Xiao stopped and looked behind. Fortunately, no one caught up. If those half-grown children beat her alone, she might not be able to beat them. After all, she hadn't done such a thing as fighting with people barehanded for a long time. Sister, it's okay. No one is chasing us. The little girl's sweet and soft voice came, no longer as fierce as before. Xiao let go of their hands and wiped them on her clothes awkwardly. All sweaty. Oh, then I go. There's a guard team over there. You guys go over there. She has no experience taking care of babies. This kind of job of protecting human cubs should be left to the police uncle. Xiao pointed the direction for the two of them and turned to leave. Sister, a little boy shouted from behind, but she didn't look back. When you looked at Xiao back as she walked faster and faster, took Wen Xiu's hand and said, Brother, let's go. Let's go to the guard team. She remembered this sister. They had met 3 times in total. The first time was in the collection area near the shantytown. The second time was when she went fishing in the creek with Brother Yin. The third time was this time. Of the 3 meetings, only this time did this sister say a few more words. And they were very fierce. The sister didn't say a word the first 2 times. It's obvious that she wants to keep a distance. Which is also good. At least the sister helped them protect the food they got today. Xiao did not return to the mulberry forest. Alas, she was very sad because she had offended a group of little brats. Otherwise, she could go back and ask Xiao if he could teach her a few moves. This way, she might be able to suffer less in future fights. Chapter 43. I always feel that there are still many opportunities to fight with others in the wasteland. We must cherish them. We must strive to win every time. Xiao, I am afraid that I can't help you realize your wish. After all, the strength is there. As she walked, she came to the familiar bushes again. But she stayed away from the bushes a little, so as not to accidentally disturb the female mutant dove incubating eggs. This time she was alone. Even if she had a hidden arrow in her hand, with her accuracy of 9 out of 10 misses, it was better not to disturb each other. Soon, Xiao found a plant with white flowers, which looked particularly like the flower shape of the life-protecting grass. The life-protecting grass can repel bedbugs, mosquitoes and moths, and is a mosquito-repellent weapon in summer. Much better than the fishy smell of Houtuinia cordata. She took a little juice with a dagger, drop by drop, highly radioactive and mutated. contains a large amount of neurotoxins, and is life-threatening if consumed. Zhuang Xiao, is this life-saving grass so powerful now? Or is it? This is something else. She remembered it wrong. So, she quickly checked the detailed information of the plant. Okay. Sure enough, it is not a life-saving grass, but a plant called water hemlock. She knew this plant. The whole plant is poisonous. Even a slight touch will cause skin redness, burning pain, and even blisters. If eaten by mistake, it will cause nausea, vomiting, coma, and death. Besides, it has been mutated. Then, isn't it more ferocious and domineering than most poisonous snakes and scorpions in the world? So, her hand. She didn't wipe the juice on the watch just now. Sure enough, the index finger and middle finger were red and swollen, and there might be very little residual amount, so there was no burning pain. However, this poison is so powerful. Can it be extracted and used on the sleeve arrow? In movies and TV series, don't they like to apply all kinds of poisonous substances on all kinds of hidden weapons? And this mutant water hemlock seems to be more poisonous than the mandrake? Zhuang Xiao took a photo of the water hemlock and sent it to Xiao, and asked if it could be used on the sleeve arrow. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Xiao replied, "It can be dug back." So, Zhuang Xiao regretted again and again that she should have carried a small shovel with her. Even a spatula would be fine. It's really hard to use force to dig the soil with a dagger. This time, Zhuang Xiao was very careful, for fear that she would accidentally break her branches and vines, and the liquid would get on her body again, which would be barbecue. So, she was very energetic and committed to digging the plant out of the soil. And its toxicity is so strong that it can be regarded as an extra bodyguard on the way back. Whoever dares to bully her will be swept away with a broom. After half an hour, she finally dug out the plant with pure flowers and a heart as vicious as a scorpion. Zhuang Xiao found a particularly large leaf nearby and wrapped it up like a fresh flower. Only the small white and flawless flowers on it were exposed. This is also the most toxic part of the plant. Before Zhuang Xiao picked up the plant in her hand, she glanced at a big tree not far away. There were two very strange creatures standing there. They had pointed heads, big and protruding eyes, slender bodies, and pale green bodies. Their long wings were as thin as gauze, and their 4 feet were on the ground. There were serrations on the 2 thick claws in front, as sharp as knives. This is a mantis. Yes. Zhuang Xiao slowly squatted down to reduce her presence. Obviously, it would be better for her to keep quiet at this time. The 2 mantises were obviously fighting. The strong murderous aura was about to hit her face. Why do I encounter mutant animals every time I dig the soil? This mantis is almost as tall as her when it stands up. And I heard that this kind of animal will eat its own kind when it gets ruthless. It is very cruel. Chapter 44. I still have lingering fears from the time when I was scratched by the front claws of a mantis when I was a child. This claw was almost as sharp as the claws of a guillotine. I am afraid that it could cut me into pieces. Suddenly, the 2 mantises stood tall and made a sound like a poisonous snake spitting out its core. This was about to start a war. Then, as expected, the 2 mantises started fighting each other. I will not describe it in detail here, because the battle ended very quickly. The 2 front claws of the big mantis, which were covered with serrated teeth, tightly clamped the body of the small mantis, and suppressed the other with its limbs and legs. Without waiting for the other to struggle, it seized the opportunity and bit the other's slender neck. Then, it feasted on its delicious and bloody meal. Zhuang Xiao hid there without daring to move, watching the other party eat her own kind one by one without changing her expression. Sweat kept coming out of her palms, and her little heart was beating fast. Mantis. Or a mutant mantis. This is too scary. How can she escape? She is right under someone's nose? She touched the hidden arrow in her hand quietly. I hope I don't have to use it. The victorious mantis may be very hungry. After a while, only 2 gauze-like wings were left on the ground. However, after the full mantis strolled around, it stopped in front of a boulder. The boulder was only 8 or 9 meters away from Zhuang Xiao. As long as she moved, the other party would definitely notice it. But the mutant mantis didn't move after it got on the boulder. Then after a while, something like white foam began to emerge from its tail. Is it pooping? Or, please forgive her ignorance. Zhuang Xiao didn't know that this mutant mantis was giving birth at this moment. She was thinking about how to escape the clutches of this mutant mantis. Another hour passed, and the guy was still standing on the stone, with his tail constantly spitting out white foam, and the dried white foam was almost half the size of his belly. Suddenly, Xiao felt itchy inside his nose, which was very uncomfortable. This feeling. He quickly rubbed his nose with his hand and covered his mouth. However, everything was in vain. A loud and strong sneeze gushed out of his nasal cavity. Then came the second and third. Damn the broken plot. Xiao wailed in his heart. The head of the mutant mantis turned 180 degrees, and Xiao, who was originally behind it, was directly exposed to its field of vision. Xiao could even feel the strong murderous aura in its eyes. In a breath, the mutant mantis's body suddenly twisted, and its tail shook violently up and down, making a buzzing sound. The whole body stood up and waved its sharp 2 front feet at Xiao. Is this a deterrent? However, Xiao didn't care what it meant. Today, it was either you or me. Just like the fight between the 2 mutant mantises before. Xiao held his breath and shot the sleeve arrow at the mutant mantis. However, the sleeve arrow was off and passed by the mutant mantis's abdomen. The sudden attack seemed to make the mutant mantis realize that its deterrent was of no use to the 2-legged animal. A pair of green wings flapped the air rapidly, making bursts of buzzing sounds, rushing towards Xiao like an arrow from a string. Xiao dodged cleverly and ran into the bushes on one side. This can effectively prevent the mutant mantis from attacking directly. The mutant mantis that missed was obviously even more angry. Its 2 large pincers quickly swept through the bushes, and the bushes above Xiao's head were all cut off by it. At this time, the distance between the 2 was very close, and Xiao could feel the breeze brought by the vibration of the mutant mantis's wings. Looking for the right time, he shot the second sleeve arrow. Puff. A sound. It was the hidden arrow that hit. Chapter 45. The sleeve arrow sank into the soft abdomen of the mutant mantis. But its attack did not end there. On the contrary, due to the injury to its abdomen, its 2 front claws swung even more unsystematically. Xiao shrank back into the bushes again, and the third sleeve arrow flew out, was blocked by the branches of the bushes, and deflected, and shot into the calf of the mutant mantis. The calf that originally supported the weight of the body was injured, and the body of the mutant mantis tilted to one side, and the direction of the waving of its front claws also changed. Xiao seized the opportunity, and the whole person slammed into the mutant mantis, stabbed the dagger in his hand into its abdomen, and then let go and rolled to the side. The whole action was completed in the blink of an eye. Xiao felt a clear pain on her arm, and it was very likely that the sharp claws of the mutant mantis scratched her left arm. However, she didn't care at this time, and her body flexibly drilled into the bushes again. The buzzing sound of the mutant mantis became smaller and smaller. When Xiao turned his head to take a closer look, the body of the mutant mantis was falling to one side. The claws of the mutant mantis, lying on the ground, were still shaking slightly, until it stopped completely. Xiao dared to crawl out of the bushes, and kicked the mutant mantis on the ground fiercely, as if to vent his anger. I let you scare me, and let you want to eat me. Now it's over. Feeling the pain on his arm, he looked down and saw that his clothes were indeed separated by the mutant mantis, and the radiation protection suit was also torn, and a lot of blood seeped out. Tears came out of his eyes uncontrollably. What kind of world is this? Woo-woo. She didn't get a heroine or a strong female script. Why did she treat her like this? Suddenly, I wanted to go home. She didn't want to stay in this damn place for a minute. While crying, he muttered, cut off a piece of his outer shirt and wrapped the injured part. Then, one person hugged his knees and started crying loudly. 10 minutes later, Xiao sniffed, wiped the tears from his face, pulled the dagger out of the mutant mantis's abdomen, and smeared the juice on his watch. Ding. Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. A hiccup came out of Xiao's mouth uncontrollably. This is all meat. How can you be all meat? Woo-woo. How can I carry it back? I want some space. Xiao reached into the mutant mantis's belly again. But there was no energy stone. It was so much bigger than the mutant dove. But there was not even an energy stone. It was a waste of such a big man. Looking at the watch, it was still early. Drag the mutant mantis into the bushes, and go back to pick up the water hemlock that he had dug out with great effort. When passing by the boulder, he saw that the white foam had dried up. This doesn't look like mantis shit? Use the dagger to knock the whole thing, which is now a bit off-white. off the stone and put it together with the body of the mutant mantis. Xiao sat beside the dead body of the mutant mantis, took photos, sent messages to Xiao, and sent the location, waiting for rescue. When Xiao arrived at the bushes, Xiao had already calmed down and was pouring nutrient solution into her mouth. If it weren't for the big mutant mantis lying next to her and her red eyes, he would never have thought that this girl was so brave. Is it not enough to get a plant of highly poisonous water hemlock? She even fought with the mutant mantis. Hearing the footsteps, Xiao clenched the dagger in her hand nervously. And when she saw who was coming, she relaxed. This is the biggest piece of meat she got since she came to the wasteland. She will fight anyone who dares to rob her. She has a hard time. This is not a mulberry fruit. This is the meat she exchanged for her life. Why did you come just now? The little girl's aggrieved voice came into Xiao's ears, which softened his heart, and his hand couldn't help but touch the top of Xiao's head. Looking down, he saw the blood oozing from the little girl's arm. Xiao said softly, "We were delayed on the road for a while. We will be home soon." Chapter 46. He took out the prepared gauze and alcohol from his bag and untied the cloth strips that the little girl had tied. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. Otherwise, he would have to go to the hospital, wash the wound with clean water, and disinfect it with alcohol cotton. During the alcohol disinfection process, the wound hurt so much that Xiao tried hard not to make any sound. Feeling the tightness of the little girl's arm, Xiao sprayed the medicine faster, and then quickly wrapped the little girl with gauze. The sooner it ended, the less torture. Xiao looked down at her tightly wrapped arm, and a sour feeling surged up her nose, and the tears that she couldn't help but fill her eyes again. Home. She probably can never go back. But when she saw Yan Ming and Yin Hu behind Xiao, the tears that were about to burst out were held back by her. "Sister, are you hurt?" Yan Ming pushed Xiao aside and stood next to Xiao. Xiao hummed in a sullen voice and said, "It's okay. It's just a minor injury. It won't bleed anymore. I'm in so much pain. Please, hurry up and work. I want to go home." After that, she led the three of them to where the mutant mantis corpse was. The brothers Yan Ming and Yin Hu, who didn't know the inside story, were only asked to bring a cart to help. Now, looking at the mutant mantis that was only as tall as an adult, they all fell silent. Yan Ming, her sister is the most powerful. Yin Hu, where did the eldest brother get this powerful sister from? Suddenly, he doesn't want his brother anymore. What should he do? The three of them put the mutant mantis corpse on the cart. "I don't know what this is. Do you want it?" Xiao pointed to the huge thing that she cut from the stone and asked. The three of them looked in the direction of her finger. Even the mutant mantis nest was wiped out. Seeing that the three people were silent, Xiao continued, "I don't know what this is. Anyway, it came out of its butt. It didn't look like mantis feces, so I cut it off. It didn't look like this at the beginning." Xiao covered his lips and coughed lightly. "It's indeed not mantis feces. This is its nest. It should be full of mutant mantis eggs now." Xiao, So, these mantis eggs? No. Can mantis eggs be eaten? Xiao was most concerned about this question. Can't mutant dove eggs also be called eggs? So the eggs laid by such a big mantis probably taste about the same as mutant dove eggs. Yan Ming answered quickly, "We know after testing. So that's it. It can be eaten." Xiao nodded and signaled to Xiao to quickly carry the thing into the car and her water hemlock. Yan Ming was pulling the cart in front. Yin Hu and Xiao were responsible for pushing on both sides, and some wide leaves were randomly placed on the cart to cover it. The group bypassed the mulberry forest and tried to avoid the crowd. We went to a nearby flax growing site. The cart was too eye-catching on the way back, so we had to put something convincing on it, and flax was undoubtedly the best choice. This plant is soft, wear-resistant, water-resistant, and has excellent heat dissipation, and is not easy to rot. Many people in the shantytowns choose to use it to make summer clothes, mats, raincoats, sacks, and fishing nets. In fact, Xiao was going to go there in 2 days. After making clothes for Xiao last time, there was not much flax material left at home, so we had to reserve some for emergencies. After all, no matter how durable the things it made were, they were consumables. Xiao enjoyed the same treatment as the mutant mantis. Lying on the cart, the main reason was that her wound was on her arm, and it hurt so much when she walked back and forth that her arms swung, and she couldn't keep up with their speed. So was Xiao, and the others strongly asked her to take the car. It saved them from slowing down their journey. The flax collection site was not far from the mulberry forest, and it took only a quarter of an hour to get there. Apart from the last week collection point, it was the first time that Xiao saw such a dense plant population, with the entire mountain and field covered in golden color. Chapter 47. If this is not a wasteland, if there are no mutant plants and animals here, this kind of natural landscape is undoubtedly Xiao's favorite. Unfortunately, everything is just if. The cart was put away for Xiao to watch. The three of them took the tools prepared in advance, and quickly went down to harvest flax. A breeze blew. The large flax field was like a golden ocean. Xiao came up with a bundle of flax stalks, and saw Xiao squinting his eyes, and a comfortable expression. He couldn't help but say, "Come here in May next year. The mountains and fields are full of blue and purple flowers, which are more beautiful than now." After saying that, he put down the flax, and quickly disappeared into the golden color. Next year. Next year is still far away. There is still a summer and a winter to go through this year. Ideal Xiao, I really want to see it. Realistic Xiao, The condition for pursuing spiritual life is that the material foundation must be solid. It was effortless for three grown men to do this kind of work, and they quickly filled a large cart of flax stalks. The mutant mantis and its nest were hidden in the deepest part of these flax stalks. At the top of the flax stalks was Xiao water hemlock. This time, Xiao had no place to stay. But it didn't matter. The weight of the cart made the speed of the cart not much faster than Xiao. When passing through the mulberry forest, they were followed by two little followers, Wen Yu and Wen Xiao. Since they separated from Xiao, they didn't dare to run around, so they kept hanging around the escort team. And no one bothered the two children. It just so happened that the two children saw Yan Ming pulling the cart. So, the two children followed their convoy happily. Along the way, many people cast all kinds of ambiguous eyes at them. After all, those who know about hiding things know about it. Of course, it is also possible that it is really just flax stalks. So, even if these people have 1,000 thoughts, most of them are on the sidelines. Today, by chance, there was a young man in the escort team who knew Xiao and Yan Hu, and even came up to say hello. This man was also from the Shanty town. His personal strength was not outstanding, but it was not bad. So after evaluation, he was finally assigned to work in the escort team, and was responsible for some daily patrol work. The two parties were not particularly familiar with each other. So after a few pleasantries, the man left. Xiao could see that the man kept looking at their car when he was talking, and it was obvious that he had bad intentions. However, this man helped them indirectly deter those people with bad intentions nearby. It was also a good thing. The two children followed the crowd back to the shantytown at the fork in the road. The four of them pulled the flax pole back to Xiao. Xiao sent a message to Feng Xiang when he just returned. So, when they got home, Xiao saw three spirited young men standing at the foot of their family wall. The wall of the house is already more than 1 meter high, and the foundation inside has been laid. But the ground is a mess. Xiao's plan is to build the outer wall first, and then slowly build the inside. And it is safer this way. Just like today. At home, Xiao packed up the pearls and energy stones at home before leaving, and temporarily hid the edible food in a place nearby. She didn't know anyone, and stood behind Xiao and pretended to be well behaved, listening to them chatting there. However, greetings are different from greetings. For example, the current greetings are completely different from the greetings of the guards. Xiao's tone obviously has more familiarity and sincerity. The two young men behind the young man called Feng Xiang looked curiously at the girl standing behind Xiao. Xiao also stared at each other with two big eyes. Chapter 48. Wearing uniforms feels different. Although the two guys are not as good looking as Xiao, they look really energetic and handsome. The temptation of uniforms. Why don't you introduce me? The young man named Feng Xiang hit Xiao's chest, and said with a smile. Xiao steadied himself, and turned to Xiao and said, "This is Feng Xiang, my former teammate." Xiao came out from behind Xiao, and smiled shyly at Feng Xiang. "Hi. Hello. My name is Xiao. This person is too good looking. And the more you look at her, the better she looks. Please forgive her lack of words, and can't think of any adjectives that can move people. Anyway, This is the first time she has seen such a good-looking person in the wasteland. Didn't you say she is your sister? How did it become a cousin? Feng Xiang blinked at Xiao. Xiao responded without comment, and then said, everything is on the car. Unload the flax stalks, and take the rest away. Yan Hu and Feng Xiang knew each other, and Yan Ming was Yan Hu's younger brother, so he knew his brother's former colleagues. After a brief greeting, a group of people unloaded the flax stalks, and the cart was handed over to Feng Xiang and the other three. Although Zhuang Xiao didn't understand why her meat flew away at the doorstep. But there were outsiders, so she didn't ask much. There were only 4 of them left at the scene. Zhuang Xiao glanced at Xiao. Do you want to keep the meal? Or give labor fees? Rules of the wasteland. There is no free dinner in the world. If the other party has worked, you have to give corresponding compensation. Of course, it is to give labor fees, which saves worry and effort. I made an appointment with them to start work tomorrow. And as soon as the 2 left, Zhuang Xiao couldn't wait to enter the yard. Xiao went to the nearby hiding place and moved the food back home. Xiao was still the chef in the evening. Dinner was more sumptuous than usual, with crab porridge, river shrimp, and purslane. This was probably the most sumptuous meal Xiao had prepared since Zhuang Xiao came here. While cooking, Xiao explained to her about the treatment of mutant mantises. Oh, I want an oven, a refrigerator, and I want everything. I feel that I lack food, things to use, and everything. After dinner, because of my injured arm, I didn't practice shooting, but squatted for a long time. Today's mutant mantis was a bloody lesson. Xiao, who originally wanted her to rest early, shut up. It was rare for a little girl to be so self-conscious and motivated. Keep going. Anyway, she couldn't hold on for a while. At night, it was inconvenient to take off clothes, so Zhuang Xiao went to bed with her clothes on. While sleeping, she was still thinking about where to go to scavenge tomorrow. All night long, Zhuang Xiao's dream was full of scenes of her neck being bitten off by a mutant mantis and being eaten up bit by bit. Then it was Feng Xiang's handsome face. In short, the dream was a mess. When she woke up in the morning, she felt exhausted, as if she had been drained of her vitality by the mutant mantis. Because Zhuang Xiao was injured yesterday, Xiao did not wake her up and put breakfast on the table for her. It was still dark outside, and there were ping-pong sounds in the yard. Even if Zhuang Xiao wanted to sleep in, it was difficult. Zhuang Xiao struggled to get up from the bed, washed her face, and ate breakfast, meat porridge, which was finally not green porridge. After eating, she felt a lot more energetic. There was a solar lamp hanging in the middle of the yard. The air was stuffy and humid. When the sun did not come out and after sunset, the radiation value was relatively low. So the most efficient time to build a house was early morning and evening. Seeing Zhuang Xiao got up, Xiao hurriedly put down his work, took her into the house, and changed the medicine. The weather is hot, and people sweat easily. Plus, the wound was scratched by a mutant mantis. So the medicine on the wound has to be changed at least twice a day to prevent infection and inflammation. Chapter 49. Zhuang Xiao greeted Yan Hu and Yan Ming and followed Xiao into the house. In fact, she didn't feel the pain of the wound when she washed her face in the morning. However, the medicine still needs to be changed. Xiao untied the gauze one circle after another, and the wound was presented in front of the 2 people. Zhuang Xiao couldn't help but sigh that Xiao wound medicine was really useful. The redness and swelling of the wound subsided, and the originally separated flesh began to gather together, with a faint tendency to scab. Xiao looked at Zhuang Xiao's wound and was speechless for a while, thinking of the sunburn caused by digging out the mutant rabbit, and looking at Zhuang Xiao's face again. The girl's wound seemed to recover much faster than he expected. What can he say about this physical fitness? It can't be said that she can't lift her hands or shoulders. But in the eyes of the wasteland people, it's almost the same as being weak and unable to take care of herself. But looking at the speed of her body recovery, it seems a little different. In general, this girl always has some potential that is not in line with common sense. Xiao can't see through it. After changing the bandage again, Zhuang Xiao tried to move her left arm. It was still okay to raise her hand to check the watch occasionally, which did not affect her collection activities outside. But she could not go to the collection areas with more complicated situations, such as the wheat collection point, the Mulberry Forest collection point, and her creek collection point. She had almost used up all the purslane at home. She decided to go to the porcelain collection point today. Xiao saw that she really looked fine, and the house was in a mess, so she could not help much. So, he let her go. However, she was only allowed to collect nearby, and had to come back before 10 a.m. Xiao agreed repeatedly, took her bag, said hello to Yen Ming and Yen Hu, and went out. Before leaving, she also took the small spatula on the stove. She went out later than usual today. When she arrived at the porcelain collection point, she found that there were already many people there. This treasure land is no longer her treasure land. She was still hoping to dig up a porcelain with many edible leaves here today to plant. It seems there is no hope. She promised Xiao to go home on time. And she couldn't go any further. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to go home on time. I don't know if it was because she got a low-level mutant mantis. Dot thought it was enough for her to eat for the next few days. After working for more than an hour, she didn't find a single edible porcelain leaf. She felt a little disappointed. She decided to try another place, and started walking back to the gray vegetable area. It was the place where the mutant rabbit was found last time. Because of the mutant rabbit's sudden attack and injury, the guards cleaned up the area again, so she didn't have to worry about being so unlucky to encounter any mutant animals. She didn't want to have new injuries before her old ones healed. Before leaving, I forgot to ask Xiao what the living standard of her family in the shantytown would be when her new house was completed. Although in her perception, they were still poor, the world could not be compared with her perception, with a standard of living standard. Her heart that was always worried about gains and losses, and wanted to fall at any time could have a stable goal. At least now, she would have her own house in the shantytown. As for the property rights of the house, that was unique to the safe zone, and there was no such thing in the shantytown. As for food and clothing, it was barely enough to eat, but the diet needed to be improved. Zhuang Xiaojing walked to her gray vegetable collection point and heard someone calling her, "Sister." Turning her head, it was the younger brother of the two little ones. What was his name? Wenxiu. Where is your sister? The little boy pointed to the little girl squatting in the grass not far away and diligently checking the grass leaves. Where is it? Chapter 50. Zhuang Xiao said. Then you guys are busy. I leave first. After that, Zhuang Xiao hurriedly left the site. When Xiao scratched his head, his sister didn't seem to like him very much. Oh, it's really frustrating. Sister clearly praised him for being very well behaved and likable. Sister really lied to him. After watching Zhuang Xiao leave, the child Xiao squatted down again to continue testing grass leaves to earn today's meal. Although he went out with the adults these 2 days, he also got some precious food. And after selling it, he bought a lot of nutrient solution at home. But Sister said it was not enough. Because summer is here, the days of going out to collect will become less and less. Oh, it would be great if there were adults to take them out every time. But they don't have one. The little guy is very sad. To paraphrase Aunt Ma next door, why is it so difficult to live? You have to live. Otherwise you can't even eat grass leaves if you die. Zhuang Xiao didn't know Xiao Wenxiu's sadness, because she was also sad. It was almost time for her to go home, but she still had nothing. After thinking carefully, this was probably the first time she came back empty-handed since she came here. That was normal for the Wastelanders, but not for her. Zhuang Xiao walked to the door of her house with her head down, and found that she couldn't get in. The fence that was still a semi-finished product before she went out in the morning has been completed, and even the gate has been installed. And it is still the kind of thick solid wood gate. She didn't look carefully last night and this morning, and the fence seemed to be more than a circle larger than before. Zhuang Xiao stretched out her hand to knock on the door, and the wooden door opened in response. The location of the new house in the yard has been laid, and the work efficiency is really great. Just as Zhuang Xiao was still looking at everything in the yard carefully, the door of the only room was opened, and 4 people walked out. In addition to Xiao, she had also seen the other 3 people. They were the 3 members of the mercenary team that came to their house last night. The 3 of them were very happy, nodded to Zhuang Xiao, and were sent out by Xiao. When Zhuang Xiao entered the house, the first thing she saw was the round eggs on the table. Ah! Her mantis eggs are back. The original unhappy mood was instantly cured by so many eggs as big as eggs. 1, 2, 3. Zhuang Xiao just counted to the 3rd one, and a young man's voice came from the corner. Sister, don't count. I have counted several times. 26 low-level radiation mutations. 43 medium-level radiation mutations. A total of 69 edible eggs. So many? Why can't she believe it? No. She still has to count again to feel at ease. Yin Ming, Sure enough. Even her sister, the son of luck, can't stand the stimulation of so many eggs. Yin Ming's stone mill in his hand keeps grinding for the egg at noon. Look at the wheat flour under the stone mill. She has to work overtime to build her sister's house in the evening, so that she may catch up with the last day of wheat collection. Her sister's family has high starch and high protein foods. I really want to ask her if she still needs a brother. Yen Hu, I don't want a brother like you anymore. I really want a sister like Xiao. When Xiao came in from outside, he saw Xiao counting eggs one by one, with his mouth almost grinning to the sky. Xiao saw Xiao coming in, picked up the mutant mantis eggs in her hand, and said with a smile, "Let's eat this for lunch today." She hasn't tasted the mutant mantis eggs yet, and she doesn't know if they are delicious. As she thought about it, the saliva in her mouth was seen flowing out of her eyes. Xiao smiled and said, "Okay." In fact, she originally planned to eat this for lunch today. As he was about to go up and collect the mutant mantis eggs, Xiao suddenly took them into his arms and said, I do it. This kind of thing must be done in person. It will give you a greater sense of accomplishment. Chapter 51. Xiao handed him a storage box and said, "Leave 4. This was what he had promised the Yin Hu brothers before. Of course, he didn't care about the meals, but he wanted to rush the work, so the working hours would definitely be longer than before. It just so happened that they came across the mutant mantis eggs, one for each person, and lunch was a small benefit. At noon, when it was not suitable to start work, these two people could help grind wheat flour. This benefit was worth giving. Xiao took the box from him and placed them neatly in it like a treasure. Looking at the full box of eggs, the more he looked, the better his mood became. Lunch was very simple. The mutant mantis eggs had been processed and could be eaten directly. Everyone drank the nutrient solution while eating the eggs in small bites. Don't mention how happy it was. Xiao, Yen Hu, and Yen Ming, on the other hand, live on grass leaves. Nutrient solution, grass leaves, or nutrient solution mixed with grass leaves in their daily lives. So the mutant mantis eggs are undoubtedly a delicacy for them. Xiao was greedy because she had not been able to replenish her nutrition for so long. Another part of her was curious about the taste of the mutant mantis eggs. It tasted like egg white, slightly fishy, but it was okay. In any case, it was better than the bowl of green porridge she had every day. Xiao still had an unfinished straw curtain, which she had woven for the bedroom door. Now that their house has a door, she plans to dismantle the straw curtain and weave it again to use as a cool mat. It was still a bit uncomfortable to sleep on the straw curtain. She was not used to it. Besides, it was very hot these 2 days, and there was no air conditioning at home. So she had to hurry up and weave this cool mat. So at noon, Xiao sat on her hammock and slowly dismantled the straw curtain. Xiao didn't go out until the solar radiation value was not so high. She estimated that when she came back in the evening, she might be able to build a frame of the house at home. Although the result in the morning was very heartbreaking. After being cured by the mutant mantis eggs, Xiao is now full of energy. There are still 4 or 5 hours before dark, and she can walk a little further. Go to the hillside where she landed when she came to the wasteland. She remembered that there were many strange flowers and plants there, and she squatted there for half an afternoon. And no one came down the hill. It only takes an hour to walk there, which is not too late. The area of the yard at home has become larger, and there are only a few green plants she dug back. It is a bit monotonous. Digging a few flowering plants back home will make you feel better every day. Of course, it would be even better if they can be eaten. So, Xiao headed to her destination based on her memory of that night. Along the way, she could see many people collecting nearby, and occasionally heard the ticking sound of watches coming from the grass and bushes. As we got closer to the destination, we could see fewer and fewer people. However, there were still some. After all, in addition to the collection areas clearly marked in the safe zone, everyone also had their own privately marked collection sites. Since she arrived, Xiao had basically been moving within the range marked by Xiao, and there was no chance to find her own private territory. She stood on the slope and looked down, and sure enough, she saw a tall plant growing next to the bush where she was hiding. The petals were white, The stamens in the middle were yellow, and there were 5 petals. The whole tree was full of such small flowers. In addition to this flower tree, the most eye-catching one was the towering ancient tree at the lowest point of the hillside. Xiao stood on the hillside and observed for a long time, and decided to go down after not finding any obvious traces of mutant birds and mutant animals. Besides, the watch did not give any warning, which meant that she was still in the area where mutant animals were regularly cleaned in the safe zone. Chapter 52. White Flowers. After testing with the watch, Xiao realized that this plant that looked sturdy and majestic was actually a herb. And she knew it. No, it should be said that she knew it before. Night sunflower. But it was a mutated night sunflower. It is impossible to dig such a big one. But you can look for edible fruits. Although it is not autumn yet, some early bloomers should have borne fruits. Xiao struggled under this night sunflower tree all afternoon. As she expected, there were many green fruits hanging on the night sunflower, each as big as a grape, hanging in small bunches, which looked very pleasing. The fruits were covered by leaves and did not look so obvious. It was still quite laborious to find them. The green fruits were not edible yet. They were too bitter. Xiao gave up the plan to test this part of the fruit and turned to look for the purple-black fruits. Finally, 13 edible night sunflower fruits were found in such a night sunflower. She tasted one, but it was not sweet enough and had a strong sour taste. But it was pretty good. I have to come and see it later. This is the second place where she found fruits after coming to the wasteland. After marking this place on the map, she walked back. When passing by the porcelain field, Xiao tried again and found 3 leaves with moderate radiation mutations. Some of the leaves were old and would probably be a bit hard to eat. Some porcelain had seeds hanging on them, which were black and looked a bit like sunflower seeds. They were mutated seeds, about the size of wheat grains. Of course, the wheat grains she was talking about were also normal wheat grains, not the jujube-like wheat grains now. Porcelain seeds have the effect of improving hearing and vision. Xiao planned to use them to make tea. The water here always tasted strange, and her eyes were indeed a bit strange, and it was hard to tell what the problem was. Drinking some mutant porcelain seed tea might have some miraculous effects. Porcelain seeds are too small, and Xiao is too lazy to spend time testing them here. He put them all in his bag and tested them slowly at home in the evening. Fate is so wonderful. The person I met in the morning, I met again in the afternoon. It was those 2 little ones again. Xiao fell far behind the 2 people, and had no intention of going forward to say hello. The construction of the house at home was much faster than Xiao expected. On the afternoon of the 4th day of the wheat collection activity, that is, after Xiao collected seeds in the porcelain collection area for an afternoon, the structure of their house had been completed. When Xiao got home in the evening, Yin Ning and Yin, who had already gone back, the various items ordered from the old man this afternoon were also delivered in advance. When Xiao came back, Xiao was moving things in the yard into the house. The small yard is now divided into 3 parts, with the yard wall, yard and living room in the shape of a U-shaped character. The front yard is the kitchen and the sundries area. The backyard is temporarily used as a planting area to grow some plants that do not need to be specially treated for radiation protection, such as water hemlock. The living room includes a bedroom, a living room, a storage room and a bathroom. There is 1 bedroom on each side. Xiao still has the original one, and the other is Xiao. Now Xiao room has nothing but a bed. The living room and the storage room are located in the middle of the 2 bedrooms. The living room is outside, and the storage room is inside. You have to pass through the living room before entering the bedroom and the storage room. The bathroom is behind the storage room, and the back door of the bedroom can directly enter the bathroom. The left and right sides of the bathroom, that is, the space separated from the back area of the 2 bedrooms, are indoor planting areas, and transparent radiation protection panels have been set up on them. Chapter 53. Anti-radiation panels are also placed on other roofs, and 4 solar panels are placed on the bedroom roof. The total area of all the houses is about 25 square meters, plus the yard space. The total area is less than 40 square meters. This area is very large in the shantytown. It was also thanks to Xiao that he built the house on the outskirts of the shantytown at that time. Otherwise it would be impossible to renovate the house as he pleases like now, taking into account the problem of heavy rain in summer and the damp ground. Xiao even bought a lot of moisture-proof mats to lay under the wooden boards. The wiring in the house has been laid. After Xiao entered the house, he turned on all the lights. There is nothing good about Xiao's bedroom. He sleeps in it every day, except for an extra door facing the yard. Xiao's bedroom is equivalent to a suite, and there is a window on the wall near the front yard. In addition to a bed, there is nothing in the bedroom for the time being, and it looks empty. The original dining table and stools were moved to the living room. There was a shelf in the storage room near the inner wall that went all the way to the roof. All their food was stored in it, and none of the shelves were full yet, so it looked empty. Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This family is still very poor. The two of them moved the remaining insulation boards and other items in the yard into the room first, and put some in the storage room, and the originally empty space suddenly seemed particularly crowded. Dinner was simple. 1 nutrient solution per person. Now that the conditions were basically met, Xiao was eager to move into her own room, and the whole person seemed particularly excited. In addition to Xiao's personal belongings, her bedroom still needed insulation boards. As for the tables and cabinets, forget about it for the time being. There was still wood in the yard, and Xiao planned to slowly make it for her when he didn't go out to collect it. While reporting to Xiao nailed the insulation board to the wall. Xiao's arm was not yet fully healed, so he handed him a nail, a hammer, and helped him put down the insulation board. You gave me 160 points last time, Xiao said. He suddenly remembered that he got points from selling mutant mantis meat yesterday. So he said, I sold mutant mantis meat at a good price yesterday. A total of 620 points. Deducting the fees for Feng Xiang and Old Manu, there are still 540 points left. Adding his original 40 points, there are now a total of 740 points. Therefore, Xiao's current account balance is still very good. As he said, he put down the tools in his hand and prepared to transfer the points. Xiao waved his hand and said indifferently, No. I still have 3,700 points. Richer than you. Besides, she wants fans, refrigerators, ovens, etc. later. And Xiao points alone are definitely not enough. And he is still a medicine jar. He still has to buy that gene stabilizer. How do you think your gene stabilizer works? Do you feel better? Do you want to buy another one? Xiao said with concern. My life has just improved a little bit. And this guy is so bad again. A faint smile appeared on Xiao's face, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. And he replied, much better. No need to buy it for the time being. Xiao nodded after hearing her say this. That's good. That's good. But, if you are cured, do you still need to rely on energy stones to repair it? Our family only has 2 energy stones now. We are still too poor. After saying this, he sighed heavily. It's so hard to support a family. It's even harder to have a patient at home. Hearing the word our home, Xiao felt strangely happy and said softly, Our home still has 28 pearls, 26 low-level radiation and 39 medium-level radiation mutant mantis eggs, about 60 kilograms of wheat, and varying amounts of river-dried meat, and small green vegetables. Xiao gave her a detailed account of the family's belongings after she arrived. Chapter 54. It turns out that before they knew it, their family had become so rich because of the arrival of the little girl. Xiao listened to what Xiao said about every piece of property, which was closely related to her. Is she so capable? She supported 2 people by herself? But she was very humble. As if her family was still very poor. I have to keep working hard. This family is still too poor. Xiao saw the joy in her eyes and eyebrows, and responded to her words, Well, our family is still too poor. It's all thanks to you. What? It's all thanks to me. Xiao raised her head and saw the mocking look on the young man's face, and couldn't help laughing. The laughter even covered the sound of the hammer hitting the wall. The two were busy until 11 o'clock in the evening, and they installed the insulation boards of the 2 bedrooms. As for the rest of the work, they would do it slowly when they have time. The bathroom is online and available. Xiao couldn't stand the smell on her body anymore, so she washed her hair while taking a shower. That night, lying on the bed, Xiao smelled the fragrance of shampoo on her body, and felt happy, thinking that the points she spent were worth it. This was also the most human life she had ever had since she came to the wasteland. In the middle of the night, Xiao was awakened by the heat, and looked at her watch. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. She had only slept for 2 hours. However, the weather was too hot. Xiao got up and opened the window. There was no wind in the air. The sky was dark. No stars could be seen. And the air was extremely hot and humid. It's not going to rain in this weather. Seeing that it was also hot outside, Xiao simply went back to bed and continued to lie down. Just as she fell asleep, the alarm on her watch rang. It's time to get up. I made an appointment with Yan Ming to go to the wheat collection area together today. Today is the last day of the collection activity. If you miss it, you can only wait until next year. When Xiao came out of the bedroom, Xiao also came out. Hey, why did you get up so early? Didn't Xiao and Yan Hu say that they would not go? These days, the two of them have been overdrawn from building the house. And they must take a break. This is what Yan Ming told her. So she didn't expect this person to go. Besides, she went out to collect waste by herself these 2 days. And she was used to it. I go too, Xiao replied. The energy stone was placed close to him before he went to bed last night. His physical condition has recovered very well. And there is no problem going out to collect or something. Besides, Xiao can't always go out alone. She didn't go too far these 2 days, so he wasn't worried. He was going to the wheat collection area again, and his heart was always beating. Always uneasy. This girl is lucky. But good luck is always accompanied by various thrills and excitement, which is also very frightening. Xiao looked at his face seriously. His face was ruddy, and his eyes were bright. He should be fine. If you want to go, go. Everyone has to help the fans and refrigerators at home. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. It is said that the highest temperature can even exceed 60 degrees Celsius, and she dared not imagine the temperature. The two packed up and went out to meet at the North Square. The three met at the square, but they got into 2 different cars. This time, Xiao did not see the group of people with scars. When they were about to reach the wheat collection point, it was dawn, but the sky was gloomy. It will rain, right? Look at the sky. Xiao asked Xiao beside her in a low voice. Before Xiao could answer, an old lady next to her said, "It won't rain. It won't rain. The watch will notify you if it rains." Xiao felt that the voice was very familiar, and turned her head to see. Hey, isn't this the old lady and the old man chatting together last time? What a coincidence. We met again. But why didn't I see the old man? Chapter 55. Xiao was not familiar with the old lady, and it was not easy to ask such questions. So he followed the topic of rain and said, "The weather forecast is sometimes inaccurate. That's okay, as long as the rain is not heavy. Besides, cloudy days have less solar radiation, which is the best time to work." The old lady showed off her clothes. I put on my raincoat, so I'm not afraid of a little rain. Xiao turned to look at Xiao and said, "I didn't bring a raincoat. What should I do?" Xiao smiled slightly and patted the bag in front of him. "I brought it." After a few seconds, he said too, "Well, she is worthy of being a local. She still has a lot to learn. But man's plan is never as good as God's plan." 2 hours after they arrived at the wheat collection area, the watch issued a yellow warning of heavy rain at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The loudspeakers on the motorcade all collectively demanded, all members of the wheat collection area must gather at the motorcade at 10 o'clock to return. And no one will be waiting after the deadline. Xiao glanced at her watch. It was 8:30 in the morning, and there was still an hour and a half before the required time. After estimating the time, she knew that she could reach the gathering place in half an hour at most. So she still had less than an hour to collect. When Xiao looked up again, she saw Xiao, who was not far away, picking wheat ears and stuffing them into the sack while walking towards her, without testing them at all. Then she looked at the wheat rows around her, which seemed to have started to get chaotic. They started picking wheat ears as soon as they saw them, regardless of whose row they were in. Mixed with the notification sound of the loudspeaker, people's curses could still be heard from the wheat field. When Xiao was stunned for a moment, Xiao had already approached. "Pick whatever you want, and go back." While Xiao was speaking, he did not stop, and he picked all the wheat ears he could see. Following his example, Xiao also quickly stuffed wheat ears into her sack. But as the weight of the sack increased, she walked slower and slower. Xiao was worried that she would conflict with others, so he had to stop and wait for her. Seeing that she was almost full, she couldn't carry more. So she led the people to the convoy's gathering point. There were too many untested wheat ears, and many people might not be able to get on the bus. So, in the end, the guards were irritated, and neither the people nor the wheat ears could leave. This kind of thing happens from time to time, and everyone knows it. But people's desires are sometimes difficult to control. Therefore, even so, at this time, there are always some people who want to pick as much as possible and always hold a fluke mentality. And if you arrive late and have too many things, the probability of not being able to squeeze into the bus is also very high. As the former captain of the mercenary team, Xiao would naturally not make such a mistake. Otherwise, he would have died thousands of times. Sure enough, they arrived very early, and there were not many people. Among the few people, Yan Ming was seen. When getting on the bus, the guards clearly required that each person could carry no more than 2 sacks. If you bring more, either the person gets off and the sacks get on, or both the person and the sacks get off. Anyway, if you don't follow the rules of the game, don't think about getting on the bus. Xiao and the other 3 got on the same car. Xiao had 1 sack. Xiao had only half a sack, and Yanming had 1.5 sacks. There was a big brother in their car who directly carried 3 sacks, so he was naturally asked to throw one away. At first, the big brother was not happy and pushed and shoved with the guards for a long time, but finally succumbed to the armed suppression of the guards, and threw away a sack unwillingly. The car was soon filled to the brim, with sacks of wheat ears under the buttocks. People sitting on it were at risk of being thrown off the car at any time when the car was bumpy. Before leaving, Xiao saw that the sacks that were thrown away were picked up by other guards and put on their own cars. Xiao sat on the high pile of sacks. There were crowds of people in the wheat field. Many people were rushing to the edge of the field, and some people were still cutting wheat ears there. Chapter 56. Alas, it's all for life. Sister, your speed is not good enough. You still need to practice. Yanming crushed her sister in quantity for the first time, and she was very happy. Xiao, quantity does not necessarily determine quality. Yanming, Somehow, I suddenly remembered the matter of picking mulberries. I felt bad. Brother Hua, look at my sister. How can you hit my fragile heart? When Xiao heard the boy's voice with a little bit of pampering, and then looked at the boy's unshaven face, I felt bad too. When Xiao and his friends arrived at the North Square, the wind had already started. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the rain was about to fall at any time. Xiao stuffed some of the wheat ears in Xiao's sack into his, and the 2 of them rushed home. Even so, such a long way, plus they were going against the wind, made Xiao very tired. When she arrived at the door of her house, she didn't care about her image and sat down on the ground. Xiao opened the door, carried his own sack into the house first, and then came back to carry Xiao. Xiao rubbed his shoulders, stood up from the ground, and followed Xiao into the house. Xiao put the sacks in place, and went to the storage room to find 3 folding buckets and placed them in the yard. Xiao was the one who cleaned up the house, and Xiao didn't notice that there was such a thing at home. Are you going to store water? Xiao nodded and replied, well, I bought some water purifiers from the old man last time, and I'm waiting for the rain. Okay. For things like preparing for a rainy day. Her mind and the wasteland world have yet to be adjusted. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be pressing down, making people feel very depressed. Suddenly, a thunderous sound rose from the ground. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky, and the rain poured down in an instant, covering all the scenery between heaven and earth in a rain and fog. The wind stopped. The thunder stopped, and only the sound of rain was heard. Xiao listened to the sound of rain outside, and sighed in his heart, I wonder if the people at the wheat collection point have returned. At this time, on the road leading to the wheat collection point, more than 10 trucks were running wildly in the heavy rain. The people in the trucks were tense, and their eyes were full of panic and fear. They were still more than halfway to the shantytown. In such a rainy day, in the wild, and in the rain all the way, it was God's blessing to be able to survive by chance. At this moment, everyone began to regret why they coveted that little bit of profit. Sometimes, people's sorrows and joys are not connected. At this time, Xiao was squatting in the kitchen watching Xiao make noodles, and there was a joy in his eyes and eyebrows that could not be hidden. Today I can finally have a normal meal. Boil noodles with river fresh. She just went to see the pot of plants she brought back the first time. It had grown new leaves as big as a palm. After measuring it, she found that there were 4 edible leaves. It was already lying on the kitchen stove. The crystal clear shrimp meat and the green leaves of the small green vegetables made people salivate just by looking at it. The noodles were smooth and chewy, accompanied by the freshness of the shrimp. It was a delicacy in the world. I never thought that a simple bowl of noodles could be so delicious. After the meal, the two of them ate a few sweet and sour nightshade fruits. Xiao patted his swollen belly and sighed. This is the life that people should live. I don't know how long this rain will last. After the meal, Xiao checked the house to see if there were any leaks or water seepage. The rain will not stop for a while. Xiao's arm healed at an amazing speed and had scabbed yesterday. So, today's training has to start again. Indoors, Xiao poured out all the wheat ears in the sack, tested them one by one, and checked Xiao training situation from time to time. Ding D. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Hit. Ding D. High radiation mutation. Inedible. Chapter 57. Missed. Xiao hit rate strangely seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding with the edible wheat grains in Xiao hand. As long as Xiao hits the target, the wheat grains tested by Xiao are edible. And vice versa. Xiao looked at the wheat ears in his hand, and then looked at Xiao who was practicing hard. And he didn't know what to say for a while. The final result came out. Xiao probability of hitting the target was as high as 60%, of which the probability of hitting within 3 rings was 30%. And Xiao detected edible wheat grains as high as 40% in the more than 1 sack of wheat ears they collected today. According to statistics in previous years, the average probability of producing edible wheat grains in the wheat collection area is about 15%. Their yield rate of more than 1 sack is 25% higher than the average. However, compared with the sack of wheat ears that Xiao brought back that day, with a yield rate of up to 70%, Xiao even suspected that his participation directly lowered their average. After Xiao inspected the wheat ears, he went back to the bedroom to work. The crossbow that he had promised to make for Xiao was not yet finished, so he took advantage of the heavy rain to finish the rest. After Xiao practiced shooting for 2 hours, she squatted for 20 minutes silently. The skill of squatting is really not something that can be practiced overnight. She can hold on for 20 minutes now, and she feels very good. After finishing the self-arranged exercise, Xiao started to weave her straw mat in the living room. This is just the beginning. If she wants to rely on the little time she can squeeze out at night, she probably won't deserve to have a straw mat when summer is over. By the evening, the heavy rain still showed no signs of weakening. Dinner returned to the usual green porridge, considering that she had a good meal at noon. Xiao did not have any dissatisfaction with the green porridge for dinner, and happily swallowed a bowl of green porridge. Just as Xiao was about to continue to fight for her straw mat, she received a message from Ming. Sister, are you all right there? A lot of places here are flooded. There were even photos attached below. Xiao looked carefully and found that the yard looked familiar, a bit like Ming's home. She enlarged the picture and handed the watch to Xiao. Is this Ming's home? Xiao took a look and replied, it's their home. The shantytown where they live is an old district in the past, with low terrain. When it was first built, drainage was not considered. It will be like this when it rains heavily. However, their home is considered good. Is this considered good? This is flooding Jinshan, Xiao said. Xiao didn't quite understand what the metaphor of flooding Jinshan meant, but he understood the general meaning, so he nodded. It turned out that this was normal. Xiao thought about it, reported safety to Ming, and gave the young boy a few words. Ming received Xiao's message, and the 2 brothers were relieved. After all, they had expanded the house, and if something happened, they would be sorry for the considerable points Xiao paid them. The next day, it was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the rain stopped. At this time, half of the houses in the shantytown were soaked in water. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. The depressed mood of the residents in the shantytowns did not last long, as they were attracted by the deafening frog calls in the fields and swamps around them. In the wasteland, mutant frogs are one of the few mutant animals with little attack power. Even if they are attacked by people, most of them choose to run away. And frogs, because of their rich protein and delicious meat like chicken, are known as frogs. As a wild animal with excellent taste, if you can find edible radiation levels, they are quite popular among the residents of the wasteland. Chapter 58. The rainstorm every summer is one of the most hated weathers for wasteland residents. But it is also one of the most loved weathers for wasteland residents, because a large number of mutant frogs will appear after the rain. So this kind of weather really makes wasteland residents love and hate it. Of course, it comes from their desire for food, but more of it is love. So, as soon as the rainstorm stopped, the whole family went out to hunt mutant frogs without taking care of the house that was soaked by water. After all, if you miss this short time after the rain, the sun will rise soon, the earth will become dry again, and the mutant frogs will disappear without a trace, as if they were collectively hidden. Although she has never eaten frogs, she has eaten bullfrogs, and the meat is tender and smooth. She is drooling at the thought. So, when Xiao said that he was going out to hunt mutant frogs, which are not lethal animals, Xiao happily followed Xiao's instructions, put on his equipment, and went out. Meet again! Puddles can be seen everywhere on the road. Because the terrain was slightly higher, they didn't see any nearby area turned into a small pond. There was a lot of water on the road, and more people ran out of the shantytown with buckets. At home, the frogs were loud, but not as deafening as the sound at this moment. When she talked to Xiao, both of them had to shout. Otherwise, they couldn't hear what the other said clearly. After a while, the two arrived at the collection site of the gray vegetable. This area was completely flooded, and the gray vegetable stood upright in the water after the rain, bright and green. Soon, Xiao saw the mutant frog she had dreamed of. When it was not moving, it looked short and fat, with round eyes and a big head. And it felt cute and silly. When it moved, it kicked its legs, and its posture was graceful and light. It was really fat and big. This lively and clever big cutie looked delicious at first glance. The temporary pond was now full of people, and people's exclamations came from it from time to time. I've caught it. I've caught it. Xiao saw someone happily throwing the frog weighing about 10 kilograms into the bucket beside him from a distance. She also took the opportunity to glance at other people's buckets, many of which were filled with mutant frogs. Is it so easy to find edible mutant frogs? Xiao and Xiao found a place, and both of them went into the water. The mutant frogs were dark green in color, which was very similar to the color of the grass in the water, and it was a great test of one's eyesight. Xiao held the harpoon and moved her feet slowly in the water, staring at the water intently. Just as she bent over to look for it, she suddenly felt something jump on her back, causing her to almost fall into the water. Just as she was thinking about what it was, a quack sound that broke her eardrums came from behind her. Xiao stood up in a hurry in fear, and heard a plop sound, and her back felt light, and countless water splashed not far from her. It was a mutant frog. Finally, she saw one. At this time, she didn't care about the difficulty of walking in the puddle, and staggered towards the place where the mutant frog fell into the water. When she was 2 meters away from the mutant frog, she saw the other party kick his legs and jump out 3 meters away. Now they suddenly became 5 meters apart. Xiao, I didn't expect that the mutant frog not only had more flesh, but also had a stronger jumping ability. According to her strength and accuracy, the harpoon was obviously not suitable for her. So she shot the sleeve arrow on her arm quickly. Hit the target. Recently, her daily practice was not in vain. Xiao strode towards the target and almost fell several times. The water was very turbid. She put the harpoon on her back, bent down, and began to grope in the water with both hands. Sure enough, she touched a sticky thing with her sleeve arrow on its back. Chapter 59. Without hesitation, he fished out the mutant frog in the water, slashed the dagger, and smeared the liquid on the dial. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. The frog meat hot pot is ready. Xiao happily threw the mutant frog in his hand into the bucket, looked up at Xiao not far away, and saw that his harpoon also had a mutant frog stuck in it. However, he soon threw it back into the water, hanging the bucket on his arm. Xiao began to look for the next target, and kept chanting in his mouth, "Frog! Frog! Come! Sister's back welcomes you." The mutant frogs in the pond did not disappoint her earnest expectations. After a while, Xiao saw another one, with his cheeks bulging. He rested on a gray vegetable. This was also thanks to the gray vegetable growing strong now. Otherwise, It really couldn't bear its current physique. The excitement of winning the bid for the first time just now is still there. Xiao was eager to shoot the second sleeve arrow. With a whoosh sound, the arrow flew along the branches of the gray vegetable, perfectly missing the body of the mutant frog. At the same time, it also scared the mutant frog lying on the tree. With a plop sound, a huge splash of water splashed Xiao's face. However, how could Xiao let it go? She had already sacrificed one sleeve arrow, and no one knew where it went in the water. It couldn't be that both the frog and the arrow were lost. She didn't want to do a losing business. She hung the bucket on the tree, took off the harpoon on her back, and stabbed it in the direction where the splash disappeared. The harpoon shook twice and poured into the water. Did it miss? Xiao fished out the harpoon in the water, and sure enough, there was nothing on it. The frog and the arrow were both empty, which hurt her heart. After experiencing 5 or 6 more failures, Xiao gradually found the feeling, and was able to accurately find the position of the mutant frog in the water. Ding! Highly mutated with radiation. Inedible. Ding! Highly mutated with radiation. Inedible. After the hit rate increased, the edible probability showed a downward trend again. However, Xiao was not discouraged at all. He threw the inedible frog in his hand back into the water, and continued to look for the next target. It's no wonder that this mutant frog is so popular, compared with other mutant animals. It is really easy to catch. Until the evening, the western glow suddenly appeared. This is the real sunny day after the rain. Xiao already has 2 edible moderately mutated frogs with radiation in her bucket. I don't know which one will be lucky enough to pay tribute to her stomach at night. There are still many people in the pond. Xiao went to Xiao to take a look. Wow! There are actually 4 mutant frogs in this guy's bucket. Xiao gave him a thumbs up. Xiao smiled and continued to look for the next target. Finally, the harvest caught up with the little girl. I have to keep working hard. After adjusting her mentality, Xiao rushed to catch up before the last ray of light disappeared between heaven and earth. Finally, it was nightfall. Xiao caught 6 moderately radiated mutant frogs, and Xiao caught 1 low radiation and 2 moderately radiated mutant frogs. In addition, she also dug a nest of mutant frog eggs from the puddle. The number was very considerable. Thinking that since this thing was almost non-aggressive, it would be better to take it home and raise it to see how likely it was that this mutant frog was edible. Maybe she could open a large mutant frog breeding factory in the future and make a fortune by breeding mutant frogs. It's good for people to have dreams. But this dream was quickly shattered by Xiao's few words. First of all, you need a place for mutant frogs. And this place must have water. Their house is not big now, and there is no water. Secondly, mutant frogs must eat, and they can't just rely on a breath of fairy air to survive. The staple food of frogs is insects, such as mutant grasshoppers, mutant crickets, mutant mosquitoes, and even mutant small fish and shrimps. You have to catch these, because they are not available near the area where we live now. Chapter 60. Under these conditions, you still want to raise a nest of frog babies. They are probably still in the tadpole stage, and they will all starve to death. In short, if they can be raised, these people in the shantytown would have raised them long ago, and it would not be her turn to eat the first crab. Xiao, you are a person who can poke people's hearts. However, Xiao quickly conquered herself. In the wasteland, the fastest skill she learned was to conquer herself. In summer, there is less rain. There is a rain every now and then, and we don't ask for a rich harvest. As it is now, she will not lack meat for the whole summer. However, this expectation was quickly shattered before the end of summer. In the evening, Xiao ate her bullfrog hot pot as she wished. In the hot pot, there were only bullfrogs. The vegetable leaves at home were plucked out by her yesterday, and the remaining leaves of the mutant Houtuinia cordata smelled so good that she really couldn't eat them. So, she had to go out as soon as possible to find edible wild vegetable leaves. Meat reserves versus wild vegetable reserves. Meat wins. And the refrigerator. Her refrigerator. After the rainstorm, the temperature is rising. Tomorrow's maximum temperature is expected to reach 42 degrees Celsius. And every day will get hotter and hotter. The accumulated water after the rainstorm receded very quickly, and there was no deafening frog croaking outside the next morning. However, Xiao's wish to go out to collect was not fulfilled until the 3rd day. On the first day, 7 moderately irradiated mutant frogs were traded at the exchange center, and only 320 points were obtained. The mutant frogs were much less than the points that Xiao expected to exchange. According to Xiao, there were too many suppliers, and these suppliers did not have the ability to store meat in summer. Instead of letting it go bad at home, it was better to sell it, and the buyers would naturally lower the price at this time. Low radiation mutant food is rare, so they kept it and dried it at the old man's place, and then bought 2 old electric fans. At the same time, the nutrient solution at home was running low, so he bought another box of nutrient solution, 60 tubes. In addition, Xiao also bought some tools for extracting venom. The water hemlock at home is still an ornamental plant, and its value has not been reflected at all. In the end, not only did he spend all the points he earned today, but he also lost 360 points. After returning home, Xiao started to get busy, installing electric fans, extracting the toxins of water hemlock, and rushing to make a crossbow for her. He was as busy as he could be. Xiao was also busy, practicing target shooting at home, because she got a new weapon, a crossbow. So the rest time of this day was used to weave straw mats, and the rest of the time was used to practice new weapons and equipment. On the second day, he received a notice from the watch that some large mutant animals appeared in the nearby collection area, and the mercenaries were hunting outside, suggesting that residents stay at home, considering their weakness, pity and helplessness. Xiao and Xiao stayed at home honestly for a day. Xiao also taught her a lot of knowledge about large mutant animals. The alarm in the collection area ended in the evening of the same day. Everyone started their daily work of collecting and scavenging. Because of yesterday's incident, everyone's face was still full of vigilance. Today's temperature soared to 43 degrees Celsius, and Xiao and Xiao both wore radiation protection suits. In addition, Xiao was carrying one of the only 2 energy stones in the family, and the pearl necklace containing the energy stone was already made. Before leaving, he hung it around Xiao's neck. Their destination this time was the stream. But before they arrived at their destination, they encountered an accident. 7 or 8 mutant squirrels suddenly jumped down from the tree, one of which snatched the bag behind Xiao and ran away. Xiao was stunned instantly. What was going on? Was he robbed? Chapter 61. There are still nearly 30 pearls in that bag. They are her life, and she has to carry them with her when she goes out. After all, the security in the shantytown is really bad, and it is very unsafe to leave precious family property at home. The legs acted before the brain, and the man chased after the mutant squirrel. He didn't even give Xiao a chance to react. Xiao could only follow helplessly, fearing that something would happen to the reckless girl. Xiao followed the mutant squirrel above her head through the forest. But how could she run faster than the mutant squirrel? Soon, 7 or 8 mutant squirrels disappeared deep in the woods. Alarm! Alarm! You have entered the blind spot. Please return to the safe area immediately. The warning tone of the watch echoed over and over in the forest. Xiao's slightly heavy footsteps slowly began to retreat, her pearls, her small money. After retreating 2 steps, she remembered something and began to move forward. Xiao grabbed the man and said, "You can't go any further. There's a blind spot ahead." Xiao turned her head, her face full of regret. But, our pearls are all in my bag." Xiao was silent for a moment and said, "You can't go any further either. If I had known, I would have replaced them all with refrigerators and ovens. Now, they're all sold to the mutant squirrels." Xiao tears came out as she spoke. Is it easy for her to save some belongings? At home, she was worried about being targeted by thieves. As a result, she was robbed by mutant squirrels when she went out. You said that if someone robbed you, you could still exchange for points or something. But what did you want to do by robbing my bag? Mutant squirrel? The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. Anyway, there was no one else except Xiao, so she simply burst into tears. She had it so hard. Just when Xiao was immersed in endless sadness, the mutant squirrels all woo sound like a dog barking came from above her head. Then a bag was dropped from the sky. It fell heavily about 3 meters away from Xiao. Xiao quickly picked up the bag on the ground and pulled Xiao up with his other hand. He looked at the squirrel on the tree vigilantly and began to retreat with the man and the bag. Although mutant squirrels are vegetarian animals and do not eat meat, there have been reports of attacks on people. Therefore, the appearance of so many mutant squirrels is still very dangerous. However, strangely, until they were far away from the boundary of the blind spot, the group of mutant squirrels did not chase them. Xiao didn't care about her tears and snot at this time. She took the bag from Xiao and began to check her belongings. Except for the 2 pieces of melted chocolate that she left as a souvenir when she came here. Nothing else was missing. The pearls were still there. Xiao cried with joy while holding the pearls that were lost and found. She took it out and put it in Xiao's arms. "You should keep this here." After saying that, she wiped her face with her clothes and put the bag back on her back. Xiao put away the pearls and followed Xiao's footsteps. This episode was soon forgotten by Xiao, because she found many black fungus on the dead tree in the forest. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. I didn't expect that 60% of the fungus grown on such an inconspicuous dead tree was edible. What mutant squirrel? She had long forgotten now. Ding. Low radiation mutation. Edible. Is there anything more beautiful than hearing the 4 words edible? There must be nothing. Blessings and misfortunes are closely related. And misfortunes and blessings are closely related. This saying of the ancients is very reasonable. If it weren't for chasing mutant squirrels, she might not have been able to collect so many fungus. Even if there was no harvest by the stream today, it would be quite abundant with these piles of fungus. Chapter 62. Fungus, known as the meat among vegetables, has a high nutritional value. Moreover, it can be stored for a long time after being dried. Unlike meat, which cannot be stored in their family in summer, this tall tree died for some unknown reason. After testing the fungus at the root, Xiao climbed up the tree again. There were still many fungus on it. All must be tested. However, after climbing up, Xiao found that there was a big tree hole on the tree. It was dark inside, and she couldn't see clearly what was inside. She didn't dare to go in rashly. So she shouted to Xiao under the tree, "Xiao, there is a big tree hole here." Xiao raised his head and looked in the direction of Xiao's finger. Sure enough, there was a tree hole with a diameter of about half a meter, at a height of 4 or 5 meters from the ground. At such a high position, it is unknown whether it is the nest of those mutant squirrels or some other birds. As Xiao finished speaking, a giggling sound came from inside. Xiao tensed up instantly, hugged the tree trunk with both hands, and slid back to the ground. His palms were rubbed by the bark, and it hurt like fire. As soon as he fell, a furry head appeared inside. Who else could it be but the mutant squirrel? The mutant squirrel glanced outside, then looked at the 2 people under the tree, grinned at them, and retreated back to the tree hole. Xiao turned his head and asked Xiao, "What should I do? There are still a lot of fungus on the tree." Suddenly he remembered something. Don't squirrels like to store food? Will there be a lot of reserve food in this tree hole? And now there is only this mutant squirrel. There is nothing to be afraid of. Xiao knocked the tree trunk with a dagger and listened carefully. The mutant squirrel in the tree hole may have been disturbed by the sound. Suddenly, the whole body rushed out of the tree hole, stood on the branch and began to squeak. Xiao, no need to guess. The curse must be very dirty. No matter how the mutant squirrel on the tree cursed, Xiao did not stop hitting the tree trunk. There is a chance. The tree hole is empty. The mutant squirrel ran away cursing after seeing that the intimidation was ineffective. Xiao looked at the direction where the mutant squirrel left and said, "They are not going to call for help. So we have to hurry up and dig out their nest. Let you grab my bag." After Xiao confirmed that the tree hole was hollow, he climbed up the tree. Since there were mutant squirrels living in it before, there was no need to worry about other mutant animals living in it. The entrance of the tree hole was large enough for an adult to enter. Xiao tied the hemp rope to the tree trunk, adjusted the brightness value on the watch to the highest, and got in. Xiao was no longer interested in measuring the fungus, and was vigilantly observing the surroundings below. The faint light of the watch instantly lit up the dark tree hole. The tree was indeed hollow, with pits and bumps on the inner wall, which might have been scratched by the claws of the mutant squirrel. What surprised Xiao the most was that it was not in vain. There were a lot of nuts, dried mushrooms, dried fungus, and some unrecognizable plant fruits at the bottom of the tree hole. We had to go back and test whether they were edible for humans. Now, it was the right thing to do to collect them all. Xiao took out a sack and put all the bottom ones in it first, then started to move up along the rope a little bit, and put all the squirrel food on the inner wall into the sack. When he came out, the sack was already full. Xiao was waiting anxiously below, and he felt relieved when he saw Xiao coming out. Then he saw the sack behind Xiao, and his mood was as beautiful as the blooming of flowers in spring. Xiao threw the sack down, then took out another sack and began to search for the fungus on it. He filled another sack before coming down from the tree. Xiao weighed the food and gave the sack of fungus to Xiao. He then carried the sack of squirrel food on his back and said, "Let's go!" Chapter 63. If we don't leave now, we might really be beaten by the mutant squirrels. Mutant squirrel, a thief. It's impossible to eat all the things in the 2 sacks, so there's no need to carry them all back. It's not even noon yet. So, the 2 of them found a relatively safe place to sit down in the shade and began to test the squirrel food and fungus. About 30% of the fungus is edible, and less than 10% of the squirrel food has edible fruits. But Xiao is very satisfied with such a harvest. Repack the edible food that has been tested. After everyone drank a bottle of nutrient solution, they continued to head towards their destination today. The mutant squirrels here were completely unexpected, and today's accidents are like dominoes, one after another. When the 2 were still some distance away from the stream, they heard the noise of people, and it looked very lively, and this noisy atmosphere, except for the time when she saw it once in the north square of the shantytown, when everyone was waiting to go to the wheat collection area. She had never seen it in any subsequent collection activities. So, what is the situation now? Who is organizing a summer hunting activity here? However, the sound of gunfire soon broke Xiao's thoughts. The 2 people quietly hid behind the tree and looked at the stream. They were members of the mercenary team. Some of them were wearing clothes that Xiao was very familiar with. They belonged to the future mercenary team. And he also saw Feng Xiang in the team. As for the other uniform style, it was the Dark Knight mercenary team. If you remember correctly, the current leader of the Dark Knight mercenary team was Xiao Yan. The people in the mercenary group were saying that this person might be the illegitimate son of a high-level person in the safe zone. The future mercenary team and the Dark Knight mercenary team were very different from each other in terms of composition and equipment. Most members of the future mercenary team came from the shantytowns and the bottom of the safe zone, and they were equipped with the standard equipment of the safe zone when they went out to do missions. And a considerable number of members of the Dark Knight mercenary team were descendants of the middle and high-level families in the safe zone. In addition to the standard equipment, they would also privately purchase many advanced weapons and equipment to go out for missions. Even with such a huge difference in hardware equipment, the future mercenary group led by Xiao often suppressed the Dark Knight mercenary group steadily. How can a group of mercenaries composed of young men who are just playing around compare with people like Xiao who need to risk their lives for a future? Therefore, the differences in class, weapons, and abilities are all factors that lead to the 2 mercenary groups not getting along. Therefore, Xiao could never have imagined that these 2 teams would team up here to do a mission. This made Xiao very confused. The mercenary team on the stream was busy hunting aquatic creatures in the water, and no one noticed that there were 2 little karamis in the woods secretly observing them. And Xiao looked at the equipment for catching river fish, and he felt jealous, and instantly turned into a lemon. In addition to carrying a variety of fishing tools such as pistols, boats, electric nets, and fishing guns, they also had assault rifles and rocket launchers, which were light and easy to carry weapons with high lethality. As a person living in a peaceful and stable era, Xiao has only seen this kind of firearm in movies and TV dramas and some documentaries. As for the real thing, it depends on whether the bank's armored car and the police in the security office downstairs are equipped with real weapons. If so, she can barely be considered to have seen the real thing. The 2 of them hid nearby for a while. Today, this treasure land obviously no longer belongs to them, and there is no point in wasting time here. Are you just watching others reap a great harvest while you drool beside them? Chapter 64. So, the 2 looked at each other and left quietly. Let's find a new collection site. Xiao couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Today's trip is really wonderful. Until now, she has never been able to collect in one place peacefully. Where are we going now? Xiao asked Xiao while cutting off the weeds that blocked her way. There were people's exclamations from time to time in the stream over there. Xiao pondered for a moment and said, I know another collection site for Hautuinia data. How about going there? Xiao, Hautuinia data again. Hautuinia data again. Today, We have to go to a collection site for Hautuinia cordata. You must like the fishy smell of Hautuinia cordata. Although Zhuang Xiao complained about Hui Xiao's strange obsession with Hautuinia cordata in her heart, she still agreed verbally. Alas, if it wasn't too far away from her mutant nightshade tree, she would definitely ask to collect nightshade. After a baptism of heavy rain, I don't know how her mutant nightshade tree is now. Will it affect the number of fruits it will bear this year? The two walked for another half an hour. It was indeed a large area of Hautuinia cordata, and it was in the upper reaches of the stream. If they also hunted river fish here, would it be considered as intercepting the mercenary team? Although she thought about it, she didn't dare to go down the river. She stood on the shore and saw from a distance that several 1-meter-long mullets swam past with a group of cubs in the middle of the river. The color was gorgeous and eye-catching in the sun. It was so tempting. She just wanted to be quiet now and didn't want to talk at all. Ding D. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Ding D. Low radiation mutation. Edible. After testing 7 or 8 leaves, they were all edible. God. Is he too good to her? But she really doesn't like to eat this. Looking up at Xiao, she cut the leaves skillfully and dripped the juice on the dial. But the result was not pleasant. Ding. Highly mutated by radiation. Inedible. Crab. 8 legs. 2 big claws. Can't get rid of them. Please, crab, come and grab my legs. Zhuang Xiao hummed this brainwashing song, her hands moving non-stop. She didn't like Hautuinia, but she could sell it for points. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. She seemed to have never seen a mosquito in the wasteland for so long. I didn't know that the mosquito legs here have become much thicker. Amid Zhuang Xiao repeated calls, a fierce and arrogant mutated crab popped out of the mud and sand, and then shrank back. Who is so annoying and disturbing my sweet dreams? I don't know if they have to go out to make a living at night. This mutant crab tolerated it, but another mutant crab that lived next to it couldn't. Yesterday, it was disturbed by a mutant snake while hunting, which made it hungry and almost became the food of the mutant snake. It was not easy to change the place, and wanted to sleep well and have a good meal at night. They mutant crabs can also be irritable. So, Zhuang Xiao was attacked. However, thanks to her keen perception after coming to the wasteland, she narrowly avoided the first wave of attacks from the mutant crabs. This surprise came too suddenly. She was a little unable to accept it. She wanted crabs, but she didn't want such a big crab, which was almost up to her waist when she stood up. Xiao noticed the movement here at the first time, and the crossbow in his hand, swoosh, shot at the mutant crab twice. People also ran towards Zhuang Xiao quickly. After the surprise, Zhuang Xiao reacted and shot the arrow in her hand at the heart of the mutant crab. Apart from the joints, that was the softest part of the crab. However, her arrow missed. Chapter 65. If you want to hit a moving target like this, you still need to accumulate more experience. Xiao 2 crossbow arrows hit the joints of the crab's 2 large claws. The crab, whose 2 large claws were injured, saw that it was defeated and prepared to retreat back to its nest. However, the 2 crossbow arrows on its body stuck its body on the stone outside the cave entrance. Left and right, the whole crab was anxious and almost died on the spot. Xiao seized the opportunity, and with the sound of crossbow arrows breaking through the air, 6 crossbow arrows were aimed at the remaining 6 legs of the mutant crab. Zhuang Xiao, Although I have seen Xiao demonstrate the use of sleeve arrows and crossbows to her, this accuracy is really too good. He is worthy of being the former captain of the mercenary team. Even though his physical fitness is not good now, he still has the basic qualities that a captain should have. I do it. I do it. Seeing Xiao preparing to draw his sword and test, Zhuang Xiao was very worried. After such a long time of collecting together, she felt that Brother Hui's collection luck seemed to be a little worse than hers. She quickly pulled out one of the crossbow arrows and smeared the juice of the mutant crab on the dial. Ding. Highly mutated due to radiation. Inedible. Zhuang Xiao, The face suddenly hurt so much. Xiao calmly took off the remaining 8 crossbow arrows from the mutant crab, and took the one in Zhuang Xiao's hand, wiped it all clean with grass leaves, and put it back into the crossbow machine. Zhuang Xiao decided to go back and test the leaves of Hautuinia cordata, which was her true love today. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes not far ahead. No, This is the sound of the mutant snake rubbing its scales. Xiao pulled Xiao, who was squatting on the ground, and hid behind a big tree. There's a snake. As soon as the words fell, a dark mutant snake appeared in Xiao's field of vision, twisting its thick and flexible body, winding forward, and the scales on its body flashed a strange glimmer in the afternoon sun. And the rustling sound was produced by the friction between the snake body and the leaves. In addition to venom attacks, the most important means of attack for snakes is strangulation. Xiao thought of the scenes of big snakes hunting in the previous documentaries. Although the snake in front of her didn't look like it was poisonous. Just look at its body that was thicker than Xiao's waist. And the snake body that was more than 10 meters long. It felt like it could take down both her and Xiao in a few minutes. The mutant snake crawled very fast, occasionally raised its head, spit out black snake cores from its mouth, made a hissing sound, and then buried its head and continued on its way. The mutant snake didn't know where to go, and it didn't stop at all, and went straight downstream. Even so, Xiao and Xiao didn't dare to relax their vigilance. The two held their breath and tensed up, worried that they would be discovered by the mutant snake. Was it really just a heavy rain? Why did all the monsters and ghosts come out? Didn't the safe zone say that people had been sent to clean up the mutant animals nearby? This was the nth time they encountered it today. It wasn't until the mutant snake completely disappeared from their sight that the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and came out of the bushes. Should we go back? Xiao's voice trembled slightly. She didn't have the confidence to beat a mutant snake now. And she couldn't compete with it in terms of speed, strength and weapons and equipment. Okay. And it was just passing by. So there was no need for her to die just to test a piece of meat that she didn't know if it was edible. The best way was to stay alive. Okay, Xiao replied. Unless it was necessary. No one in the wasteland would be willing to provoke such a big mutant snake. The two men carried their things and walked around the direction of the mutant snake, heading to the other side, hoping to leave the forest area as soon as possible. Chapter 66. However, today is their bad luck. As soon as they left the forest area, they were unlucky enough to meet the team of Future and Dark Knight mercenary group. Driving towards them, the snake head raised high behind the team. Isn't it the mutant snake they met in the forest? This damn bad fate. Before they could react, the team came close. Feng Xiang in the car saw the two people with sharp eyes. And before they could refuse, they were directly pulled into the car. Xiao, Xiao, the two people who were messy in the wind, said that they didn't want to get on your car at all. Okay. The mutant snake followed the team and swallowed the mutant mullet, mutant crabs, etc. thrown from the car, chasing people and eating. That's two things. Why are you here? Feng Xiang shouted at them, and directed people to throw out the river food in the car to slow down the mutant snake's movement. The vehicle was very bumpy, and with the occasional gunshots, the voice had to be shouted. Xiao did not answer but asked, "How did you provoke it?" He was particularly rude and pulled the two outsiders into the car. They might have avoided it if they had dodged. Now, they got into the thief's car by mistake. In addition, in the current situation, they can't jump out of the car. At this speed, they will either die or be injured. Feng Xiang shouted loudly. It's the grandson of the Dark Knight mercenary team. Arrogant and conceited. They must touch the energy stone. Before he finished speaking, he shouted at the people in the car, "Quick! Quick! Throw away all the river fish in the car." At this time, Xiao could not care about anything else, and helped to overcome the crisis first. Xiao felt that she did not check the almanac before going out today. Otherwise she could have avoided it. But she still had to confront the mutant snake now. The convoy originally had 6 cars, and several people were swallowed by the mutant snakes when the incident happened. Now there are only 3 cars in total, 2 of which are from the Dark Knight mercenary team. Their cars have better performance, and their people can escape more quickly than them. So, they are the ones who are miserable in the end, feeding the mutant snakes in the back. The mutant snakes were provoked by the Dark Knight mercenary team, but in the end, they were left behind by their future mercenary team. The river food in the car was soon gone, and the mutant snakes were still chasing them. Feng Xiang cursed in a low voice and shouted at Hu Qinli, who was driving, "Find a suitable place to turn directly. Whoever provokes this mutant snake will serve it." Xiao held the handle of the car tightly, feeling that her internal organs were about to be shaken out. There were several times when she thought the car was going to flip over, but it was barely stable. She didn't want to feel this thrilling and lightning-fast feeling at all. Where are her powers? Where are her powers? Without them, her play would end today, and she would say goodbye to all the audiences of Tiandao. The road ahead was getting more and more difficult to walk on due to the weeds. The watches of all the people in the car all sounded the alarm. Warning. Warning. You have entered the blind spot. Please return immediately. Please return immediately. Fog. The people in the car collectively said this Chinese quintessence. They wanted to return by the same route. But the mutant snake didn't agree. Xiao heard the alarm of the watch and stood up from the car, looking in the direction of the car. The red beams of light that fell from the sky in the distance were densely scattered everywhere. I don't know if the mutant snake was full of river food or deliberately teasing them, and kept a distance from them. After the people in the car found that the bullets could not penetrate the scales of the mutant snake, they gave up the attack. The car was speeding through the dense forest. Branches scratched the roof of the car, and Xiao quickly retracted her head back into the car. She was not afraid of entering the blind spot, but she was afraid of driving into a high radiation area. What should she do? Chapter 67. Besides, this car will eventually run out of gas. If she relies on her 2 legs, how long will it take for her to get out? She will definitely die in there. Xiao pulled Xiao's sleeve and said loudly to his ear, Xiao, our car can't go in that direction anymore. Xiao felt the girl's warm breath sprayed into his ear cavity, and he felt uncomfortable for a moment. Without waiting for Xiao to speak, Xiao continued, that's a high radiation area. Let them find the right opportunity to turn left. Xiao didn't know why the girl was so sure that it was a high radiation area, but he thought that since they had no direction for the time being, they might as well give it a try. According to his past experience, the girl was lucky. Anyway, Feng Xiang and the others were looking for an opportunity to leave the Dark Knight mercenary team's convoy. So it didn't matter where they turned. He didn't mean to pit his teammates. No, his former teammates. But before Xiao and Feng Xiang could talk about this, everyone in the car fell to the right, and the car turned left into a patch of grass. The 2 vehicles of the Dark Knight mercenary team in front were still speeding along the long-abandoned road. Fortunately, the mutant snake abandoned them and caught up with the convoy in front. Everyone in the car breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got rid of this damn guy. After driving in the bushes for another half an hour, the vehicle announced a strike. Everyone took their belongings and got off the car. Only then did Xiao have the mood to observe their group, including her and Xiao. There were a total of 9 people, in addition to Feng Xiang. Among the remaining 6 people, there were old acquaintances, the 2 young men who went to their house to transport the mutant mantis. The remaining 4 people looked about the same age as Xiao. Captain Hua, the driver who Qianli shouted loudly. Then he remembered something, glanced at Feng Xiang and changed his words, Boss Hua. Feng Xiang glanced at Hu Qianli indifferently and said Boss Hua. When he joined the mercenary team, Xiao taught him a lot of things. So in his heart, Xiao would always be his boss. What should we do now? Feng Xiang said that he was ready to give up. Being the captain was too much trouble. It's still the most comfortable to be a team member. Just follow the boss's instructions. Xiao, He was the one who was forced to get on the car. Okay? Xiao also looked at Xiao with everyone's eyes. Feeling very uneasy, Xiao, we can get out. She just checked the map on her watch. The blind area. Really blind. There was no data on mountains, rivers, terrain and altitude. All areas were blank, and there was no location for them. In the past, when we were near the safe zone, this map could show the location information of key locations. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. They had traveled for about 2 hours since entering the blind spot. According to the speed of the car, they were at least 100 kilometers away from the safe zone. It would take 3 days to walk out if everything went well, and it would be dark in more than 2 hours. Before that, we had to find a safe place to stay. We could then plan for the future. First, take inventory of the supplies, and take all the items that can be used in the car, Xiao said. Before night fell, the group successfully found a place to stay. It was an abandoned cave. No traces of mutant animals were found in the cave. After everyone simply cleaned it up, they settled down. At this time, everyone was in the mood to pay attention to Xiao beside Xiao. Of course, I have seen it before, but at that time, I was either busy on the road or busy on the road. so how could I have time to chat? Now everyone sat in a circle in front of the fire, each holding a bottle of nutrient solution and drinking it. This time, everyone only brought 1 day's rations. The prey originally obtained by the stream had all gone into the mutant snake's stomach, so the nutrient solution in hand had to be saved. Chapter 68. After all, it is not so easy to find food in the wasteland. This day, either chasing squirrels or hiding from mutant snakes, Xiao sat behind Xiao and felt so hungry that his stomach was uncomfortable. He couldn't help but take out a nut from Xiao's bag and prepared to peel it and eat it. Crack, crack. The sound came from behind Xiao, and everyone's eyes were focused on his back. Boss, I heard that you have a new sister? Hu Qianli has a straightforward personality and says whatever he wants. He wanted to ask since he got off the car, but he never met the right opportunity. When Xiao heard someone talking about her, she quickly poked her head out from behind Xiao. Her cheeks puffed up. Yes, I am his sister. My name is Xiao. Hello. Hello, Sister Xiao. My name is Hu Qianli. Hu Qianli said with a big smile. A young man next to him said, Why do you two have different surnames? Your names are quite similar. Xiao. Hee, cousin. I'm his distant cousin. The two families used to have a very good relationship, so they gave each other similar names. Xiao sat quietly next to him, listening to the little girl babble about her former teammates, which were so tortuous and strange, and heart-wrenching. After getting to know each other, Xiao simply sat out from behind Xiao. After a while, Xiao became familiar with a group of people. 2/3 of the young men who came to their house last time were named Xiang Su and Wanhe, both of whom were under 20 years old. In addition to Hu Qianli and Feng Xiang, the other 3 were Xiong Hai, Wei Sheng and Sima Yan. Feng Xiang and Sima Yan were born in the safe zone, and the other 5 were born in the shanty town. Except Feng Xiang. All of them were genetically modified people. At night, Hu Qianli and Feng Xiang took turns to keep watch. Fortunately, the weather is not cold now. Otherwise, they would have a hard time getting through the night. Xiao lay in her exclusive thatched straw pile and fell asleep quickly. Xiao leaned against the stone wall in the cave, holding a crossbow in his arms, and fell asleep quickly as he looked at the sleeping girl. Nothing happened that night. The group spent the first night in the blind spot smoothly. In the morning, before dawn, everyone woke up. It was not until just before departure that Xiao woke up Xiao, who was sleeping on her back. I have to say that this girl is really carefree. She can still sleep even though they are packing up so much noise. Xiao rubbed her eyes and didn't react to where the people were for a while. Her brain was in a short downtime state. When she saw the 5 or 6 guys in front of her clearly, her memory of yesterday began to slowly come back. She had just packed her things and put them on her back when she heard Xiao's voice. Let's go! It was just dawn, and the temperature had not risen yet. It was a good time to hurry on. The night will cover up many dangers that are not easy to detect. The temperature in the day will only get hotter as the sun rises, and they have limited water on them. The daytime is not suitable for all-weather travel. Maybe it was because she had a good rest last night. Xiao now feels refreshed and walks without breathing. She is also in the mood to look at the surrounding scenery. Looking far away, the trees are lush and green, like a green ocean, exuding vitality. The sunlight shines through the layers of leaves, and the light and shadow interweave with an indescribable beauty. In the eyes of Xiao and others, this green ocean is full of hidden murderous intentions. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Therefore, except Xiao, everyone else is tense and exudes a strong sense of tension. The group quietly shuttled through the forest. From time to time, you can hear birds singing and beasts roaring. From the strength of the sound, you can guess that they are not close to them. Along the way, in addition to the lush plants, Xiao also saw many mutated beetles and cabbage loopers. Chapter 69. Especially the cabbage worm. She was a little afraid of it before. But don't say that when the cabbage worm grows bigger and chews the leaves. Its fat and twisting body is actually quite cute. Xiao secretly caught one and put it in his bag, ready to take it back as a pet. Isn't it said that this thing can turn into a butterfly? It's just right to witness its evolution process with his own eyes. Originally, the fat green one was a little reluctant, twisting its small body, but was violently suppressed by Xiao. But this mutant cabbage worm is not destined to be a pet after all. Soon after, It was sent away by Xiao as a return gift. And if they encounter this kind of insect with little lethality and attack power in a safe area, they will also test it. And maybe they can find a lot of edible ones. However, now their primary goal is to leave the blind spot. So, these insects were directly ignored by Xiao and his team. They were climbing a small hill at the moment, and the vegetation nearby was becoming sparser and sparser, and the trees were gradually decreasing, replaced by some shrubs, without the cover of leaves, standing on a high place. Xiao saw the red beam of light coming down from the sky again, very close to them. Since the early morning, everyone was tired and hungry. Xiao signaled everyone to stop and rest, and asked Meng Qingyang and Wei Sheng to be on guard, while the others looked for edible food nearby. Let's eat first, then think about what to do. Xiao had already seen a kind of golden fruit with two pointed ends and a round belly in the bushes. Golden. In the green. It is quite conspicuous. It looks a bit like mountain pomegranate. And its full name is golden cherry. The reason why it is called golden cherry is because its fruit is small, similar to cherry, and the fruit is yellow when ripe. The fruit is very sweet when ripe, and it can also be used to soak wine. It's just that this thing is a bit difficult to start with, and the fruit is covered with thorns. Xiao picked a few golden cherry that looked ripe and tested it with a watch. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Rubbed the fruit on the ground, and the thorns on it were easily rubbed off. Xiao peeled one and dug out the flesh with a dagger, and his eyes lit up instantly. The mutated golden cherry tasted better. It was sweet and sour, and the juice was abundant. Looking at the conspicuous bags on the tree, Xiao was so happy. After eating half of it, he fed the remaining half to the green fat man. The mutant cabbage worm probably ate such a sweet fruit for the first time, and it ate the fruit in 2 bites. Soon everyone found a lot of edible ingredients, among which Hu Qianli and Xiang Su each held 2 fat and round green fat men in their arms. Looking at the others, everyone picked colorful fruits, each different. It can be seen that the probability of edible food in the non-high radiation area in the blind spot is still very high. It's just that due to the mutant animals and potential high radiation risks in the blind spot, ordinary people dare not come in easily. Hu Qianli skewered 2 cabbage worms and roasted them directly on the fire. Everyone, come and try it later. This is all meat. I haven't had meat for a long time. I didn't expect there were so many edible ingredients in the blind area. I just tested it and found 2 edible ones. After saying that, he laughed. Xiang Su wiped the sweat on his forehead that was about to fall into his eyes, stared at the 2 green fat men on the fire, and drooled on the ground. Yes. Yes. What brother who said is absolutely right. If it weren't for the mutant animals and high radiation, I would have moved my family here to live, so I wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. The collection sites near the safe zone are all overcrowded. The situation in the safe zone does not allow them to explore and expand their territory on a large scale. Chapter 70. Feng Xiang said, that's true. However, we didn't feel anything unusual during our journey, so this area is probably not a high radiation area. If we report it when we go back, we might be able to develop a new collection area. Xiao glanced at Feng Xiang, then looked up at the red beam of light that penetrated from the sky. Young man, you said that too early. We are now at the edge of the high radiation area. Hey, how can we lead them to bypass this area? So many people. All of them are from the mercenary team. If they all die in the high radiation area, it will be difficult for her and Xiao to leave the blind spot when facing unknown mutant animals. Thinking of this, we still have to save them. However, I can't say that I seem to be able to see the high radiation area. She hasn't considered whether to tell her roommate Xiao about this matter yet. It's even more impossible to expose it in front of this group of strangers. Everyone chatted with each other. Xiao was thinking about something, and she kept chewing the golden cherries in her hand. There were too many, so she was very kind to share some with everyone. Anyway, the tree was there, and it didn't take much effort. It was just a favor, based on the principle of reciprocity. Others also shared their harvests. However, for Hu Qianli and Xiang Su's sharing, Xiao said that she was really a little incapable of accepting, and directly rejected their enthusiastic return gifts. In the case of a choice, she really couldn't eat the round body of the cabbage worm, especially when she saw Xiao swallowing the cabbage worm in his hand without changing his expression. thinking that the two people were mixing food from the same pot. Xiao suddenly felt bad. Everyone enjoyed the rare food in their hands, and the amount was the kind that they could eat as much as they wanted. And they were all very happy. But in this somewhat joyful atmosphere, the rustling sound that made people's scalps numb came again. Everyone felt their scalps tingling. Why did this sound so much like the sound of a mutant snake hurrying on the road? Yes, the mutant snake. It's here again. In just a few breaths, the mutant snake's mighty and shining body made a gorgeous appearance. The snake's head just raised, spitting out its core, and its eyes stared straight at the sweet and delicious food in front of it. Go quickly. Feng Xiang and Xiao shouted at the same time. Xiao pulled Xiao, and a group of people ran into the woods. This is really bad luck. Is this mutant snake fighting with them? It's everywhere. Originally, Xiao was worried that Xiao's physical fitness was not good and would be a drag. But who knew that while running, Xiao actually broke free from his hand and ran directly in front of everyone. Xiao, members of the future mercenary team, they are about to lose their tails again. The mutant snake was moving much faster than them, and soon caught up with them, and the two were almost running side by side. The strange thing is, the mutant snake didn't even look at them. Swoosh, past them, and went in the direction where Xiao disappeared. The ignored people, Xiao running speed did not slow down at all, and he followed the mutant snake closely. Feng Xiang and others who were running behind him panting, seeing that Xiao figure was about to disappear in the depths of the dense forest. Hu Qianli asked while running and panting, Captain Feng, are we still following? Usually, they always avoided the mutant snake, but now they are rushing to chase the mutant snake. This is really the first time for a young lady to get married. Feng Xiang turned around and replied with only one word, chase. Feng Xiang and his team soon lost track of Xiao, while Xiao was also trying hard to find Xiao trace. Chapter 71. The signal of the watch was very poor in the blind area. Xiao tried to dial several times but failed to contact Xiao. At this moment, he was extremely anxious and had no idea. Xiao, on the other hand, was running wildly. The sound of the mutant snake's scales rubbing against the ground kept coming from behind her. She didn't realize that she was running too fast. Xiao and Feng Xiang had completely lost each other. After running out of the dense forest, she suddenly felt that her body was covered by red light. Fuck. This is accidentally entering a high radiation area. Xiao hurriedly turned around and ran into the open bloody mouth of the mutant snake. A fishy smell hit her in the face. Taking advantage of her small size and flexibility, she stuck to the mutant snake's body and re-entered the dense forest. Why did this mutant snake target her? After running in the forest for another half an hour, Xiao really didn't want to run anymore. She held on to a thick tree beside her and gasped heavily. The mutant snake coiled its body around the tree trunk, raised its head high, and its tongue kept making a hissing sound. Xiao threw all the bags on the ground, held the dagger in her hand tightly, and was ready to go. I won't run away. Anyway, today it's either you or me. In a flash, Xiao shot the sleeve arrow into the mutant snake's mouth. This time I was lucky and hit it at once. There is a lot of water hemlock toxin on this sleeve arrow, but I don't know how effective it is against the mutant snake. I try it on you. The mutant snake was attacked and immediately became furious, rushing straight towards Xiao. You chase me and I hide. I hide and you chase. One person and one snake shuttled back and forth in the dense forest. Gradually, Xiao felt something was wrong, and the mutant snake's movements began to become slow and disorderly. Could it be that the toxin of water hemlock took effect? However, she did not dare to relax her vigilance at all. If she was accidentally wrapped by the mutant snake, she would suffocate to death in a minute. While Xiao and the mutant snake were playing hide and seek, a group of uninvited guests came from above the dense forest. They stood on the branches and kept screaming. It seemed that they were cheering for the human-snake war on the ground. These uninvited guests were none other than the mutant squirrels that robbed Xiao's backpack and took away her chocolate. At this time, the mutant squirrels jumped back and forth on the nearby branches, and their furry tails twitched. It was like watching a big show. The mutant snake slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao seized the opportunity and shot one of the sleeve arrows at the mutant snake's eyes. Feeling pain again, the mutant snake's slow body seemed to burn out the last bit of its life force, and it attacked Xiao frantically. However, the effect of the water hemlock had already been exerted, and the mutant snake's head actually hit the trunk of a big tree next to Xiao. Boom! The leaves fell. The mutant squirrels watching the show on the tree scattered. The mutant snake's head drooped weakly, and its whole body fell limply on the ground. Xiao, who was worried about his life just now, was stunned by this scene and muttered to himself, "That's it." Not to mention, the poison of water hemlock is really useful. But I don't know if it will work if it encounters a poisonous snake. As the saying goes, fight poison with poison, and negatives equal positives. Xiao hid aside and watched for a while, and confirmed that the mutant snake was dead. So he came up and kicked it twice. "I let you hit me alone. Hoo-hua. I let you hit me alone. Hoo-hua." Seeing that the battle below was over, the mutant squirrels on the tree jumped back again and started to squeak and chat enthusiastically. When Xiao completely went from being chased by the mutant snake to the mutant snake's corpse at her feet, her doubts grew more and more. Chapter 72. How did she manage to outrun a mutant snake? How did she manage to run for so long without feeling tired? How did she? In short, she strayed into a blind spot, and she didn't seem to recognize herself now. However, these are not the main points now. Where are Xiao, Feng Xiang and the others? This dense forest is so big. Where can she find them? While thinking about this question, he took some mutant snake meat with a dagger and put it on the dial. Ding! Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. Looking at the hundreds of kilograms of snake meat in front of him, Xiao couldn't help but shed tears of regret. And sadness instantly turned into a river. Why is she always the one who gets hurt? On the fork of the tree above his head, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 70, 80, 90 mutant squirrels sitting in a row, shouting to the people below from time to time, and whispering to each other from time to time. Why does this human not look so smart? We won the fight, so hurry up and collect the spoils. Sad Xiao, This world is really too kind to her, giving her a piece of meat that she can't carry away. Xiao and Feng Xiang and others in the distant dense forest naturally didn't know Xiao's sadness. The two groups successfully met in the chase. As the light in the dense forest became darker and darker, Xiao's heart became heavier and heavier. As the dark night fell, it was like falling into an ice cave. The dangerous world opened again. Feng Xiang grabbed Xiao, who was still looking for traces. "It's dark. We have to find a safe place to stay. Let's look for it tomorrow morning." Reason told Xiao that Feng Xiang was right, but emotionally, yes, boss maybe my cousin has found a place to hide, Sima Yin said. In fact, it was just as Sima Yin said. Xiao saw that the sky was getting darker, and she was a little scared at first. But she was afraid that she couldn't solve any problems now. Last time, there was Xiao in the wild, but this time, Xiao was gone. But there was a group of chirping mutant squirrels. She naturally discarded the meat of the mutant snake. Before leaving, she also went to check the mutant snake's stomach just in case, fearing that there might be energy stones that slipped through the net. However, her eyes were still good. There was really not a single energy stone in the mutant snake's stomach. She also made herself smelly. Xiao didn't know where to go for a while, so she followed the group of mutant squirrels around the forest. After all, they were all old acquaintances. It's not too much to be each other's companions. In order to win the favor of the mutant squirrels, she reluctantly gave a few nuts she took out of the mutant squirrel's nest in her backpack to the guys on the tree. Perhaps, possibly, probably, the bribery played a little role. When the last ray of light in the dense forest disappeared, Xiao rented the mutant squirrel's nest and hid in it. Amid the mutant squirrel's squeaking screams, Xiao had to offer a few more golden cherry fruits, and the two sides reached a settlement on the rental issue. Xiao looked at her watch, and all the messages she sent out failed. Today she lost a team of people, and she didn't know how Xiao and the others were doing now. Yesterday was a very unlucky day, so today was a very fantasy day. It was so fantasy that she almost thought she was going to awaken some extraordinary superpowers. After all, her physical strength and running speed were too different from ordinary people. The script given by God had too many hidden lines, and she didn't know if there were other pits waiting for her. The next day, she slept until she woke up naturally, and it was another energetic day. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the mutant squirrel's furry tail. which was circling back and forth on her face. The mutant squirrel's body covered the tree hole tightly. Xiao pulled the mutant squirrel's fat body apart and climbed out. When she climbed the tree last night, she didn't feel how high the tree was. Chapter 73. Looking down now, I felt dizzy. I quickly hugged the big tree fork beside me. I felt a little safer. After confirming whether all the items on my body were complete, and saying goodbye to the mutant squirrel, Xiao climbed down from the tree. Sitting under the tree, she ate a golden cherry, fed her green fat man some grass leaves, and then set off. After going back and forth in the dense forest several times, Xiao didn't remember where she and Xiao were separated. Relying only on an intuition, she went forward bravely, not afraid of wind and rain. The little duck quacks, bare little feet, swaying down the river. Xiao untuned song echoed in the forest. By the way, except for the unlucky mutant snake and the mutant squirrel, who loved to eat melons and join in the fun, she has not encountered a ferocious mutant animal so far. She was used to seeing the big fluttering moths, mutant beetles, and mutant cabbage worms that flew by from time to time in the forest. Oh! Today she also saw a big spider with black hairy legs squatting on its own web to enjoy delicious food. Xiao avoided it from a distance. What if this mutant spider is poisonous? As she walked, she heard a loud and crisp bird call. Chirp! Chirp! The voice was melodious and moving. However, Xiao was not attracted by the bird call, but the bird's nest on the tree. She walked closer and secretly glanced at the male bird dancing and singing on the ground. The feathers were gorgeous. The body was majestic, and it looked like a peacock spreading its tail. It turned out that the male bird was courting. Xiao glanced at the bird's nest flashing with dazzling white light not far away. This guy would not decorate its nest with energy stones, right? While the male bird was working hard to sell his body, Xiao quietly climbed up the tree that seemed to have a bird's nest with energy stones. A few more bird calls were heard in the distance. I think they were attracted by the singing of the male bird. The male bird below was seen flapping its wings more vigorously, wishing to show its non-existent 8-pack abs to the female opposite to show its strong physique and sufficient ability to breed excellent offspring. I don't know how long it will take for these two big birds to go on a blind date. Xiao finally climbed to the height of the bird's nest, and with evil eyes and sinful hands, he reached into the bird's nest on the tree. As expected, this male bird understands romance. There are no less than 10 energy stones of various sizes inside, irregularly but perfectly embedded in the gaps of dead branches. The male bird's calls in my ears became louder and louder, accompanied by the response of the female bird. Her hands moved faster. Does this blind date sound like a success? Maybe I will have to go home to look at the house soon. Wrong. To look at the nest. Xiao evil little hands made a few clicks and dug out all the energy stones embedded in the bird's nest. He slid down the tree trunk and started running. He didn't know if the female bird would dislike it after digging out a few decorations from the male bird's new house, and then turned around and flapped her big wings and left. After all, energy stones are not only loved by humans in the wasteland, but also by mutant animals in the wasteland. After running a long way, Xiao seemed to still hear the male bird's call. But this time, the sound was not gentle and pleasant at all. It was chirping as if it was scolding a thief. The kind of curse was very dirty. Xiao took out the energy stones from his bag and counted them. Well, there were 11 in total. Ding. Energy stone level F. Energy value 124. Ding. Energy stone level F. Energy value 231. Ding. Energy stone level C. Energy value 1378. After testing the energy values of all energy stones, Xiao was overjoyed. There were 11 energy stones. 1 C level, 3 D level, and the rest were all F level. What a harvest! Xiao touched his chin, wondering whether he should go find a few more bird nests. Chapter 74. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she took out the pearl necklace from her neck and retested the energy value. Ding! Energy stone level F. Energy value 270. I didn't do anything. How come this energy stone consumed nearly 200 energy points? However, there were many abnormalities yesterday. While taking advantage of the rest time, Xiao decided to sort out her abnormalities. First, she could see the energy stone, or more precisely, the white light emitted by the energy stone. Second, She could see the high-intensity radiation area. Third, this energy stone seemed to be able to transmit some special energy to her, such as improving her body's speed and endurance under certain stress conditions. Fourth, why did the mutant snake abandon the others among those people and chase her? This is also a question worth pondering. The first 2 points have been verified, and there is no doubt that her eyes are just like the fire eyes of Sun Wukong. As for the last 2 points, they are still to be verified. The third one seems to be a good thing for her at present. However, the last one is just an accident. She doesn't want to meet a big mutant animal that loves, but cannot get her and chases her relentlessly next time. That would be too tragic. Right? Generally speaking. She has a golden finger. No. Now it seems to be a golden eye. Xiao stood up, patted the grass on her butt, and moved forward according to her intuition. She had to find the team she lost as soon as possible. Especially Xiao Mobile Encyclopedia with the disease. What if it accidentally enters a high radiation area and dies? Let's talk about Xiao. I didn't sleep well all night. In my dreams, I saw Xiao being swallowed by a mutant snake. Xiao, thank you so much. Can't you just hope for me to be well? It was noon. Xiao and his group stood in front of the mutant snake, looking at each other. This seems to be the mutant snake that always chases them. Yes. Yes. Xiao squatted down and checked the mutant snake's body. The 2 wounds were obviously caused by the sleeve arrows. The sleeve arrows are still in the mutant snake's body. It's not that Xiao forgot to recycle them, but she was worried that there might be water hemlock toxins left on the sleeve arrows. She didn't have gloves or anything, and she was afraid of death if she touched them with her bare hands. So, she discarded these 2 sleeve arrows. Is this our cousin's sleeve arrow? Hu Qianli pointed at the sleeve arrow in Xiao's hand and stuttered. So, our cousin single-handedly fought a mutant snake. Damn. This cousin looks delicate. But I didn't expect she is a tough guy. Xiao hummed, stood up and said, skin the snake. When he saw that the mutant snake was dead, and there was the little girl's sleeve arrow, Xiao's heart, which was originally hanging, was slightly relieved. Okay. Hu Qianli agreed and asked Xiang Su, and want he to start working. The skin of the mutant snake is a good thing, and it can't be wasted. It's a pity that he just tested the meat and found that it was still a low-level radiation mutation. It's just that it has been left overnight and has a bit of taste. Otherwise, he would have to cut 2 pieces to taste. The people in the mercenary team are familiar with the work of peeling snake skin, although there are a few holes on the snake skin poked by Xiao. It doesn't matter. It will still be a good snake skin after patching it up. Feng Xiang came over and patted Xiao on the shoulder and said, our cousin will be fine. Pack up and continue to set off. Feng Xiang said to everyone. Although this blind spot is dangerous, they have gained a lot. At the beginning, they followed Boss Hui aimlessly in the dense forest to look for people. It is certain that they were a little emotional. After all, finding a little girl in a blind spot, especially a little girl being chased by a mutant snake, the probability of her survival is very slim. Chapter 75. The reason why everyone is so active today is that everyone feels that they are indirectly indebted to the little girl. It was because they mistakenly entered a high radiation area yesterday afternoon. At first, no one reacted. At most they felt a little dizzy. This could be caused by the sun or hunger. And no one took it seriously, and continued on their way. Until Hu Qianli, plop, fell to the ground. Everyone realized that they had mistakenly entered a high radiation area. While they still had strength left, a group of people began to return along the original route, and 3 more people fell on the way back, after finally retreating back to the dense forest. Except for Xiao. No one was intact, and they were all sick. Fortunately, they noticed it in time. Otherwise, they would have gone deeper and died in it. But in this situation, if it were in a safe area, it would be easier to solve it, and 1 radiation cleaning agent per person would be enough. But now we are not in the safe zone? Thinking that these people used to be life and death companions, and followed him to find Xiao in the blind spot without any complaints. Although he and Xiao were the 2 people who were forced to get on the car, he felt that he should do something. What about 7 heads? We can't leave them all here. Thinking about it, he reluctantly took out the energy stone in his arms. Each person held it for 5 minutes, and the energy stone was turned back and forth 3 times in the palms of the 7 people, until the energy of the energy stone was completely exhausted. The group of people were alive and kicking again. As for the origin of this D-level energy stone, it was naturally the heirloom of Xiao family. Although Feng Xiang and Sima Yin were born in the safe zone, they didn't have any energy stones of their own, not to mention the other 5 people who came from the shantytown. So, after everyone listened to the twists and turns of the bizarre story that Xiao made up for everyone, they were all very moved. Xiao, brother Hua, you are so good at making up stories. This is a D-level energy stone, and they just used it up. Boss Hua doesn't know how to explain it to his cousin. This favor is too much. So everyone, with guilt and gratitude, set out again to find the missing cousin, until they saw the body of the mutant snake. Everyone's tense mood was slightly relaxed. Our cousin should still be alive. This is the unanimous voice of everyone at this time. In short, while the 8 men were struggling to find the missing cousin, the cousin was so happy to dig out the bird's nest that she forgot her original intention of finding the lost team. There is no way. The light of the energy stone almost blinded her titanium dog eyes. Yes. The cousin saw the energy stone again. Xiao said, "It's great that the bird likes to decorate its own nest. That's a bird's nest. A bird's nest must have style. It must be decorated with energy stones to find a partner." Xiao took out 6 energy stones from the bird's nest. In fact, she also saw that the mother bird also had energy stones in its body. But she didn't dare to provoke it. And she didn't have a pair of wings to fly. So, she could only steal the nest while the mother bird was out looking for food. Fortunately, in addition to the 6 energy stones, she also touched 3 edible bird eggs. After stealing the nest, Xiao placed the green fat man in the bag neatly in the bird's nest, and made a cute bow with grass leaves on her body. Then, she quickly carried her energy stones and let this treasure land. The green fat man is her little compensation to the mother bird. I also hope that it can find a new love as soon as possible and lay a few more precious eggs. Chapter 76. How can a green fat man be as cute as an energy stone? Xiao happily shuttled through the blind area, and with her bright and dazzling big eyes, she perfectly avoided all high radiation areas. After the excitement, Xiao thought of the 8-member group she had lost. Just as she was feeling sad, she heard someone calling her, Xiao. How come there are so many cousins suddenly? Xiao looked up in the direction of the voice. And sure enough, she saw Xiao running towards her anxiously. When he caught her, he looked left, right, up, and down, and finally his eyes finally looked at her face. Xiao let Xiao pull her and said, "What's wrong with you? 8 grown men can get lost." Xiao, following closely behind him. 7/8, Who lost whom? Seeing that she had nothing to do, Xiao made a joke and said, "Yes, we got lost. You must keep an eye on us next time." He stretched out his hand and scratched the little girl's bird nest-like head. "Hey, did you encounter a mutant snake?" Xiao looked at the people behind Xiao, who Qianli was carrying the black, glowing snake skin on his back. Xiao said, "This should be the mutant snake you killed. They just skinned it." Xiao, "So, this snake skin is actually a good thing?" Hu Qianli said, "Yes. The mutant snake skin is tough, soft, and breathable, but it is a good material for making protective clothing." Xiao was silent. She had only heard of snake skin bags before, and this was the first time she heard that snake skin could be used to make clothes. However, the mutant snake skin was indeed very tough. She took a lot of effort to cut it open. It's my fate to get it, and I'm lucky to lose it. She and this snake skin are not destined to be together. Xiao glanced at Feng Xiang again. Ah, a beauty is like jade. This beauty with unshaven beard and dirty body. He is still a beauty. Sure enough, a good-looking person is really beautiful even if he is wearing a sack. After scanning everyone, she looked at Xiao again and said, "Which direction should we go now?" Although she could see the red line of the high radiation area, she didn't recognize the road and her sense of direction was still poor. After running around in the woods for the past 2 days, she had long deviated from the route they took to enter the blind area. Xiao opened the map on his watch, but it still didn't show their current location. However, judging from the locations of the safe area and the blind area shown on the map, the general direction can still be distinguished. The blind area is northwest of the safe area, which means they have to go in the opposite direction. Although they have been in the blind area for a long time, fortunately, they have been heading southeast all the way. In other words, they are now on their way back to the safe area. Xiao raised his hand and pointed in a direction and said, "Southeast direction." Xiao looked in the direction of his finger. The red light in the air was like cotton thread on a loom. Dense and dense. How can we get through this? Xiao swallowed his saliva and stammered, That can't be a high radiation area. Look at the big bird flying in the sky. It's too big. Everyone, This logic. We give it full marks. Xiao, I'm really a logical genius. It's true in the wasteland. The degree of weirdness of biological mutation in high radiation areas is much higher than the degree of weirdness of biological mutation in medium and low radiation areas. They entered the high radiation area by mistake before because they were eager to find people. And the difference in the mutation of plants and animals at the border of the radiation area was not very obvious. So they ignored it. So, now listening to Xiao words, it is not impossible. Let's go first. If we notice something wrong, we will try to avoid it. Feng Xiang said. Everyone thought that this was the only way. When going down the mountain, Xiao added, This time, you all have to follow me. If 8 people are lost, I won't care. Chapter 77. 8 people, Who lost whom? Xiang Su patted his chest and replied, I promise to keep up with my cousin and never fall behind. Feng Xiang glanced at Xiao and heard Xiao say, Okay. We will all follow you this time. That's good. That's good. Rest assured that I can bring you all back to the safe zone in one piece. Xiao walked confidently in the direction Xiao pointed, although there is a large red area ahead. However, there are always marginal areas, and she only needs to bypass the large area of high radiation. Along the way, Xiao also carefully observed the surrounding vegetation. Indeed, the same vegetation outside and inside the red line can still be seen with some difference if it is carefully distinguished. It's just that the closer to the center of a certain area, the less obvious this difference is, and it is easy to confuse people's sight. So the easiest place to find out whether it is close to the high radiation area is at the intersection of the two. In this way, early discovery can also be early away. Avoid being trapped in it and wanting to turn back too late. Along the way, Xiao was not idle. Her bag was empty except for the energy stones and golden cherries. Besides, there were 2 sacks in the bag that were not used. Besides, Xiao had nuts from the mutant squirrel and the sack of wood ear that was lost when he was chased by the mutant snake. The others were in a similar situation. We had already entered this blind spot, and it seemed a bit sorry for this adventure if we didn't bring something back. Among them, except Feng Xiang and Sima Yin who liked to use their brains, the others really followed Xiao wherever he went. And Xiao was following Xiao all the time. This time he paid special attention to the animals and plants around him, and he found that there was nothing wrong with the route this little girl took. So he was more convinced that Xiao was really lucky. Sometimes, you really don't believe it. Some people are just luckier than most people. This kind of mysterious thing can't be explained clearly. At this time, Feng Xiang and Sima Yin were focusing on the mutant plants and animals around them, thinking about whether there were any edible plants and animals that were suitable to bring back. Therefore, they did not notice that Xiao was actually following behind Xiao very obediently. Xiao was worried that they would stray too far from the general direction. So she basically chose the route where she could see the red light. Occasionally, she would confirm with Xiao whether the general direction was correct. Perhaps it was because they were too close to the high radiation area. Something went wrong again on the way. Boom! Boom! A deafening sound like thousands of troops trampling on the ground came from the high radiation area. Then, a group of mutant wild goats came out in the dust. Except for Xiao. Everyone had rich experience in hunting mutant animals in the wild, and they were naturally familiar with mutant wild goats. Listening to the messy and fierce footsteps, and the panic-stricken running posture, there must be more dangerous mutant animals chasing after the mutant wild goats. At this time, running is impossible, so you can only hide. If you can't hide, then just leave it to fate. Xiao picked up Xiao and started climbing the nearest and thickest tree. Xiao had gained experience in climbing trees in the past 2 days, so he climbed up without much effort. Hu Qianli and Feng Xiang were the closest to them, and they followed Xiao to climb the tree, while the other 5 went to the adjacent trees. In just a blink of an eye, the full image of the mutant wild goat appeared in Xiao's field of vision. Wow! The mutant wild goat is much bigger than a normal horse. Chapter 78. Moreover, the huge horns on the head are like two scimitars. If you get hit, you will definitely die. Xiao watched with great interest from the tree. Xiao and Feng Xiang both showed worried expressions. The animals chasing the wild goats were actually mutant wolves, with the same number as the mutant wild goats. The mutant goats were easy to deal with, as they were herbivorous animals. They just hid in the trees and got away. The difficult thing was the mutant wolves behind. In addition to the wolves' own cleverness, their hearing and sense of smell, which had evolved to be excellent and terrifying, were the most frightening. And the mutant wolves were meat eaters. Now, the two people hoped that these mutated big guys would ignore their 9 little karamis. They were small and not enough to fill the gaps between the big guy's teeth. Soon, Xiao saw the mutant wild goats that were about to escape the high radiation area were quickly blocked by the mutant wolves and surrounded. Even from such a distance, Xiao seemed to be able to feel the cold fangs in the mouths of the mutant wolves, and even seemed to hear the saliva dripping from the mouths of the mutant wild wolves. The roundup time has begun. Xiao's heart was lifted up, but not for their own safety, but for the mutant wild goats that were about to die. In her impression, wolves have always been a very cunning, treacherous, and cruel animal. And sheep are those sheep. Bah! Cute. What is pleasant goat? Beautiful goat. Lazy goat. Aren't they all sheep? How can such a weak, pitiful and helpless animal beat a terrible and cruel creature like a wolf? The result proved that Xiao was naive, and her understanding of wild goats was also biased. Wild goats are not the kind of cute little ones in domestic or cartoons. The mutant wolves that were originally casually surrounding the mutant wild goats began to slowly close the encirclement. The mutant wild goats inside stepped back and forth restlessly, staring at the wolves around them with vigilant eyes, trying to find a gap to break through. But the mutant wild wolves did not give them much time to observe and consider. Suddenly, a sturdy mutant wild wolf pounced on the neck of one of the mutant wild goats, trying to hit it with one blow, but it was disappointed. The mutant wild goat took a nimble step, like a light step, and perfectly avoided its attack. And the other wild wolves, at the moment when the first mutant wild wolf pounced on the mutant wild goats, took collective action. The action was fierce and fast. The mutant wild goats were trying to survive. Since they were already in a desperate situation, their resistance would definitely be more courageous. As time went on, the fight between the two sides became more and more fierce. Originally thought to be over soon, the mutant wild goats counterattacked wildly, and their horns like scimitars actually injured several mutant wild wolves. Both sides suffered casualties. The scene was bloody and cruel. The scarlet blood turned the grass under their feet into a strange and charming red, which was particularly dazzling under the scorching sun. This was the first time in his life that Xiao deeply experienced the cruel reality of the survival of the fittest in nature. In the end, the mutant wild goats were defeated. However, 3 mutant wild goats were injured and escaped from the encirclement. Perhaps, the harvest this time was enough to satisfy the appetite of the mutant wild wolves. They did not chase the remaining defeated opponents, but enjoyed the food directly on the spot. The teeth flashed with cold light, easily tore the loser's fur, and the bright red flesh was exposed to the air. The stench of blood was blown into the nasal cavity of everyone in the tree. However, no one in the tree dared to make any noise. After a full meal, the mutant wild wolves collectively retreated to the dense forest in the high radiation area. Chapter 79. The crowd stayed for another half an hour before coming down from the tree. The bloody smell in the air was still so thick that it was hard to breathe. At this time, someone broke the silence. How about we go over and feel if there is any energy stone? Xiao turned her head to look at the person who was speaking. It was Xiang, a member of the mutant mantis trio. Young man, the ignorant are fearless. Xiao felt that she was already fearless enough. She didn't expect that there was such a strange flower among this group of people. Just when Xiao secretly applauded the courage of this young man, 2 more people in the crowd spoke up, one of whom was Feng Xiang. It should be feasible. After touching it, return immediately. You can try it. After all, in the wasteland, they have few chances to hunt large mutant animals, and the energy stones inside the mutant animals are too tempting for them. Xiao glanced at the eager expressions of the others, and then glanced at Xiao. This guy wouldn't want to go too. No. She was determined not to go. The bloody scene just now had a huge impact on her. One was fine, but she thought she was still a little incapable of looking for such a small stone in a pile of bloody intestines. I can't do it. Xiao quietly pulled Xiao's sleeve and whispered, "Let's not go." "I have." Xiao looked down at the little girl, only to see the little girl groping in her bag, took out a handful of energy stones, and then quickly threw them back into the bag. Xiao, So, in the short one day and one night they were apart. What did this girl do in the dense forest? Xiao nodded and said, "I won't go." Besides, it was obviously a high radiation area over there, and he didn't have the support of energy stones on him. With his physical condition, he couldn't even think about going to a high radiation area. So, Xiao said, "My cousin is afraid of blood. You should go quickly and come back quickly. There may be a high radiation area over there. Everyone, You can kill the mutant snake by yourself and cut open the stomach of the cousin." You said she is afraid of blood. After Xiao finished speaking, he ignored the wonderful expressions of the crowd and pulled Xiao to sit under a tree. "You should go quickly. Otherwise something bad will happen," Xiao continued. Even if Xiao didn't say it, they knew this. So, several people quickly ran towards the corpse of the mutant wild goat. The bloody smell was indeed a bit strong, and it was easy to attract other mutant animals. They really had to move quickly. The two squatted under the tree and watched the few people groping back and forth in the sea of blood and corpses. A moment, even from such a long distance, Xiao could see Hu Qianli's mouth that was almost grinning to his ears, and his big white teeth bared. It seems that he was lucky. There were 11 bodies of mutant wild goats in total, because the intestines in their stomachs were scattered everywhere. It took a lot of effort for several people to search for them. Finally, 3 energy stones were obtained, 1 C-level and 2 E-level. After returning, Feng Xiang gave one of the E-level energy stones to Xiao, which was a small compensation for the loss of his cousin's energy stone last time. The life-saving grace cannot be paid off with an energy stone. Seeing that the faces of the others were calm, it was obvious that they had discussed this matter when they came back. Xiao took the energy stone from Feng Xiang's hand, handed it to Xiao and said, "Keep it." Xiao kept the energy stone separately. It was not suitable to stay here for a long time. Everyone wiped the blood stains on their bodies and hands with leaves and set off again. Now that everyone has gained something in the blind spot, they are much happier than before. The temperature of the sun scorched their bodies, and they felt less unbearable, until the afterglow of the sunset was about to disappear on the horizon. They couldn't find a suitable place to stay, so they had to spend the night in the wild. Chapter 80. Many animals have the habit of foraging at night, and with the obstructed vision at night, Xiao and his group may not be able to sleep well tonight. Before the last ray of light disappears, everyone divides the work and cooperates to find firewood and edible food. The bonfire at night must not be extinguished, and as many as possible should be burned. As I said just now, although animals have mutated, some living habits are still there, such as most animals are afraid of fire, and now their bodies are extremely dehydrated. Even if they encounter water sources in the wild, they cannot drink it directly, so when looking for edible food, they will give priority to grass leaves with thick leaves and abundant juice, or fruits with abundant juice. When they are traveling during the day, these are important sources of water for them to replenish, especially some sweet and sour fruits, which are also important sources of sugar. Xiao has been lucky since she arrived at the blind spot. No, she saw the familiar nightshade tree again. Looking at the nightshade full of dark purple fruits, she suddenly remembered the nightshade tree near the safe zone. I don't know if it has been discovered by others recently. Thinking of this, Xiao's hands kept moving. Now everyone is not very confident to let her be alone. So Xiao's job has become to accompany his cousin all the time. In short, to accompany her all the time. 3 fires have been lit on the ground. I don't know if Hu Qianli and Xiang Su have a special liking for cabbage worms, which are the same clan as the green fat man. Among the food this time, the 2 of them brought back 4 or 5 edible green fat men. I don't know if the bird is satisfied with the green fat men she gave. Thinking of this, Xiao's action of eating nightshade fruit in her mouth did not stop for a moment. There are many edible fruits on this nightshade tree. It is a bit unrealistic to bring them all back, so she might as well eat as much as possible now. Anyway, this thing is not enough to fill you up. If they don't hunt mutant animals, the only meat food they can choose is that kind of small mutant insects. As for mutant animals, they would never easily provoke them unless necessary at night. If they had known earlier, They should have gone to the mutant goats in Balabala to see if there were any with low or medium radiation. And maybe they could have dug out a leg of lamb. Roasted lamb leg. Xiao shook his sleepy head. Hey. He has fallen to the point of wanting to eat the leftovers of animals. What a waste. Xiao ate some leaves and nightshade fruit. And went to clean up the place to sleep at night. The forest was humid at night. And the probability of mutant animals appearing on the ground was higher than in the air. So after Xiao finished eating, he used the vines and sacks in the forest to make a simple hammock for Xiao on the tree. After leaving the night watchman, the others also looked for a suitable place to sleep. The wasteland in the wild. The blind spot in the wild is not as quiet as in the safe zone. From time to time, the cry of mutant owls and mutant insects can be heard. Especially the cry of mutant owls, which is very scary at night. Before going to bed, Xiao stuffed something into Xiao's pocket. Xiao looked down and saw that it was half a bottle of nutrient solution. He was suddenly touched. What should he do? Xiao grabbed Xiao, who was about to leave, and took out 5 energy stones from his pocket. Take these with you. If you encounter any situation again, you can also deal with it. Xiao also found that they always encountered various things this time. It's not smooth, but they managed to avoid it every time. Moreover, she also harvested so many energy stones. Therefore, for this person who needs to repair his body and replenish energy at any time, Xiao thinks that the best gift for half a bottle of nutrient solution is to give him energy stones that are of no use to her at the moment. Chapter 81. Looking at Xiao firm and persistent eyes, Xiao compromised. Don't ask why he didn't refuse. Who in the wasteland can refuse a handful of energy stones? And his physical condition really needs it. He took the energy stones from Xiao and put them close to his body. Then he found a place closest to Xiao and closed his eyes to sleep. In the second half of the night, he and Feng Xiang were responsible for keeping watch. After a day without energy stones, he was really a little exhausted. At 4 o'clock in the morning, something unexpected happened again. However, this unexpected change was their own fault. A cousin met the 3 mutant wild goats that escaped into the dense forest yesterday. It was just dawn at 4 o'clock, and the light in the forest was still a little dim. However, he could already see the surrounding scenery clearly. Hu Qianli, who went to the nearby toilet, saw the 3 mutant wild goats with obvious bloodstains on their bodies. They didn't dare to provoke a group of them. But 3? With the weapons in their hands now, they could give it a try. So, the man found Feng Xiang and Xiao, who were still on duty, holding up his pants, and asked them if they would do it. According to Xiao's estimation, if there were no accidents, they should be able to touch the edge of the safe zone this afternoon. So the 3 of them decided to wake up the other 5 people who were still sleeping, except Xiao. But what's the difference between waking them up and not waking them up? You guys are making such a big noise down there. She can come back to life even if she's dead. Okay. Sitting up from the sack, I saw the 8 people below were chasing and intercepting the 3 mutant goats, and even using hot weapons. Yes, the guns of the mercenaries were still there, although there was not much ammunition left. But it was enough to deal with the 3 mutant wild goats. Moreover, these 3 mutant wild goats were not big, and they were obviously underage. Perhaps this was the doomed death of these 3 mutant wild goats. They escaped the killing of the mutant wild wolves, and finally met a group of humans who not only wanted energy stones, but also wanted to eat meat. Finally, the 3 mutant wild goats died. The remnants of the battle between wolves and sheep ended with the death of all the sheep. The facts proved that this hot-blooded adventure was worth it. One of the 3 mutant wild goats found a D-level energy stone. After testing, the small mutant wild goat that found the energy stone was actually a moderately radioactive mutation and could be eaten. It is not really small. According to Xiao's inaccurate assessment, this mutant wild goat must weigh at least 200 or 300 kilograms. The members of the future mercenary team who found the energy stone and detected edible meat food were so happy that they were crazy. This blind spot was worth it. Everyone has now selectively forgotten that they were tricked into it by a certain mercenary team. And there were casualties before. The cooperation between the future mercenary team and the Dark Knight mercenary team was originally a private transaction. And this private cooperation was also tacitly approved by the managers of the safe zone. Therefore, after deducting various compensations from the harvest this time, the benefits they got were much greater than any other mission. No wonder these people really showed their emotions on their faces. Fortunately, there were still 3 people with clear minds among these people. A captain, a former captain, and Sima Yen. Reminded by the 3, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. As for the prey, they tied it up with vines, and took turns carrying the mutant wild goats in groups of 2. For the Wastelanders, it was just 200 or 300 kilograms of prey, which was not too heavy for 2 people to carry. If you really encounter any situation on the road, the worst thing is to throw it away and run away. Anyway, you still can't run away. The result is no different. The journey was very smooth for the whole morning, and there were no moss in the middle. Chapter 82. Xiao could already see the sky gradually returning to normal ahead. This meant that they were about to bypass this high radiation area. But they didn't know whether the blue sky and white clouds were the safe area they expected, or was it a large blind spot. However, Xiao's assessment of direction and distance was quite accurate. When the sun was particularly hot at noon, everyone stopped to rest for an hour and continued along the edge of the dense forest. It lived up to everyone's expectations. When standing on the higher slope, a large area of golden color came into everyone's eyes. If that wasn't the mutant wheat collection point, what else could it be? Although the wheat collection site had experienced the baptism of heavy rain and fell in large areas, everyone could still recognize that it was the wheat collection point in their safe zone. Based on the fact that the distance between the safe zones was relatively far, this wheat collection point must belong to their safe zone. The hearts that had been hanging on the road were completely relaxed. Finally, they found the way home. I didn't expect them to go around in such a big circle. However, it takes 2 hours to drive from the safe zone to the wheat collection point. If they walk, they will definitely not reach the safe zone tonight. But don't be afraid. Now that they are at the edge of the blind spot, they can hear the messages that have not been received from the watch. Reminding people, if there is a signal, you can call people. It's just renting a car. That's more points. After discussing with Xiao, Feng Xiang directly sent a message to Yan Hu, asking him to bring a car to pick them up. After receiving the message, Yan Hu stood up from the ground. This is really news at last. If Yan Ning hadn't insisted on going to find his sister to pick up waste together, he wouldn't have known that Zhuang Xiao and Hu Xiao had not returned all night these days. It was also a coincidence. On the second day after they mistakenly entered the blind spot, Yan Ning sent a message early in the morning to ask Zhuang Xiao if he was going to collect mushrooms. As you can imagine, the message failed to send. So when he went out to collect, he took a look and didn't see anyone. When he came back in the evening, the message had not been sent yet. So he went there again and still no one was there. He went there again early in the morning of the 3rd day and still no one was there. The message still failed to be sent. So Yan Ning felt something was wrong. In addition, when he went to the safe zone, he heard that the members of the Dark Knight and future mercenary teams had problems when they went out on a mission, which made Yan Ning even more worried. So every day Yan Ning would send a message to Zhuang Xiao and go to their house to check. In this situation, there was nothing he could do. Even the safe zone had no one arranged to look for the missing members of the Dark Knight and future mercenary teams. Ordinary people had no way to find them. When Yan Ning went to Zhuang Xiao's house to punch in at a fixed time every day, one morning, the young boy Yan Ning picked up a discarded crossbow outside the courtyard wall. This style was obviously not made by his elder brother Hua. After all, he was carrying a crossbow made by elder brother Hua. So he walked around the courtyard wall. There were signs that the door lock had been pried open. And there were also signs that someone had climbed in the backyard. There were some unknown vomit on the ground at these traces. He couldn't enter his sister's house without permission. So Yan Ming and his brother set up a simple tent to guard it at night. And they were active at the nearby collection point during the day. They didn't have to worry about their own house. First, the valuable belongings were brought out by the 2 of them. And second, the people living there were old acquaintances. So the possibility of being targeted was relatively low. In fact, the main reason was that everyone in their area was poor. Let's talk about the location of Xiao house again. There are both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the house was built in advance, and it is free to expand. The disadvantage is now reflected. The population is sparse, and once someone is targeted, it is very convenient to steal the house. Chapter 83. It was also a good thing that Yan Ming didn't go in to check. Otherwise he would have died like those thieves. Yes, in addition to using the water hemlock toxin extracted by Xiao on the weapons they carried daily. The rest was all used for the security of the yard. At that time, a gap was deliberately left on the wall for thieves to exploit. So naturally that was his key target. And the other was the door of the house. So, when Yen Hu received Xiao's message, he and Yen Ning were squatting at the porcelain collection point looking for edible leaves. Yen Ning remembered that her sister Xiao got a large bag of mutant porcelain leaves from this collection point, plus 40 or 50 kilograms of moderately radioactive soil. At this time, Yen Ning was already heartbroken by this mutant porcelain collection site, and was suddenly frightened by his brother, and sat down directly on the ground. "Brother, what are you doing? Can't we just work properly?" Yen Ning was full of resentment at the moment. It had been a whole day, and he had only found 2 leaves with moderate radiation, which were not as good as the handful of leaves his sister had thrown to him last time. Yen Hu had no time to pay attention to his brother's resentful look. "Hurry up. There's work to do." After saying that, he chuckled twice. After his elder brother explained the situation, Yen Ming's heart, which had been hanging for these days, was put down, and his mood became better. When Yen Hu drove to the wheat collection point, the group of people were still busy. As for what they were busy with, it goes without saying that they were looking for edible food. At present, everything is under control, and there is a car to pick them up. So there is still a lot of time. So naturally they will pick up leeks at the wheat collection point and nearby. The first choice is naturally the wheat collection point. The rainstorm came too suddenly, and many wheat ears at the wheat collection point did not have time to be tested. And there was even an area that was not arranged. It can be seen from the remaining signboards on the edge of the field. Of course, the wheat collection was about to end, and the safe zone would not arrange a separate team for this area. It was not worth it. If they rented a car privately, considering the cost and the condition of the wheat after the heavy rain, it was not cost-effective. Therefore, this uncollected area was equivalent to being abandoned. The second choice was mutant grasshoppers. In the grassland closer to the blind spot, there were more mutant grasshoppers after the heavy rain. Therefore, their group was now divided into 2 groups. One group inspected wheat ears in the wheat collection area, and the other group preyed on mutant grasshoppers in the grassland. Comparing the two, Xiao was more interested in collecting wheat. Last time, she was heartbroken by the mutant grasshoppers, and she had no idea of redeeming her shame. Besides, mutant grasshoppers are not as delicious as wheat flour. And this time, they rented the car with points. So they had to make some money to go back. As soon as Yen Hu's car stopped, Yen Ming stood on the front of the car and shouted at the wheat collection area. It was also thanks to the heavy rain that a lot of wheat was crushed. Otherwise, even if they heard Yen Ming's voice, they would not be able to see each other's position for a while. Of course, they could also locate and find it. But in that case, there was no atmosphere of finding someone like now. As soon as Xiao stood up from a pile of fallen wheat, Yen Ming saw Xiao's figure. He jumped out of the car, picked up the sacks in the car, and ran towards Xiao. On the day of the heavy rain, although he carried 1.5 sacks back by himself, the results were not good. In fact, it was just the same as in previous years. It was just that the slight gap compared to the amount of harvest obtained by Xiao every time he went out made the young boy feel a little disappointed. As for why he brought the sacks, it was naturally the same as the mentality of the 9-person group. It couldn't be a wasted trip. You go to those 2 rows. Xiao pointed to the 2 rows of wheat next to her and said, not caring at all to deal with the young boy's enthusiastic heart. Chapter 84. Because her golden finger was temporarily online again. Almost 1 stalk out of every 3 wheat ears was mutated by low to medium level radiation. And I don't know if it was because of the heavy rain, but the damn mutant aphids disappeared. She really didn't want to experience the feeling of crushing someone's eyeballs again. Yen Hu came after Yen Ming, and he consciously went to the 2 rows next to Hu Qianli, the 9-member team that entered the blind spot by mistake. She, Xiao, Xiang Su, and Hu Qianli were at the wheat collection point, and the others went to the mutant grasshopper nest. Although everyone was busy, this work didn't affect their mouths. After a while, Yen Ming vomited out everything that happened in the past few days, and he was just short of saying how many times he went to the toilet in a day. Of course, what Xiao and Xiao were most concerned about was that they might be robbed. In addition, Xiao was also thinking about which unlucky guys had enjoyed the toxins he extracted from water hemlock for the first time. From the result of Zhuang Xiao hunting the mutant snake, it can be inferred that the venom is really poisonous. If someone gets bitten by it, it is hard to say whether it will survive. Zhuang Xiao was simply worried that their house would not be robbed. However, it is too late to go back to verify now. So it is better to get more food here to make up for the possible losses. So, Zhuang Xiao and Yan Ming cursed each other's descendants for 18 generations, and then continued to work hard on the wheat ears. Oh! She talked too much. She was thirsty. She quietly put a mutant nightshade fruit in her mouth, which was sweet and sour, and it was very thirst-quenching. She regretted not picking more at that time. This time, except for the pile of energy stones that all belonged to her, there was nothing else to gain from entering the blind area. Oh! 8 out of 9 people who entered the blind area by mistake, how embarrassing it is for them. Please leave some life for them. Cousin! After talking for a while, everyone devoted themselves to the wheat ear detection activity, and the only sound left in the wheat field was the occasional ticking sound of the watch. Under the scorching sun, everyone was sweating profusely. As the temperature rises, the time available for scavenging and collecting food will become shorter and shorter every day. So the Wastelanders cherished the remaining working time. It was not until 6 o'clock in the afternoon that everyone finished harvesting wheat and mutant grasshoppers. Even if there is a car, it will take nearly 2 hours to go back. It is estimated that it will take 8 o'clock in the evening to reach the shantytown, and it will take a lot of time to return to their homes after returning the car. However, in summer, it will be dark before 8 o'clock. By then, they will be near the daily collection area in the safe zone, so they are not afraid of it when it is dark. Everyone in the wheat collection area dragged 3 sacks on their backs, and the mutant grasshopper harvest was also good, with more than 10 edible mutant grasshoppers per person, plus the mutant wild goat weighing several hundred kilograms in the car box. On the way back, everyone's faces were full of joy. They were still alive after going to the blind area, and they also brought back such a large piece of meat. Yes, and energy stones, in addition, plus today's collection harvest. Anyone who can't show a little joy on his face would really be sorry for the harvest of this trip. Naturally, no one would tell the brothers Yan Ming and Yin who about the energy stones. But just this mutant wild goat alone was enough to make the brothers Yan Ming and Yin who drool. This is meat. And it's real meat. Not the mutant grasshoppers and other insect meat that some people hold in their arms. Yan Ming could only be so self-cute in his heart. Let me ask, if conditions permit, how many people are willing to eat insect meat every day? Chapter 85. When the young boy Yan Ming heard that his sister had killed a mutant snake by herself, his admiration for Zhuang Xiao was like a torrent of water. At the same time, he was particularly sorry that he could not bring back the snake meat. He was sighing in his heart. Why didn't he encounter this accident? Maybe it was what he should have experienced. He had experienced it in the blind spot. They had a very smooth journey, and there was no moth at all, until they saw the lights of the shantytown. Everyone really breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Hu drove Xiao and Zhuang Xiao home first, and then sent Yan Ming home. Zhuang Xiao and Xiao were not bad. They were at a remote place, and they didn't meet anyone, but there were many people on the street at Yan Ming house, and the roar of the vehicles also attracted a lot of people's attention. However, so many people in mercenary uniforms were sitting in the car, although everyone looked very embarrassed. But the mercenary uniforms were enough to smash these people's little thoughts to pieces. The car drove out of the shantytown and headed quickly towards the safe zone. The mutant wild goat was still in the car. Everyone was salivating over this kind of meat and wanted to have a bite. However, the incomplete mutant wild goat would definitely not be sold at a high price, and it would be difficult to divide the mutant wild goat equally. It would be better to sell it and exchange it for points, and then divide it among everyone. In the car, only the mutant wild goat had something to do with Zhuang Xiao and the others. As for energy stones, they had a lot of them, and they were not jealous of others at all. After Xiao opened the door, he took down the water hemlock venom setting device on the main door and the door inside the house. The first thing Zhuang Xiao did after entering the house was to check the food in her own storage room. When she saw that the food in the storage room was still there, the worry that had been hanging in front of the door was completely put down. After that, she checked the house inside and outside to see if there was anything else missing. Xiao went to see the various hidden weapon traps set up when he left home. Sure enough, there were traces of being triggered on several places on the courtyard wall. I hope these people are well. He thought so in his heart. but his hands were very skillful in repairing the equipment. After being tired and worried for the past few days, the two people drank the nutrient solution and didn't even deal with today's mutant wheat ears. They went to bed after washing up. As for Xiao training, let's put it aside for one night. The most important thing at the moment is to restore physical strength. When Xiao woke up, it was already bright. There were two unread messages on the watch, both sent by Feng Xiang. One was about the sale of mutant wild goats last night, and the other was a transfer message. The mutant wild goats sold for a total of 3,670 points. After deducting the rental fee and the labor fee of 50 points for Yanhu, there were still 3,620 points left. Xiao received 820 points. Xiao saw that even Xiao got a share of the points, which was obviously a distribution mechanism for the team to complete the task. When Xiao received the 420 points transferred by Xiao, she was stunned for a moment. She didn't put any effort into the mutant wild goat, but she still got a harvest, and she got 20 more points than others, and she felt a little guilty. It was only after Xiao asked Feng Xiang that he found out what happened to the extra 20 points. It was nothing more than that everyone still remembered the life-saving grace of the cousin's ancestral energy stone. However, who would have a problem with money? No. Points? Soon. Xiao accepted it calmly. After all, her eyes played a big role in their smooth exit from the blind spot. However, the meat of the mutant wild goat is really valuable. When they traded 7 moderately irradiated mutant frogs at the exchange center, they only got 320 points. The mercenary team in the safe zone was like a pot of boiling water. Why? Chapter 86. What else could it be? Just the day before yesterday, some of the people who entered the blind spot of the Dark Knight mercenary team also came back. But there were only 2 people. Apart from them, no one else survived. One was Xiao Yin, and the other was Zhang Lin, the youngest son of a high-ranking family in the safe zone. The reason why the 2 people were able to come out of the dangerous blind spot was thanks to the energy stones they carried. If they hadn't had the blessing of the energy stones, they would have died in the high radiation area in the blind spot. More than a dozen people from the Dark Knight team entered the blind spot, but in the end, only 2 survived. A total of 7 people from the future team went in, and all 7 of them came back intact last night. Not only that, they also brought back a mutant wild goat. It is said that they also got the energy stone. Whether the energy stone thing is true or false, the mutant wild goat is traded in the exchange center. There is no doubt about that. The 7 people safely exited the blind spot and hunted the mutant wild goat. These 2 things combined are enough to make everyone drop their jaws. This morning, when the future team appeared in the mercenary team, Feng Xiang was immediately received by the senior management of the mercenary team in the safe zone. The other members of the future team were also invited by other teams. They tried to get some useful information from them by asking them in all kinds of ways. Everyone told the truth, except for the information about the energy stone. With Xiao and Xiao, no one mentioned this part. Perhaps the biggest difference between them and the Dark Knight team this time is that they have 2 more people. Everyone instinctively does not want to involve the 2 in the right and wrong of the mercenary team. Both the mercenary team and the safe zone are just choices that everyone has to make. Behind the seemingly glamorous appearance, there are actually many dark things that cannot be spoken of. This is why even though someone in the safe zone repeatedly persuaded Xiao to continue to work for the safe zone in another way, he still insisted on leaving the safe zone and taking root in the shantytown. Although there is darkness everywhere, at least there is some freedom in the shantytown. After Xiao woke up, he felt refreshed and resumed his training subjects. They still had to test the mutant wheat in the morning. Xiao planned to go to the nearby collection point in the afternoon to find some wild vegetables. I really want to eat buns. If there is no meat, I can eat vegetarian buns. When she went out in the afternoon, Xiao saw that her roommate's face was as pale as a ghost. So she strongly asked him to rest at home. Oh, no. She was kneading dough and making buns at home. They got a lot of edible wheat grains in the morning, so it's not too much to eat vegetarian buns for dinner. After Xiao went out, she thought of her nightshade tree. It has been several days, and there are probably a lot of edible fruits. But when Xiao spent more than an hour, sweating profusely, and arrived at the destination, she found that she was also robbed. There were dense crowds of people under the nightshade tree, and even those green and edible fruits were not spared. Xiao, Could it be that she had been stolen too many times recently? And this was reversely stolen. In fact, this mutant nightshade tree had long been on the collection list of many people in the shantytown. But there were various large-scale collection activities a while ago, and this mutant nightshade tree was not yet in the fruit-bearing season. So these people temporarily let it go. Xiao was not discovered by anyone twice at the mutant nightshade, and it can only be said that it was really just luck and coincidence. Oh, her sweet and juicy fruits. I missed the fruit trees in the blind spot that were not marked at all. Chapter 87. I don't know when I can go again. Somehow, I remembered the car that Yin Hu rented yesterday. Is there a car abandoned by Feng Xiang and others in the blind spot? I don't know if they still want it. If not, can she and Xiao go and get it back? She stood on the high slope, thinking about it, looking around to see if there are any collection points that suit her eyes. Soon, she found a collection point that suited her eyes very much. The green branches and vines were entwined and wrapped tightly around the branches of the whole tree. On the vines, there were yellow flowers swaying in the wind. If that was all, Xiao might not recognize what kind of mutant plant it was. But who made her see the black, green, or green-black pods in the green vines? It was definitely a bean plant. But it was still unclear which kind of legume it was. Soybeans, mung beans, peas, or some other beans. Xiao casually pulled a leaf and smeared the juice on the dial. Ding! Highly radiated and mutated. Inedible. However, Xiao didn't want to confirm whether the leaves were edible, but just wanted to figure out what kind of bean it was. Click to see the details. 3 big words came into view. Wild mung beans. Wild mung beans. It's also mung beans. Mung bean soup. A must-have for clearing away heat and relieving summer heat in summer. Xiao was very happy. Now, she was not in a hurry to test. This place was quite secretive. Xiao first checked the surroundings. And sure enough, she found several mutant wild mung beans in the bushes and grasses under the tree. I don't know what mutation principle this wild mung bean has. There are only 3 or 4 mung beans in each pod, which is several times less than the ordinary mung beans. However, Xiao was not disappointed. Although the number of beans in the pod was less, the weight was heavier than the ordinary ones. There was one thing that made Xiao more headache. That is, you have to test these mung beans one by one. The method of collecting wheat by testing the stems is completely ineffective here. This mutant wild mung bean not only has fine hairs on the leaves, but also on the pod shells. Moreover, the hairs are not simply itchy when pricked on the hands, but stinging. It seems that I have to prepare thin gloves in the future. In this wasteland, the animals and plants have a stronger sense of self-protection after mutation, which makes it more difficult for humans to obtain food. This is probably what Darwin said about natural selection. The survival of the fittest, without some means of self-protection. It is really difficult to reproduce in the wasteland. Xiao simply wrapped his hands and started today's testing work. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Just when Xiao's fingers had been pierced by countless small thorns from the hairs of the mutant wild mung beans, the watch finally reported the first good news of the day. Sprinkle flowers. Must sprinkle flowers. At present, the number of mature mung beans on the mutant wild mung bean plants is limited. While testing the mung bean grains, Xiao also took the time to test its newly grown tender leaves, and picked out several edible leaves from them. Because of the unpleasant experience of the nightshade tree being stolen in the afternoon, Xiao plucked all the pods of the mutant wild mung beans nearby this time, except for the obviously very small pods. When Xiao was nestling under the tree to test the mung beans, he heard a faint human voice. Is someone coming? No way. The treasure land that I finally found was discovered so quickly. Sad. Sad. Very sad. The voices became clearer and clearer. Xiao hid himself more tightly, and even covered himself with the vines of mutant wild green beans that he had just pulled off the tree. From the sound, it was the 2 ants. Chapter 88. One of the ants complained to the other ant, "Hey, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. It will be soon. And I guess I can only go out early in the morning and late at night to find food." Hereinafter referred to as Ant A. Yeah. I don't know if I can make it to autumn. The most expected thing in this year is autumn. If the harvest in autumn is good, winter will be better. Otherwise, hereinafter referred to as Ant B didn't finish the rest of the words, and Ant A could understand. Whose family is not like this? Sometimes I really envy those who live in safe areas and have a stable job. Even if this job is not available to everyone, it is better than those whose ancestors have been living in shantytowns. Comparing people is really annoying. Don't mention winter. Winter is the last thing I look forward to every year. Not only will it freeze people to death, but we will also be attacked by mutant animals at any time. After that, he sighed and continued, in winter, we may become the food of the mutant animals. Xiao waited for a long time, but did not hear any response from Aunt B. The sound of a watch was heard in the wind. It was not until a long time later that Xiao heard Anta deliberately lower her voice to talk to Aunt B. Have you heard? The leader of the wild team called Black Wolf in our shanty has had a stroke. Ah. How did you know? Aunt B exclaimed without controlling her volume, which frightened Xiao's body. Somehow, after returning from the blind spot, Xiao's 5 senses became extremely sharp. So although the two ants were still a little distance away from her, she could clearly hear the two ants whispering quietly. Isn't the leader of this wild team the scarred muscular man who hid with Xiao with a club? Xiao pricked up his ears. Then came Aunt A's voice. Didn't my sister's second son's wife's younger brother say that the boy is idle all day long and follows the wild team? He often makes my sister's second son's wife's younger brother parents angry. Aunt B was dizzy with Aunt A's talk about relatives, and hurriedly interrupted her and said, speak simply. Don't talk about useless things. I feel dizzy. Isn't this to help you clarify the relationship? After that, Aunt A laughed twice and continued, the boy was finally recognized by the team 2 days ago and was taken out. He went to do some sneaky things, but that guy was not good at anything. So he was just arranged to watch the wind. Then Anta deliberately kept Aunt B in suspense and waited for Aunt B to ask. Aunt B was also very knowledgeable and asked in an urgent voice, Then what? Then what happened? Anta deliberately dragged out the tone and continued to lower her voice. Then several people in the group went there standing and came back lying down. I heard that someone died at that time. The leader of the wild team was lucky. He just had a stroke. At least he was still alive. The words were full of gloating. Alive? Living like this in the wasteland is better than dying immediately. Then came Aunt B's sympathetic voice with a hint of joy. It's so pitiful. You lose more than you gain. Who says it's not? This is probably retribution. You do a lot of bad things, so you get retribution. When this person fell, people who had grudges against him in the past came to his house several times. It's just a pity for the child in the family. He is less than 2 years old and has lost his father. I don't know how this family will live in the future. This time, Aunt A's sympathy was obviously more sincere. Perhaps for the child who was less than 2 years old. Or for something else? Then the two aunts pretended to sympathize with the dead and the living. Chapter 89. Perhaps the harvest here is not rich. And the two left the area half an hour later. Xiao took off the vines on his head, stood up, and rubbed his legs that were a little numb from squatting. Thinking back to what the two ants said just now, this enemy actually achieved a lying flat life so easily. And she had a hunch that these guys would not be the ones who went to their house to steal things. She must talk to Xiao about this matter when she goes back, and gloat over it. Sympathy. That is absolutely impossible. Anyway, this news made Xiao happy for a long time. Until she experienced what it means to be overjoyed and sad. After testing all the mutant wild mung beans around, Xiao finally got half a sack of mung beans and tender leaves. In addition, Xiao carefully selected a small handful of low-radiation mutant mung beans with very good maturity, and planned to go home and try to cultivate them. Energy stones can purify the radiation value in the human body, and at the same time, they can also play a certain role in repairing the damage caused by radiation. This principle is probably also effective for mutant animals. So many mutant animals will eat the energy stones they pick up, or pick them up and put them in their nests. According to this idea, can energy stones also purify the radiation value in mutant plants to make them edible? If I can get enough energy stones in the future, I will try to plant the energy stones in the soil to see if I can achieve this effect. Xiao carried the sack and thought about this problem while walking, without paying attention to her feet. The accident happened at this time. But before she screamed, she slipped into a hole. The hole was dark, because the entrance was covered by weeds. That is, the place where Xiao stepped on it. Some light slanted down. After a brief panic, Xiao calmed down. Although there were people around before, It was obviously not a wise move to shout for help in the wasteland with unpredictable people's hearts. Of course, she was also considering whether to send a message directly to Xiao and ask him to rescue her. First, the location is too far away. And second, the time is too long. It is better to think of a solution first. Who knows if this cave is the mansion of some mutant animal? She is now beginning to doubt the safe zone's claim that mutant animals are often cleared near the collection area. The reason is simple. She has encountered mutant animals several times in the collection area. Once is an accident. Twice is an accident. And the third time can't be an accident. No matter how unlucky it is. This mutant animal can't be around her alone. After her eyes adapt to the light of the cave, she can roughly see the shape of the cave with the help of the few lights above her head. The cave is about 3 meters deep and high, and the diameter is about enough for her to stretch her arms and rotate freely. The cave wall is full of exposed tree roots and wet moss, and there is a little mud under her feet. It doesn't look like a mutant animal has lived there. To be honest, this height is not high, but it is not easy to climb up. The soil felt soft, and with the wet moss, the entire cave wall seemed very slippery. Xiao temporarily tied the sack to one of the thicker tree roots, and carefully felt the inside of the cave wall, looking for places where her hands and feet could rest. Before she fell, she accidentally stepped on some vines, which were now hanging near the cave entrance. She only needed to climb to a position where she could reach the vines, and she should be able to use the power of the vines to get out. Although the idea was good, when she really started climbing, she still encountered many problems and fell down many times halfway. Chapter 90. There were still too few tree roots to use as leverage. In desperation, he could only use a dagger to dig a hole on the cave wall. Of course, the hole couldn't be too big. Xiao was worried that if he dug too much soil, the soil above would collapse and bury her. That would be a monument, and this place would become her grave. Finally, after digging countless small holes on the cave wall, he finally found 4 or 5 usable ones. Earth pits plus tree roots plus vines. Xiao head finally saw the afterglow of the sunset. Finally, following the vines in his hand, he climbed to the ground. At this time, Xiao was covered in mud. If you didn't look carefully, you would think he was a little native man, turning over and lying on the grass below. The sunset glow in the sky was like fire. The scenery was really beautiful. But before she could catch her breath and appreciate the afterglow of the sunset, a head appeared in her sight that made her feel particularly familiar. Isn't that the head of the mutant turtle dove? At such a close distance, she could even see the 2 big black eyeballs that were as crystal clear as gems, constantly rolling around in the mutant turtledove's eye sockets. From time to time, the mutant turtledove's mouth made a coo-coo-coo sound. Xiao closed her eyes, turned over, and took out the sleeve arrow. All 3 actions in one go. And this time, the accuracy of the sleeve arrow did not disappoint her, hitting the target with 1 strike, and piercing the mutant turtledove's abdomen steadily. The mutant turtledove's wings fluttered a few times in place, and then fell to the ground. Xiao, This is too easy. As a wasteland mutant bird, you have to fight back and kill me. How much do you underestimate her fighting ability? Only when Xiao approached, she found that this mutant turtledove was much smaller than the one she had seen before, and it might still be a minor. Moreover, the hair on its back was bald in several places, and there were dried dark red bloodstains on its wings. It turned out to be a wounded mutant dove. However, the wound on the wing could not tell what caused the wound. Xiao just hoped that there were no other mutant animals nearby. She picked up the sack on the ground and quickly tested the blood of the mutant dove. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Xiao, The meat came so unexpectedly. The filling of the buns was just right. Just as Xiao was putting the body of the mutant dove into the sack, a sharp and loud bird cry broke the silence in the forest. From a distance, Xiao could hear the sound of people running on the other side of the nightshade tree. She didn't pick up some mutant bird again. The movement in her hand became faster. The mutant bird was still circling and chirping above her head. Xiao tied the sack and did not dare to step out of the woods. She could still hide in the forest to some extent. If she went out, she would be sending herself to death. Apparently, she was not the only one who wanted to hide in the forest. Soon, a group of people staggered towards her. Xiao picked up the sack and ran away in a random direction. She still had an edible mutant dove in her sack. If she didn't run now, when would she run? If someone robbed her, she would have no place to cry. After running for a quarter of an hour, in addition to the sharp bird calls, Xiao also heard gunshots. It seemed that the mutant bird had been targeted by the guards or mercenaries. It was a good time to escape. Xiao's footsteps did not stop. After turning around, she got on the main road. Although there were still continuous bird calls and gunshots in her ears, the sound was obviously much weaker. It was estimated that she was now some distance away from there. Xiao lifted the sack behind her. Huh? This doesn't seem to be very heavy. This strength seems to have improved a lot. After walking on the road for a while, Xiao re-entered the bushes. Chapter 91. This time she was carrying a lot of stuff. And it was the rush hour for people to get off work, which would attract many people's covetous eyes. She remembered the path that Xiao took when he brought back the mutant mantis, which was sparsely populated. As soon as Xiao walked to the backyard of her house, she saw the smoke from the kitchen. So, the first thing she did after entering the yard was to run to the kitchen. However, except for the stove that was still burning, there was no one inside. But the smell of wheat flour filled her nose. After smelling this tempting aroma for a while, Xiao was satisfied and carried the sack into the living room. Xiao, I'm back. The voice came before the person entered the house. The moment the door of the house opened, Xiao heard her slightly cheerful footsteps. But after looking up at the yard, he continued to work on his work. Today, he originally wanted to take some repair work from Old Man Yu. It was a coincidence that the grocery store just received a small second-hand refrigerator. Old Man Yu originally planned to let Xiao repair it and then sell it again. As a result, Xiao calculated the points in his hand and bought back the broken refrigerator directly. Because the pearls Xiao sold to Old Man Yu last time made Old Man Yu a small profit, he happily added a little labor fee on the basis of the purchase price and sold it to him. After Xiao finished cooking, he kept tinkering with the old refrigerator at home. It was about to be repaired. After Xiao responded to Xiao in the bedroom, he continued to fix the refrigerator. Xiao put the sack on the table and took out the mutant turtle dove. She had to ask Xiao how to deal with this thing. It was inconvenient not to have a refrigerator at home. In summer, no meat could be kept. However, she bought a lot of salt last time. If it was pickled with salt, it would probably last for 2 or 3 days. Eating so much meat in 2 or 3 days is a good idea. However, when she pushed open Xiao's door and entered the room, she saw the rectangular cabinet on the ground, more than 1 meter high. How come it looks so much like a refrigerator? Refrigerator, eh? Don't doubt yourself. It's me. It's me. I am the big baby you've been thinking about. Did you buy a small refrigerator? Xiao's tone was full of disbelief. Then Xiao's cold voice came to his ears. Well, it's a refrigerator. Xiao, eh? The dream of eating meat for 3 days was shattered. Xiao plugged the plug into the socket, and with the hissing sound of the current, the small refrigerator started smoothly. It's finally done. And then we see how the cooling effect is. The solar panels bought at the beginning are enough, and they can barely drive the newly added household appliances. Is it done now? Xiao didn't need Xiao to answer, and looked around the new objects in the house. After the dream of meat was shattered, now all that was left was happiness. This was the most lovely thing she had been looking forward to in the summer. Finally got what she wanted. Xiao put away the toolbox and asked, should we put in the refrigerator first? Or eat first? Xiao replied without thinking, refrigerator. She looked at the refrigerator carefully. The freezer and the fresh-keeping layer each took up half of the space, and the capacity was not large. However, at the speed they were looking for meat, it was enough. Xiao thought she would choose to eat first. After all, with green porridge every day, how could this little girl still think about what to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day? It didn't make sense that today was the day she had been thinking about and specially ordered the buns. But she was not in a hurry. This was the first time he made such a luxurious food as white buns. However, it is not difficult to find the production method in the watch. When Xiao came out of the bedroom carrying the refrigerator, he understood why Xiao wanted to install the refrigerator first. You encountered the mutant turtle dove again? Xiao asked in surprise. Chapter 92. What kind of luck does this little girl have? I can't help but admit it. At the same time, he placed the refrigerator in a corner of the living room. Xiao chuckled and said, well, It's half picked up. Today, a mutant bird appeared in the collection area. This mutant dove was probably scratched by it. And then I was injured. And then? The meaning is obvious. And then she picked it up. Xiao powered on the refrigerator and frowned. A group of mutant birds appeared in the collection area again? Although some mutant animals appeared in the summer in the past. They have never been as frequent as this year. It's really a troubled time. I always feel that this sign is not a good thing. It's not a group of birds. Just one. When I ran back, someone was dealing with it. Xiao turned the belly of the mutant dove over and took out the sleeve arrow. There's a refrigerator now. So we can keep it for ourselves now. Xiao hummed. And glanced at the intact body of the mutant turtle dove on the table. You didn't touch the energy stone? Ah. No. You touch it. Then she muttered, I didn't even see the white light. There's no energy stone. Since she knew there was no energy stone, why did she make herself dirty? Besides, she was dirty enough now. Xiao didn't hear what she muttered clearly. He went back to the house and took a dagger to cut open the mutant turtle dove. It was just right to clean it up at night. There was definitely no energy stone. However, this meat must be at least 20 kilograms. Enough for them to eat for a long time. Xiao was very satisfied with the dinner. And so was Xiao. This was a white bun. It was not possible to eat like this for several years. Xiao was relatively restrained in eating. After tasting two, he stopped eating, while Xiao finished 5 large white buns by himself. Sitting in the living room, touching her round belly. Oh! I'm full. I can't exercise right after eating. Xiao moved the electric fan that she had bought to the living room. Although the electric fan doesn't have a cooling effect, it's still quite refreshing to sit there with the wind blowing. Xiao sat in the living room and began to count her harvest today. What encyclopedia said that they would subdivide the food according to the radiation level in the future, and store the moderate, low and uncontaminated food separately. Now, Xiao had to test all the mutant wild mung beans again. As for the tender sprouts, forget it. She planned to eat them directly tomorrow and not separate them. Xiao was busy with the mutant wild mung beans in her hand, while Xiao went to deal with the mutant turtle dove. Until the mutant turtle dove was dismembered and put in the refrigerator, Xiao had not finished testing the mutant wild mung beans in his hand. However, Xiao didn't plan to leave the empty part of the refrigerator in the living room idle. Isn't this the material for a cool drink to relieve the heat in my hand? Seeing that Xiao was done, I gave him the tested moderately radiated mung beans and asked him to cook mung bean soup. Tomorrow I can drink the cool mung bean drink. Just thinking about it, the heat in my body was relieved a lot. However, there are still a little few mutant wild mung beans, so I have to look for them carefully when I go out to collect them. Before going to bed, Xiao always felt that he seemed to have forgotten to share something with Xiao. But, what is it? Thinking about it, people will be distracted. The next day, Xiao exercised, and after washing up, Xiao didn't get up, which obviously didn't conform to what Baiqi's living habits. Xiao thought to himself, this won't be a problem with the body again. After all, they had mistakenly entered a high radiation area when they were in the blind spot. After knocking on the door 3 times and no one responded, Xiao pushed the door open directly. As expected, Xiao was lying on the bed with his hands on his abdomen. He didn't look sick, but his breathing was a little short. Now, Xiao didn't need to ask Yanming. Chapter 93. At this time, let's use the energy stone first. Xiao remembered that she gave Baiqi 8 energy stones, which should be enough for a long time. I don't know why this guy didn't use them and made himself look like this now. She didn't know where Xiao energy stone was, and she was too lazy to look for it in boxes and cabinets. Last time, because there was only one at home, she could only look for it. It's not the case now. She has 16 energy stones in her hand, in the blind area, plus the one that Feng Xiang gave them. She got a total of 24 energy stones. The energy values are mainly C level, D level, E level, and even a B level energy stone. And even if the energy stones she gave Xiao at that time were all E level energy stones, even if he held them day and night to sleep, it would be enough for his broken body. However, according to the current situation, Xiao might not be able to hold them to sleep, let alone use them at all. Xiao brought 3 more energy stones over, gave him one in each hand, stuffed another in his chest, and then waited for the energy stone to play its due role. Facts have proved that this thing is useful. In just 10 minutes, Xiao woke up. Before his mind could recover, Xiao began to vent her anger. Xiao, are you mentally ill? Are you using the energy stone that my sister gave you? If you don't use it, just give it back to me. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. You don't have to be so half-dead and scary every day. In the end, she became more and more angry, and sat up from the chair and left Xiao's bedroom. Xiao, who was still confused, didn't expect to be bombarded by the little girl as soon as he opened his eyes in the morning. And he didn't react for a while. When he felt the touch of the energy stone in his palm, he instantly understood what was going on. He sighed heavily in his heart. In fact, it's not that he doesn't use it, but it's not to that extent. Compared with before Xiao came, his physical condition is now many times better. But what can I do now? I made the little girl angry. What else can I do? Apologize. Xiao put away the 3 energy stones on his body, thought for a while, put one of them in his arms, and then got up and went to the living room. After venting, Xiao's mood has calmed down. This damn broken mobile encyclopedia. Sister, I stole the energy stone from my home with great difficulty, and you are still hypocritical when I give it to you. In fact, she was not as angry as she showed, but she had accumulated too many negative emotions since coming to the Wasteland, and she took the opportunity to vent. When Xiao came out, he saw Xiao eating nutrient solution in one hand and white buns in the other. Seeing Xiao come out, Xiao pushed the remaining 3 buns on the plate in front of him, and said in a slightly unfriendly tone, "Eat. Eat them all." After that, he continued to love the buns in his hand. Xiao sat down, took the bun in his hand, lowered his head, and slowly said, "I'm sorry." The voice was too low to be heard. Xiao changed direction directly, continued to chew the bun in his hand, and snorted, "Humph. Sister, I'm really angry. The kind that can't be coaxed. I'm sorry." Xiao said it again, but this time his voice was much louder. Seeing that the little girl still didn't respond, Xiao continued, "I stew turtle dove soup for you when I come back in the evening. Are you serious?" Xiao, who was no longer angry, quickly turned her head back, and the joy on her face was not concealed. Who made her not good at cooking? And it's hard to learn. From this period of time, Brotherhood's learning ability is much better than hers. In addition to the mobile encyclopedia and weapon making, this cooking skill is also good. Seeing her so happy, Xiao was relieved and nodded. "Really? Okay. We can use the energy stones if necessary. We don't lack them now. When you get better, maybe we can go to the blind spot to do another job. Then we will still need energy stones and food." Chapter 94. Xiao was getting more and more excited as he spoke. The blind spot was a really good place. Xiao was listening to him with a frown on his face. This was the first time he heard someone say that they were so excited about going to the blind spot. Did she think the blind spot was their backyard? Just go there. By the way, how long will it take for your body to recover? You can't stay like this for the rest of your life. Xiao asked. If this body needs to be repaired for a lifetime, it will be a big burden. No. If you nourish it with energy stones every day, it will take at most half a year, or at least 3 or 4 months to recover to the physique of a normal person. Xiao replied. Xiao nodded. Fortunately, it will only take half a year. How many energy stones do you need? It's hard to say the number. The energy value of energy stones is different, and the higher the level of energy stones, the better the repair effect on the body. Xiao replied. Xiao said, "Oh," and there was no more news. Then she stood up, went back to the house, and took out all the energy stones, picked out the B-level energy stone, kept it for herself, and pushed the rest to Xiao. Take all of these. Carry them with you. Recover sooner, and we can go to the blind area to conquer the world sooner. After all, the blind area has huge potential. There are energy stones and a lot of edible food. Although there are many mutant plants and animals, there is less competition between people, compared with getting along with people. She likes animals more, such as the mutant squirrel that rented her a house, which is quite cute. Xiao heard her say this. His eyes were full of smiles, and he promised, "Okay, I will always carry an energy stone with me in the future." Hearing Xiao promise, Xiao Xiao nodded with satisfaction. When Xiao finished his meal, it was almost dawn. Today's plan to go to a farther collection point was ruined again. As the two walked, Xiao Xiao finally remembered what he had forgotten last night. So, while walking, Xiao Xiao told Xiao the gossip he had heard from the two ants. Xiao's reaction was very calm, but he still agreed with Xiao Xiao in a very flattering manner, which was worth Xiao Xiao's efforts to tell him this gossip. Xiao had guessed before that it might be the group of people from the Black Wolf Wild team in the shantytown. This time, it was confirmed that it was that group of people. His luck was really good. These guys didn't expect that they would kill themselves by sending themselves to the door. And they didn't have to think about any other ideas. Xiao Xiao, young man, are you sure you are lucky? Not my luck. It's just that her friend's enemy has lived a lying flat life. In any case, it's a pleasant thing. Xiao thought he had good luck, but he was defeated at the porcelain collection point. He spent the whole morning with such a sound, ding, highly radiated and mutated. Inedible, ding, highly radiated and mutated. Inedible. For this reason, Xiao Xiao deliberately kept a distance from him. She always felt that Xiao was too close, which would directly lower her collection luck. For the next period of time, Xiao Xiao and Xiao were scavenging at the nearby collection point. Although the harvest was not rich, it was enough for the two to chew daily. With the nourishment of energy stones and abundant food, Xiao's body recovered a lot. Xiao Xiao did not fall behind in training during this period, and she was already very handy with the two weapons, the sleeve arrow and the crossbow. Yesterday evening, there was another burst of heavy rain in the sky. However, it didn't last long, only about an hour. When she got up in the morning, she thought she was going to catch mutant frogs today, but Xiao said that he would take her to the bamboo forest to have a look. After going out, this time they went in a different direction than before, which can be said to be completely opposite. The location of the bamboo forest is quite far away from the shantytown, and the bamboo forest they are going to today is very large, and some areas have not even been developed yet, which is a blind spot. Chapter 95. The area of the bamboo forest, where they can move freely, only accounts for less than 1/10 of the whole area. If two people walk on their own two legs, it will take about 2 hours. On the way, the number of people going to the bamboo forest is still quite large. Xiao Xiao even saw a few people riding tricycles, envy. Then, she thought of the four-wheeled car abandoned in the blind spot by the future team. It's too wasteful. So, she looked at the other person's tricycle, approached Xiao and said, "It's good to have a car, saving time and effort." Xiao glanced at Xiao Xiao and thought, "This refrigerator that I've been thinking about has only been home for a few days? This little girl won't want to buy a car again." After a while, Xiao Xiao was heard whispering, "I wonder if the car abandoned by Feng Ziying and his team in the blind spot is still there." After saying that, he said with regret, "If we don't get it back, what a waste of social resources." Xiao, So he was thinking about that car. Well, to be honest, he was thinking about it. A while ago, he heard Feng Ziying say that in order to compensate for the car, they not only paid a sea-level energy stone with an energy value of nearly 2,000, but also had to perform more than 3 high-risk tasks for the safe zone free of charge on the basis of the original task volume. Fortunately, there were 3 energy stones that were picked up as a foundation. Otherwise, even if Feng Ziying and his team all came out alive, the future would be worse than death. During this period, they have gone out to perform 2 tasks. Each time they performed a task, although there were no casualties in the team, there were many injuries. In fact, there was no need to be so anxious to receive the task. But the people in the team all thought that they would be free of debt, and the sooner they paid it off, the sooner they would pay it off. The future team had considered this car at first. Why not take a risk and try to bring it back from the blind spot? Then they thought of the tragic experience of the Dark Knight team. Besides, going to the blind spot to bring the car back was a private act after all, and the price to be paid was immeasurable. After comprehensive consideration, these people gave up. In general, the act of mistakenly entering the blind spot that time. All the people were there, and after compensating for the losses, there was still a lot more than usual missions. Compared to the Dark Knight team, it was not a loss. This is very good. Even though Xiao was a little bit eager for the car abandoned in the blind spot, he still said, "Don't think about it for the time being. There is no hope." Xiao Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. And he caught two key words. Temporarily. That doesn't mean there is hope in the future. But I don't know when this future is. It rains every 3 or 5 this summer. Don't let it be scrapped directly. Then we will think about it in the future, Xiao said. After that, he ran forward by himself. Xiao, eh? Okay. This is really on my mind. I have to think about it carefully later. If he is really brought back, he wants to see how Feng Xing and the others react. Xiao stood outside the bamboo forest, looking at the bamboo that was thicker than her waist, and fell silent. If she could dig up a bamboo shoot, she would be full for several days. No wonder there are many people pushing carts, flatbed carts, and even tricycles on the road. If you really want to get some edible food, you have to rely on manpower to carry it back for 2 hours, which is probably very tiring. In Xiao's mind, these transportation tools are mainly for transporting edible food. In fact, the main purpose of this car is to transport bamboo. Bamboo can not only be used to build houses, make furniture, and make daily necessities, but also to deal with the attacks of mutant animals in winter. After all, bamboo is also an excellent material for defensive weapons. In autumn, everyone is busy with autumn harvest and has no time to come to the bamboo forest to collect. Therefore, as long as there is a chance to come to the bamboo forest, many people will bring transportation tools. Chapter 96. Xiao didn't know this yet. What she was thinking was whether the spatula she was carrying was sharp enough and whether it could match the size of the bamboo shoots. After having the experience of digging pits many times in a row, Xiao would put her spatula in her bag whenever she went out to collect bamboo shoots. These questions only lasted a few seconds before she followed Xiao into the bamboo forest. Xiao looked around and saw some people groping back and forth on the ground. Some people constantly knocking on bamboo, and some people directly testing bamboo leaves. For a while, no one had any amazing harvest. The two walked deep into the bamboo forest for a while, and Xiao stopped and said, "Let's stay here." Xiao looked around and saw rotten bamboo leaves everywhere on the ground. Because it rained last night, the ground was a little wet, and it was a little slippery when walking on it. After the rain, what do you look for in the bamboo forest? It must be bamboo shoots. Besides, there should be some mushrooms in the bamboo forest after the rain. She remembered that many people went to the forest to look for mushrooms during the last rainstorm. Without waiting for Xiao to continue, Xiao took out the small shovel in her bag and started today's work. Today's target has been locked: bamboo shoots and mushrooms. And she doesn't need to consider whether the mushrooms are poisonous or not. Anyway, the watch will give the correct answer. Deep in the bamboo forest, the light is still a little dim. Xiao bent over and carefully observed every inch of the ground under her feet, using the small spatula in her hand to pull the bamboo leaves and weeds on the ground from time to time, for fear of missing any opportunity to find bamboo shoots and mushrooms. In the bamboo forest after the rain, the air is filled with the smell of soil and the fragrance of bamboo leaves. Half an hour has passed, and Xiao has not seen anything that looks like bamboo shoots or mushrooms on the ground. Xiao stood up and straightened his sore back. This job is really not easy to do. Waste. Looking towards Xiao, the man was still concentrating on testing bamboo leaves. Looking around, many people were also testing bamboo leaves. It seems that the most easily available edible food in the bamboo forest is bamboo leaves. Xiao supported her aching waist with her hand and decided to test some bamboo leaves first to change her luck. Ding. Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. Xiao, Sure enough, the probability of bamboo leaves producing edible food is higher. So, she started the task of testing bamboo leaves, and soon found 7 or 8 fresh edible bamboo leaves. While testing the leaves, she walked towards Xiao. At this time, Xiao was chopping a bamboo with a diameter of about 30 centimeters. Xiao looked at him curiously and asked, "Are you going to carry bamboo back today?" Xiao did not answer her question, but pointed to a pile of dirt-like things under his feet and said, "Bamboo fungus eggs. Edible fungi." Xiao squatted down and looked at this black, egg-shaped, round thing. This is actually edible. And it looks familiar. After looking at this thing over and over again, Xiao suddenly stood up from the ground and ran towards her original territory. This thing. No. It's bamboo fungus eggs. There are many places she explored just now. Okay. I didn't expect this thing to be a mushroom. She was ignorant. She thought that the fungi growing in the wild forest were the kind with small umbrellas. Unexpectedly, this kind of dirt-like thing was also. It's all because its appearance is too close to the color of the surrounding soil. Xiao panted as she cleaned up the bamboo leaves and weeds on the ground, revealing a small piece of dirt. No. A bamboo fungus egg. It's a fortune. It's a fortune. Xiao tried to calm her little heart that was pounding from running. Chapter 97. Calm down. Calm down. We have to test it to know if it can be eaten. 1 spatula. 2 spatulas. 3 spatulas. A round ball ran out of the soil, and the dagger quickly slashed across. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Then she dug out the second and third ones, and detected 5 edible bamboo fungus eggs. And looking at her bamboo fungus egg territory, more than half of it has not been tested yet. The calm heart couldn't help beating wildly again. She must have stolen the bamboo fungus egg nest again. Ha. She laughed wildly in her heart. After being happy, she was a little troubled. Each bamboo fungus egg was the size of a watermelon, and it was not easy to take it back. She looked around and saw many people in the bamboo forest, and in front of her was a small pile of bamboo fungus eggs, which was too eye-catching. She glanced at Xiao over there, took a photo with her watch, and sent it to him. Xiao put down the bamboo fungus eggs in his hand, looked down at his watch, and then looked at Xiao's location. He was so close, but he sent him a message. Open the message. The bamboo fungus eggs, like a small hill, came into view. Suddenly, I felt that the bamboo fungus eggs under my feet didn't seem so attractive. While testing the bamboo fungus eggs dug out, Xiao looked at Xiao from time to time. Brother Hua was too slow. The remaining bamboo fungus eggs in the soil were also dug out by Xiao. And finally a total of 9 edible bamboo fungus eggs were obtained. The remaining half of the territory only produced 3 edible ones, and they were all moderately radiated. Compared with bamboo leaves, things are more valuable than quantity. She was very satisfied with this result. Versailles Xiao. Xiao finally arrived slowly, with a huge bamboo tube on his back as she expected, looking at the 8 or 9 bamboo fungus eggs in front of him. Xiao said that he didn't want to say anything and just worked silently. Now one bamboo tube obviously can no longer meet the storage needs. So, Xiao handed the bamboo tube on his body to Xiao and continued to be an emotionless bamboo cutting machine. Xiao put the 6 bamboo fungus eggs with moderate radiation into the bamboo tube as Xiao said, and the remaining 3 bamboo fungus eggs with low radiation were waiting to move into Xiao's next big bamboo tube. While Xiao was cutting bamboo, Xiao walked around again. There was nothing to find for a while, so he returned to the location of the bamboo fungus eggs. At this time, Xiao had already put the remaining 3 bamboo fungus eggs into the bamboo tube. Although the bamboo fungus eggs looked big, they were relatively light. Xiao carried 2 bamboo tubes on his back alone. There were too many bamboo fungus eggs dug out on the ground, and they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Xiao walked in front leisurely, kicking the dead leaves and weeds on the ground at random. Maybe he could kick out a bamboo fungus egg. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out in the bamboo forest. Squeak! Squeak! Accompanied by the noisy and lively voices. Catch it! Catch it quickly! Don't let it run away! Xiao turned his head and looked at Xiao behind him. Why does the call of this mutant animal sound so much like a mouse? Xiao squinted and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Still some distance away from them. Well, it should be a mutant bamboo rat. I didn't expect it to be a mouse. In Xiao's mind, no matter what kind of mouse it is, it's a rat. Then should we run away? Xiao asked. According to convention, ordinary people generally choose to avoid mutant animals if they can. Besides, this is still a mouse. If you get bitten, you won't get plague or something. This plague can really kill people. Xiao smiled and said, No, there are very few mutant bamboo rats in this bamboo forest, and they will probably be divided up by the people in the bamboo forest soon. After Xiao finished speaking, he lifted the bamboo tube on his body and walked in the opposite direction. Chapter 98. Xiao, is the mutant bamboo rat not so scary? This big brother can actually laugh. Anyway, she didn't know much about this mutant animal, so she followed Xiao in 2 or 3 steps. But just when the two of them walked a short distance, they heard a voice behind them. Stop it in front. Split it in half when we meet. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Xiao turned around and saw a big gray-haired rat, with its flesh bouncing, running towards her and Xiao. The moment Xiao turned around, the person following the big gray-haired rat also recognized Xiao. Cousin! Cousin! Stop her quickly. Xiao, cousin? The future team? Whether it's someone she knows or not. This big gray-haired rat is coming towards her. So she might as well try the crossbow behind her. Since this crossbow was made, there has been no actual combat experience. And the other party said they would split it in half when they met. Although she was not very interested in rat meat. She was collecting points. Moreover, it was right in front of her. No, that was absolutely impossible. Xiao threw the spatula on the ground casually, took down the crossbow behind her with a swift movement, aimed, and shot. Repeating this action she had practiced countless times. The crossbow arrow flew out with a buzz sound, heading straight for the face of the big gray rat. Perhaps sensing the danger, the big gray rat turned its extremely fat body in midair and fled in another direction. Unfortunately, the sky did not fulfill the rat's wish, and it was destined to have this disaster. When it turned around, Xiao crossbow arrow hit the fat belly of the big gray rat. Perhaps affected by the force of the crossbow arrow, the mutant bamboo rat flying in the air fell to the ground with a bang, and then was stepped on by the person who chased behind and finished off. Xiao then saw who the person was. Hu Qianli, the big brother who loved to eat green fat men. Hu Qianli, who likes to eat green fat people. That's a last resort. Okay. Hu Qianli picked up the mutant bamboo rat on the ground and ran towards Xiao happily. When he got closer, he saw Xiao was there too. Boss Hua, you are here too. He greeted Xiao, then turned to Xiao and said with a smile, Cousin's archery. This. He gave Xiao a thumbs up. I will transfer the points to you after I sell it. Hu Qianli continued. If this mutant bamboo rat hadn't met Xiao and the others, it might have really run away. Or it might have been picked up by others. Fortunately, it was one of our own. Xiao was suddenly praised, and she was a little embarrassed. Seeing that the crossbow arrow was still hanging on the belly of the mutant bamboo rat, she was ready to pull it off. Seeing this, Hu Qianli said, I do it. I do it. He then pulled out 2 crossbow arrows, one of which was inserted into the mutant bamboo rat's buttocks, and the other was Xiao, which was inserted into its abdomen. Xiao looked at the 2 arrows and thought, this is really not just her work. Hu Qianli is a bit of a chatterbox, and he has never stopped talking since they met. In this respect, he is quite similar to Yin Ming, a young boy. Hu Qianli talked a lot and told them what happened after they separated, and also expressed his deep longing for Xiao and Xiao. Although everyone was in a safe zone, there was no chance to meet unless they made a special appointment. Xiao walked in front silently. Behind him were Hu Qianli and Xiao. Xiao was quite interested in what Hu Qianli was talking about, and responded from time to time. Hu Qianli seemed to have found a confidant, and his mouth was full of words, which could not be closed for a while. Moreover, he had caught and killed such a fat mutant bamboo rat in the bamboo forest today, which was a great harvest. Chapter 99. Although he had to give half of it in the end, it didn't affect his happiness. After all, his partner was his cousin. So, after not seeing each other for so long, and in the bamboo forest where there was no danger, he wanted to tell her about his ancestors for 18 generations. However, Xiao was not interested in her ancestors for 18 generations. To sum up, Hu Qianli's ancestors for 18 generations were all very poor. He, Hu Qianli, was the most promising one among their descendants. By the way, I just saw Yin Hu and Yin Ming. Did you meet them? Hu Qianli said. Xiao shook his head. No. My family lives in the street next to Yin Hu's house, and our 2 families are back to back. Next time, cousin, you must come to my house as a guest. My wife will definitely like you. Hu Qianli continued to chatter. And my wife is Lan Hong. She's about your age. She has a younger brother. And he's still single? When I'm free, I let my wife introduce you to each other. Xiao, are we so close that we need to introduce each other to someone? Was Xiao in front, listening to Hu Qianli chattering in the back. Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. He suddenly stopped, turned around, and said coldly, Hu Qianli, when did you quit the mercenary team? Hu Qianli, who was about to promote his wife's younger brother, was stunned by Xiao's sudden question. He scratched his messy head and said, "No. I have to go on a mission with Team Feng tomorrow. I finally got a day off today. But my wife drove me to the bamboo forest to pick up trash." Xiao stole a glance at Xiao's dark face and saw Hu Qianli, the temporary cousin, still chattering. She couldn't help but complain in her heart, "How ignorant is this person? Didn't he see that your former captain's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot?" Although she didn't quite understand why Xiao's mood was as unpredictable as the summer weather in the wasteland. But she still knew how to read people's faces. She reached out and poked Hu Qianli, who was still chattering, and whispered, "Stop it. Your boss's face is not right." "Cousin, why are you poking me? I haven't finished yet." Hu Qianli's face was full of confusion, staring at Xiao, waiting for her to give an answer. Xiao, awkward. After about 3 seconds, Hu Qianli heard what Xiao had just said, slowly moving his eyes from Xiao's face to Xiao's face. His expression seemed to be a little bit off. Hee. Hu Qianli laughed dryly twice, and seemed to realize that he had talked too much again. It seemed that Lao was angry again. He said timidly, "That? Lao. Cousin, I leave first. You guys go first. Go first." After saying that, he waved his hands, and his feet were like Nez's wind-fire wheels, and he flew away like a gust of wind. He also shouted from a distance, "Cousin, I will transfer the points to you after I sell something." Xiao waved awkwardly, turned back and smiled at Xiao, saying, Your former colleague. You are really interesting. Why didn't I notice it before?" Hee. Seeing that the person ran away, Xiao returned to his usual self. He is just like that. He is a fool and talks a lot. After thinking for a long time, he added, "He is quite capable and very strong. After all, he is his former teammate. Although sometimes he is really annoying because of his chatterbox attribute. But he is not bad. And in the end, he is still willing to help make up for it. Because of Hu Qianli's appearance." They were delayed for a while, and the two quickly ended the topic about this person. No matter how interesting a person is, he can't compare to her interest in food. Although the mutant bamboo rat looked fat and soft, Xiao always felt uncomfortable when he saw the tail dragging behind him, and still felt that eating this thing would cause plague. Chapter 100. I don't know if it was because Hu Qianli mentioned Yan Hu, but when they were looking for the next collection point in the forest, they met another talkative boy named Yan Ning mentioned by Xiao. Then they saw Yan Hu, Wen Yu and Wen Xiao, two siblings, not far away. There was even a family near them, who seemed to be very familiar with the two children Wen Yu. Is this a big gathering of acquaintances in the bamboo forest today? Why did everyone flock to the bamboo forest? Yan Ming was so happy to see Xiao, and he held the bamboo tube in his hand mysteriously, and insisted that Xiao guess what good stuff was in it. Xiao didn't want to waste her brain to play the guessing game, so she shook her head and said decisively, "I can't guess." Seeing that she refused to guess, Yan Ning brought the bamboo tube close to Xiao and carefully opened the lid on it. Although Xiao didn't want to play guessing, she was still very curious about what was in Yan Ming's bamboo tube. It was worth Yan Ming's serious treatment. It's just. When Xiao saw what was inside, she was so scared that she took several steps back. Her face immediately turned pale. During the process of retreating, she almost tripped over the grass and trees on the ground. Fortunately, Xiao was standing by and helped her to stabilize her body. Xiao really regretted it now. It was all because of her curiosity. Why did she have to see what was inside Yan Ming bamboo tube? She felt uncomfortable both physically and mentally. All she could think of were the densely packed white bugs surging inside, like oversized maggots. The picture lingered in her mind, and she felt that the hairs all over her body were about to stand up to protest her damn curiosity. Yan Ming saw that Xiao looked wrong, and hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Sister, what's wrong with you?" The bamboo tube in her hand also moved forward with her body. Xiao was so scared that she shrank back behind Xiao and waved her hands, saying, "Take that away. Stay away from me." Yan Ning didn't understand why, but he still obediently covered the bamboo tube in his hand and put it back in his bag. "This is a good thing. Wash it and dry fry it. It's golden and crispy." Xiao didn't expect Xiao to be afraid of mutant bamboo worms, except for the color and size of this thing, which are different from the big green worm she saw in the blind forest. Everything else is similar. Originally, he planned to find a quiet place to teach her how to find mutant bamboo worms. Now, it seems that it won't work. In fact, Xiao is not afraid of green fat people. It's just that these fleshy and soft things look okay, even if it's a dense crowd. If you look at the crowds from a high place, the visual impact is also very strong. Not to mention the little bugs that she didn't like to see. Please forgive her for not being able to accept it. She really can't accept the large-scale insect gathering in this bamboo tube. If she can choose between mutant snakes, mutant bamboo rats, and mutant bamboo worms, she would rather choose the first two. When she was a child, she could carry a snake around in circles. As for mice, they usually hide from people. So she is not afraid, only this kind. Forget it. Can't think about it. Can't think about it. After Xiao took a break, Xiao gave him some knowledge about mutant bamboo worms. Those who kept knocking on bamboo joints in the bamboo forest were looking for mutant bamboo worms. I don't know what the principle is. As long as there is a mutant bamboo worm in one of the bamboo joints that is edible with medium or low radiation, then more than 99% of the mutant bamboo worms in this nest are edible. Therefore, mutant bamboo worms are the most popular among all the products of the bamboo forest. Even so, Xiao still couldn't accept this thing. You could say she was being pretentious or timid. But she wasn't so poor that she had to face this thing anyway. And she would never think of getting the mutated bamboo worms even if she was beaten to death. Chapter 101. As for Xiao, he can look for it if he wants. She should just stay quiet and dig her bamboo fungus eggs on the ground. The taste of mushrooms is not necessarily worse than some mutant bamboo worms. There is a saying that meat is not as good as mushrooms. This saying means that the nutritional value of mushrooms is richer than that of meat. Xiao checked the map and found that if he went further, he would be in a blind spot again. He simply stopped near Yin Hu and the others. The young boy Yin Ming saw that his sister was afraid of mutant bamboo worms. So he consciously went 3 meters away from her sister to continue knocking on the bamboo joints. It is not as simple as imagined to find mutant bamboo worms. And it also requires rich experience. To find mutant bamboo worms, you need to judge whether there are mutant bamboo worms according to the color of bamboo leaves and the state of bamboo joints. Once you find the wormhole, you can follow the vine to find the worm and find the nest of mutant bamboo worms. How to identify the color of bamboo leaves and the state of bamboo joints requires a long period of experience. Of course, this doesn't work every time. It can only be said that this kind of experience accumulated over time provides people with more opportunities to find mutant bamboo worms. Xiao asked Yin Ming which area they had not yet set foot on, and went straight over. The small spatula in his hand kept digging the lumps of soil on the ground that looked like mutant bamboo fungus eggs. Humming, the little girl picking mushrooms, carrying a big bamboo basket. She picked the most mushrooms. As many as the stars. The luo li the luo the luo the luo. Perhaps this brainwashing song really worked. When Xiao sang it for the 3rd time, she found another small nest of mutant bamboo fungus eggs under a big bamboo. Only 3. After testing, the slightly smaller one was a low-level radiation mutation and could be eaten. Xiao happily held it in her arms and circled around the bamboo. She found that this thing likes to grow in groups. As expected, on the back of the bamboo, Xiao found 2 more mushrooms wearing white mesh wedding dresses. And there were 4 or 5 bamboo fungus eggs hidden under the mushrooms. Xiao first tested the mushrooms wearing white dresses. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Both white-skirted mushrooms are edible. Xiao also checked the detailed information of this mushroom, which is 1 less egg than bamboo fungus eggs. Its scientific name is bamboo fungus. And bamboo fungus eggs are what it looks like before it transforms. Then, the following also specifically explains the common plant and animal species in the bamboo forest, including bamboo fungus, bamboo worms, bamboo fungus eggs, bamboo shoots, etc. And even a thing that Xiao has never heard of or seen before, called golden cicada flower. According to the information on the watch, this is a fungus that grows from a fungus that parasitizes on cicada pupae and larvae. Xiao thinks that the growth characteristics of this thing are a bit similar to Cordyceps sinensis. However, half of the summer has passed, and Xiao has not heard a single cicada chirp. Cicada pupae are probably extinct. Then, the golden cicada flower, which parasitizes cicada pupae, is probably extinct too. Xiao is not obsessed with this. None of the things she has found now have ever seen. The one thing she is a little obsessed with is probably bamboo shoots. However, she has not found one until now. And some things, the more you want them, the more you want them. There is still some mutant turtle dove meat at home. If you can find bamboo shoots today, you can ask Xiao to make her a mutant turtle dove bamboo shoot soup. She also has mutant bamboo fungus eggs, fresh bamboo leaves and other ingredients. So she can make a full bamboo feast. Thinking of the full bamboo feast, Xiao is more energetic in her work. Bamboo shoots. Come to your sister's bowl. She can't sing about the little girl picking mushrooms anymore. She has picked more mushrooms today. Chapter 102. Xiao, who only collected one bamboo fungus egg, Xiao went to Xiao with 3 mutant bamboo fungus eggs and 2 white-skirted mushrooms in her arms. He would feel relieved if he put them in a bamboo tube first. Yan Ming was knocking on the bamboo joints and was depressed. When he looked up, he saw her sister happily holding a bunch of mushrooms and going to Brother Hua. She thought to herself, why not borrow her sister's blessed fingers to point out a few mutant bamboo worm nests for him? Therefore, after Xiao handed all the food in her hand to Xiao, she was pestered by the young boy Yan Ming. Knowing that her sister was afraid of mutant bamboo worms, he stopped 3 meters away from Xiao. Sister, can you point out a few bamboo joints for me to see if I can find mutant bamboo worms? Xiao, Sister didn't even have time to hide from that thing. And she pointed out a few for you. She and it are in conflict. How could they possibly meet? However, she could not resist the boy's soft and hard persuasion. And she also wanted to amuse the child. Xiao imitated the charlatans in movies and TV dramas, closed her eyes, gestured back and forth with her fingers, and muttered, Heaven and earth. 6 dings and 6 jiaos, listen to my command. 9 heavens, mysterious lady. Hurry up and obey the command. She opened her eyes and shouted, Monster, where are you running? After that, she picked up the small spatula at her feet and hit a bamboo. Then, crash. White little bugs poured out of the bamboo tube. Xiao was completely shocked. What the hell? What's going on? She screamed like crazy in her heart. Ah! Goddess of the 9 heavens. You're tricking me. She didn't dare to move her feet as if they had grown roots. Until Yan Ming's surprised voice reached her ears. Xiao finally came to her senses from the shock and hurriedly backed away. Backed away. If she had woken up any later, the mutant bamboo worm would have crawled to her feet. Yan Ming saw Xiao had backed away, hurried forward and knelt on the ground. She quickly caught a fat and cute little fellow, and with a knife in her hand, the juice was smeared on the dial. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Then, Xiao saw the boy began to pick up the mutant bamboo worms on the ground and put them into the bamboo tube. This series of actions only took 3 or 5 seconds. Xiao, No. Why did she have to see the scene? She was going to go blind. Her brain was going to explode. Why was this thing everywhere? Now when she looked at the bamboo around her, she always felt that it was full of mutant bamboo worms. If the bamboo accidentally breaks, will she be covered with this stuff? No. She can't think about it anymore. She doesn't want to find bamboo shoots anymore. She wants to find Xiao. This place is too unsafe. When Yan Ming picked up all the mutant bamboo worms on the ground and went back to find his sister, ready to ask her for more advice, he found that her sister was gone. Yan Ming was holding a bamboo tube in his arms, full of joy. He really didn't understand why his sister didn't like them. They are so weak and cute. Unlike other mutant animals, they are ready to go to war at any time and kill people. Xiao, when are we going back? Xiao asked nervously, looking at the bamboo beside him. Xiao didn't know what happened just now, and looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? It's still early. Xiao was embarrassed to say that she was scared by the mutant bamboo worms. So she could only say, I think we have gained a lot today, and we can't take more back. Xiao stared at Xiao's eyes, and those bright black eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Xiao's hand inadvertently rubbed back and forth on the small spatula several times, struggling to just forget it. This is not a shameful thing. Who doesn't have something to fear? She is a human. Not the pitfall of Jiao Tianxian knew. Just then, Yan Ming ran over again. The young man still couldn't understand Zhuang Xiao's fear of mutant bamboo worms, and asked, "Sister, can you show me a few more?" Chapter 103. For the first time, Zhuang Xiao felt that Yan Ming was so unlovable. Suddenly, Xiao understood why the little girl was in a hurry to leave the bamboo forest. This was another time she was frightened by the mutant bamboo worm. Looking at Yan Ming, who was full of expectation, Xiao strode directly between the two of them, blocking Zhuang Xiao's sight, and whispered to her, "Today, there are indeed a lot of things. Let's leave now." "Brother Hua, are you leaving now? It's still early." Yan Ming looked up at the sky, not knowing why. Zhuang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't collect in the bamboo forest, there were still many collection points on the way home, and they could try their luck there. Before leaving, Zhuang Xiao casually pointed to a few bamboo joints that looked pretty good and gave them to Yan Ming. She pulled Xiao, and the two of them walked quickly out of the bamboo forest. Before she walked far away, Yan Ming's surprised scream, similar to that of a groundhog, came from behind. His steps became faster. Xiao was carrying two very tall bamboo tubes on his back, which were often blocked by small bamboo branches, so he walked in a rather awkward manner. However, seeing the little girl walking faster and faster, he endured the possibility of being scratched and increased his steps. The little girl, who could kill the mutant snake, was unexpectedly afraid of this small mutant bamboo worm. This was really beyond his expectation. Moreover, he now had a small bamboo tube with this in it. I had planned to eat it myself, but now it was like this. I should take some time to sell it. If the little girl found out that she had fried mutant bamboo worms in the pot every day, she would probably go on a hunger strike in the future. As the light became brighter and brighter, they finally reached the border of the bamboo forest. Zhuang Xiao carefully checked herself from head to toe, and then insisted that Xiao help her check those places that she couldn't see, such as whether there were any strange worms on her head and back. This matter has come to an end. Standing at the outskirts of the bamboo forest, Zhuang Xiao said goodbye to the bamboo forest in her heart. Even if there are energy stones in it, she will never come here in the future. Sometimes, the less you think about something, the more it will happen. Soon after, she was slapped in the face. Zhuang Xiao came out of the forest completely by intuition, and did not follow the route they took to enter the bamboo forest. Therefore, when Zhuang Xiao was in the mood to look at the surrounding scenery, he didn't know which direction to go. The mouth is a good thing. If we don't understand, we asked, "Where are we going now?" Zhuang Xiao asked. Xiao checked the map, re-identified the current direction and said, "Over there." Zhuang Xiao looked at the direction of Xiao's finger, and there was no road at all. At the end of the grass was a forest, but it didn't look like a bamboo forest. Now, for Zhuang Xiao, as long as it is not a bamboo forest, everything is fine. She rechecked her equipment, looked at the two big bamboo tubes behind Xiao and said, "How about I carry one too?" Xiao shook his head and refused. 2 bamboo tubes of mutant bamboo fungus eggs are just that, much lighter than 2 sacks of wheat. He can still bear this weight. Besides, every day, the harvest is not as good as the little girl, so he has to do more of the physical work he can do. At least his value should be reflected a little bit. The two of them quickly crossed the grass. Unexpectedly, before entering the forest, they met Hu Qianli again. And this time it was not just him, but also Feng Xiang and Xiang Su from the future team. "Hi, cousin. We meet again." Hu Qianli came forward to greet him. "Hi, cousin." Feng Xiang followed closely. Then it was Xiang Su. The young man hesitated for a while and said, "Hello, cousin." Zhuang Xiao, doesn't she have a name? Chapter 104. Or maybe I overwrote the story in the blind spot. How come everyone is cousins? Did you get my consent? Just call her cousin. Xiao, It seems that you don't even see me. Right. No matter how Zhuang Xiao heart collapsed and screamed, he still smiled and said, it's Brother Hu, Brother Feng, and Xiao Su. You guys go ahead. Xiao and I will leave first. That, cousin." Before Hu Qianli finished speaking, Zhuang Xiao thought he had finished the greetings, pulled Xiao's sleeve, and walked away in a short while, until the backs of the two disappeared in the woods. The three of them looked at each other. "Old Hu, did you offend your cousin? Otherwise, why would your cousin run so fast as if she was being chased by a dog?" Feng Xiang glanced at the dumbfounded Hu Qianli. This guy just said that they had hunted a mutant bamboo rat together in the bamboo forest. It doesn't look like they have just cooperated. After being some distance away from them, Xiao said, "Is this a reunion of old friends today? These acquaintances have met wave after wave." She also stretched out her fingers and counted the people she met after coming to the wasteland. There are only a few of the remaining 9/10. If I can meet them again, I will have everything ready for today's trip. Xiao listened to her mumbling and smiled and said, "It's quite fate." Xiao, this is really planting vegetables on the eaves. There won't be any mutant animals in this forest. Xiao stopped suddenly and looked at Xiao. Otherwise, why would the 3 big men of the mercenary team get together? The more I think about it, the more I feel that this must be the case. Just now, she took a quick look and found that Feng Xiang and Xiang Su were fully equipped with weapons. Only Hu Qianli had a crossbow. So he might have been called over to form a team. Xiao stared at Xiao, waiting for his answer. Xiao, Well, it's hard for him to say. There are too many mutant animals appearing near the safe zone recently. However, fearing that Xiao mood, which had just calmed down, would be disturbed again, he said, "It should not be." Xiao, It should be. No. Isn't it possible? Should they go back now and form a temporary team with Feng Xiang and the others? After all, Feng Xiang and Xiang Su still have hot weapons, which are much stronger than their cold weapons. Xiao completely forgot at this moment how decisively she said goodbye to her 2 cousins and 1 cousin, and turned around and left. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Are there chickens in this forest? Xiao, Just after I said there should be no mutant animals, this mutant animal came online, and its face was slapped. As the first call of the mutant pheasant sang in the forest, the mutant pheasants immediately came up with a chorus, as if they were directed by a chicken. The sound of cluck was endless. Xiao pulled Xiao over and prepared to retreat. From the sound, the number of mutant pheasants must be large. And this mutant pheasant is not the free-range chicken in Xiao's mind. It is a stupid old hen. If you chase it hard, it can still stay where it is, and let you do whatever you want. The mutant pheasants here have become bigger, and have stronger flying ability. If you are accidentally pecked by one, it is not just a matter of pain, but a piece of meat can be pecked off directly. And this kind of bushy forest is the favorite of mutant pheasants. Those who can run on the ground are not as good as those who can fly. Those who can fly in the sky generally do not go deep into the jungle to fight. After all, it is difficult to use wings in the forest. Before Xiao could answer, Xiao saw the chicken she mentioned. It just looks really good. The colorful feathers almost dazzled her dog eyes. What dazzled her eyes even more was the dazzling white light on the mutant pheasant with a majestic appearance. This has an energy stone. Chapter 105. At this moment, in Xiao's eyes, the brightest chicken in the flock is it. Thinking of the bamboo shoots that she didn't get today. Only this energy stone can soothe her heart that was drilled by the mutant bamboo worms. Just as Xiao pulled Xiao's hand, he was suddenly pulled back by a strong reaction. Turning around, he saw Xiao staring at the group of mutant pheasants with sparkling eyes, and his saliva was about to flow out. Xiao, Is this little girl eyeing the meat of the mutant pheasant again? After all, chicken, duck, fish and meat are still the most recognized meat foods by wastelanders. Perhaps Xiao's eyes were too hot. Or perhaps the mutant pheasant with the energy stone had too sharp 5 senses. In short, the sight of the man and the chicken met unexpectedly. The mutant pheasant may have sensed that there were unruly people trying to harm it. With a sharp and high-pitched cry, the wings spread. The body suddenly jumped up and flew towards Xiao. Xiao, fuck. I just looked at you more in the chicken flock. You're so angry. You're too careless. Xiao was also shocked by this sudden change. How did the war start? In the blink of an eye, the mutant pheasant was close. Xiao pulled Xiao to the side and dodged the frontal attack of the mutant pheasant. However, Xiao was still swept by the wings of the mutant pheasant, as if he was hit in the face. It hurt. The sudden attack of this mutant pheasant also attracted the attention of other friends in the tribe. Xiao only felt that the clucking sound of the pheasant group became louder, as if cheering for the battle between humans and chickens. The mutant pheasant that attacked them, seeing that it missed the target, immediately flapped its wings and turned around, holding up its noble head and glaring at the 2 people opposite, as if it was the king of this forest. The loud and excited cries of the mutant pheasants here made Feng Xiang and his friends, who were still struggling to find mutant pheasants, happy. It appeared. As expected, there were mutant pheasants that crossed the border. This was also the main purpose of him and Xiang Su coming here today. Feng Xiang has a sister who works at the exchange center. This news was accidentally learned by her sister from a colleague. The exchange center is crowded with people every day, covering people from all walks of life in the wasteland. There are so many people, and so many different things to say. So naturally the news is also varied. There are even people who make a living by selling news. Feng Xiang and his 3 people's target was originally the mutant pheasant. So when they heard the sound, they ran towards Zhuang Xiao and his friends. Zhuang Xiao's side is also very interesting. I thought this group of mutant pheasants were in the same group. One of the pheasants in the group had already fought with the other pheasant. So the other mutant pheasants had to come up to help. However, Zhuang Xiao and the mutant pheasant with the energy stone had been fighting for a long time. And no other mutant pheasant came up to help. Some mutant pheasants even ran away. Although the combat power of this mutant pheasant was just SOSO. Its posture was very flexible. She and Xiao crossbows and sleeve arrows only killed a few feathers of the other party. At this time, Zhuang Xiao took advantage of the confrontation between the mutant pheasant and Xiao and jumped directly from behind to the back of the mutant pheasant. Then she quickly used her 2 little claws to hug the mutant pheasant's neck. The mutant pheasant, whose throat was strangled, frantically flapped its wings to get rid of the heavy objects on its body. But its 2 wings were tightly clamped by Zhuang Xiao's legs. So, this scene appeared. The mutant pheasant carried a person on its back and began to run wildly in the forest. Zhuang Xiao, who had already sat firmly on his mount, was actually still thinking about random things. Chapter 106. It would be nice if this mutant pheasant could understand human language. Convertible luxury down 2-wheel drive. Energy saving and fuel efficient. Pollution free. If there is no fuel car, it can also be used as a means of transportation. It saves the need to walk on 2 legs every time you go out to collect scavenging. What a pity. What a pity. This guy still has energy stones in his stomach, and is destined to be disemboweled. Zhuang Xiao changed his position on the mutant pheasant, holding its neck with one hand, and took out a dagger with the other hand, and then stabbed the mutant pheasant's slender neck with extra tenderness. The white knife went in, and the red knife came out. Bright red blood spurted out, and the mutant pheasant's throat made a cuckoo sound. However, all this did not affect the mutant pheasant's running speed, and it even ran faster. Feng Xiang and the other 2 who were rushing over had a face-to-face encounter with the mutant pheasant whose throat was cut while running, the blood gushing out, coupled with the acceleration of the mutant pheasant's running, splashed the blood directly on the faces of the 3 people. Feng Xiang, Hu Qianli, Xiang Su, Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? With the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground behind them, the 3 people wiped the blood on their faces and slowly turned around, and saw the cousin climbed up from the ground calmly with blood all over her body. Then, she smeared the blood on the dagger on the watch. Ding. Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. 3 people, Seeing that it was edible meat, Zhuang Xiao looked up and prepared to look for Xiao trace, and saw the 3 people standing there stupidly. Hi. See you again. Zhuang Xiao raised his bloody little hand and smiled politely at the 3 people. And the chicken feathers on his head were still trembling. Could it be that these 3 people are attracted to her mutant pheasants? There are still many mutant pheasants in there. You should hurry up and catch them, Zhuang Xiao said temptingly. There is still a group over there. Enough for you to eat. So, don't be greedy for her mutant pheasants. Zhuang Xiao looked behind them. His eyes lit up, and he waved with a smile. Xiao, come quickly. You can eat. The tool man Xiao came late, Seeing Xiao approaching, he turned his head and told the 3 people, if you don't catch them, they will all run away later. This group of mutant pheasants really has no moral principles at all. They fight each other and run away. They don't care about anyone else. After Xiao appeared, the 3 people seemed to have just returned to their souls from the fantasy world just now. Everyone took the weapons in their hands, turned around and rushed into the woods. Zhuang Xiao turned the mutant pheasant over, and a dazzling white light appeared. As expected, there is an energy stone. Looking at the neck of the mutant pheasant that no longer bleeds, Zhuang Xiao felt a little distressed. So much blood was wasted. If it was made into a blood clot, it could grow into mung bean sprouts at home. And maybe it could be made into a malpschwang to eat at home. Oh! What a pity. This big pool of blood on the ground. All of this can be eaten. Xiao took out a sack from his bag and stuffed the mutant pheasant into it. Stuffed. With a strange green light flashing in his eyes. After eating the mutant dove, he could eat the mutant pheasant. Xiao didn't know how weird she looked with her hungry wolf-like eyes and the bloodstains on her face. Xiao picked up the chicken feathers on her body, but the smaller ones were difficult to deal with, and they were all mixed with sweat and stuck to her body. He could only wait until he got home to take a shower and change clothes. However, when Feng Xiang and the other three entered the mutant pheasant group, it was almost like a wolf entering a chicken coop. The three looked at the dozens of mutant pheasants in front of them. Of course, there were still many left after they ran away in advance. Everyone's eyes glowed green. Among the three, Xiang Su had the best shooting accuracy. He did not go forward to fight directly, but hid aside to assassinate. Feng Xiang and Hu Qianli went straight to the flock of chickens and embraced them. Chapter 107. When the mutant pheasants saw three more wolf-like guys coming, some of the clever mutant pheasants began to flee towards the blind spot. There were constant gunshots in the forest, chickens flying and people jumping. When Xiao had just finished sorting out the situation, the three people appeared in front of her again. When Xiao saw the image of the three people, she inexplicably remembered the scene in the movie Lost on Journey, where the two leading actors slowly appeared from the elevator with chicken feathers on their heads. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. When they returned to the main road, the five people instantly became the focus of everyone. This image is really too unbearable to look at. Everyone has chicken feathers on their heads, and everyone is covered in blood. Well, soon everyone's attention was attracted by the sacks behind them. Looking at the blood on the sacks, they caught mutant pheasants. In the wasteland, 5 people with the same image are rare, but they are not as attractive as the meat in the sack. Therefore, each of these pairs of eyes is particularly hot. At this moment, Xiao felt that it was good to have a few cousins from the mercenary team, which invisibly frightened many villains. Sister, is it really you? I said that the back looked so much like you. Yan Ming's surprised voice sounded behind Xiao like a ghost. Xiao slowly turned his head and laughed dryly twice. Some not-so-good pictures squeezed into his mind again. That? Hee. It's me. His footsteps unconsciously moved a little further away from Yan Ming. Can we still have fun? The first thing Xiao did when she got home, to take a bath and change clothes, and completely clean up the afterimage of the mutant bamboo worm in her heart. The second thing, of course, was to touch the energy stone. There was no doubt that the mutant pheasant had an energy stone in its stomach. She had just taken a bath, and this kind of thing was directly assigned to Xiao, who was still covered in chicken feathers. Xiao was holding a bowl of cold mung bean soup, drinking it in small sips, watching Xiao working. Xiao skillfully gutted the mutant pheasant and put his big hand with clear bones in it. After a while, a shiny energy stone with a little chicken shit smell was taken out. After washing the energy stone with clean water, it was placed on the watch. Ding! Energy stone level F. Energy value 179. As soon as the energy stone level and value came out, Xiao stood up with an empty bowl and prepared to get another bowl of mung bean soup. It was only level F. Oh, the energy value is a bit too low. At this time, this energy stone is not as attractive to Xiao as the ice mung bean soup in the refrigerator. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. The temperature is about to approach the peak of every summer. The reserve food at home is also enough. Therefore, Xiao was ordered by Xiao to stay at home and not go anywhere. In Xiao words, she was grounded. Oh! This happiness came too suddenly. What is this? Is it the rumored high-temperature holiday? Days passed by. The purslane seeds and bamboo leaves collected by Xiao were all fried into tea by Xiao. Adding some to water is refreshing and much better than plain water. During this period, the plants raised by Xiao suddenly wilted. I don't know if it was because the solar radiation value in summer was too strong. She also tried to sprout a few mung bean sprouts, but all ended in failure. The wild mung bean seeds that could have been eaten turned into highly radioactive mutations after sprouting. In view of the limited number of wild mung beans, she still had to make mung bean ice drinks with the remaining ones. So Xiao decisively gave up this experimental project. At this time, the two of them were sitting in the living room, with 2 fans blowing at the same time, and ice mung bean soup on the table. They drank a sip from time to time when they were thirsty. This holiday was so comfortable. Of course, although it was a high-temperature holiday, the training subjects were not missed at all, especially after Xiao had wasted several energy stones. His body was recovering quickly. Chapter 108. So during this period, the two of them exercised together. However, such a comfortable life only lasted for half a day today. In the afternoon, there was a strong wind, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The sky and the earth fell into darkness. But the watch did not give any warning. What's going on? Why did it suddenly blow so hard? Xiao put down the straw mat in his hand, hurriedly moved the flax fiber drying in the yard into the house, and asked Xiao. Xiao was obviously accustomed to this situation and said, "It might be a wind disaster." Wind disasters are the most unpredictable weather in the wasteland. Without a doubt. Because it has a high degree of uncertainty and variability, it is difficult to accurately predict its development trend with existing means. And its destructive power is still amazing, which is also a headache for the safety zones in the wasteland. At this time, Xiao thought of 3 words in his mind: typhoon? Hurricane? Tornado? Behind each word is a powerful lethality and destructive power. At the least, houses and people will be damaged. And at the worst, houses and people will be killed. No matter which one. It was not something her new and stable little home could bear. Xiao shook off the terrible images that popped up in her head from time to time, and ran back and forth in and out of the house several times before the things in the yard were completely cleaned up. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, making a woohoo sound, like the roar of a wild beast roaring and wailing in the ear. Very scary and terrifying. It seemed to destroy and devour everything in the world. Xiao also heard the creak sound of the solar panels on the roof swinging back and forth. This wind is so strong. Won't our solar panels be blown away? As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of something breaking above her head, followed by a few loud bangs. And the fan at home slowly stopped. Is it really blown away? Xiao asked Xiao beside him uncertainly. Xiao hummed, and his eyes stayed in the yard. Xiao, she is such a damn bad mouth. The howling of the wind was getting louder and louder, like a call from the god of death, which was creepy. From time to time, sand and stones hit the outer wall of the house. Xiao felt vaguely that their house was moving. She was very worried. Would she also fly around the house and have a thrilling and exciting adventure trip at any time? She didn't want to. She was afraid of heights. Although she was very worried, she closed her mouth tightly when she thought of the solar panel that she had just said was flying away. I thought that after the strong wind, there would be heavy rain. However, more than 2 hours had passed, and half of the roof of her kitchen was blown off. But the rain god had not come yet. Xiao started their backup power supply. The lights in the room were bright at this time. The wind was still howling outside. After the wind blew off the other half of the roof of her kitchen, there was no trend of increasing. So, the two people regained their minds and continued to concentrate on their work. Xiao continued her work of weaving straw mats, while Xiao was polishing the energy stone. The discarded energy stone. Although the energy value was reset to 0, it still had a good appearance. It was crystal clear, like a crystal stone. It should be pretty good to make a bracelet. But this peace and warmth did not last for a few minutes. On the roof and in the yard, there were several dull sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground. The two stopped their actions at the same time and looked outside. Whose things fell into their yard? Thinking of the flying solar panels. I don't know whose family got the benefit. Xiao threw down the straw mat in her hand and ran to the door to look out through the crack. Oh my god! What did she see? The rain god didn't come, but the river god came. Because at this moment, fish were raining from the sky. In the past, the news often reported that after a typhoon, R&B was blown from the sky and fish fell from the sky. Chapter 109. But she had never seen it before. Is she lucky enough to experience it now? Xiao, come quickly, there are so many fish and shrimps. Xiao was so surprised that she could hardly speak. This super big pie falling from the sky finally happened to her once. So, this is not a wind disaster. This is clearly the wind lady coming to give her a gift. Okay. However, she didn't dare to go out now. The wind was too strong. With her small body, She would probably be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun when she went out. Xiao was not as optimistic as Xiao. This wind could bring fish and shrimps from the river. And naturally it could also bring other mutant animals. After a while, the ground was covered with river fish. And there must be a lot on the roof. This is not easier than fishing by the stream. Now all she has to do is wait for the wind to stop, and go up to finish off the fish. With so many river fish, she didn't believe she couldn't find a few to eat. Now, Xiao felt that the ping-pong-pong sound of the heavy object falling on the roof was beautiful. These are all potential edible foods. Please make the storm fish more violent. Hey, sometimes, people should not really make blind wishes. Xiao just shouted out her version of Gorky's the seagull in her heart. And the wind immediately violently showed her. A fat, cute cub flew over the forest, over the grass, across the river, through the roof, and came to her bedroom as a guest. The wind blowing from the bedroom door, mixed with several fish, slapped her face coldly. Xiao, Suddenly, she understood what Xiao meant by wind disaster. Great joy must be followed by great sorrow. In short, extreme joy leads to sorrow. Her bedroom, the bedroom she had slept in for less than 3 months, died heroically. Look at the big hole on the roof. And then look at the second brother lying on the ground, groaning and trying to get up. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Ruining my new house. Facing the fish. Going against the wind. I saw the white knife go in. The red knife? Didn't appear. It didn't pierce in. Maybe the mutant wild boar cub hasn't woken up from the wind's whirlwind dance. Xiao stabbed his neck with a dagger. And he just groaned twice on the ground. Xiao cousin is unhappy. She raised her fist and began to hit the mutant wild boar cub on the forehead. I told you to destroy my bedroom. I told you to destroy my bedroom. Why don't you go and hit Xiao? Xiao? The tool man holding the crossbow, Hearing Xiao words, she was silent. Did he break the law of heaven? She had to smash his bedroom. Looking at the blood flowing out of the mutant wild boar's nose, she was silent again. Is this still the weak and helpless little girl? Xiao swung her fist for about a quarter of an hour before she got off the mutant wild boar panting. What are you still standing there for? Xiao saw his roommate standing there like a big fool and said, this dagger won't work. Find a sharper one and bleed the pig. By the way, we need a basin. Xiao said that she was tired of beating the pig and didn't want to move. We had to kill it while it was sick. The wind outside gradually died down, and the fish fell less. Xiao looked around her bedroom, and sadness flowed like a river. So many fish. And what else did she see? What else could the glittering spot on the pig's belly be but an energy stone? The bedroom became a fish pond, and the bedroom became a pigsty. I wonder if the value of these fish and pigs can make up for the loss of her bedroom. When Xiao came over with a dagger and a basin, Xiao had already started to test the fish on the ground. Ding. High radiation mutation. Inedible. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Seeing Xiao coming in, he hurriedly threw down the fish in his hand and said eagerly, I do it. I do it. The goal of white knife in and red knife out has not been achieved yet. This dagger is much sharper than Xiao. But the wild boar's skin is indeed very thick. After stabbing several times in a row, the red knife finally came out. Chapter 110. Perhaps the mutant wild boar cub just fainted temporarily. When the red knife came out, the mutant wild boar cub began to struggle again, and even knocked over the half basin of pig blood that had just been received. Xiao, angry. This is too unappreciative of her labor. This half basin of pig blood that was finally drawn out was just spilled like this. Kick the mutant wild boar's brain, okay. The world is quiet. I can collect the pig blood properly. Last time, I wasted the blood of a mutant pheasant. If I waste the blood of a mutant wild boar again this time, she will be heartbroken. Xiao smeared the pig blood on the watch. Ding. Highly mutated due to radiation. Inedible. Xiao, Suddenly I wondered if he shouldn't have tested it. Xiao, So, this pig blood can't be eaten. The pork is gone too. It's all her fault that she was too excited just now. She completely forgot that this pig was not a domestic pig, but a mutant wild boar from the wasteland. She must test it first. What should I do? It hurts. That Xiao. You touched the energy stone. I want to be quiet. I want to find a fish to be quiet. Xiao left the mutant wild boar dejectedly. And then he began to diligently test the fish in his hand. Ding. Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. Ding. Medium-level radiation mutation. Edible. Unlike the second brother, the fish in the sky did not disappoint Zhuang Xiao at all. She checked the yard and the roof, and found more than 30 medium and low-level radiation mutation fish, as well as a few edible river shrimps. Xiao dragged the mutant wild boar cub into the yard, peeled it first, then touched the energy stone, and then took out the feces in the mutant wild boar's intestines. Zhuang Xiao stood aside, holding his nose, and said disdainfully, "Are you going to keep this feces for the new year?" Xiao hummed and continued to dig. Feces. Zhuang Xiao, this really needs to be kept for the new year. In Zhuang Xiao puzzled eyes, Xiao explained the benefits of the mutant wild boar feces. As the saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers. The pig in this proverb is naturally not a domestic pig, but a wild boar. This proverb shows the fighting power and ferocity of wild boars in the animal world. Even bears and tigers are afraid of them. In nature, animals like to occupy land and protect their rights by demarcating territories. Wild boars also have territorial awareness. Urine or feces is the most popular way to mark territory in the animal world, and wild boars are no exception. In the wasteland, after the arrival of winter, some mutant animals will frequently attack humans in safe areas because they cannot find a suitable hibernation nest in time or lack food for the winter. The best way to effectively curb being attacked is to use the breath of a stronger animal to deter those smaller mutant animals that are not as strong as it. This can greatly reduce the probability of being attacked by mutant animals. Although this method is not absolute, it has been verified for many years, and the effect is also very good. It's just that no one dares to easily offend the territory of large mutant animals, and most of them live in blind spots. So it's still difficult to get their feces and urine. After listening to Xiao's explanation, Zhuang Xiao felt more comfortable looking at the poop, a life-saving charm for winter. And the wild boar's skin has strong protective ability. If it is made into clothes and worn in winter, it can also prevent being bitten by mutant animals when going out. It can be seen that this guy has many benefits except that the meat cannot be eaten. It's just a pity for her bedroom. Zhuang Xiao tested the energy stone that Xiao took out. Ding. D-level energy stone. Energy value 564. Well, it's okay. Not the lowest grade. It's more than enough to compensate for her bedroom. When Xiao finished dealing with the mutant wild boar, it was already dark. The kitchen roof was blown off, and it was full of dust and gravel inside, so it was impossible to cook. So, for dinner, the two of them drank a nutrient solution each and rested. Chapter 111. At night, Zhuang Xiao naturally slept in Xiao's room again, and her small hammock was put into operation again. Before going to bed, the smell of pig feces filled her nose. It was so sour and refreshing. Summer. High-temperature holiday. She was stuck at home all day, and after the strong wind yesterday, Xiao didn't let her go out, worried that there might be a lot of mutant animals outside. But the more she couldn't go out, the stronger Zhuang Xiao's desire to go out and look for edible ingredients became. In fact, it was just as Xiao expected. In addition to river food, several mutant wild boars were also swept into the northern part of the safe zone, and they were all adult wild boars with very strong physiques. In addition, there were 2 adult mutant wild wolves. So, from yesterday afternoon to night, the northern part of the safe zone was full of gunfire and cannon sounds. However, because they were originally on the edge of the southern shantytown, far away from the north of the safe zone, they couldn't hear it at all. The shanty towns near them were also attacked by many small and medium-sized mutant animals, such as mutant rabbits, mutant mice, mutant goats, etc. Because the damage in the north was too great, it directly endangered the personal and property safety of the safe zone, and the members of the guard team and mercenary team were dispatched to the northern area. The remaining shanty towns that were attacked could only start self-rescue mode on their own. Therefore, last night was a sleepless night for the people in the safe zone and shanty towns. There were countless injured people, and countless deaths. Moreover, before the danger alarm in the safe zone was lifted, no one would come to rescue or support the shanty towns. All the guard forces in the safe zone gave priority to the protection of the safe zone. Until now, in Zhuang Xiao cognition, the safe zone here is still an official organization, which is responsible for the life and property safety of the people. Even if the rescue was not timely, it must be caused by objective reasons, rather than the high-level officials of the safe zone actively choosing to give up. When Xiao took Xiao to the shantytown, Xiao once again witnessed the bloodiness and cruelty of this world. The streets of the shantytown were full of smelly river fish, wooden boards, thatched grass, etc. It was very difficult to walk on such a road. Many people's houses were even worse than Xiao, not to mention the roofs. Some people even had half of their yards gone. Moreover, Xiao also saw a lot of dried blood on the ground and walls, and he couldn't tell whether it was human or mutant animals. Everyone he saw had numb and calm faces, as if they were not the ones who suffered from this disaster. Xiao looked at the tragic scene around him, with deep worry in his eyes. The damage caused by this storm far exceeded that of previous years. The successive changes this year made him wonder whether the safe zone was still safe, or should they plan to move to another safe zone? However, the beginning of autumn is coming soon, and autumn is very short, and it is the best time to store food. So it is obviously not a good time to move. The distance between them and the other safe zone is not something that can be reached overnight. Xiao nervously held the crossbow in his hand, and his eyes glanced around from time to time. I shouldn't have gone out today. Xiao now regretted taking the little girl out today. It doesn't matter if he goes to the grocery store 2 days later. After all, their home is much better now than before Xiao came. Looking at the road ahead, they will soon reach Yanhu's house. It's also good to go to their house to see the situation. At this time, the two brothers Yanhu and Yanning were repairing the roof. Behind their house was Hu Qianli's house, and the two families were really separated by a wall. Chapter 112. Hu Qianli was also driven up by his wife to repair the roof. Their house was better than Yanhu's, and there was a room for people to live in, while Yanhu's house had 2 roofs blown off. The solar panel was fine, and it rolled twice after falling into the yard before being stopped. The 3 people chatted while repairing the roof. Such a day is not normal, but it has made the Wasteland residents accustomed to it. Which will come first, tomorrow or an accident? This question is too easy to answer. It must be an accident. In the Wasteland, tomorrow is hope, and accidents are despair, every day. The Wasteland people wait for hope and despair, and welcome despair and hope. This cycle repeats itself, and it seems to never end. Cousin! Hu Qianli shouted, and scared his wife Lan Hong, who was cleaning up in the yard. At the same time, it also dispersed the little compassion that Xiao had just accumulated. Hu Qianli, why are you yelling about it when you're not fixing the roof properly? Can you let me work properly? Lan Hong held her belly and stood up, looking up at the roof and yelling. Hu Qianli shrank his head, and said to his wife with a smile, Wife, don't be angry. I saw my cousin coming, didn't I? Lan Hong had heard about this cousin from her husband several times, but she had never seen her. She was still curious about who this cousin was, and why her husband kept talking to her. When Hu Qianli yelled for the first time, Yan Ning immediately turned his head and looked at his yard. Well, he no longer has a yard. The strong wind yesterday afternoon blew the wooden fence and the courtyard wall into pieces. Only the gate was still standing there stubbornly. Yan Ning and Yin Hu climbed down the ladder. Well, you guys just do your work. Xiao and I just came to visit. Xiao stood below and said to the 2 people still on the ladder. Yan Ning jumped down from a height of more than 1 meter above the ground. He hadn't seen his sister for a long time. When Yu and Xiao's families, who were separated from them by a wall, also heard the noise here. Oh, I forgot to mention that the 2 families no longer had that wall. In addition, the courtyard wall of and Ma's family next door to when he was gone. Strictly speaking, the 3 families are now almost a Datong courtyard. When Yu's family also has a small house that is intact. At this time, when Xiao ran out of the small house when he heard the noise outside, stood at the door, and watched the excitement here quietly without saying a word. Hu Qianli had not seen Xiao and the others since they parted in the mutant pheasant forest. Seeing that the 2 gangs below were already chatting, this man was so anxious that he jumped onto the unfinished roof of Yanhu's house and came down from their side. Xiao, shouldn't they come? Why did they come? Why did they feel like they couldn't get away for a while? Why were these people so enthusiastic when they saw me? She didn't do anything good. 2 of the 3 men were chatterboxes, and they just held up the show with their own strength. Lan Hong saw that her man's figure on the roof suddenly disappeared. So she knew that he went to Yen Hu's house to see his cousin. She hurriedly went out with a big belly. Then she flexibly got through the gap between the two courtyard walls to the street on Yen Hu's side. When she entered the door, she saw 4 men surrounding a fair-skinned girl. And her man Hu Qianli's saliva flew all over the girl's face. Hu Qianli, why don't you wait for me? A slightly coquettish female voice shouted behind Zhuang Xiao. And Zhuang Xiao saw Hu Qianli suddenly stop talking and ran past her and behind her. Chapter 113. Zhuang Xiao wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead. Finally, someone came to collect the people. I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Her brother Hui is still the best, speaks less but is more precise. Zhuang Xiao turned around and saw Hu Qianli supporting a woman with a, pretty flamboyant, pregnant belly walking towards them. This is Hu Qianli's wife Lan Hong. Just looking at her appearance, Zhuang Xiao really didn't know how to praise her. She had the standard appearance of a woman in the Wasteland shantytown. Her face was a little dark and yellow, but her eyes were very clean and bright. Zhuang Xiao liked her eyes very much. Oh, this is my cousin. She is really white and tender. No wonder my Qianli praised her again and again. Lan Hong came up and praised her fiercely, which made Zhuang Xiao feel a little embarrassed. Qianli also said that my cousin would come to visit our house for a while. I waited and waited but didn't see her. I didn't expect to see her today. Lan Hong also glanced at her man. Then, as if she had just seen Hui Xiao, her tone suddenly became reserved. Brother Hui is here too. Hui Xiao, eh? I've been standing here for a long time. So none of you saw me. Right? I'm not a human being anymore. Hui Xiao nodded. As a response, maybe because Hui Xiao was Hu Qianli's former captain, Lan Hong had a little awe of him. So she lowered her voice a lot. Cousin, why don't you go to my house and sit for a while? Lan Hong continued to greet Zhuang Xiao warmly. Zhuang Xiao looked at Hui Xiao as if asking for help. Brother, please say something. Look at my eyes. Wait for help. No. We have something else to do. We're leaving now. Hui Xiao refused. Lan Hong said angrily, well, okay then. Then she said to Zhuang Xiao, then when my house is repaired, my cousin must come. Yes. Yes. My cousin must come. Hu Qianli next to her quickly echoed his wife's words. After hearing what Hui Xiao said, Yan Ming didn't say anything else. Zhuang Xiao didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she could no longer see Yan Ming's yard. No matter which world she is in, she can't handle things like interpersonal relationships. Alas, looking at Hui Xiao again, he doesn't seem to be very good at it either. However, fortunately, this is a wasteland. Even if there are interpersonal relationships, they are very limited. When they arrived at the grocery store, they heard that the northern part of the safe zone was attacked by large mutant animals, and the situation was much more tragic than the southern shantytown. When she entered the safe zone, she still felt that the houses here were still good. At most, the windows of a few families were smashed by something, but at least no roof was blown off. After listening to what Old Man Yu said, they realized how dangerous it was last night. There were many second-hand items in the grocery store, including solar panels, radiation protection panels, etc. Some of them looked bumpy, and some even had signs of breakage. Hui Xiao said that after the strong wind passed, some people ventured out to pick up bargains. Yesterday, many people must have had their things blown away. Many people would take this opportunity to pick up bargains and sell the things they got to the grocery store to earn some points and make up for their own losses. They also came to buy solar panels and radiation panels this time, and also bought some sundries, spending a total of 1,200 points. Zhuang Xiao saw that the points in his account were getting less and less, and he was considering whether to ask Hui Xiao if they could sell a few more pearls. After all, that thing was useless in his hands. This proposal was rejected by Hui Xiao on the way back. The reason is very simple. These points are useless. Virtual currency can depreciate at will, but physical objects are not as safe as food, which they will not sell easily unless necessary. Suddenly, I thought about the car issue, and it's time to consider it. Zhuang Xiao can empathize with this kind of preparation for a rainy day and the mood of worrying about troubles. But his IQ is limited. Chapter 114. Now that she has a refrigerator, the next step is to get a heater, and cotton-padded clothes and quilts, and to store more food. Winter is longer and harder than summer. In the blink of an eye, it is the beginning of autumn. After 2 more heavy rains, the temperature began to drop a little bit. Xiao took a lot of electrical appliance repair jobs at the grocery store. And he only went out with Xiao to collect waste every few days. And Xiao also thought that she had been in the wasteland for almost half a year. Whether it was dressing, behavior, or physical strength, she could perfectly blend in with the local indigenous residents. Moreover, she didn't need Xiao, who was really unlucky, to follow her and lower her success rate. So now she prefers to go out alone for various collection activities. At 4 o'clock in the morning that day, Xiao set off with a bag and a small spatula. And his destination was the nightshade tree. The fruits at home had been picked up by her in the summer. And the only wild fruit collection point she knew within the safe zone was the nightshade tree that had been discovered. She planned to rush over early in the morning to take a look. If the result was not satisfactory, she would move to other territories. In a few days, the safe zone will organize a collective collection activity. I heard that there are many kinds of crops, including sweet potatoes, peanuts, potatoes, etc. The time for crops to mature is almost the same. So when the time comes, basically all the people in the safe zone and the shantytown will go out. Those who can't take a car will even rent a car by themselves. Some will even walk to go. And will never miss the last season of grain picking this year. It can be seen that the autumn collection activities are important to everyone. The people I met on the road today are slightly different from those I met during the collection activities in the past few months. Every few miles, Xiao can see people pulling carts passing by. The last time I saw this scene was when I went to the bamboo forest collection point. At that time, she thought it would be great if her family could have a car. Now this little wish has begun to emerge a little bit again. Along the way, Xiao was looking forward to her nightshade fruit tree. But when she arrived, she was dumbfounded. The nightshade tree was crowded with people again. More than the last time in summer. Her true love was misplaced after all. Suddenly, she missed the golden cherry and nightshade tree in the blind spot. And other fruits that she had not had time to test. Is she suitable for expanding territory? Whenever she went to a place, her second harvest was always less than the first time. She could only change places. After saying goodbye to her nightshade fruit tree, Xiao set out on a new journey again to find the place where she collected mutant wild mung beans last time. She stayed there for so long last time, and only 2 ants passed by occasionally. I think the treasure land can still be saved. Although you don't need to drink mung bean soup in autumn and winter. It is still food after all. There must be more mature wild mung beans now. If more edible wild mung beans are collected, the project of growing mung bean sprouts can be put back on the agenda in winter. She doesn't believe that there are no edible mung bean sprouts every time. There was no one along the way. And Xiao successfully arrived at the location of the mutant wild mung beans. It's still quiet here. At this time, each vine was full of black bean pods. And the number was very gratifying. The leaves of the mutant wild mung beans have begun to have yellow edges, and are showing a tendency to die. Some bean pods even burst open with a slight touch. This makes Xiao very distressed. When the bean pods explode and the beans pop out, it still hurts to ricochet on people. This guy doesn't think it's the pea shooter in Plants vs. Zombies. Shoot at anyone he sees. Hey, you want to be a pea shooter. But I'm not a zombie. Chapter 115. However, Xiao could not care about this at this time. The higher the sun rose, the pods would become drier and drier, and more pods would explode. She would be attacked more fiercely. She had to pick all the pods and put them into sacks now. As for those that exploded, we would slowly find and test them later. He did it right away. In view of the unpleasant experience of being pricked by the thorns of mutant wild mung beans last time, the glove sewn during the high-temperature holiday finally came in handy. Xiao first gathered all the vines wrapped around the nearby trees and bushes in one place, and then began to pick the mutant wild mung beans on them. This job was quite fast, and Xiao soon got almost a sack of pods. After that, she went to pick up the mutant wild mung beans that had exploded on the ground. And the policy adopted was still to gather them first, and then test them uniformly. Xiao spent a morning to get a small half sack of edible mutant wild mung beans, and the rest of the highly radioactive mutant wild mung beans she picked out were evenly scattered around. The surrounding area is several times larger than the original growing area of the mutant wild mung beans. She even left some in her bag and scattered them while walking. Like a walking seed drill. You have to develop your own land. I hope that more mutant wild mung beans will grow in this area next year. People still need hope and goals to survive more easily. It took Shuang Xiao half an hour to spread the high-radiation mutant wild mung beans in her bag. For a while, Shuang Xiao strolled along the flat ground under the hillside to see if there were any other edible fruits. She didn't believe it. Apart from the nightshade, she couldn't find any other edible small fruits. The morning sun had not yet shone on the bottom of the hillside. There was still dew on the leaves of the grass and trees below, and the ground was soft and wet. Suddenly, in this large area of green, Shuang Xiao saw a touch of bright red. Oh! This can't be an edible fruit. The last thing in autumn should be fruits. She must come across one anyway. Shuang Xiao ran towards the red without hesitation. As expected, the green plant crawling on the ground with bright red fruits looked more and more like snakeberry. It is said that this thing is also a traditional Chinese medicine that can treat snake bites. I don't know if the snakeberry has only become bigger after mutation, or if the effect of treating snake venom has also been enhanced. If the latter effect is also there, then this is really a good medicine for treating snake bites. Looking at the dense red around, there is absolutely no trypophobia. It looks so pleasing. For Shuang Xiao, who has not tasted any fruit for a while, this is really too happy. Thinking of the sweet and sour taste, Shuang Xiao felt that her saliva was about to flow out, and she put the sack on her body aside. Today's fruit collection began. Ding D. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Happy. The first one is edible. What else is there to be sad about the stolen nightshade tree? In the past, I often heard people say that snakeberry is poisonous and cannot be eaten. Some people also said that snakeberry is a traditional Chinese medicine, and medicine is 3-point poisonous. But this is a wasteland, and I can't wait to pick the weeds and leaves on the roadside to test whether they can be eaten. Not to mention this kind of fruit with rich juice, which is definitely a delicacy in the world. Shuang Xiao didn't care whether the fruit was dry or not, and stuffed the first one tested directly into her mouth. There is a large area of snakeberry in front of her, and she just tasted one. A drop in the bucket. She took a big bite of the flesh. It was icy and cool. A little sour, but acceptable, although it tasted very different from the apples, pears and strawberries she had eaten before. But this was not the most common fruit she had never seen since she came here. Chapter 116. This makes it seem that nightshade, snakeberry, and other wild fruits in the fields that were previously looked down upon are extremely precious. After eating the first fruit, Shuang Xiao began to test the remaining fruits. Even the leaves and stems were not spared. In addition to seed propagation, snakeberry can also be propagated by dividing and planting stems. Snakeberry seeds are not easy to find, but there are many snakeberry vines all over the ground. Shuang Xiao swung the dagger in her hand, leaving an afterimage. All the snakeberries today are hers. All hers. I never want to experience the pain of having my home stolen and my true love misplaced again. As more and more fruits were tested, Shuang Xiao's originally high mood of joy fell back little by little. The yield rate was a bit low. Half of the country was tested, and only 7 or 8 snakeberries as big as apples were obtained. She was inflated by her previous harvests, and she wanted to carry half a sack of things home every time. But it is the norm for wastelanders that food is hard to come by. She forgot it again. After a self-tactic, she calmed down, raised the sharp dagger in her hand again, and went towards the snakeberry. Ding! Low-level radiation mutation. Edible. It was not easy. Today, the first low-level radiation mutation snakeberry arrived. Moreover, the second and third ones followed. After her mentality gradually calmed down, her luck seemed to have improved a lot. The production rate of the remaining half of the country was more than twice that of the previous half. With her unremitting efforts, she finally found a small section of stems and leaves with particularly dense low and medium radiation signs. Although this section of stems and leaves only had 3 snakeberries, they were all edible, and there were roots buried under this section. God really helped me. Shuang Xiao, who was worried about not being able to keep the snakeberry stems and leaves alive, finally put half of her worries at ease. As for the remaining half, it naturally depends on Xiao. If it can survive smoothly, maybe in the next 2 months, she can eat freshly picked snakeberries at home. Well, in addition, I go back today and ask Xiao if we can build a small greenhouse at home, so that she can eat fresh leafy vegetables in winter. This time, the dagger finally escaped the fate of digging a pit, and the small spatula made a significant contribution to this digging operation. And it's worth it that she remembers to bring it with her every time she goes out. Just digging. Xiao felt something was wrong. Originally, the soil below was quite soft, and a spatula could shovel up a lot of soil. But in the end, the shovel dug something. But it didn't look like a stone. Based on her experience of digging pits several times before, she would encounter some strange mutant animals every time she dug a pit. Xiao suddenly became nervous. Could it be the nest of some mutant animal under here? Xiao immediately aimed the sleeve arrow at the wrong place. But after waiting for a few breaths, there was no response, which was obviously unreasonable. She held the sleeve arrow in one hand and carefully used the shovel to dig away the soil on top with the other hand. Why does this look like? A bit like sweet potato. No, it looks more like potato. But she looked around, and there were no sweet potato vines or potato plants within a radius of 3 meters. She was very familiar with these two plants, unless they had changed their skin after mutation. Otherwise, she would definitely not be able to recognize these two plants that were once the most common. If they were not mutant animals, there would be nothing to be afraid of. After all, she was the one who had fought a mutant snake. So, Xiao first dug out the whole snakeberry plant, wrapped it with wide leaves, and put it aside. Then she cleaned the soil in the abnormal place with her hands. Chapter 117. She found that this potato-like thing was much bigger than she had imagined. So, the spatula continued to dig a hole. Finally, the hole got bigger and bigger, and she saw the real body of this thing on the ground. It turned out that this thing was a climbing plant, with thick vines wrapped around a big tree next to it, and the vines were more than 10 meters high. Seeing that the whole dugout was only a very small part, Xiao decided to confirm the type of this plant first, and smeared the green juice of the leaves on the dial. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Sure enough, as long as the radiation value of the wasteland meets the standard, everything can be eaten. Open the detailed information of the plant. It turned out to be it. Soybean, also known as sweet potato. The province where she used to live did not grow this plant, so she had never seen the real thing. But when she went out to travel, she had eaten it, stir-fried with sweet potato, and the taste was okay. And according to the locals, this thing can be eaten raw or fried. When eaten raw, it tastes very similar to water chestnuts, with a crisp texture, sweet taste, and very thirst-quenching. If stir-fried, in addition to stir-frying, it can also be paired with shredded pork, sausage, etc., which is very refreshing. It is a crop that can be used as both fruit and vegetable. After confirming that the other party was once edible, Xiao was relieved to dig the pit. Since it was once edible, now all the huge fruits below must be dug out, then test to confirm whether it meets the wasteland standards. After half a year of training, plus going out to collect and scavenge almost every day, her physical strength is really good now. She was very surprised that she didn't even catch a cold in the past half year, and now she can dig a pit for an hour without any pressure. Her hands are not sore, and her arms are not painful. Seeing that the area is getting larger and larger, Xiao is worried that if all of this can't be eaten, her half-day effort will be in vain. At the same time, she is worried that if all of this can be eaten, she should notify Xiao to get a cart. After Xiao cleared the vines and weeds around, she found that this place was not a single yam, but a small piece. She has dug out 7 or 8 so far, each of which looks like 30 to 40 kilograms. Avoid doing useless work. Xiao first tested the yam that had half of its head exposed. Among them, there were 3 moderately radioactive mutated yam, and Xiao was not going to dig the other 5 highly radioactive mutated yam. After digging out the 3 edible yam and putting them aside, Xiao searched around again and found 2 moderately radioactive mutated fruits. The 5 fruits together weighed more than 100 kilograms, plus snakeberry and mung beans. She had to carry 2 sacks back today. The point is that her target is a bit obvious. It will take her nearly 2 hours to walk back from here. If someone robs her, it seems too inconvenient for her to fight with him if she carries the sack so openly. So, she still has to find a way to cover it up and try to reduce unnecessary trouble. Xiao walked around the forest and found several particularly strong and sturdy vines. She arranged the sacks into a tall pile according to their weight and pressure resistance. She naturally put the sacks with snakeberry fruits on the top. Otherwise the snakeberry fruits would become snakeberry jam when she got home. Then she got a lot of straw and dry firewood, covered all the sacks in it, and tied them up with vines. Looking at the pile of firewood that was almost as tall as her, Xiao was silent for a while. Is this the weight she can carry? It must be 200 kilograms in total. The pedestrians on the road looked at the pile of firewood in front of them in surprise. The people behind could only see 2 feet vaguely tossing back and forth below. Chapter 118. When the people in front looked back because of the exclamations of the people behind, they first saw a pile of firewood taller than a person, and a thin and small girl appeared in the pile of firewood. This girl is too capable. Although the average girls in the wasteland are very capable, it is rare to see a girl who can carry firewood several times heavier than her own weight. Xiao, who was bending over and hurrying on, completely ignored the looks of surprise from others. It doesn't look too heavy, but it's not very comfortable to carry. Never thought that one day she would also change from being as delicate as water to being as strong as a willow. She was ready to call for help at any time if she couldn't carry it. As a result, she easily traveled for more than half an hour. Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This wasteland is really a good place to train people. After a while, will she be able to fight tigers in the mountains and capture dragons in the sea? Xiao felt that she probably had some misunderstandings about the time-traveling master. The time-traveling master really gave her the golden finger of a strongman. No, the time-traveling master gave her the golden finger all over her body. It's just that they are all about body functions, such as eyes can be used as radiation detectors. The body is as strong as an ox. And hearing seems to have improved now. So, are her body organs mutated in all directions now? It's just that she didn't mutate into any strange wind, fire, thunder and lightning abilities, but simply evolved all the skills of her body to a standard that ordinary people can't reach. Anyway, no matter what, she still likes her current physique. Anyway, she is still a cute girl on the surface. She can still fool people when she's fine, and she's not afraid when she really starts fighting. While moving forward with a mountain of firewood on her back, she happily thought about fighting with people in the future. However, with her strength, few people dared to provoke her. Who knows if this girl would break a few ribs with one punch? And most people are ordinary people, with some small thoughts and ideas. After seeing this huge pile of firewood, they also turned into pure curiosity. In fact, the image of Lin Mimi pulling down the weeping willows soon spread throughout the shantytown at the speed of the wind. Halfway through the journey, Xiao saw the cart again. Envy. Others used carts to pull firewood, but she was forced to carry firewood by herself. Go home and ask Xiao to find a way to get her a cart. Although she can carry a lot of firewood, it doesn't mean that she wants to attract attention. If possible, she would like to be a cute and adorable girl forever. Unfortunately, it doesn't go as planned. Cousin, it's you. Hu Qianli sighed twice and looked at the tall firewood behind Xiao. I didn't expect that my cousin is a female warrior. Everyone usually says that he is very strong, but my cousin's physical strength is obviously much stronger than his. That time in the blind spot, he thought that my cousin was petite and just ran fast. After all, the mutant snake could catch up with the car, and it was still running behind my cousin. This time he learned something new. How about I help you get some? Although he saw that Xiao was not out of breath, his face was not red, and he looked stress-free. But for a grown man, he felt a little uncomfortable watching his cousin work like this. What's more, there is also Boss Hua. If this is known, just wait to enjoy Boss Hua's cold and knife-like eyes. Xiao looked up and saw that it was Hu Qianli. Hearing what he said, he shook his head like a rattle. Big cousin, you'd better leave. Your cousin is almost home, and she has something hidden inside. Why should I give you half? If I give you half, won't it be exposed? Chapter 119. Seeing Xiao's refusal, Hu Qianli did not force her, so he walked beside her, responsible for clearing the crowd, and concentrating on being a flower protector. What if he accidentally bumped into someone, and bumped into her cousin's little pile? Not to mention, with Hu Qianli's participation, the people around him retreated even more. Hu Qianli is the typical image of a strong man, with bulging tendons on his bare arms comparable to those of a bodybuilder. The style of the painting changed again in an instant. Female lowly versus female man. Became female man vs muscular man. I can't afford to offend. I can't afford to offend. Since the two met, Hu Qianli's words were like a floodgate. Once opened, a torrent of water poured into Xiao eardrums. I don't know how his wife can tolerate his nagging every day. Lan Hong Is this still worth enduring? Just a slap in the face. The whole world is quiet. Now, as long as Xiao doesn't go out to scavenge. He spends half of his time repairing the work he got from Old Man Yu, and the other half of his time exercising, hoping to reach his peak as soon as possible. The autumn in the wasteland is very short, and the winter is the most difficult. Before winter, there are many things to prepare besides food, such as keeping warm and keeping the house safe. Since the burden of collecting and scavenging fell on Xiao, he must do these things at home well to deal with various emergencies that may occur in winter. In addition, not only humans need to harvest in autumn and store in winter, but also mutant animals. Therefore, the equipment of both of them needs to be strengthened, and he can design some new styles of weapons himself. As for other physical protection, he will go to the grocery store after this batch of work is done. Xiao. Xiao finally got rid of Hu Qianli's magic voice and arrived at the door of her own house. After all, the door of her own house is narrow, and she can't get in at all with her things on her shoulders. It's easy to carry this thing on your back, but it's a bit difficult to put it down. She didn't want to break her snakeberry, so she could only ask Xiao to come out and help. Xiao in the house heard her slightly urgent voice and thought something serious had happened. He put down the tools in his hand and hurried out. The door opened. The door was blocked. All I could see was tall firewood. Where are the people? The messy thatch covered Xiao's small body, and the color of the clothes matched the color of the firewood, making the people perfectly invisible. Hey, what are you doing? Take it quickly. Be careful. There are still my fruits in it. Don't let me drop it. The voice came from the pile of firewood. Xiao lowered his head, pulled the grass apart, and saw Xiao's dirty face. With the help of Xiao and the firewood were successfully separated outside the door. Xiao pulled out 2 sacks from the pile of firewood, holding one in each hand, and walked into the gate like the wind. Xiao stretched out his hand, but it was still in midair, and his expression was dull for a moment. After a moment, he rearranged the firewood on the ground, picked it up, and walked towards the yard. In the living room, Xiao opened the sack and checked the snakeberry fruits first. Fortunately, only a few were broken, and most of them were intact. After that, he stroked the yam one by one. As for the mutant wild green beans, it was obvious that Xiao's true love had temporarily shifted. After Xiao packed up the firewood, he saw the food on the table and the ground, and his eyes were full of confusion and surprise. He thought the things in the sack were all relatively light items. After all, the sack and firewood weighed about 300 kilograms. Little girl. When did the little girl's physique become so different? The light was suddenly blocked. Xiao raised his head and asked for credit. How is it? Is this harvest good? Chapter 120. I said you would affect my performance if you followed me out? Xiao, Speechless. Did he really affect the little girl? Will he go to the autumn harvest collection activity organized by the safe zone in 2 days? Or not? When did your strength become so strong? Xiao couldn't figure out why it was like this, so he asked. The change was really too big. So big that he was a little doubtful about his life. When the mercenary team trained new members, no one's physique improved as much as the little girl. Xiao, who was obsessed with counting snakeberries, was interrupted by Xiao and instantly forgot how many he had counted. Oh, I have to count again. Xiao counted again and said nonsense. Oh, maybe the water and soil in your wasteland are particularly nourishing. After saying that, he laughed foolishly and continued to count snakeberries. Wasteland nourishes people? This is the first time I heard that the wasteland soil nourishes people. A total of 64 snakeberries. 1 a day. Not 3 days a day. We can eat for 3 months. Haha. Xiao's proud laughter brought Xiao's thoughts back to reality. Let's take a look at the rest of the harvest. Okay. She is a chosen wastelander. Let's eat meat tonight. There is still mutant pheasant meat in the refrigerator. By the way, there are still mutant mantis eggs. Right? Xiao looked at Xiao eagerly, waiting for the answer of the chosen chef. Chosen chef Xiao, What else can he say? He can only agree. Then you go take a shower. I clean up and cook. Okay. After that, Xiao jumped back to his room. Meat. I can eat meat again. Xiao was a little funny. It seems that the number of times he drank green porridge has been a bit too many recently. The little girl is greedy again. Thanks to the hard work of Xiao, the chosen Wastelander, their family's supplies are becoming more and more abundant. Now the refrigerator seems a little small, and it's time to replace it. Xiao clothes also need to be bought again. The quilts at home are not enough. As for cotton, there is no rush to buy it. Let's see the results of cotton collection first. After taking a bath, Xiao had a beautiful dinner with meat, eggs and fruits. She wanted to take off on the spot happily. I really hope she can eat like this every day. In autumn, she must collect enough supplies to have a comfortable winter. No need to go to work. No need to go out. Just sleep in the warm quilt every day. This is the life of a human being. Soon, the notice of potato collection came down. Xiao has completed a lot of electrical appliance repair work during this period and has accumulated some points. When handing in the work, he also chose a light armor from the grocery store for Xiao. Xiao put on the armor immediately after getting it. To be honest, it doesn't look very good, but it's practical. She doesn't pursue beauty anymore. Now, survival is the first priority. When she can touch a box of energy stones, she can retire gloriously, and then she can lie down however she wants. In addition to the wheat collection activity, this is the second time that Xiao has participated in a large-scale collective collection activity, and she is still very excited. However, the collection requirements this time are different from those of wheat collection. Last time, you only need to pay points, and you don't need to pay any additional rewards to the safe zone. The edible wheat collected is all your own. This time, in addition to transportation costs, all collectors need to pay a layer of harvest per person to the safe zone. Xiao is also a little confused about this additional regulation. This was not the case in previous years. And behind all these changes, there may be deep-seated reasons that these grassroots people are not aware of. However, now is not the time to delve into this. No matter what the safety zone stipulates and requires, as ordinary grassroots people, they can only agree now. Chapter 121. Otherwise, you can only walk on your own 2 legs. Since the harvest has to be handed over according to the head, the people who went out to collect this time are mainly strong laborers in the family. Of course, the strong laborers in the wasteland do not only refer to men. Anyone who is good at work is considered the backbone of the family. Even in the crowd, Xiao saw Hu Qianli's wife Lan Hong. It's really that her big belly is too conspicuous. It looks like she is about to give birth. But she didn't expect to go out to collect autumn grain. In fact, Xiao also saw pregnant women when collecting before. But it is rare to see a belly as big as Lan Hong's. Looking at Hu Qianli's appearance, he is obviously a henpecked man. And he doesn't look like someone who would abuse his wife. The crowd was noisy. And the most discussed topic was the new regulations of the safe zone. Some speculated whether there was a problem with the material supply in the safe zone. And some speculated whether the manager of the safe zone was replaced. In short, the power of the people is huge. And their ideas are also strange. Before getting on the car, Xiao saw the future mercenary team members in the convoy, including Hu Qianli, and Lan Hong got on Hu Qianli's car directly. No wonder. This trip was protected by someone. Hu Qianli helped Lan Hong get on the car, complaining, "You can just collect food in the nearby collection area. But you insisted on going to the potato collection point. How can your mother-in-law feel at ease with your stomach?" Lan Hong glared at him and said, "Have you told your mother-in-law?" No. How dare I?" Hu Qianli shook his head like a rattle. "How dare he say it? Wouldn't it be asking for scolding? If you don't say it, I won't say it. Why should my mother worry? Besides, our child is about to be born. How can we support the family with your income from the mercenary team? Besides, everyone is like this. Why am I the exception?" As she spoke, she smiled and greeted several people in the car. In addition to her, there were several family members of the future mercenary team in the car. Hu Qianli settled Lan Hong down, and as soon as she sat down, he went to the front, and the car set off. The location of the potato collection point this time was not far from the wheat collection point in summer. But the potato planting method was much simpler and cruder than wheat. Every year, if the potatoes dug out from the soil are found to be inedible, they will be buried directly back in the soil. Wait for them to sprout and grow again in the second year, and come back to pick them in autumn. Although the wasteland is so unfriendly to humans, this barbaric planting method has not damaged the potatoes at the potato collection point. Even the area is seen to be expanding year by year. The potato collection point is basically not managed by the safe zone. And there is suddenly an additional rule of handing in the harvest compared to the wheat collection point. It is nothing more than that everyone is quite resentful about this. When the convoy arrived, the people in the safe zone had already made preparations. Each area has been divided into small grids one by laser light. Each person has about 10 square meters. And there is no need to draw lots this time. They will line up one by one according to the first come first served. Xiao and her group got on the bus late. And the area they were assigned was 2 plots of land near the collection point. She and Xiao had 20 square meters each. It was enough for them to work. And if they finished their work early, handed in their harvest, and deposited the remaining harvest with the guard team, they would have free time again. Xiao was really worried about the mutant grasshoppers at the wheat collection point. She wanted to finish today's work quickly, and go to see if there were any traces of mutant grasshoppers nearby. Grasshoppers after autumn. You won't be able to jump for a few days. She didn't believe that her little luck had been defeated by mutant grasshoppers. Chapter 122. This large area of mutated potatoes is taller than a person. It feels like entering a small forest. Just like last time. There will be guards patrolling each area. And if you find that the potatoes in your field have been dug up by others, you can report it. The 2 people quickly got into the state and started digging on both sides of the position where they were adjacent to each other, and put the cut potato plants aside first. This way, it is convenient to dig the soil. And if there is any emergency, you can see each other in time. The potatoes are of different sizes, and the size after mutation is not exaggerated. But there are a lot of potatoes under each plant. In addition, the roots are densely intertwined, and sometimes it is difficult to tell which plant it is from. In addition, there are actually a small number of mutated insects on this mutated potato plant, including the green fat man that she wanted to be a pet but was sent away in the blind spot. The moment she suddenly saw it, Xiao guilt, which had been completely cleared, did not rekindle at all. Now, in the potato field, no one is more important than potatoes. French fries, potato chips, potato flour, hot and sour potato shreds, potato stew chicken. Oh, the mutant pheasant was eaten up by her 2 days ago. Oh, what a pity. But potatoes can be stewed into everything. Fortunately, both Xiao and Xiao are in good physical condition now. Otherwise, they may not be able to finish digging these 20 square meters of potatoes in 2 days. When they had time to rest, Xiao even detected 2 edible green fat men and quietly put them in his small bag. This time, only potatoes can be put in a sack. After the inspection, they have to go to the team to weigh them. The 2 worked until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And only then did they clean up their own land. Only then did they have the leisure to look around. Most of the originally dense potato forests have fallen down, and people on the surrounding plots can see clearly. Xiao found that many people were looking for green fat men on potato leaves. Xiao had to sigh in his heart. Green fat men are really the true love of wasteland people. It perfectly explains what it means to love you. So I will eat you up bit by bit, and make you a part of my body. Before she and Xiao left, the lady next to their field came to ask flatteringly, "Girl, have you tested the cabbage worms in your field?" The lady had been observing the girl for a long time. In fact, it was mainly because it was rare to see such a fair-skinned girl in the wasteland. So she looked at her a few more times. After a few glances, she found that the girl did not test the cabbage worms at all, and threw them directly to the ground. That's why she asked this question. Ah. Xiao was dazzled by the lady's smile that looked like a chrysanthemum. A stranger must have a purpose for smiling at you like this. No. Auntie. You are free. We will leave first. Xiao let out a long breath and thought, this lady's smile is too scary. The 2 handed over to the guards at the convoy and prepared to find a new collection point. There is still some time before the convoy returns. Xiao must make up with the mutant grasshopper today. The grassland area near the potato collection point is much larger than that of the wheat collection point. That is, the grassland also extends into the blind spot. Just like the mutant bamboo forest collection point. The breeze blew, and the grass rippled green. Like the rolling waves, the blue sky, green grass, and gentle wind made people feel unprecedented freedom and tranquility. However, Xiao's mind was not on this beautiful scenery at all. Look! The mutant grasshoppers jumping freely in the grass are so beautiful, mouth-watering, and intoxicated. Grasshoppers after autumn. Stop jumping around. Come to my bowl quickly. Chapter 123. Although the first close contact with the mutant grasshopper was not very pleasant, this time my aim is no longer the same as before. And she is no longer the same as before. And this time, I carefully prepared a net bag for you. Hee hee. Both sides will definitely be able to get in touch today. Dry-fried grasshoppers, spicy grasshoppers, deep-fried grasshoppers, all must be arranged tonight. Rather than dying alone in the cold autumn, it is better to contribute the remaining life in the oil pan and make the final contribution to nature. Come to offer a sacrifice to my 5 internal organs. Xiao had been to this grassland before. So after coming in, he took Xiao straight to a relatively secluded place. Every year after the beginning of autumn, most people who come to collect potatoes will definitely come to this grassland to catch mutant grasshoppers. So at this time, there are still quite a lot of people here. Xiao followed Xiao, his eyes scanning the grass back and forth. It depends on who can be her first little cutie. In the bushes, in addition to mutant grasshoppers, there are also many mutant locusts. However, because this area is low-lying, there is a lot of water in the summer. And now it is autumn. This living environment is not suitable for locusts. Therefore, in comparison, there are more mutant grasshoppers. Although both are edible, the protein content of mutant grasshoppers is higher than that of mutant locusts, and the taste is better than the latter. However, in the bushes, the most easily seen are mutant locusts, because their color is yellow-brown, which is very different from the color of grass leaves, while the mutant grasshoppers are yellow-green in appearance, perfectly hidden in the bushes. However, as soon as someone passes by, the mutant grasshoppers will jump stupidly twice. Therefore, it is still very easy to find them, as long as you observe carefully. When they arrived at the place mentioned by Xiao, the two began to work separately. The prepared net will be used later. She must first avenge her previous shame, and never fall twice in the same place where she fell. So, this time she must get up from this place. Soon, Xiao spotted a mutant grasshopper that looked particularly attractive. Its emerald green body, thin wings, slender antennae, and 2 bright green eyes on both sides of its head made it look smarter than other mutant grasshoppers. It's you, the chosen one. Xiao slowly squatted down and aimed his sleeve arrow at the mutant grasshopper that was eating. A breeze suddenly blew, covering the sound of the sleeve arrow breaking through the air. A slight puff sound was heard. Hitting the bullseye, the mutant grasshopper slid off the grass leaf, its limbs still trembling, and its eyes, that could not be closed and showed no emotion, looked at the blue sky. Alas, it's so hard to die of old age. Xiao didn't know what the mutant grasshopper felt. She only knew that she finally got her first mutant grasshopper this year. Ding ding. Highly mutated due to radiation. Inedible. The sound of the watch came clearly into her ears. Xiao looked up at Xiao's position. The two of them were not close. Big wronged Xiao, He is really more wrong than Do Yi. Despite this, Xiao still quietly distanced herself from Brother Hua. After successfully killing a mutant grasshopper, she followed by the second. The third. Although she was not very accurate in grasping this moving little green target at the beginning. After killing more than 10 inedible mutant grasshoppers in succession, she was basically able to hit the target every time. In addition, the more than 10 highly radioactive mutant grasshoppers in front were like training for her. After the hit rate of the sleeve arrow increased, her probability of finding edible mutant grasshoppers began to increase. Listen to the beautiful and moving reminder sound of the watch. Ding. Low radiation mutation. Edible. Ding. Low radiation mutation. Edible. Chapter 124. 5 low radiation mutant grasshoppers in a row were easily placed in Xiao's sack. Look at the blue sky and green grass. It's a really good day today. It's a good time to hunt mutant grasshoppers. The amount of meat at home is not enough, and the variety is not rich enough. It's still unknown whether she can catch other mutant animals. These mutant grasshoppers will probably become her meat reserve for the whole winter. If you can get more, you have to get more. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality in life. Xiao bent down and stared at any movement in the grass with his eyes, like torches. And Xiao sighed. After experiencing dozens of times of destruction by the magic sound, he finally welcomed the first edible mutant grasshopper of the day. What about his mood? If you don't compare with Xiao, he is exceptionally beautiful. Put the newly acquired baby mutant grasshopper into the sack, and glanced in the direction of Xiao. There were a few other figures in his sight, and the distance between the two seemed a bit far. Xiao picked up the sack and walked towards Xiao. Xiao, who was concentrating on fighting wits and courage with the mutant grasshopper, didn't know that the mutant grasshopper she had chosen was likely to fly away. As expected, a sharp and loud bird cry came from the sky. Then a shadow came over. The shadow passed quickly, like lightning. Xiao, who had just walked halfway, was shocked and raised the crossbow in his hand to shoot the crossbow arrow at the big bird in the sky. However, the mutant bird was not running towards Xiao, but was targeting the mutant grasshopper that Xiao had targeted. However, Xiao's sudden attack also scared the bird. The body that was almost reaching the ground suddenly rushed into the sky. The speed of this mutant bird was really too fast. It came and went in a hurry. The mutant grasshopper had long disappeared. Xiao looked at the sleeve arrow that missed, and was still confused for a moment. Who are these? They all want to steal her mutant grasshopper. Xiao came close in a blink of an eye, and he pulled people and started to head towards the dense forest on the roadside. The mutant bird in the sky was still chirping, and it sounded like there was more than one. Was she so unlucky? There were only 7 or 8 mutant grasshoppers in her sack, and her net hadn't been used yet? She felt sorry for the small harvest, and as Xiao's short legs ran for his life, they were not slow at all. As they ran, she started to pull Xiao into the dense forest. There were already many people on the grass, and now they all swarmed out. This bush was not enough to serve as a cover. We had to go into the forest. Xiao pulled Xiao to run in the bush, and from time to time, the fat bodies of mutant grasshoppers jumped in front of Xiao's eyes. It was really when I was looking for you. You didn't show up when I was running for my life. You were still jumping back and forth in front of me. At this time, there was no time to care about this. Although she didn't recognize the mutant bird, she knew it was not a good thing just by its loud and high-pitched cry. Xiao arrived at the edge of the dense forest, found a thick tree and stopped, hiding behind the tree and quietly watching the mutant bird in the sky. I don't know what kind of bird it is. Looks a bit like an eagle? However, in the wasteland, who doesn't look like a raptor after being mutated? Xiao quickly gave the answer to this question. This is an eagle, generally known as a grasshopper hawk, scientifically known as a falcon. A small raptor, a bird that feeds mainly on grasshoppers. It is usually active during the day, but it mainly hunts at dusk, and it migrates to warmer places every autumn. Looking at the number in the sky, it is obviously a family migration. This grasshopper hawk is not like other flocks of birds, which cover the sky when migrating. This kind of bird usually travels alone, in pairs, or in a family unit. So, it can be said that they are very lucky to meet a grasshopper hawk today. Chapter 125. At least in terms of numbers. The mercenary team and the guard team are definitely capable of solving it. Sure enough, although the name of the grasshopper hawk sounds tacky, anything that has anything to do with eagles must be a bird of prey. After a while, the people from the mercenary team and the guard team responded. The sound of gunfire continued. But among the many grasshopper hawks in the sky, Xiao's eyes, which were comparable to Sun Wukong, saw that white light again. It's a pity. As the gunfire continued, the grasshopper hawks in the sky did not choose to fight to the death with humans, but quickly went to the grass in the blind spot. At the height of the eagles, ordinary guns can't do anything to them. In the end, all the grasshopper hawks left. The sky here returned to tranquility. Xiao looked at the little black dot that had disappeared. Alas, the energy stone just flew away. After the eagles dispersed, everyone returned to the grass and continued to look for edible mutant grasshoppers. The convoy will set off in 2 hours. Just when she ran into the dense forest, Xiao felt that the mutant grasshoppers in the grass were much denser than she thought. And as long as the mutant grasshoppers in the grass were disturbed, they would jump out and catch them all with a net. So after discussing with Xiao, the two began to cooperate. They found 2 particularly long wooden sticks in the dense forest, and the two stood on both sides, holding the net in one hand and the wooden stick in the other. They walked and knocked on the grass in front. Sure enough, the mutant grasshoppers gave up hiding and jumped from the grass to the air. Xiao now really felt that she didn't need to study or work after coming to the wasteland. Has her brain degenerated? Otherwise, why did she have to use the sleeve arrow to fight the mutant grasshoppers before? Wouldn't it be better to use the net? The two of them caught more than 20 or 30 in one net. The job of detecting mutant grasshoppers was strongly fought for by Xiao. The reason is obvious. This easy and labor-saving method made Xiao immersed in the high spirits of catching mutant grasshoppers. Although she didn't like insect meat, she loved the simple joy of catching grasshoppers. Especially when Xiao took over the mutant grasshoppers tied by Xiao with hemp ropes and tested them with a watch. It was really super stress relieving. Even the occasional sound of ding-dee, highly mutated with radiation, inedible, became more pleasant. This job is a bit like an inspector in a factory. The difference is that the qualified products are all in their own bowls. Xiao is an upstream assembly line employee who provides the primary products. In the past, I thought it was very boring to repeat monotonous and boring work like a screw. Now, if I can test the edibility of food by sitting there every day, and I can take it home after the test, then life is simply beautiful. Today is another day of daydreaming. If I don't do it again, it will be dark. With the joint efforts of the two, they finally harvested a sack of mutant grasshoppers. After leaving the grassland, Xiao saw that although there were not many people who harvested as much as they did today, they could occasionally see a few. Before getting on the car, Xiao met the ant who was going to her field to test for green fat men. "Little girl, you really should test for cabbage worms." The ant said something particularly boastful in a particularly regretful tone, and then patted the bag on her body triumphantly. Xiao, no, ant. What do you mean by telling me this at this time? Show off? Show off? Or do you want to meet and share half? Xiao, who didn't understand the ant's brain circuit at all, glanced at the bag on her ant's body. It looked bulging, and it was at most 3 green fat men. Xiao said "oh" without interest, and then pretended to be indifferent and patted the sack behind Xiao. Chapter 126. She has a sack of mutant grasshoppers. How can she envy your 3 or 2 green fat men? We are all modest people. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Finally, Xiao took Xiao away with a step that did not recognize any relatives. Alas, I have been so proud recently. Sitting in the car, Xiao looked around and actually saw 2 familiar faces. The chattering aunt and uncle. Maybe today was a good harvest. Just like before. At this time, the 2 of them chatted enthusiastically again. However, there were several people between her and the 2 this time. And with the roar of the car, it was not clear what the 2 talked about today. In the afterglow of the sunset, spit flew in the air. The young man opposite wiped his face in disgust. But he was reluctant to move his head away, with his ears erected high, looking at the people on both sides. Their calm eyes contained a blazing fire of gossip, which showed that the content of today's chat must be quite explosive and exciting. Suddenly, she also wanted to change her seat to listen. Who doesn't love eating melons? Eating melons without risk is even more enjoyable. Until getting off the car, seeing the expressions of those people who were still unsatisfied, I knew that today's melon must be very fragrant. However, no matter how fragrant it is, it can't compare to today's fried mutant grasshoppers. In the evening, Xiao picked up a mutant grasshopper, and a potato of the right size jumped out of today's harvest, enough for 2 people to eat, and went to the kitchen. Now he is very conscious. If Xiao can't eat this new thing that day, he can talk about it to him all night. Anyway, he has to eat it sooner or later. So, for the sake of his ears, he should take the initiative. As soon as the fried mutant grasshopper was served at night, Xiao decisively cut the head and waist of the mutant grasshopper with a knife, leaving the huge abdomen to Xiao. Eat this half to replenish your nutrition. Xiao, Suddenly, I felt a little touched. Xiao, Brother, you think too much. Among insects, the only one Xiao had eaten was cicada pupae, when she was very young, and at that time she only liked to eat the head and waist of cicada pupae, which tasted crispy and fragrant. Unlike the abdomen, which tasted soft and fluffy. She didn't like that taste. That's why when Hu Qianling wanted to share it with her fatty Qing, she didn't want to try it at all. The round belly didn't taste crispy at first glance. Naturally, she didn't like the abdomen of this fried mutant grasshopper either. It depends on whether the head of this fried mutant grasshopper tastes like a cicada pupa. Crack. With a sound, Xiao bit off half of the head of the mutant grasshopper in one bite, chewed it in her mouth for a long time, and it was even more fragrant than she imagined. This mutant grasshopper should be brought back in autumn. Grasshoppers after autumn. You really need to jump around for a few more days. After Zhuang Xiao caught mutant grasshoppers for 2 or 3 days as she wished, a new collection task came down. As last time, the transportation fee plus 10% of the cotton income. To say that cotton is probably the only species that does not need to detect radiation values in the collection activities near the safe zone. And the activity lasts for a relatively long time. Despite this, cotton collection is not the most popular collection activity among wastelanders in autumn harvest. After all, cotton is not food. Families with enough cotton-padded clothes and quilts at home and no shortage of food and drink will not choose this collection activity. Although it can be exchanged for points, it is not a disposable consumable, so the price cannot be sold. Zhuang Xiao is afraid of cold, and she has heard that the lowest temperature here in winter can reach minus 60 degrees. This temperature is probably only liked by penguins and polar bears. Xiao's physical condition in spring is very bad. Plus the points are limited, and no winter items are prepared at home. So, this family is now short of various warm materials. Chapter 127. Who would like a winter without heating? Collecting cotton is not a matter of luck. If you bring a strong laborer, you can carry more cotton back. Zhuang Xiao planned to let Xiao take care of the warmth of the house after purchasing enough cotton. She didn't want to have a shivering winter, or even freeze to death. By the way, the security of the house must be prepared in advance. After that, she was responsible for going out to find food, and Xiao would do the infrastructure construction at home. The car swayed towards the cotton collection point. After getting in the car, Zhuang Xiao learned that the cotton collection point this time was opposite the stream where they were fishing, next to the blind spot. And over the years, a large area of cotton fields had grown in the blind spot. However, the cotton collection point in the blind spot was not within the distribution range of the safe zone. Why do we have to cross the river? Autumn is also a season when crabs are fat and yellow, which is suitable for catching crabs. There are still clams in the stream, waiting for her to fish. This is really a busy season. If only there was a clone technique or something. When Zhuang Xiao was daydreaming, they arrived at the cotton collection point. The endless cotton forest is like the white ocean, outlining a pure white world. It's just, this job is a little difficult to do. Is this still cotton? This is clearly a cotton tree. Okay. In any case, her northeast flower cotton jacket depends on it. So she must go. After receiving the number plate, they looked for their respective territories. Here, Zhuang Xiao met people she hadn't seen for a long time. The young boy Yin Ming, her brother, and Xiang Su. Since the storm, coupled with the hot weather, they had no chance to meet by chance. Unexpectedly, they met at the cotton collection point this time. Sister, are you here to pick cotton too? Yin Ming was very happy to see Zhuang Xiao. And even Xiang Su next to him was very happy. He and his cousin also have a friendship of hunting mutant pheasants together. Zhuang Xiao, we should just kill our own. Okay. Cousin, brother. The 5 people exchanged a few pleasantries, and then went back to climb their own cotton trees. There was more rain this summer, and the cotton production has obviously decreased. After Zhuang Xiao picked all the cotton from this cotton tree, there were only 2 sacks, which was far from her dream of a flowered cotton jacket, 2 cotton pants and a big quilt. This time she brought 10 sacks by herself. Xiao cotton tree had even less, just a little more than 1 sack. Looking at Yin Ming and the others, they all looked about the same. Isn't there too little cotton on this cotton tree? Zhuang Xiao looked at the 2 sacks in his hand worriedly. With this little, even without the cotton seeds, it would not be enough to make a big quilt. According to the temperature in the wasteland in winter, it is obviously not enough. Xiao glanced at the sacks in the hands of the 2 people and nodded. The harvest of cotton trees is indeed not good this year. What should we do? Can we get another number plate? Zhuang Xiao asked. Before Xiao answered, Yin Ming and the other 3 on the tree came over, and Xiang Su said, don't think about the number plate. Each person gets 1 tree. If you want to get 2 more trees, you must have connections. Connections? Zhuang Xiao was very confused. Don't you have any extra benefits for members of your mercenary team? Xiang Su said, members of the mercenary team are at best senior security personnel in the safe zone. It's good to have a stable income that can keep them from starving to death. What extra benefits are there? Then Zhuang Xiao looked at Xiao. Are all members of your mercenary team so miserable? The 3 people who had served in the mercenary team were silent. It seems that it is really miserable. Of course, this does not include the children of those who have backgrounds in the upper echelons. and those who do not need to risk their lives for genetic modification. Seeing the expressions of the three people, Xiao changed the subject. Didn't they say there is cotton in the blind area? How about we go pick it? Chapter 128. As for the 10% harvest to be given to the safe zone, it should be regarded as the fare for overloading the vehicle. After all, coming for one day means delaying one day's time. It would be best if they could pick enough in one day. Besides, she and Xiao really need cotton. If you can avoid spending points, it is naturally best not to spend points. Although she still has several thousand points, she always feels that they will be used up in 2 days. I agree. Yan Ming raised his hand in agreement, and there was a hint of eagerness to try. Blind spot. It's finally his turn. Or follow his sister. Xiang Su also raised his hand silently. That, I agree. Anyway, he has been to the blind spot once. And this time it is right next to the safe zone. So what's so scary? Xiao gave a thumbs up and said, Good. You are all real men. Xiao and Yan Hu, who had not yet expressed their opinions, said, if we don't go, then we are not men. Right? 5 people. 3-2. We win. Let's go! Xiao took the lead and headed towards the edge of the blind spot with 2 sacks in his hand. Under the cotton tree, there were still many people carrying a few cottons and heading towards the edge of the blind spot. The nearby guards pretended not to see anything, as long as they didn't cause trouble within the scope of their responsibility. Where to go? Should they go back together? These were not things they should care about. At this time, once there were more people, the original fear of the blind spot was reduced a lot. And as they got closer to the blind spot, they met more people along the way. From the number of sacks, it can be seen that everyone's harvest was average. Before entering the blind spot, Xiao randomly found a cotton tree with no people and climbed up. The red light was quite far away from the cotton field. Now she felt relieved. Xiao and the others watched Xiao climb up the cotton tree like a monkey. The cotton tree was already bare. They had no idea why. Xiao, who came down from the tree, smiled and said, I go up there to check the feng shui. Find a piece of land that suits my taste. Hee. Which direction should we go? Yan Ming, the young boy, asked enthusiastically. He still remembered the nest of mutant bamboo worms that his sister had pointed out to him last time. Xiao, can we stop talking about it and stop thinking about it? Xiao pointed to a direction based on her intuition. Isn't it said that women's intuition is the most accurate? Among the 5 people, she was the only female. Everyone looked at the direction Xiao pointed to. The cotton forest did look more dense, almost to the point where the trees behind could not see the trees in front. This kind of cotton tree with many branches has fragile branches, so it might not be easy to pick cotton from the tree. However, with fewer people choosing it, it could also avoid trouble. Although they are not afraid of trouble, it does not mean that they are willing to waste time on it. Xiao carried his sack and headed towards the target. The rest of the people followed immediately, especially Yan Ming, who followed his sister more actively than Xiao, and wanted to serve his sister. After a while, everyone's watches sounded the alarm of beep beep. This is the boundary of the blind spot. Everyone turned off the sound on the watch and continued to walk inside for another quarter of an hour before stopping. Perhaps these cotton seeds are grown after the self-selection of nature. It is much better than the cotton collection point that has been interfered by human intervention. Is this the power of natural selection? Even if it has been destroyed by wind and rain, it can still grow wildly in a free environment. After selecting their favorite trees, everyone hurriedly started the collection work. Maybe after picking enough cotton, they can also walk around the area outside the cotton field to find some other edible food. Chapter 129. However, this dream was soon shattered. They were about to enter the state of working for a group of mutant animals. Who understands the feeling of working for mutant animals? However, they were willing. After all, the other party gave too much. Although the cotton in this cotton collection area grew well, the branches were not very thick. The weight of people like Xiao could easily break the branches and fall from the tree. However, fortunately, they not only brought a lot of sacks this time, but also a lot of hemp ropes. You only need to pull the cotton branches down from a high place and tie them to the trunks below, and you can pick them effortlessly. Xiao put the original sack under the tree and climbed up the cotton tree easily. Sometimes, Being small and light is not a bad thing. Standing on the tree branch, with the blue sky above, it seems that the whole body is surrounded by white clouds. Take out the prepared sack again and work hard. The density of cotton here is so high that it is estimated that after picking all the cotton from this tree branch, there will be a sack. Fate is really a wonderful thing. It made Xiao accidentally see each other's sparkling eyes in this vast white cotton. Before she could react, a beautiful arc was drawn in the air. The end of the arc was her face. Who else could have attacked her if not the mutant squirrel? Look at the ear with a gap. And I don't know who bit it off when fighting with it. If it weren't for this mark, she wouldn't have recognized that this was her former landlord in the blind spot. Everyone is an old acquaintance, so she's not afraid. But she is definitely frightened. So, the frightened Xiao let out a cry of awe and fell freely from the tree branch. Fortunately, the dense cotton branches blocked her falling speed. After hearing the sound, Xiao rushed over to Xiao. What's wrong? Others also asked loudly, what's wrong with you? After Xiao, but landed perfectly on the sack under the cotton tree, she hurriedly said, I'm fine. No need to come over. At this time, Xiao, who was lying flat on the sack, stared at the attacking object on her chest with glowing eyes. No, this is not an attacking object. This is clearly an energy stone. Okay. In the gap of the cloud, the beautiful face of the mutant squirrel stretched out. Xiao felt that she had never felt that this mutant animal was so cute and moving. Looking at the brilliant head, it was so heartwarming. Mutated squirrel. It blinked its bright and shining eyes, and its tail was raised high, swinging back and forth above its head. How could this human suddenly become so weak? Where did the courage to fight the mutant snake go? At this time, Xiao passed through the cotton forest and saw Xiao lying on the sack with his arms and legs spread out, looking at the sky and laughing foolishly. Could this person be stupid? He hurried over and helped him up from the ground. Perhaps the mutant squirrel smelled the breath of a stranger and had already shrunk its body into the cotton ball. Xiao, don't go. Let's talk. Xiao stared at the direction where the mutant squirrel disappeared. Are you okay? Xiao asked, while checking Xiao limbs. There were slight scratches on the exposed skin. Don't climb the tree. Just pick cotton below. Whenever Xiao has something to say, Xiao will talk about it. Xiao retracted his gaze and spread out the energy stone in his hand for Xiao to see. Xiao, there are energy stones in this cotton field. Xiao fiddled with the energy stone in his palm with his hand. You want to test it? Xiao muted the watch and placed the energy stone on the dial. Ding. Energy stone level E. Energy value 423. Xiao took the energy stone and rudely stuffed it into Xiao's arms and said, I'm fine. You go back to pick cotton, so as not to scare my god of wealth away. Chapter 130. I wonder if the god of wealth is still here. She must take this overwhelming wealth today? But what should she trade with today? Anyway, let's find the god of wealth first. Xiao, God of wealth? In addition to the energy stone, there is also the god of wealth in this cotton field. Okay. Go quickly and get to work. My little flower cotton jacket is counting on you. Xiao pushed Xiao to leave her cotton territory. Don't delay her from chatting with the god of wealth here. Xiao was pushed forward by Xiao, but still worriedly told him, be careful. Be careful when picking cotton. Okay. I know. Waved his hand casually, asking people to hurry up and leave. Seeing that the person disappeared in the cotton ball, Xiao quickly climbed up his cotton tree. This is now the god of wealth's foothold, and he must hold his thigh. Sure enough, the mutant squirrel was sitting on a tree branch, picking cotton with its two paws and putting it into its mouth. Xiao was confused for a moment. Could it be that the mutant squirrel was also preparing for winter, using cotton to make a nest? If so, I wonder if it can trade cotton this time. How much can its mouth hold? She has a sack, which will be changed into a bag later, so that she can carry a lot of cotton home. When the mutant squirrel saw Xiao coming up, it ignored her and continued to pick cotton. Although the first encounter was not very good, there was a free and fair transaction between the man and the mouse, and they were old acquaintances. Xiao felt that killing mice to steal treasures was not very authentic. The main thing was to wait and see what would happen next time they met. Who knew what surprises would be waiting for her? And she felt that the mutant squirrel was like a dog. Once she entered the blind spot, It could accurately locate her by smell. However, no matter what, this guy is now the god of wealth and must not be offended. Hi. Xiao thought he showed a very kind smile and greeted the mutant squirrel. However, there was no response. Don't be discouraged. Keep working hard. The rich are the boss. My name is Xiao. What's your name? Xiao started talking to himself. Well, how about you call yourself Xiao Kai? This name sounds very majestic and domineering. Well, it also matches your current identity as the god of wealth. Xiao thought. Xiao. Seeing that the other party still didn't respond, Xiao took out the half-snakeberry fruit he had eaten after searching for a long time, prepared to offer it as a sacrifice. I haven't found a new fruit collection point recently, and these snakeberries, have to be eaten carefully. I don't know if the mutant squirrel can understand her reluctance. The mutant squirrel took the remaining half of the snakeberry without any disdain, and immediately ate it with crunch. Crunch with Xiao saliva. Xiao, Uncle, why don't you return the favor? It's not a good habit to take other people's things for free. Of course, I don't admit that you hit me with the energy stone just now. It's an offensive weapon. Confiscated. Xiao's mind was full of small dramas, and the mutant squirrel sat firmly on the cotton ball without even looking at her. All right. No. She should pick cotton first. What about 10 sacks? With so many energy stones, she still needs to leave some time for the mutant squirrel to think about it. Is half a snakeberry worth its energy stone? When Xiao took out the sack and started to stuff cotton into it, the god of wealth suddenly jumped over and tilted his head to look at the sack in her hand. I don't know what he was thinking, strictly speaking, except for the first time he snatched the bag. This mutant squirrel had never attacked her. So, now Xiao is not very afraid of the mutant squirrel, and even finds it very interesting. The mutant squirrel stared at the sack in Xiao's hand for a while. Chapter 131. This guy started to attack. Two small claws began to pull the sack in Xiao's hand. Xiao, So the god of wealth actually took a fancy to the broken sack in her hand? That's easy. She still has 7 in her bag? Trade. Must trade. Xiao pulled the sack in her hand and pointed at the mutant squirrel's bulging cheeks. She felt that the meaning was very clear. One hand for money, and the other for goods. No credit. The mutant squirrel tilted its head and glared at her several times, and finally reluctantly spit out a cotton ball that was stuffed into its mouth. Xiao, Sister, do you want cotton? Xiao's face was full of black lines, and she tightened her hand holding the sack, and then shook her head. I want a small stone. Then she took out the B-level energy stone that she had been carrying in her bag and showed it to it. However, it flashed in front of the mutant squirrel for only a second before throwing it back into its bag. She now held the bag tightly to prevent it from being robbed again. However, the mutant squirrel was still very smart and immediately understood what she meant. Its claws kept rubbing its cheeks, probably trying to pour out the energy stones from its small treasury. Sure enough, the wealth is coming. It is coming. And this guy has more than one energy stone in his mouth. But it doesn't matter. There are enough sacks. Xiao tentatively stretched out her little claws to receive the energy stone. And at the same time, the sack in her hand loosened a little. Energy stone is here. Sack is for you. The transaction was successful. Seeing that it was not easy for the mutant squirrel to hold the open sack, Xiao also tied it up with a hemp rope. After getting the sack, the mutant squirrel jumped onto other cotton trees without stopping. Xiao, No. God of wealth. Don't leave. She still has many sacks to take out. However, the mutant squirrel was still very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiao put the energy stone in her hand on the watch. Ding. Energy stone level F. Energy value 267. Okay. Although it is the lowest level, the energy value is close to the peak of this level. An unexpected surprise. Be content. Wait for a chance to find the mutant squirrel's nest. I didn't expect this guy to not only hoard food in autumn, but also hoard energy stones. I just don't know how he found it. How can there be so many? My eyes are too weak. She took out another sack and continued to work hard. There was no sign of her second cotton pants and quilt. An hour later, looking at the 9 mutant squirrels in front of her who were behaving very well, Xiao was silent. 9 gods of wealth. Must be served well. looking at those heads that almost blinded her dog eyes. It was really mouth-watering. This overwhelming wealth. It really came as soon as it was said. If she can't catch it, it would be a shame for the 10 sacks she brought today. No. There are only 9 left now. Ever since she fell from the tree last time. Xiao has been paying attention to the movements here from time to time. Xiao voice, which seemed to be talking to himself, quickly attracted his attention. When he walked under the cotton tree here, he saw Xiao and 9 mutant squirrels sitting face to face, as if they were still discussing something. Such a weird scene suddenly broke into Xiao's vision. Is there something wrong with his eyes? What is this strange style of painting? 9 mutant squirrels squatted in front of Xiao like the large domestic dogs they used to have. Is this world still the world he knows? Xiao, don't doubt it. This is still your weird wasteland world. When Xiao was about to take the energy stone from the claws of one of the mutant squirrels, the mutant squirrel opposite suddenly exploded. The claws were retracted, and the energy stone was quickly stuffed into the mouth. Xiao, the duck that was in hand flew away? Chapter 132. No. The energy stone flew away. 9 mutant squirrels jumped onto the cotton tree in unison and started to squeak, squeak, squeak in the direction of Xiao. Xiao turned his head immediately and saw Xiao had raised the crossbow in his hand. Hey, don't. We are all friends. Don't hurt the harmony. As he spoke, he ran towards Xiao. She stretched out her hand to block Xiao's crossbow, turned back and smiled professionally at the mutant squirrels. It's all misunderstandings. All misunderstandings. Now she didn't care whether the mutant squirrels could understand. Anyway, she was the peacemaker, and whether they understood or not was up to fate. After all, she had already negotiated a deal with the mutant squirrels. What else is impossible? Under Xiao's painstaking coordination, the mutant squirrels finally put away their frizzy tails. But they did not come down from the cotton tree. Xiao stood behind Xiao. Seeing her handing a sack of cotton to one of the mutant squirrels, the mutant squirrel handed her something else. Something shiny. Xiao, That's fine. Xiao, whose worldview was shattered, didn't know how to react. By the way, the mutant squirrel didn't want a sack, but a sack of cotton. Probably as a preparation for winter. After all, it's so cold in winter, and mutant animals have to take all kinds of warm-keeping measures. This cotton is undoubtedly more favored by the god of wealth than dead branches and dead grass. And Xiao now sells a sack of cotton for 3 energy stones. No bargaining. Perhaps these guys are too rich, and they don't even bargain. The energy stone in his mouth was spit out. Xiao, how many sacks of cotton do you have? Bring them all to the god of wealth. Xiao turned his head and said to Xiao, Num. Is it so easy to get this energy stone? Then why did their team work so hard in the past? After Xiao left, Xiao took out all the empty sacks that were not yet filled. What is the most important thing now? Picking cotton. Instantly turned into a working person mode. The mutant squirrel that got the sack, swoosh, went into the cotton forest and disappeared. It was obviously going back to release the goods. When Xiao came over with the sack, Xiao was in the frenzy of picking cotton without even looking up. Perhaps the mutant squirrels were too friendly. Xiao was going to try it himself. But before Xiao approached, the mutant squirrels started to get angry again. Xiao, Well, this world is still the world he knows. But it just went crazy after meeting the little girl, looking at the more than 10 sacks piled up in front of him, and then looking at the time on the watch. Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turns out that human potential is infinite. It depends on whether the boss pays enough. This mutant squirrel is very fast and powerful now. It can jump freely in the cotton forest with a sack of cotton on its back. So, Xiao also pressed the cotton in the sack very tightly. She still felt a little guilty for exchanging 3 energy stones for a sack of cotton. Xiao tied the sack to the back of the mutant squirrel, and Xiao stood far away, waiting to be summoned at any time to help. Every time a sack was delivered, the mutant squirrel spit out 3 energy stones. Xiao watched the little girl happily put the energy stones into the bag, and his heart was completely calm. After running twice, the mutant squirrel turned back. However, Xiao looked at the last sack left, and the holy light on the mutant squirrel's head. What should he do? I can't waste this once-in-a-lifetime trading opportunity. Right? So tangled. Should I give this luck to the young boy Yen Ming? Seeing Zhuang Xiao in a daze, one of the mutant squirrels scratched the only sack on the ground with its claws. Chapter 133. What's wrong with this human? Why aren't they working? It's getting dark. They have to go home too. Right? What's wrong? After seeing Zhuang Xiao deliver the last sack, Xiao stared at the mutant squirrel's big head with green eyes, not knowing what happened at all. Hearing Xiao question, Zhuang Xiao seemed to have made a particularly painful decision, and said like a hero cutting off his arm, Xiao, you go and ask Yen Ming and the others to carry the sacks over? Holding her chest, she paused and continued, to exchange for energy stones. She was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Why didn't she bring more sacks out today? How can you give up halfway when you're trying to get something for free? We are all cousins. Don't mind. Don't mind. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. When Xiao came back with his men, Zhuang Xiao was trying to exchange energy stones with the mutant squirrel. Hey, they are all treasures. But the value is different. Right? If you can maximize the benefits, you should maximize the benefits. Yen Ming, Yen Hu, and Xiang Su looked at the scene in front of them, their mouths wide open enough to swallow a sack of cotton. What kind of weird painting style is this? Is this still the wasteland? Is this in reality? Not in a dream? The three of them looked up at the sky above their heads at a 45-degree angle. Blue. It was daytime. It was not a dream. The mutant squirrels felt the breath of strangers again and jumped into the cotton clouds with agility. Hey, why are you leaving just like that? Can everything be negotiated? Zhuang Xiao saw that one of them was ready to move its small treasury. Why did it suddenly run away? Then he heard Xiao's voice. As for Yen Ming, Yen Hu and Xiang Su, they were now so shocked that they were completely speechless. Was what they saw just now an illusion? After Zhuang Xiao turned around, he saw 4 big men standing not far away. Except for Xiao, the remaining 3 men were carrying 3 or 4 sacks on their backs. You're here? Zhuang Xiao said hello and stood still, looking up and said, God of Wealth, the goods are here? Do you want more? If not, we leave. There was no movement on the tree. Xiao seemed to have realized something, and whispered to the other 3, put all your cotton and weapons at your feet. Don't move. Don't talk. 3 people, Yen Hu and Xiang Su were used to obeying Xiao instructions, and immediately put down their things obediently. Yen Ming watched her sister chattering under the tree. Her mind was in a mess. After being slapped on the head by his brother, it seemed that his wandering soul returned to his body. A quarter of an hour later, just when Zhuang Xiao was about to give up, the 9 gods of wealth finally came down, looked at the 4 people over there warily, then squatted in front of Zhuang Xiao again. The temporary porter Xiao responded quickly and came to work. He picked up 2 sacks of cotton from the ground, motioned the 3 of them to keep quiet, and then walked towards Zhuang Xiao. The 3 of them saw Zhuang Xiao tie the sacks to the back of the squirrel, and the mutant squirrel seemed to spit out something from its mouth. Zhuang Xiao spread his hands, waiting for the second energy stone. However, after waiting for a long time, the mutant squirrel was as quiet as a chicken, and did not spit it out, just blinking its cute big eyes at you. Zhuang Xiao, this transaction was actually changed unilaterally? Or is there still discrimination? However, this time Zhuang Xiao did not argue with reason. It was not his right. So what was there to argue about? 1 sack of cotton for 1 energy stone. I think the 3 of them should not mind. Right? 3 people, no mind. No mind. 1 for 10 sacks is fine. The 3 of us here were too far away, so we couldn't see it clearly. However, just this scene, this picture, it's simply impossible to describe my mood at the moment in words. Afterwards, Xiao took the thing from Zhuang Xiao and walked back. Chapter 134. Xiao threw the things in his hand to Yen Hu casually, then picked up the sack on the ground and walked away. Yen Hu, what is this in his hand? What is this in his hand? It was as if he had a group of screaming chickens in his heart, but he had to desperately suppress the screams that were about to burst through his throat. Can't scream, lest he scare away the god of wealth. This was his only thought now. Yen Ming and Xiang Su just leaned over, and before they could see clearly what Xiao gave them, Yen Hu stuffed it directly into his arms. A smug expression bloomed on his face. Yen Ming and Xiang Su looked at each other. What? What made brother Yen show such a wretched expression? repeatedly. Yan Ming and Xiang Su, the two teenagers, also raised a group of screaming chickens in their hearts, and had to hold back and not let them scream. The two teenagers secretly pinched me and you behind their backs, and they were very happy and grinned. Oh my god! Her sister is worthy of being her sister. Finally, all 9 mutant squirrels left. Before leaving, the mutant squirrel with a notch in its ear took out 3 energy stones from its small treasury and threw them at Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao, hit hard. Let this overwhelming wealth fall on me for a while. However, as if they were in tune with each other, Zhuang Xiao guessed that this was probably her labor fee. After sending off the last god of wealth, Zhuang Xiao patted the non-existent grass on his body, stood up from the ground, and said to Xiao, "Hey, what should we do with our cotton today? Today's loss is big." Xiao, listen to yourself. Is this human language? Seeing the mutant squirrel leave, the 3 people over there came over with a dizzy step. Boss sister, pinch me. I want to see if it hurts. The 3 people had the same expression of asking for a pinch. Zhuang Xiao, you must pinch. Pinch hard. Her cotton. Her energy stone. The holy light of the god of wealth. I don't know when I will see it again. Hard take? Then let others feel the pain. The little hand decisively twisted the ears of the young boy Yan Ming. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Sister. It's true. You can let go. Yan Ming rubbed his ears, thinking that his sister was too cruel. However, if she had this luck every time, she would let her sister twist both ears for fun. The remaining 3 people touched their ears one after another. Okay. They believed it was true. No need to be pinched. When Xiao carried the sacks, he took 3 sacks from each of the 3 people. So now everyone has 3 energy stones in their hands. As for the level and energy value of the energy stone, it depends purely on personal luck. What should I do now? There are no sacks. Zhuang Xiao spread his hands and looked at Xiao. Although I got a lot of energy stones today, who can complain about this free cotton? Xiang Su, who was standing next to me, had recovered from his excitement and raised his hand and said, I helped my cousin get the sacks. And me. I go too. Seeing someone trying to snatch his sister from him, Yan Ming, a young boy, got anxious. Their family originally had cotton-padded clothes and quilts from previous years, so this time, they didn't bring as many sacks as Xiao and Zhuang Xiao. However, the people in the escort team must have sacks. Among the people Xiang Su knew, there were those who came to the cotton collection point. The 2 stuffed the remaining empty sacks to Zhuang Xiao, and then went to the convoy gathering point. Now that the sacks were found, they started to work. The 3 people didn't dare to leave this area too far, for fear that they would not be able to find anyone when they came back later. Although this area was still at the edge of the blind spot, the signal of the watch was not very stable. When the 2 boys came back, they brought back 30 sacks directly. Although Xiang Su knew the people in the escort team, he didn't get the sacks for free. He also spent points. 1 point was equal to 2 sacks. So 30 sacks cost a total of 15 points. Chapter 135. Because of the energy stone, the 2 came back and said that the sacks were free. Thinking of the energy stone that was almost free today, the other 3 people were like chicken blood, picking cotton desperately. How could you bother a girl to do such a thing? Although it took a lot of time because of the matter with the mutant squirrel, the 5 people picked a total of 40 sacks of cotton before the convoy set off, deducting the ones to be handed over to the safe zone. There were still 36 sacks left. Of the 36 sacks of cotton, Yan Ming and Xiang Su each took 2 sacks, and the remaining 30 sacks of cotton were all return gifts for Zhuang Xiao. Although this return gift was a little light, no return gift could be as heavy as today's energy stone. Zhuang Xiao received the gift with a clear conscience. She was the one who negotiated the business of the mutant squirrel. So what's wrong with taking some agency fees? Besides, this way she and Xiao can go to other food collection points tomorrow. On the way back, Yan Ming was the most nervous. He would glance at his brother's chest from time to time, worried that the energy stone would suddenly fly away. There were 6 energy stones there. Xiang Su, on the other hand, was indeed a guy working in the mercenary team. He was now very calm. As for his inner heart, the wealth was overwhelming. No wonder Yan Ming always said that his cousin was very lucky. This was simply against the will of heaven. Xiao knew the driver. So the three of them got off the car at the nearest place to Xiao house. After delivering the cotton to Xiao home, the three of them left together. Xiao closed the door and went back to the house. And saw the little girl, Clang, pour all the energy stones on the table at once. This was the first time she had seen so many of these sparkling little stones. Picked up one of them and put it on the watch. Ding. Energy stone level A. Energy value 4469. Xiao, This is considered a top energy stone. After all. Except for the S level, which has no upper limit. The A level is the highest level among all energy stones. And the energy value of this energy stone is also at an upper middle level. Such a big surprise came out first. Xiao didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. Xiao silently took out the energy stone that the little girl had given him the first time from his arms, and put it on the table. Let the little girl do the job of measuring the energy stone. He went to cook. The quality of today's meal must not affect the little girl's joy. On the way back to the shantytown, only the two brothers Yin Hu and Yin Ming were left. Xiao had parted ways with them in the previous block. Brother, will you be okay? Yin Ming asked in a low voice. He never took the initiative to talk to his brother about this topic before. How long can a person live after a gene collapse? It will pass in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the energy stone he got last time, his brother might have. As long as he thought about it. His brother didn't know when he would be gone. He felt very uncomfortable when he was the only one left at home. Now, their family now has 6 energy stones. Although the grade is still uncertain. Even if it is the lowest standard. It was something they dared not dream of before. This is something they dare not do even in their dreams. Noticing that his brother suddenly felt a little depressed, Yin Hu reached out and patted the boy's shoulder, which was already level with his, and said gently, well, everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. The clear and bright moonlight in the autumn night cast 2 long shadows on the ground. With hope in mind. The future will always be better. Yin Hu thought so. His steps, which were originally a little frivolous due to fatigue, became more and more firm. Let's talk about Xiao, including the payment for goods, labor fees, and the energy stone that hit her. She got a total of 62 energy stones this time. Among them, 3 A-level energy stones, 6 B-level energy stones, and 5 C-level energy stones were detected. And the energy values of these 14 energy stones directly exceeded the energy values of the remaining 48 energy stones. Chapter 136. Is this what it feels like to get rich overnight? Xiao touched her throbbing heart in her chest. My God. She had never seen so much money. Just looking at these broken stones. She couldn't feel their value. But according to the price ratio, if converted into nutrient solution, she felt that she wouldn't have to worry about not having nutrient solution for 2 lifetimes. What's more, the price of this energy stone fluctuates. It will only go up, not down. It is more valuable than gold. The important thing is that it saves lives. The opportunity has come. Maybe one can be exchanged for a lifetime of nutrient solution. After the table was served in the evening, Xiao's eyes were instantly attracted by the food. Yes, food. Proper food. Although their living standards have improved a lot now. It is the first time that they have staple food. Stir-fried dishes, meat and vegetables like today. Green porridge seems to be a very distant thing. And except for going out to collect and scavenge, she rarely drinks nutrient solution now. If conditions permit, she doesn't want to live a frugal life and make her stomach suffer. Besides, Xiao is here. The family will never be poor because of her. After all, Xiao is the one who does the shopping. After coming here, she has only visited the grocery store, which is really boring. Seeing Xiao's happy expression, Xiao knew that he had prepared the right meal. After dinner and a short training, the two sat in the living room together to clean up the cotton collected today. After half an hour of cottonseed removal, Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. This is more tiring than collecting cotton. Right? And there must be tens of thousands of cotton flowers in so many sacks? After finishing this job, she will probably suffer from periarthritis of the shoulder. Xiao rubbed her sore shoulders and eyes and said, is there no machine to remove cottonseeds in the safe zone? It's too hard to do this manually. Xiao removed a cottonseed neatly and said, yes, but ordinary people can forget about it. Xiao, just a broken cottonseed machine has become a treasure in the wasteland. She didn't know how to make a mechanized cottonseed machine. but she had seen the old wooden cottonseed machine in the agricultural museum. She vaguely remembered the style and principle. If this can be made, it will be more efficient than the current one. She really wanted to ask the high-level people in the safe zone. Do they understand what the inheritance of civilization is? She had discovered before that the safe zone and the shantytown are completely two different worlds. There are no schools in the shantytowns. The knowledge and survival skills of the people in the shantytowns mostly come from the education and exploration of the older generation. And the so-called knowledge and skills are all necessary for life in the wasteland. As for physics, chemistry, and literary common sense, people in the shantytowns have no concept of this at all. Even the skills that Xiao has now were learned in a targeted manner in the safe zone according to his personal strengths. Why does this feel so much like the ancient aristocratic families, monopolizing all monopolizable resources? It is really harder than climbing to the sky for people at the bottom to counterattack. And it seems easier to dream of the spring and autumn period. However, no matter how much she complains, she is just a little Karami, and she really can't fight against this world. So far, it is still a question whether she can die in this world. I really hope that a great god will come one day. Or a great god will come from the local area. Come and save this speechless world. And she just wants to live a good life every day. After complaining about this fucked up world in her heart, Xiao went back to the room to get paper and pen, and leaned over the table to start writing and drawing. Can you do this? Xiao looked at Xiao with the drawing, waiting for his affirmative answer. Chapter 137. She doesn't know how to do carpentry. But Xiao can make crossbows. So he should be able to do this carpentry work. If you know one thing, you know everything? She is the kind of person who knows nothing. Xiao took the blueprint and looked at it for a long time, and asked Xiao a few questions, and replied, "It's not a big problem." Seeing him say so, Xiao said, "Then finish these today, and wait for the tools to be made before doing the rest." Then the two continued to struggle in the sea of cotton. Ding! Xiao watch rang. It was a message from Feng Xiang. Xiao stared at the content of the message for a long time, and suddenly said, "Do you want to go to the safe zone tomorrow? Someone invited me to dinner." Xiao, who was fighting with cotton seeds, paused, immediately looked up, and asked curiously, "Who is so rich that he would invite people to dinner?" It has been half a year, and she has never seen anyone invite them to dinner. And she has never heard Xiao ask anyone to dinner. After all, the circle of friends is all Xiao. She is an outsider. This kind of interpersonal communication is not in her daily list. Although everyone is struggling for life every day, it does not mean that everyone lives in misery every day. Life is so hard. Why bother to suffer yourself? There are still necessary social activities in the wasteland. Besides, who doesn't have some social attributes? As a social animal, humans are born with a tendency to communicate with others. And necessary social interaction can also obtain information. If you can get first-hand information, you will have a higher chance of surviving the disaster than others. And this time there is obviously very important news. Otherwise Feng Xiang would not have revealed in the message he sent to him that he had better go there. Xiao smiled and said, "Xiao Yin." Xiao Yin? Xiao was thinking about who this person was. Ah, isn't he the unlucky guy who was chased into the high radiation area by the mutant snake? Unlucky Xiao Yin, cousin. You are right. Brother is an unlucky guy. And he just came out of the hospital not long ago. It's him. From the Dark Knight mercenary team. Xiao gave Xiao a positive answer. However, who would treat guests for no reason? If you are too kind to others, you are either a traitor or a thief. Xiao didn't know the relationship between Xiao and Xiao Yin. So she said, "Do you have something to do? If you have something to do, just go by yourself." Besides, she didn't have to go to the cotton collection point tomorrow. And she didn't want to bring Brother Hua with her at all. Xiao said, "It's not a big deal. I take you to the safe zone tomorrow to buy some winter supplies." He also wanted to know what the situation in the safe zone is like now. It's really not peaceful this year. Shopping? Can you go shopping here? Xiao asked in surprise. She had seen small vendors selling supplies in the shantytown, but the number of vendors was not enough to go shopping. As for the safe zone, she had only been to the exchange center and the grocery store. In addition to Old Man Yu's grocery store, there were several other grocery stores, but they were still not enough to go shopping. So, She was still a little curious whether the shopping that Xiao mentioned was similar to the shopping in her cognition. Once a person is moved, it is difficult to take it back. After getting Xiao's affirmative answer, Xiao happily accepted the fact that he would have a day off tomorrow. Although survival is important, it is not a sin to relax occasionally. Early the next morning, Xiao took out her few clothes, spread them on the bed, and began to struggle with her choice. She thought that she was going out to meet people. No, to go shopping, or to go to a safe area. So she had to dress neatly. She usually made herself look dirty every day. So today she had to experience the life of a human being. Chapter 138. Xiao, It turns out that we don't live like human beings. Finally, she chose a grass-green dress from a few clothes. The same color as the mutant grasshopper. Mutated grasshoppers are her favorite this autumn. Although there are not many mutant grasshoppers in the wild grass now. She feels very satisfied when she thinks about the many mutant grasshoppers in the storage room at home. When the two met in the living room, Xiao found that Xiao also changed into a new dress that he didn't wear very often. Well, okay. Seeing that brother treated this trip to the safe zone so seriously, it seems that whether it is shopping or other people's banquets, he should not let himself down. Walking through the shantytown and walking on the road between the shantytown and the safe zone, Xiao couldn't help but miss the abandoned car in the blind spot. Car, I thought you had forgotten me. Please let the car slowly decay in a quiet place and degenerate into mud. After so long, has the car been scrapped? Alas, Xiao has no time to go to the blind spot to retrieve the car. I really want Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. At worst, I can give him a clone technique. How can walking on 2 legs compare to 4 legs? After entering the safe zone, Xiao's 2 legs were finally freed. As soon as she entered the gate, Xiao saw Feng Xiang, the most beautiful woman in the safe zone in her heart, and the electric tricycle next to him. Suddenly I didn't envy Feng Xiang's beauty. This electric tricycle was absolutely beautiful in her heart at this moment. People can't just steal from their own homes. But it's okay to steal a car. She might as well just buy one. She has so many energy stones. So it should be no problem. She glanced at Xiao's face. I wonder how the encyclopedia is being repaired. How many more energy stones are needed? My cousin is here too. Let's go. I take you for a walk. Feng Xiang got off his convertible tricycle and greeted the two. Xiao, what should I say? This is another cousin. Then, thank you. Cousin. Xiao shamelessly agreed to this cousin relationship. It's not bad to have a cousin who has a car at home. In this wasteland, if you have an electric tricycle at home, you must be considered middle class. But looking at this electric tricycle, she couldn't help but sigh that she used to be a super rich person. 3 seconds of silence for her super rich life that she can never go back to. Feng Xiang was slightly stunned. Then he smiled even more happily and said, then, cousin, get in the car. Let's go now. Okay. Finally got rid of walking on 2 legs. Xiao, What about me? What about me? Are you not seeing me again? The place Xiaoyan chose to entertain them was very close to where they were going to go shopping. The shopping street in Nancheng district. There is a shopping street in each of the 4 directions of the east, west, south and north in the safety zone. And the scale and prosperity of the 4 shopping streets are comparable. And there is a larger and more prosperous shopping street in the center of the safety zone. However, it belongs to the inner city of the safety zone. Unless you live in the inner city, it is very difficult for people in the outer city of the safety zone and the shantytown to enter. The safety zone is a concentric circle, shrinking inwards one circle after another. The closer to the center, the higher the living environment and security level. And Feng Yan, the unlucky guy, lives in the inner city of the safety zone. After Xiao arrived at the so-called pedestrian street, it was like returning from the fantasy wasteland world to her former, living world for the first time. Although this pedestrian street is only at the level of a small county town. In the wasteland, in the safe zone, it is a high-end commercial area. There are a wide variety of items sold in the commercial street. And the most are daily necessities, and some particularly practical cold weapons and equipment. Chapter 139. In addition, there are many more non-practical decorative items than in the grocery store. The streets here are not as crowded as in that world. And only a few pedestrians can be seen occasionally. It is a bit like the traffic on weekday mornings when shopping in the past. Zhuang Xiao reminisced about the world that he could never return to here. Of course, he also spent a lot of points. The best way to cure a bad mood is to spend money, which is more effective than any comfort. Feng Xiang and Xiao also bought a lot of things here, but the two of them were more practical. Unlike Zhuang Xiao, he also bought a lot of beautiful feathers, teeth, and bones from mutant animals. This commercial street belonging to the South City district is only about 1,000 meters, and the three of them finished shopping quickly. An hour later, Zhuang Xiao automatically returned people to the wasteland again. I also met Xiao Yin, the captain of the Dark Knight squad. How to say it? It is completely different from what she imagined. On the way here, I also heard Xiao talk about Xiao Yin. In summary, this person is a positive, hardworking, smart, and rich second-generation official. So, this guy is very smart and has a rich and powerful family. She thought he would be tall, rich, and handsome? Now, where is your handsomeness? Did you not bring him out when you went out? Look at Feng Xiang. And then look at Xiao Yin, who is smiling in front of you. Why is there such a big difference in their faces? It turns out that people can have dreams, but they must not fantasize blindly. This height is quite high, but it is just the standard height of a wasteland man. This wealth, I need to observe more. As for this handsomeness, that has nothing to do with this person. Okay, judging from his age, he is about the same as Xiao. His appearance is that kind of square face. There is no particularly good-looking part, and no particularly ugly part, which can't be compared with Feng Xiang. After all, among the people she knows, no one can compare with Feng Xiang. Not even their brother Xiao. There is no need to bring me in this comparison. In her words, Feng Xiang has a good face, and can get into the entertainment industry, while Xiao Yin is in the big boss circle. If he is in the big boss circle, his appearance will definitely be above average. Although Xiao Yin always has a smile on his face, Zhuang Xiao always feels that he is intimidating. Hello, cousin. I am Xiao Yin. Zhuang Xiao, She is just here to eat and drink. Okay. Can you pretend not to see her? And what's wrong with these wasteland people? No. What's wrong with Xiao's circle of friends? Why does everyone call her cousin now? Hello. I'm Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao immediately smiled politely. After the two greeted each other, Xiao Yin greeted Feng Xiang and Xiao. Zhuang Xiao quietly acted like a cute little quail beside them. Looking at their speaking skills and social skills, Feng Xiang and Xiao are simply incomparable. Of course, I can't compare either. Zhuang Xiao probably used too much energy in both her brain and body today. Just when the three grown men were still chatting, her stomach growled at an inopportune time. Gurgle, gurgle. The three men looked at her, and Zhuang Xiao looked at the sky. The weather is really nice today, but I don't know when I can have dinner. Anyway, I'm not embarrassed. It's you who are embarrassed. Who said we're going to treat people to dinner today? Cousin, are you hungry? Xiao Yin said jokingly, his eyes fixed on the little girl who was staring at the sky in silence. Zhuang Xiao, Can this person talk? Can he talk? If he can't talk, then talk less. I already have a lot of cousins, and I don't want one who can't talk. So all the words she just praised about being smart and sociable were in vain. Among the tall, rich and handsome men, the one who is neither tall nor handsome. Humph. Chapter 140. Zhuang Xiao replied frankly, Well, I'm hungry. Xiao Yin was stunned. He saw the girl's obvious evasive reaction just now, but he didn't expect such a direct answer. Then he laughed. Let's go upstairs and talk while eating. Zhuang Xiao walked at the back, silently looking at the surrounding environment. It was a bit like the tea restaurant she was familiar with, but it didn't feel luxurious or unattainable. After the four people sat down, Xiao Yin took the menu from the waiter, handed it to Zhuang Xiao, and said, Ladies first. The face that had been pierced could not be recovered anyway, so he simply stopped pretending. Anyway, everyone was not familiar with each other. After today, we will never see each other again. But when Zhuang Xiao opened it and looked at it, he was speechless again. The rich in the wasteland tall, rich and handsome was also gorgeously kicked out of the three words by her. What's in this menu? The key point is that there are pictures at the end, so Zhuang Xiao can still vaguely recognize most of the things. Shredded pork with fish sauce, stir-fried pork with mushrooms, chicken stewed with potatoes, steamed hairy crabs, There is also a fruit platter. It looks like there are bananas, apples, and pears in the picture. All the ingredients are edible foods with low radiation. This. Before Zhuang Xiao could complain in her heart, the very attractive price below appeared in her field of vision. The fruit platter is 1,500 points. Oh my god, the price of 300 nutrient solution bottles. 1 bottle a day. You can drink it for nearly a year. Suddenly, I remembered those rotten and moldy fruits in her big refrigerator. So, she was once a super rich woman. She was wrong. She had to get the rich and the tall, rich and handsome back for Xiao. In the wasteland, he is definitely worth it. However, as long as she doesn't look at the price below, she can quickly name the dishes. Xiao said that we are here to eat at a rich restaurant today, and it would be a waste if we don't eat. Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Zhuang Xiao ordering food. This little girl really doesn't look like she came from a shantytown. The other 3 people ordered some more and waited for the food to be served. Zhuang Xiao drank the juice in her hand, which was worth 500 points and 100 bottles of nutrient solution, and could sustain an ordinary person in a shantytown for 3 months, and obediently became a spectator. However, the 3 people did not talk about any useful information before the meal. From the conversation, it can be heard that although the Dark Knight and the future mercenary team do not get along well, the relationship between the captains of the 2 teams seems to be okay. At least not hostile. There is also a sense of mutual appreciation. 3 people from different classes can get along like this now. I think they all have their own strengths. She knows a little about Feng Xiang and Xiao, but the strengths of their brother Hua, well, she can't summarize it. So it's good. Except, it will lower her harvest rate. However, Zhuang Xiao was very satisfied with this meal. There were meat and vegetables, rice, fruits, and even a dessert was served to her at the end. When she thought about the points she had eaten today, she felt very painful. She should have packed her share earlier. She would eat it slowly at home. Dessert? Well, it was indeed very sweet. The kind that was so sweet that it made people choke. It seems that in this wasteland, sugar is also a good thing. Otherwise, how could this choking dessert be so expensive? However, just when Zhuang Xiao was about to be choked to death by this dessert, the 3 people gradually returned to the topic. I believe you have also noticed the situation in the safe zone. This safe zone may be abandoned in the next few years, Xiao said with a serious face, no longer smiling as before. Xiao and Feng Xiang were shocked when they heard the word abandoned. How could it be abandoned? Do you still remember the safe zone number 17 that is closest to us? Xiao said. Remember? How could I not remember? Many people in the safe zone where they are now are from the safe zone number 17. Chapter 141. Feng Xiang said, safe zone number 17. That's because the mutant crow tide has reached a point where they can't control it. Besides, their safe zone is already short of resources, and there are not many chips that can be exchanged with other safe zones. Their own strength is the worst among the surrounding safe zones. How can it compare with our safe zone? Looking at the slightly excited Feng Xiang, Xiao gently rubbed his fingers on the glass twice, interrupted him and said, what's the difference? Our safe zone can trade with other safe zones. The chips are about to run out. Feng Xiang and Xiao didn't expect Xiao to reveal such a shocking news to them right away. Xiao slowly raised his head, looked directly at Xiao and said, you mean? Although the rest of the words were not spoken, Feng Xiang also understood what Xiao meant. Working in the same mercenary team, how could he not know what the biggest bargaining chip of their safe zone was? Seeing Xiao nodded, Xiao and Feng Xiang's heart sank immediately. Seeing Xiao nodded, Xiao and Feng Xiang's heart sank immediately. What this means is self-evident. In the wasteland, each safe zone was initially established based on resources, and the hard currency between safe zones, in addition to energy stones, is resources. This resource includes, but is not limited to coal mines, iron mines, salt mines, etc. Each safe zone has its own expertise in science and technology or industrial fields. And if you want to obtain materials from other safe zones, you must exchange them with things of equal value. In the wasteland, there are only individual forces that have risen after natural mutations. Each individual force has formed the so-called safe zone today with its own advantages. In short, there is no country in the wasteland. Survive? Everyone depends on their own abilities. Otherwise, you have to rely on other stronger forces. This is a bit like the shantytowns relying on the safe zone to survive. In other words, the resources that their number 9 safe zone can trade with other safe zones are coal mines. And in recent years, in addition to the existing 3 coal mines, no high-value natural resources have been found in the surrounding areas. The reason why the safe zone has been established here for so many years, and has stood firm, is also thanks to these 3 coal mines. And now the reserves of these coal mines are on the verge of exhaustion. It is equivalent to that their safe zone does not have enough resources to trade with other safe zones, which is bound to affect the operation of all aspects of the safe zone. More importantly, the mutant crow tide is coming in winter. Wasn't the disaster of the adjacent number 17 safe zone caused by the mutant crow tide? It can survive the first year, but it may not survive the second year, especially when the strength of the safe zone is still weakening. Many people in their current safe zone and shantytown migrated from the number 17 safe zone. The impression of the mutant crow tide is undoubtedly a disaster. Along the way, the most difficult problem to solve in the wasteland is not the food problem, but the various mutant animals that may appear. And the gathering of a large number of people will attract more mutant animals. Of course, some people will choose to continue living in the original safe zone and live one day at a time. After all, without sufficient strength, it doesn't matter where you go to for ordinary people. Until now, there are still people living in those abandoned safe zones. Xiao looked at the 3 silent people and felt that her life, which she had finally lived, would be destroyed again. What can you win in this world? It is definitely a comparison of misery. All the hardships in the world are sharpening. The hardships in the world are a person's greatest wealth. Life is about hardships and practice. To grow into a beautiful big moth, break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, you must experience pain. Xiao silently comforted her heart that was pierced with holes in her heart. Chapter 142. Xiao continued to say, in fact, after the high temperature in this summer, some people in the inner city of the safe zone have already left. They just left quietly to avoid causing panic. Next spring, it is estimated that more people will leave the inner city. Xiao pondered Xiaoyan's words. So far, Xiaoyan has said so much, but he has not said why he asked them out. He and Feng Xiang, a former member of the future mercenary team and a current member of the future mercenary team. What is worthy of Xiaoyan's special visit to them to reveal to them this matter that can be called the secret of the safe zone? However, Xiao and Feng Xiang looked at each other, and neither of them spoke, waiting for Xiaoyan's next words. Seeing that the two still had no reaction, Xiaoyan simply stopped laying the groundwork and said with a smile, "My father plans to leave, but I don't plan to leave." After thinking for a moment, he said, "Because I found iron ore in the blind spot. And I didn't tell my father, the person who killed his mother. Even if that person has loved him all these years, what does it matter? A murderer is a murderer." Xiao and Feng Xiang were shocked again. They always felt that they would die soon after knowing so many secrets all of a sudden. Xiao and Feng Xiang knew a little bit about the matter between Xiaoyan and his father. This is really a difficult matter for every family. It is Xiaoyan's family affair. They are at a height that the lower class people cannot reach. Just take care of yourself. You should all know that I came back from the blind spot with that kid Zhang Lin. However, Zhang Lin didn't know about the iron mine. Xiaoyan continued. When Xiao heard about the iron mine, her sad mood for the future disappeared. And what replaced it was that her eyes could see radiation. What's the use? Look! This person went to the blind spot and built an iron mine. This is the real son of luck. It's a pity that she was complacent about digging out a few bird nests. Comparing yourself to others can make you angry. Xiao looked back and forth at the faces of several people. Well, okay. Everyone is very calm. However, what exactly does Xiaoyan want to do after saying so much? Winning over people's hearts? Building up power? Seizing the throne and replacing his father? Becoming a local overlord? Since the safe zone is no longer an official power, does that mean whoever has the ability can take the position? Xiao glanced at Xiao, then at Feng Xiang, and finally her eyes fell back on Xiaoyan's face. Well, she thinks Xiaoyan is still the most likely to take the position. After all, their family is too poor, no money to win over people, and brotherhood doesn't look like the kind of person who can play politics. As for Feng Xiang, if it depends on his looks, this guy is completely likely to take the position. creating a new safe zone. Are you interested in joining us? Xiao said the most important sentence of the day. Xiao thought to himself. It's true. After going around in circles for a long time, I finally got to the point. Feng Xiang was moved after hearing this. The opportunity to change his class had come. Xiao glanced at Xiao and had no intention of moving. He thought it was fine as it was now. Moreover, since Xiao wanted to build a new safe zone, it meant that this safe zone would not be abandoned, and they would not have to run around looking for a new place to stay. In the end, neither of them gave Xiao an accurate answer. Xiao also knew that this matter was not urgent, and today was just to test the attitudes of the two. As for the iron mine, he was not afraid that the two would talk nonsense everywhere. If he was not a smart man, he would not invite people to dinner. Besides, this safe zone is still under the control of his father, and he is his father's favorite son, who made him the only son. Before leaving, Xiao said, invite my cousin to the safe zone next time. Chapter 143. Xiao, that's not necessary. She doesn't want to eat such high-end melons anymore. Choked. Sure enough, people are happiest when they are ignorant. Anyway, she has heard that no matter which safe zone in this wasteland, it is not absolutely safe and stable. However, for the sake of eating such a luxurious meal in the wasteland by Xiao, I wish Xiao can succeed in getting promoted. In this way, she doesn't have to move. At least, she doesn't want to do it until she has saved enough money. And now, what she should consider most is how to survive this winter. On the way back, Xiao said, I will go to the sweet potato collection point tomorrow. You can get the cottonseed remover at home. And cotton! There is not enough food at home. She should go out to save money. Xiao, This is being despised again. However, he still wanted to ask the little girl what she thought about what Xiao said today. So he said, what do you think about today's matter? Xiao paused, turned his head, and looked up at Xiao. What do you mean by what? Do you want to play a high-end game? If so, we will probably go our separate ways. Fighting with others is tiring. Xiao looked at the little girl's rare serious expression, hesitated for a moment, and said, I think it's good now. Seeing him say so, Xiao smiled and said, I think it's good now too. Fortunately, they can still live together. Looking at the little girl's bright smile, Xiao also showed an imperceptible smile. Xiao looked at Xiao's relaxed expression and stopped thinking about those messy things. Today's one-day trip to the safe zone ended here. When the two of them got home with the things they bought, the moon had already climbed into the sky. The moonlight was like water, and the silver light spread into the room. Xiao soon fell asleep. The next morning, Xiao took her bag and quietly went out. Yesterday, she had discussed with Xiao and asked him to make the cottonseed removal machine at home and upgrade the defense of the house. Yesterday, Xiao words reminded Xiao. The winter in this safe zone is really dangerous. As soon as she arrived at the waiting area of the square, Xiao was spotted by two people. Sister, you are here too? A young man came forward to greet her attentively. What caught her eye was a boiled egg head, shiny and oily, and Xiao was confused for a moment. Who are you? You called me sister right away. But this voice sounded a little familiar. Seeing Xiao alert look, Ming unconsciously touched his bald head and laughed. Sister, I am Ming. Ming? It's okay if you shave your beard. But why do you shave your hair too? Xiao looked at this young face. Look at that bald head again. If you add a few scars, you can go begging. There should be no monks in this wasteland. People in the wasteland are quite pragmatic. It is better to pray to yourself than to pray to God. Ming scratched his bald head and smiled embarrassedly. Then he heard a voice behind him saying, It's cold. It's troublesome to wash your hair. After the voice fell, Xiangsu's face appeared behind Ming, with the same shiny bald head. Xiao, this seems to make sense. But in this way, don't you really freeze your heads in winter? Today we went to the sweet potato collection point. There is a particularly interesting plant. Ming smiled mysteriously after saying this. Xiao, Suddenly, I had a bad premonition, and remembered that Ming in the bamboo forest was also so mysterious, and asked me to play a guessing game. Xiao laughed dryly and said, Well, everyone just needs to concentrate on digging sweet potatoes today. Have both of your families stored enough food for the winter? By the way, Why didn't your elder brother come? Xiao tilted his head and looked behind the two people, but did not see Yan Hu. My elder brother is at home picking cotton, and he needs to rest for 2 days. He will go out with me tomorrow, Yan Ming said. Chapter 144. Xiao said oh, and thought of Xiao at home. The car horn sounded and the car came. Before getting on the car, Xiao saw another acquaintance, Lan Hong, who was pregnant. But this time, there was no sign of Hu Qianli. This rhythm is about to give birth at any time. What if it is premature? However, Lan Hong's figure disappeared soon. Xiao retracted his gaze and listened to Yan Ming and Xiang Su talking about where they went to collect yesterday, how they harvested and so on. Listening to the chattering of the two young men, I didn't feel bored on the way. It felt like I arrived at the sweet potato collection point in the blink of an eye. The seedlings at the sweet potato collection point looked quite normal. I think the mutation is mainly underground. Remembering the last time I dug up the yam, the size was so big. I guess the sweet potato will not be small. I also got a number plate and went to the corresponding plot. The three people lined up together, so the plots happened to be together. When going to her own territory, Xiang Su said, "Cousin, be careful when digging sweet potatoes. There may be nests of some mutant animals underneath. Now in autumn, many mutant animals that dig holes will come to dig sweet potatoes. This kind of mutant animal with an underground nest is very difficult for the guards and mercenaries to deal with, and it is difficult to clean it up." Yan Ming also said, "Yes. I encountered a mutant rabbit 1 year, but unfortunately, it was highly radioactive and cannot be eaten. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. She hasn't eaten mutant rabbit meat yet." She remembered that the few cubs she met when she first came were sold by Xiao. Rabbit is so cute. It is absolutely impossible for her to not be able to eat rabbit. Rabbit meat is so delicious. Braised rabbit meat, spicy rabbit cubes, dry-fried rabbit meat. Each one makes people drool. However, if the mutant rabbit can trade energy stones, it is not impossible to provide it with some mutant sweet potatoes. The three people each went to their own plots. Just as Xiao squatted down and prepared to dig her first shovel of soil today, she heard a familiar voice again. "Oh, cousin. What a coincidence." Xiao, it's not a coincidence. I know a lot of people in the wasteland, and I always meet a few familiar faces occasionally. Xiao looked up and saw Lan Hong sitting on the ground next to her with her big belly, smiling and greeting her. "Okay. Hello. Sweet potato digging neighbor. Sister Lan. Why don't you see brother Hu?" Xiao asked. She always felt that Hu Qianli should not let his wife come out alone. The team has not returned from a mission yet. I sneaked out. Lan Hong lowered her voice and said, as if Hu Qianli was nearby. "Huh? Aren't Hu Qianli and Xiang Su both members of the future mercenary team?" Xiao glanced at Xiang Su not far away, then looked at Lan Hong's belly and said, "Your belly. Hey. It's okay. I brought the things for childbirth. I'm not afraid if I really give birth," Lan Hong said, and patted the backpack behind her. Xiao, Although she had heard of people with particularly good physiques before, their babies developed normally, and it was easy to give birth. In the news, there are often cases of people riding a bike or squatting on the toilet, and the baby slips out. But this kind of thing is still a low probability event. And Lan Hong is obviously giving birth for the first time. Or is it that people in this wasteland are so fierce in giving birth, and she is planning to deliver her own baby? Xiao said, "Then remember to tell me if you feel uncomfortable." Although she said this, she silently prayed in her heart that it would not happen today. She only delivered piglets, not people. Although humans and pigs are both mammals, human babies and domestic pig babies are still different. Right? She really can't help it all by then. After saying a few polite words, Xiao quickly drove this idea, which was just a possibility, out of her underdeveloped brain and continued to concentrate on her work. Chapter 145. Today's task is still very heavy. Not only do we have to inspect the sweet potatoes, but we also have to inspect the sweet potato leaves. Sweet potato leaves are much more delicious than those weird non-wild vegetable varieties of green grass leaves. And it is not within the scope of the harvest. We must get more back. Dried in autumn, we can keep it for winter. However, she did not dig the mutant rabbit's nest. She saw a round thing covered with white thorns in the green sweet potato vines. The fate between her and the mutant animals in this wasteland is really wonderful. But what can this thing be used for? And once it is frightened, it will definitely roll into a ball immediately. There is no place to start. Okay. Besides, the thorns on the body of this mutant hedgehog look sharper than the blade of her dagger. I don't know how this little thing, no, now a big thing, ran into their sweet potato field. There are people coming and going. This guy is quite bold. While the mutant hedgehog was chewing on the sweet potato vines, Xiao took a photo and showed it to Xiao. The message came back quickly. It can be caught, but do what you can. To sum up its uses, meat is edible, thorns are useful, and skin is medicine. Isn't this a real treasure? I don't know if the sack can trap this guy. When Xiao was thinking about how to put this mutant hedgehog into his bag, there was a commotion on the easternmost side of the sweet potato collection point. Oh! It seems that someone has dug up the nest of the mutant mole? It seems to be true. The one running is a mutant mole. Then maybe there are mutant mole nests under this sweet potato field. The people on Xiao's side were immediately in chaos. The mutant hedgehog that Xiao had originally chosen disappeared in the vast green melon field with its legs tumbling very neatly. Xiao, no. You guys can catch mice. Why scare away her big baby? As soon as the sweet potato collection site became chaotic, Xiangsu and Yanming ran to Xiao. Sister, let's go. We can't dig sweet potatoes today? Xiao, so she can't get anything today? Let's go. Hurry up. Lan Hong came over with a big belly and said so. 4-3. What else can she say? It seems that this mutant mole is definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, it would not be enough for the three of them to make such a decision at the same time. After talking to Xiao, Lan Hong ran a few meters away with a big belly. Xiao, well, she was originally entangled whether she should take care of the pregnant woman. After all, Hu Qianli is one of the many cousins. Yanming and Xiangsu also noticed Lan Hong at this time. The three of them ran around Lan Hong in tacit understanding and headed out of the sweet potato collection point. Xiao thought that another mutant animal was found, and the mercenaries or guards should come. However, they did not. The two groups of people are now maintaining order, queuing people to get on the bus, ready to return at any time. For people sat in a car. Although Xiao was puzzled about how terrible this mutant mole was that made the people in the safe zone retreat without a fight. She didn't ask it out loud. Otherwise, it would seem so uncultured. Ask Xiao about this when you get home. However, before she got home, the chatter of the people in the car gave her the answer. Mutated moles, experts in digging holes in the wasteland, can be called fighters among excavators. The cave of an adult mutant mole can cover an area of 10 kilometers around. And this mutant mole is a social animal. Although it looks round and furry, and doesn't seem to have any killing power, its two front claws can cut off human flesh. Although it loves the snails and earthworms living in its nest the most, it doesn't mean that it won't take a bite of human flesh if it is brought to its mouth. Chapter 146. This sweet potato field. The safe zone is probably lost. It's obvious that it has been occupied by mutant moles. Staying here will only increase casualties. I came here with the intention of doing a great job, but I ended up returning in disgrace. This is really... Man proposes, God disposes. Will the melons in this high-end game bring bad luck? Or is Xiao Yin, the unlucky guy, still a crow's mouth? Even when she first came to the wasteland, she brought home a piece of grass leaf. But now she is empty-handed. When they arrived at the shantytown, it was only about 9 o'clock. After the four people got off the car, Lan Hong went home directly. Why don't we go to the bamboo forest to have a look? There should be autumn bamboo shoots now, Xiangsu said. Xiao, Yanming glanced at his sister's face. Hey, he also wanted to go, but his sister didn't like it. Forget it. That place is too far. How about we go catch crabs? Yanming asked Xiao tentatively. Xiao, who wants to join us? Can't I leave my sister alone? No. I'm going home to pick cotton seeds. Xiao waved her hand and said. The two of them wiped their bald heads in unison. After leaving the square, Xiao did not go home. She just had nothing in her hands, and was in a bad mood, and did not want to team up with others. How free it is to be alone. Go wherever you want. No need to care about other people's emotions and moods. In the four directions of the safe zone, east, west, south, and north, she went to the collection area in the south the most. because her house was on the south side of the safe zone. This time she planned to change the direction. This is it. The direction of the convoy's return. Moreover, half of the people she was most familiar with lived in the southern shantytown. So I thought that no one would want to play a chance encounter with her this time. After walking for nearly an hour, when Xiao was about to get off the main road and go to the nearby forest, the sound of a car horn sounded from behind. Xiao immediately got into the bushes beside him. Then he hid in the bushes and looked out secretly. There were about dozens of vehicles whizzing by on the road, and each vehicle was carrying a lot of supplies and equipment. Everyone was fully armed. The people on the road were all wearing mercenary and guard uniforms. The road she chose led to the sweet potato collection point. Could it be that the safe zone arranged people to clean up the mutant moles? When the last convoy sped past her, the dust on the road did not dissipate for a long time. Xiao did not plan to take the main road to eat dust. She simply walked directly into the bushes where she was hiding, and walked wherever she went. This kind of completely aimless wandering was her first time in the wasteland. Perhaps she just wanted to be alone today and relax. Yesterday's choking high-end game and today's fruitless game really affected my mood. And Xiao had never seen many plants in this area before, so they looked quite fresh. Xiao walked and tested, and she actually found a few edible leaves with medium and low radiation. That's right. These leaves don't look very good. I don't know how her new mung bean sprouts will turn out this time. This is the second experiment. If she fails again this time, she will never give the mutant mung beans a chance to be successfully served. After all, it is said that once, twice, but not 3 times. She is not a very rich person. She can't keep wasting money like this. Alas, she really doesn't like winter. There are too few edible vegetables. In winter, everything is depressed, frozen for thousands of miles, and she has to deal with all kinds of mutant animals. It is really a season that people don't like. Xiao used the small spatula in her hand to chop off the roadblocks in front of her. They are all herbs, and she didn't spend much effort. Chapter 147. After walking in the bushes for about half an hour, Xiao found a very interesting plant. Now her 5 senses are extremely sharp, and she can immediately detect any movement nearby. Coincidentally, the plant she encountered today is even more sensitive than her 5 senses. It is a kind of dancing grass. At first she thought it was the wind, but after observation, she found that it was the only one in this area that moved without wind. When the spatula gently tapped the grass stems on both sides, or her feet gently stepped on the ground, the leaves of this plant would swing by themselves with some unknown rhythm. It's really quite interesting. Xiao took some juice and dripped it on the dial. Ding! Highly radioactive mutation. Contains a lot of nerve paralysis toxins. Not edible. This is comparable to the water hemlock at home. The water hemlock at home began to grow wildly after entering autumn. The original flower pot is no longer enough to provide it with sufficient growth space. So Xiao moved it to the base of the wall in the backyard. After all, such a poisonous plant should be kept away from where she sleeps to be at ease. And after being nourished by the meat of the mutant wild boar for a long time, the height of the water hemlock is now far higher than the wall of her house. The security work of her backyard wall has been contracted to it. When the seeds mature, she plans to let Xiao collect them and plant them around the outer wall of her house next year to see if there are any blind people or mutant animals who want to attack their house. Now, this is the second evil plant she encountered. What kind of fate is she? Others grow flowers and vegetables at home, and they can be eaten. She is good. The plants that move into her home are all plants that can kill people at any time. I just don't know if these poisonous plants and mutant animals are afraid. The small spatula in Xiao hand beats the ground rhythmically, and the grass stems and leaves of the plants in front of her swing seductively. At this moment, she feels like a great conductor, the kind that is better than anyone else. After all, who among you can command a plant to dance for you? Look, she can do it now. Xiao instantly became beautiful again. It is not to be afraid of poison. She just tried it, and this plant did not cause any abnormality when touched by the skin. So, it can be planted outside the windowsill, and you can enjoy a dance when you are free. After all, there are really no entertainment projects in the wasteland. It is just this plant, which is not recorded in the watch information database. And there is only one plant here. I wonder if it is grown from the seeds and the feces of a mutant bird from the blind area, like the place where the water hemlock was found last time. Wasn't there only that one plant? It can only be said that the plants really tried their best to reproduce and continue. A plant without a name. In that case, you can call it dancing grass. This name sounds beautiful. The femme fatale is talking about you. Xiao was really helpless holding the dancing grass in her arms. It jumped violently when there was a little movement, and the louder the sound, the greater the swing of the stems and leaves. Xiao now suspected that this mutant plant was not a fairy or something like that. The mimosa, at most, would close its leaves when touched. It is not like this, which is always waving its claws. No matter how beautiful the dance is, it will be boring if you watch it too much. Okay? Although they have only been in love for a quarter of an hour. Xiao is a little disgusted with it. But she didn't plan to throw it away. After all, she likes special things. Special to the point of being weird. Well, she likes it more. The leaves of the dancing grass. Paw paw paw. Hit Xiao face from time to time. Xiao was desperate, and took out a sack from his bag, and put it over his head. Chapter 148. Even so, Xiao could still see the sack moving. As if there was a living thing inside. In the afternoon, Xiao received a message from Xiao, asking her where she was. It seems that everyone knows about the mutant mole rats at the sweet potato collection point. Xiao replied to Xiao's message while walking. It's like walking with your head down to play with your phone. You can't tell when you will fall into the well. However, she didn't fall into the well, but her feet slipped and she slid down the slope. The tailbone hurt suddenly. She didn't want to slide on the grass. Accompanied by the sound of the stems of the surrounding grass and trees breaking, Xiao clearly felt that the dancing grass in her arms became more lively. Ding! The message was sent successfully. Xiao, this is really walking. Don't play with your phone. It's easy to play yourself. Reached out and touched the painful tailbone. It really hurts. She cursed Xiaoyan countless times in her heart. Since she met that unlucky guy yesterday, she had a bad day. Compared to Brother Hua who would lower her harvest rate, Xiaoyan must stay away next time. Xiaoyan, how can it be my fault? Hua Xiao, it must be true. So don't argue. Xiao got up from the ground and went back to find her small spatula. Xiao got up from the ground and went back to find her small spatula. She glanced at the tall and slender plants next to her. The green oval fruits on them were climbing up step by step. They must be sesame. At this time, she didn't care about her small spatula. The dancing grass in her hand was thrown to the ground together with the sack. Dancing grass, Love is like a tornado. It goes away as soon as it says it will go away. Xiao pressed one of the plants to the ground. And after careful identification, it was indeed sesame. She now has sesame oil. After all, there are too many opportunities to eat grass leaves in the wasteland. And a little sesame oil can suppress the bitterness and astringency. But, this sesame, I don't think I have to test it one by one. The workload makes my scalp numb. Although it looks a little bigger now. There are quite a few sesame seeds in this fruit. It's more terrifying to test it than to pick cotton seeds from cotton flowers. And she has no alternative solution to this job. So, Xiao sent another message to Xiao. And soon got a reply. Luckily, it's not testing sesame seeds one by one. Just testing the green shell. It wasn't until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that Xiao pulled out the mutant sesame stalks nearby. Some of them, that didn't have time to test, were placed in a sack separately. When I came here, I didn't pay attention to how long it took to get from the shantytown to this location. So, I have to close the stall early today. Xiao's unhappy mood had long disappeared without a trace in this monotonous and repetitive happiness. She put the sack on her back, holding the dancing grass in one hand and her beloved spatula in the other, and headed towards home. However, it was impossible for her to go smoothly today. Maybe this direction was against her, and it was not good for her to travel. As soon as she got out of the bush, she met 3 young men. Look at those ragged clothes. They look about the same age as Yin Ning, but they are taller than Xiao. Stop. Robbing. Xiao, if you ask me to stop, I have to stop. My legs are on my body. She is no longer the same person she was in Mulberry Forest. She is afraid of those little brats, seeing that they only have a bone dagger in their hands. Xiao doesn't want to deal with the 3 teenagers with Shinibu syndrome. If your legs and hands don't tremble, I believe you can rob. Xiao took a step forward, and the 3 of them took a step back. Xiao was really annoyed by this nagging. If they want to rob, They can rob. Can they be quicker? Chapter 149. Whether it's robbery or rape, I can do it. Finally. I couldn't bear it anymore. The sack on Zhuang Xiao's body. Bang. Slammed to the ground. And the dancing grass was placed in front of her. She raised the small spatula in her hand and shouted loudly, I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass through here, leave money for passage. The confused robber trio. What the hell? Where did this crazy woman come from? Zhuang Xiao. She can't even say the classic lines for robbery. And she still has the nerve to come out and mess around. Today, I will also experience the joy of being a female bandit. The robbery trio trembled and said, what do you want to do? Zhuang Xiao. Is there any need to ask? Aren't we all robbers? Could it be that we are enemies in the same profession? And our minds are not connected? Robbery trio. Why does the young lady look more ferocious than them? This is the first time they have learned to rob people. And Wang Ergu next door didn't say what to do if they are killed by others. Wang Ergu. If you can't beat them, just run away. Zhuang Xiao's small spatula made a clacking sound on the ground. Hearing this movement, the dancing grass in the sack seemed to be more excited. And the sack was pushed and moved. Robbery trio. This young lady is actually a fat sheep? There is even a mutant animal in her hand. Should we go or not? The three of them looked at each other. They couldn't fail in their first robbery. That would be too embarrassing. Zhuang Xiao didn't know why the trembling person suddenly straightened his back. His eyes sharpened. And he looked ready to fight at any time. However, this was her first time to fight with someone. She was a little excited for some reason. What should I do? The robbery trio rushed up with a few Robbery trio. I didn't expect that they would be wiped out in their first robbery. Who can they go to for justice? The three men cried and howled on the ground, holding their broken legs. Someone stuck his head out of the grass and the woods, and then quickly shrank back. Oh my God! 3 young men were robbing, but they were killed by a little girl. You still have the nerve to cry. You deserve it. Zhuang Xiao knocked the spatula on the ground, and the robbery trio's heart trembled again. They didn't want to kill people in broad daylight. It was just a robbery. They really didn't want to kill anyone. This spatula is really useful. Now, immediately, pay my psychological damage compensation, Zhuang Xiao said viciously, imitating the bandits on TV. She was so unlucky today. She only managed to get such a small amount of sesame seeds the whole day. And someone actually came to snatch them from her. The robber trio. They didn't recognize the real talent. Zhuang Xiao looked at the bulging sack and knew that the dancing grass was more excited than her. She shouted at the robber trio, stop shouting. It's just a broken leg. Right? It can still be used after it is connected. The robber trio. Yes. 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 You are right. It's just a broken leg. But you are still alive. What a painful realization. But they were the ones who were injured. So why did they have to pay compensation? Zhuang Xiao quietly exhaled a breath. Xiao said that you have to be quick, fierce and accurate to subdue the villains. She should have performed well. I didn't expect that she actually broke someone's leg. I'm so sorry. It was my first time, and I didn't have any experience. So I didn't control the strength well. Seeing Zhuang Xiao's fierce look and the small spatula in his hand that was eager to try, the 3 teenagers sobbed and held their broken legs, not daring to move. Chapter 150. Finally, Zhuang Xiao simply did it herself. She first confiscated the daggers from the 3 people, and then began to collect other spoils. Robber number 1 had 2 blades of grass on him, and robber number 2 had 1 blade of grass on him. No wonder they went out to rob. And that's it. Who said that robbery is the fastest way to get rich? I promise I won't hit you with a spatula when you come out. Finally, it was robber number 3's turn. Well, this one is not bad. And there is a fist-sized fruit on him. Robbers are always robbed. After collecting the spoils, Zhuang Xiao knocked the spatula on the ground again, and the sack moved with it, took off the crossbow from her body, smiled and said, welcome to come again next time. As she spoke, the arrows swept across the 3 people on the ground one by one. The 3 robbers all crawled back a little further. Seeing that the meaning was conveyed, Zhuang Xiao put away the crossbow in her hand, picked up her dancing grass, and strode away. Then the heart-wrenching wail of the robbery trio came from behind. It was really heartbreaking and tearful. The people hiding in the bushes crawled out of the bushes when they saw Zhuang Xiao walking away. Hey, do you need me to take you home? Delivery to your door. No. Delivery to your door. 20 points per person. A young man who came out of the bushes said. Oh. Fortunately, he didn't have any bad thoughts just now. Otherwise, he would have joined the army of broken legs. That little girl is really strong. That little spatula. He touched his bones unconsciously. I can't bear it. I really can't bear it. Then a few more people came up to comfort the robbery trio. Your price is too expensive. I'm cheap. I'm cheap. I want 15 points per person. Guaranteed to deliver to your home. Your price is too expensive. I give you 10 points. 7 or 8 people who came out of the bushes surrounded the 3 young men and started arguing. Robbery trio, Wang Ergu. You bastard. The young man's road to the underworld ended here. Zhuang Xiao was refreshed. She was now a positive sunflower again. The kind that would spit out sunshine. It was dark when she returned home. The yard was pitch black. And Xiao was not at home. This was quite rare. Zhuang Xiao turned on the light and put down the sack on her body. The dancing grass finally ended its fate of being covered by the sack. In the middle of the living room was a wooden cotton seed remover. And next to it was a large basin with nearly half a basin of cotton seeds. Unexpectedly, Brother Hua was still very quick. Until 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhuang Xiao had planted the dancing grass under her window. But Xiao had not come back yet. This was a bit strange. Zhuang Xiao checked her watch. And there was no message left by Xiao for her. So, Zhuang Xiao dialed Xiao number. Beep beep. After 2 beeps, Zhuang Xiao heard the door being opened. Xiao? You're back? Zhuang Xiao came out of the living room and saw Xiao holding a black box in one hand and closing the gate. Xiao closed the gate and walked into the house while asking, Have you had dinner? He didn't expect to come back so late. Zhuang Xiao hummed, looked at the big box in Xiao's hand curiously and said, What is this? Xiao put the box on the table, making a dull sound. And Zhuang Xiao felt that his small dining table was shaking. This is heavier than she thought. I don't know what's inside. Open it and take a look, Xiao said. Zhuang Xiao, Can't you say anything if you have a mouth? Zhuang Xiao walked to the front of the box, took a deep breath, and carefully opened the lock on it. A box full of bullets came into view. And there were 2 guns. She suddenly felt that she could not only be a mountain bandit, but that would be too hopeless. Zhuang Xiao looked up at Xiao. Isn't it illegal to buy and sell guns and ammunition privately? And this must cost a lot of money. Right? Where did you get the money from? Chapter 151. Brotherhood doesn't have a small treasury. Does he? In the Wasteland, there are no laws. And the rules are made for the lower class people. However, he can answer the 2 questions of how much money was spent and where the money came from. I got it back in exchange for an energy stone. Among the energy stones you gave me last time, there was a sea-level one, Xiao said. Then, do I have to practice shooting again in the future? Zhuang Xiao thought about the 2 subjects she had learned since she came to the Wasteland. Subject 1 was sleeve arrows. And Subject 2 was crossbows. Is this going to start Subject 3? Zhuang Xiao looked at the box full of bullets. This is different from crossbows and sleeve arrows, Xiao hummed and said. Just in case. Practice. Bows and sleeve arrows are far inferior to pistols in terms of range, power, and accuracy. And pistols are relatively simple to carry and use, and can be used as backup weapons. If there is really any abnormal movement this winter, the dangers to be faced at that time will not only come from the sudden attack of mutant animals. This can be considered as taking precautions before it happens. Even in the Wasteland, guns and ammunition are controlled weapons. At the same time, ordinary people in the shantytowns can't afford them at all. When the time comes, the deterrent effect will be stronger than cold weapons. Zhuang Xiao touched the things in the box, and suddenly felt like she was going to join the underworld. What should she do? Today, she just switched between robbery and counter-robbery. And now there is a new subject. It feels like she will go all the way to the end. Zhuang Xiao touched this and that, and her little mood was so excited. This is a gun and bullet. It's the first time she has touched a real thing. Subject 3. Let's just say Subject 3. Survival skill point +1. It's too late today. Practical classes will not be arranged for the time being. But theoretical classes still have to be taken. Xiao carefully explained to Zhuang Xiao about the use and skills of firearms. Zhuang Xiao listened very seriously, and even posed like the style in the police and gangster movies. Is it handsome? Xiao asked arrogantly. Was Xiao, eh? Suddenly, Xiao seemed to remember something and said mysteriously, "Oh, I forgot to show you. Today, in addition to the mutant sesame, I also brought back a particularly interesting plant. Let's go. Go out and have a look." After saying that, he put the gun in his hand neatly in the box, pulled Xiao, and went under the windowsill. The dancing grass swayed slightly under the windowsill. Wait. After saying that, Xiao ran to the kitchen excitedly, and took out a small iron basin and a rolling pin from it. Xiao stood outside the window, watching the little girl excitedly enter the kitchen, and then come out of the kitchen excitedly. For a moment, he didn't understand what she was going to see. This plant didn't look interesting. Xiao stood beside the dancing grass, cleared his throat and said, "Now, the greatest conductor in the wasteland, Xiao. And the dancing grass girl will perform a unique art performance for Xiao." Applause! Xiao, eh? His hands were more obedient than his brain, and he clapped his hands subconsciously twice. "Okay, I start now. Watch," Xiao said with a beaming face. The rolling pin hit the iron basin, making a crisp and loud sound. "Don't look at me. Look at it," Xiao said, as he looked at Xiao staring at him stupidly. Although she was pretty, it was unnecessary to look at her like this. Xiao, eh? Was this little girl stimulated by something today? However, Xiao still turned his eyes to the plants under the window. With the light outside the window, the stems and leaves of the plant seemed to shake more violently than before, and he didn't feel the wind. Xiao turned his gaze to Xiao, who looked as if to say, "Look, I'm awesome." As the sound of the rolling pin hitting the iron basin became louder and louder, the stems and leaves of the plant seemed to have come to life, swaying freely in the night. Chapter 152. This is too weird. This is the first time he has seen such a mutant plant. How is it? It's fun, isn't it? However, not everyone can be a conductor. This job is quite tiring. Please praise me. Waiting online, Xiao took the rolling pin and iron basin from Xiao and tried to knock twice. Sure enough, the louder the sound, the more the stems and leaves swayed. The watch doesn't say what this plant is called, but it can be detected that this thing has neurotoxins and is highly toxic. But if it only touches the epidermis, it's fine. When you have time, you can also extract it and see which one is more vicious. Water hemlock or it. Xiao laughed to himself after he finished speaking. By the way, I also gave it a name, called dancing grass. Although it looks fragile, the stems and leaves are still very painful when you hit your face. If she hadn't tried to speak, the plant really couldn't understand. It thought the plant was going to heaven. He hits people when he disagrees with them. Give me back my rolling pin and iron basin. I haven't finished my performance yet. Xiao took back her command tools from Xiao. A sharp and piercing sound rang out, and the performance ended. With the last sonorous sound, the dancing grass whipped its stems and leaves towards Xiao. Xiao, eh? No way. This even involves hitting people. What kind of logic is this? Xiao, eh? Xiao was completely unprepared, and the stems and leaves hit his calves. Don't say it. It really hurts. Do you want to move this outside or to the backyard first? Xiao said slowly. He was a little unsure about the characteristics of this plant. After all, the wasteland is so large, let alone the high radiation area. There are countless strange mutant animals and plants in the blind area, and what they have discovered now is only a small part of them. In the wasteland, unknown plants can be reported to the safe zone to get points rewards, so that humans can better understand this world and survive in this world. No. It's still quite obedient. Maybe I knocked too loudly just now and scared it. Xiao waved his hand and said indifferently. Xiao said, or, plant it over there. Xiao, eh? You are attracted to my little beauty. You even want it to dance for you alone? Xiao stared at Xiao with his eyes, as if he was going to compete with me. Xiao was the first to lose, so he said, okay. Observe for a few days. After returning to the house, Xiao asked Xiao about the mutant mole while dealing with the cotton in his hand. Sure enough, the team went to deal with the mutant mole in the sweet potato field in the afternoon. If the expansion of the mutant mole cave is not curbed in time, the danger level within the safe zone will increase, because the mutant mole cave may not be inhabited by the original mole. but may also be other mutant animals, which will be hard to prevent. The sweet potato field collection point may be completely abandoned. Should we go crab fishing tomorrow? Or retrieve the car from the blind spot? This thing of retrieving the car has almost become a headache for Xiao. There are no other collection activities except the sweet potato collection point these 2 days. So Xiao has to arrange the field collection by himself. And the temperature tonight is obviously much colder than before. The cotton must be processed quickly, and the quilt must be put into use. Before going to bed, Xiao and Xiao finally decided where they would go tomorrow. A small peanut collection point. This was discovered by Xiao by chance during a scavenging trip this spring. It is on the east side of the shantytown, quite far from them. Peanuts. Those are peanuts. Fried peanuts. Pressed peanut oil. Tomorrow she will have a second oil crop. Xiao took Xiao on a small path this time, looking at the dense vegetation around, and seeing that Xiao did not use a watch for navigation. She didn't know how this brother could find the place after half a year, and make sure that she would not get lost. Chapter 153. The path is usually sparsely populated, although you can still vaguely see the shape of the path. The grass is knee-high. Xiao chose the path because it can shorten the journey by half compared to the main road. And the peanut collection point is not near the main road. Otherwise it would have been discovered long ago. Or, it might have been discovered now. However, even if it is discovered, it doesn't matter. He has a second plan. In short, he won't let Xiao down. In the first half of the journey, you can occasionally hear voices or the sound of watches coming from the bushes. In the second half of the journey, well, it can be said that there is no road at all, just shuttling back and forth in the weeds. There are also many plants that Xiao doesn't recognize among the mutant plants around. Sure enough, she is not a qualified wastelander yet, and she has explored too few unknown areas. After wandering around in the weeds for half an hour, she finally arrived at a relatively open area. Xiao finally saw the mutant peanut field that Xiao mentioned, which was about half an acre in size. Today's workload was not small, but fortunately, she brought enough food today. In addition to nutrient solution and water, she also brought a lot of dried fish and shrimp. In addition, at the end of the mutant peanut field, she also saw a closed pond with several lotus flowers that had not yet withered. Are there lotus roots in this pond? She had heard before that only the white lotus flowers can produce lotus roots, and the red and pink lotus flowers that are usually seen in parks or scenic spots are not. I don't know if this is true or not. Looking at the colors of the few lotus flowers, both white and pink are occupied. If I can spare time today, I can verify it. I will continue to come here to build a kingdom tomorrow. The half-acre mutant peanut field is a huge workload for testing. She and Xiao should first conquer this peanut kingdom. This precious land is really good. Xiao praised sincerely, hoping that Brother Hui can be more powerful today. But just in case, Xiao continued, I be on this side. You be on that side. Okay. Xiao didn't know what Xiao was thinking, and agreed very readily. Looking at this peanut field from a distance on the slope, there was nothing abnormal. It was only when Xiao walked in that she found that the peanut plants on the ground were as tall as her waist. If someone squatted in there to dig peanuts, it would be difficult to find them for a while. But looking at the growth of the plants on the ground, the number and size of the peanuts below should be very considerable. Xiao picked a few leaves of peanut plants at random for testing, and they were all highly radioactive and mutated. Suddenly, she began to worry about the peanuts in the soil. Despite this, she was not discouraged. After all, the peanuts grow under the soil and are not exposed to the sun every day, so the radiation value should be lower than that of the leaves. Today, in addition to her favorite small spatula, Xiao also brought the iron rake that Xiao prepared specifically for digging peanut fields. Of course, it was not Zhu Beiji's 9-toothed rake. Her iron rake only had 3 teeth. The iron rake was more labor-saving than the small spatula, and it could also prevent the blade from damaging the peanut grains to the greatest extent. Xiao dug out half a peanut plant with the first rake. The size of the mutated peanuts was not as big as she imagined, but the grains wrapped in the shell were more. Ordinary large peanuts usually contain 2 peanut seeds. Small peanuts have more, and there are about 3 or 4 peanut seeds inside. The peanuts in the wasteland not only have a larger shape, but also contain at least more than 10 peanut seeds. Chapter 154. If it weren't for the difference in appearance and color, It would look more like beans than peanuts just from the number of grains. It would be nice if the shell of this peanut could be directly tested like sesame seeds. Unfortunately, Xiao said that the seeds inside these peanuts have to be tested one by one. When Xiao learned the bad news last night, she felt like she had no desire to live. Working in the wasteland is really so stress-relieving. For Xiao, who has never been idle and always picks pitaya seeds at home, this is really unfortunate news. Xiao peeled a peanut and found a total of 7 peanuts inside. Ding. High radiation mutation. Inedible. Ding. Low radiation mutation. Edible. Ding. Unpolluted food. Edible. There was actually an unpolluted and edible seed among the 7 peanuts, which was beyond Xiao expectations. It seemed that since she got the unpolluted mutant river shrimp by the stream, she had never found any unpolluted food again. This was really a pleasant surprise. Each peanut is plump and large, with a smooth skin, and tastes crisp and sweet. The newly unearthed peanuts are still relatively moist and not suitable for storage. They have to be dried after returning home. Thinking about the pitiful small yard of my home, this is really a sweet burden. While Xiao was eating peanuts here, thinking about random things, Xiao had already dug out more than a dozen peanut plants. The soil at the roots was beaten very clean, and the peanut plants were neatly placed on the side of the field. After Xiao got a few more unpolluted peanuts, he was motivated to work. Unpolluted peanuts. Try to plant a few seedlings indoors in winter. If the peanut sprouts and newly grown seedlings meet the radiation value requirements, they can also be eaten as green vegetables. Now, no matter what kind of seeds, Xiao plans to take a few out in winter for experiment, and cultivate some green leafy vegetables in the long winter of the wasteland. Of course, each type of seed has equal opportunities for experimentation, once, twice, and never 3 times. The rest of the time, I just worked hard and focused on digging peanuts with an iron rake. Brother Hua had already dug out 1/5 of the land, but I only dug out 5 or 6 peanut plants. This work efficiency was a complete failure. It took the 2 of them nearly 3 hours to dig out all the peanuts in half an acre of land. She didn't have the satisfaction of a farmer, but she had a full sense of satisfaction from the harvest. The peanut field in this land can grow so well because there are no tall trees to block it. The radiation value of the sun at noon in autumn is still very high. The 2 of them spent more than half an hour to transfer the peanut seedlings to the forest, so that they can pick peanuts under the shade of the trees at noon. If there is not enough time today, all the peanuts can be taken back for testing. Of course, it is best to take back the peanuts after testing, which can save a lot of effort. In addition, Xiao still plans to bury the peanuts that do not meet the standards back in the peanut field, so that peanuts will still be the world next year. Sustainable development is the hard truth. What she wanted was a long-lasting relationship, not a one-time deal. The 2 of them did not rest at noon. After a simple meal, they continued to bang the peanuts at the root of the plant. If the dancing grass was next to it, it would probably perform its enchanting dance for an entire afternoon. When testing the peanut particles, with half left, Xiao decisively drove Xiao to dig out the peanuts that had leaked out of the soil. And by the way, he gave him a riddle that even a child knew the answer to. A hemp house, a red tent, and a fat white man living inside. Chapter 155. Xiao, Do you need to guess? Isn't it in his hand? He has a slightly worse luck, but he is not a low IQ. Xiao looked at the half bag of pollution-free peanuts here, but Xiao didn't detect any. This is very speechless. Xiao was also helpless about this matter. Every once in a while, he heard Xiao's voice, ding. Pollution-free food. Edible. He couldn't help but look at his hands a few more times. Perhaps this detection work is not for him, after all. Xiao also detected pollution-free peanuts in the peanut plants he dug out. This is hard to explain. Although he didn't harvest pollution-free peanuts, he thought that the low to medium radiation peanuts did not reduce the girl's harvest rate. Xiao was still very satisfied with his work today. Looking at the sun in the sky, it was still early, and he should be able to find all the peanuts left in the soil. Xiao's movements were not slow. She was still thinking about studying the pond if she had time today. If you want to catch lotus roots, you have to go into the water. There won't be any strange mutant animals in the water. I wonder if there are fish or shrimps in the pond. If there are, it would be even better, as long as it is not a carnivorous fish like the mutant mullet. The net used to hunt mutant grasshoppers last time can be used. The family has already saved a lot of high-starch foods such as wheat, potatoes, and yam. As for meat, the most is the mutant grasshoppers hunted in autumn, and the remaining river fish are not too much. In short, the family's reserve food is still far from Zhuang Xiao's expected goal. Zhuang Xiao let his thoughts fly in his mind, and did not dare to stop the movement of his hands for a moment. The mountain breeze blew, and Zhuang Xiao couldn't help shivering. And then he found that the sun was gradually setting. The peanuts newly dug out from the soil were less than a sack in total. The peanuts they tested were more than a sack. And there were also the pollution-free peanut particles in Zhuang Xiao's bag. With half an acre of peanuts, they can finally harvest nearly 200 kilograms of edible peanuts. The plan to dig lotus roots in the pond cannot be implemented today. Looking at the lotus roots and sighing, the two people rescattered the high-radiation seeds that were detected to be inedible in the turned soil. As for whether they can survive next year, this is not within Zhuang Xiao's consideration. After all, the probability of producing edible peanuts on this plot next year is still unknown. She can only do this little bit for them. Xiao has already carried the tested sacks on his back. When Zhuang Xiao bent down to pick up the half sack of untested peanuts, he seemed to hear something in his ears. Now, Zhuang Xiao's hearing is much better than Xiao. In addition to experience, Brother Hu's perception of danger is more of an intuition as a native Wastelander. Zhuang Xiao's hand holding the sack stopped there, and with the other hand, he pulled Xiao close, motioning him to squat, and pointed to the peanut field. At this time, Xiao also saw the gray furry ones that appeared in the peanut field. A family went out to look for food. At this time, the mutant hare family was jumping in the peanut field under the afterglow of the sunset, looking smart and delicious. It turns out that the peanut field can also have this benefit. It attracts meat. Doesn't this attract the cute ones who want to store winter food? Zhuang Xiao mentality has long been liberated from the initial dissatisfaction with the occasional appearance of mutant animals in the safe zone. Isn't it good to have a few mutant animals appearing occasionally? At least, it can improve the food. She is not a vegetarian like the mutant hares on the opposite side. Chapter 156. Two people squatted behind the peanut plants. Zhuang Xiao stared at several mutant rabbits digging the soil in the peanut field. There was not a single rabbit with energy stones. However, it was okay to eat the meat. Look at that big but shaking back and forth. It was really fat. Perhaps the two parties were still far away, and the mutant rabbits had not yet realized that their family of 6 had been targeted. 2 adult mutant rabbits were still digging peanuts in the peanut field, occasionally making squeaking sounds at the remaining 4 little rabbits. I don't know what the family was communicating about. I guess they were scolding some wicked ghost for digging up the food reserves at their doorstep. Apparently, the thieves still had some conscience. There were still a lot left, and they didn't have to use their claws to dig in the soil, which saved them a lot of energy. Just when Zhuang Xiao thought that this group of mutant rabbits would stay in the peanut field for a long time, after all, those were peanuts. If it were a mutant squirrel, it would probably have to scrape all of them into its own small warehouse. Is this mutant rabbit still picky about food? Why is it ready to run after eating a few? Zhuang Xiao and Xiao looked at each other, carefully took the crossbow from their bodies, and shot it in the direction of the mutant rabbit. The sound of the crossbow breaking through the air was heard. The mutant rabbit stood up with its front paws and its ears erected high, as if it had sensed something. After shaking its ears a few times, the strongest mutant rabbit ran towards the bushes on the other side of the pond, and the other family members followed closely. Is this because it feels the danger is approaching? Maybe Zhuang Xiao and Xiao are in sync, or maybe they both want to eat meat. In short, everyone is looking at the mutant rabbit that looks the largest and is leading the escape. Both crossbows went straight to it. However, the crossbows of the 2 people brushed past the fat buttocks of the mutant hare. No, brushed past the buttocks. Since the assassination failed, now they can only fight openly. Zhuang Xiao shook off the sack on his body, stood up quickly, jumped over the pile of peanut plants in front of him, and chased the mutant hare in the direction of its escape. What else could Xiao do? Chase! Now he didn't know whether it was more important to chase the mutant hare or to chase Zhuang Xiao. In a minute, the thought of losing someone in the blind spot appeared in his mind. If he lost someone again, he would have no place to cry. Besides, his physical condition is much better than that time, so he should be able to catch up. Hares are very good at running, and their acceleration after starting is also very fast, reaching a maximum speed of 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. It is precisely because of this that they can avoid the pursuit of natural enemies in nature and survive. And now Xiao is chasing a mutated hare. And its running speed has increased by more than one level. In addition, they were not familiar with the terrain here. And soon the 6 mutant hares could not even see their shadows. Maybe Xiao ran too fast. And saw that the pond she was very reluctant to leave today was just a dozen meters ahead. Due to the inertia of her body. And the intimate entanglement of her left and right feet. She flew towards the direction of the pond. Is she so unlucky? Why is she so unlucky today? It's too cold to take a shower at this time. In a breath, her body fell to the ground with a bang. And every piece of flesh and bone in her body seemed to have its own thoughts. And her soul was torn into pieces. Fortunately, she did not fall into the pond. Xiao opened her eyes that had just been closed due to shock. What is this? 2 black pearl-like eyes. Piercing. It was just such a coincidence that the turtle and the mung bean met their eyes. Chapter 157. I saw a creature lying on its back, not knowing whether it was a turtle or an old tortoise, flapping its limbs and claws, struggling to turn over. How could Xiao give it this opportunity? At this moment, the scattered souls returned to their places, and there was no pain anywhere. She jumped up from the ground with nimble hands and feet, stepped on the heart of this big cutie, and shouted loudly, "Xiao, turtle." Xiao herself couldn't tell the difference between a turtle and an old tortoise at all. And in her cognition, whether you are a turtle or a tortoise, you are a turtle. Turtle is good. Looking at its size, I don't know if it was originally an old turtle, or it was so big after mutation. I didn't expect that such a large creature could be raised in a seemingly closed pond. I don't know if those mutant rabbits kicked it over when they ran. In short, this turtle belongs to her now. Xiao, who just caught up, I just ran a little slower. Why do you curse me? Besides, you can curse me, but you are laughing so wildly. Which makes people. Xiao shouted again after seeing Xiao. Xiao, bastard. And his hand pointed at his feet. But the 2 people were far apart, and the grass blocked the view. So Xiao did not see the creature under Xiao's feet that was desperately trying to turn over the surf singing. A blessing in disguise. Xiao looked at the big bastard under his feet happily. Which was more valuable than those mutant hares? Is it this meat? Stay skeptical for the time being? I don't know if it can be eaten yet. Besides, the claws of this thing look quite sharp. Let Xiao deal with it. When Xiao was called a bastard for the second time, he didn't want to talk at all. He walked towards the cheerful little girl with a black face. And then, okay. It turns out that she didn't call herself a turtle. But there was actually a turtle that looked like a big iron pot under the girl's feet. Did you overturn it? Xiao asked. Xiao replied excitedly, no. It was like this when I saw it. Maybe the mutant hare is its nemesis. It lost the race between the tortoise and the hare. Today, it may have been tricked by the hare again. Xiao, Why can't I understand this girl's brain circuit at all? Xiao seized the opportunity and put a crossbow arrow close to the turtle's mouth. It was immediately bitten by the turtle. And then he chopped off the turtle's head that was still struggling. Xiao, Okay. Brother Hui is your nemesis. The mutant hare turned you over. And Xiao sent you to the end. Her kick can only be regarded as hospice care. Let you enjoy the life of lying flat that everyone dreams of for a little longer. Xiao dripped the blood from the dagger onto the watch. Drip. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Were all his failures on the mutant peanuts today all for this moment of reversal? This turtle can actually be eaten? Xiao was immediately overjoyed. And a sentence suddenly flashed in his mind. Your meat for today has arrived. Please check it. Xiao wiped the blood off the watch. Listened helplessly to Xiao turtle and emphasized. This is a turtle. Oh. Turtles are also turtles. Xiao asked back. Xiao, It seems to be right. That's right. It doesn't sound very pleasant. I carry it. You carry the sack. Xiao said. Why don't I carry this? This turtle is heavier than those 2 sacks of peanuts? Xiao said. Xiao refused. I carry it. You helped me tie it on my back. It will be dark if we don't go back. She also played the role of Prime Minister Turtle. Hee. And it feels much more comfortable to carry this turtle than to carry a few sacks. This turtle shell looks very hard. Isn't it a perfect armor artifact? After wasting some time, the sky began to darken, and they had to go back faster. Chapter 158. Xiao picked up the turtle head from the ground and randomly picked up a wide grass leaf to wrap it up. This is all edible meat. We should know how to cherish food. Xiao helped Xiao tie the turtle to his body. It's just that. With her short arms and legs, she really looks like a turtle from behind, a turtle walking on its feet. Those who didn't know what Brother Hua was thinking walked quickly towards the place where they put the sacks. The light in the forest was getting darker and darker, and now it was barely possible to see the road clearly. Xiao looked at the person who ran more than 10 meters ahead and followed closely. 30 minutes later, Xiao squatted down, checking the mutant animal under the tree with fiery eyes. It was still breathing, but it just fainted. How could this be? The dagger slashed across the other's neck, which was still breathing, and warm blood spurted out. The mutant animal, which was still unconscious, suddenly woke up from the nightmare and was put into the sack by Xiao. As the blood dripped out of the sack, the animals in the sack struggled more and more slowly, and gradually returned to calm. Xiao held the sack in one hand and the dagger in the other. Let Xiao hold out the watch, and the blood slid down the blade of the dagger and dripped on the watch. Drip. Moderate radiation mutation. Edible. Delightful. Brother Hua's private collection point is really a treasure. Let's come here again tomorrow. This place is really good. Xiao looked at Xiao with a smile and shook the sack in front of him. Xiao, have you heard of fables? Or, I tell you one. Xiao said in a very good mood. It is estimated that Brother Hua was busy surviving in the wasteland and had never heard of any bedtime stories. Today she was in a good mood, and reluctantly used her mediocre vocabulary to tell him too. Xiao hummed and waited quietly to hear her next words. This story is all related to our harvest today. It's all about the turtle and the rabbit, haha, it's said, a long time ago. While listening to Xiao's story, Xiao observed the surrounding environment vigilantly. How come there are so many mutant animals in this forest? Xiao's crisp and pleasant voice echoed in the forest. Stepping on the moonlight, the two returned home. The dancing grass in the yard heard the footsteps of people and started its performance today. Xiao looked at the turtle and the rabbit on the ground, and looked up at Xiao. What should we do with the turtle? You can deal with it, right? The mutant hair is easy to deal with. The rabbit's skin can be used to make boots, gloves and hats. As for the meat, some of it can be used to make jerky, and some can be kept in the freezer of the refrigerator. But what to do with this turtle? She had never eaten a turtle before, let alone such a big turtle. Even if it was used to make soup, its head was bigger than her own pot, so it was not certain who would make the soup. However, this turtle head should be cut in half to make soup tonight. Xiao was drooling as she looked at the turtle head in the grass leaves. This turtle is a tonic. Now she was doing heavy physical activities, and her small body was too weak. Besides, it was dry in autumn, and she felt that she had to take good care of herself. So Xiao said to Xiao, look at my small body. Don't I need to take good care of myself? After saying that, she also made a sheezy holding her heart shape. Xiao, did the turtle and the rabbit crawl into their house today? Let's make soup tonight, and I go cook. Can you handle the rabbit? Xiao said, and then picked up the turtle head from the ground. Seeing that today's tonic soup was about to be served, Xiao nodded and agreed, yes. Yes, I can. Isn't it just skinning the rabbit? You haven't eaten pork, but you haven't seen a pig run? Xiao said, okay. You take care of the rabbit, and I take care of the turtle after dinner. After saying that, Xiao carried the turtle's head into the kitchen. Chapter 159. Xiao stared at the mutant rabbit's body for a moment, went back to the house, got a small stool, and sat in the yard. He didn't know how to use the dagger in his hand for a while. Start from the beginning, or cut the belly first? After thinking about it for a while, he chose to cut the mutant rabbit's belly along the bloody hole on the neck. She remembered that the skin that was peeled off was spread out from the abdomen to both sides. There is definitely nothing wrong with doing this. It's just that what it means to learn it once, but fail once you do it. She now understands. After Xiao stewed the turtle soup, he was still a little worried about Xiao. So he came out to take a look. I saw that the fur that should have been smooth and soft became full of holes in Xiao's hands. He originally wanted to make her a small vest with this rabbit skin. Now, it's unknown whether he can still make a pair of gloves. Xiao, who was working hard, was silent for a while, when he saw the rabbit's skin in his hand becoming more and more bloody and full of holes. Is this still the fur in her mind? Why does this TM look like a leaky cotton jacket? I heard Xiao footsteps. Xiao raised her head, stood up from the small bench, clenched the semi-finished luxury fur in her hand, and said with a depressed look, "Or? You should do it? This mutant hare may have a grudge against me. Isn't it a grudge? The kind of irreconcilable." Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, took the body of the mutant hare from her with his clean and slender big hands, and praised with a teasing tone, "Well done." Xiao laughed dryly twice, and accepted this ambiguous praise without hesitation. "I also think I did a good job." He handed over the hot potato, as if relieved of a heavy burden. But in the blink of an eye, the mutant hare's flesh and blood, which she was still pulling and tugging in her hands, and would rather die than separate, was completely severed in Xiao's hands in a few strokes. Xiao put the rabbit meat in a basin on the side, and carefully observed the rabbit's skin in his hand, wondering what else he could do with this fur with thousands of holes. "Well, let's eat," Xiao said with a pursed mouth when she saw Xiao staring at the fur. Although the small holes she poked in the rabbit's skin were very even. "You don't have to watch for so long, brother." She was a little embarrassed. She should do less of such a perfect job in the future. Xiao nodded, and cleaned the rabbit meat and rabbit skin in his hand. Xiao piled the remaining garbage and the blood-stained soil on the ground together, and then started digging a pit next to the dancing grass. These are all fertilizers, or meat, to add some nutrition to the dancing grass. After all, it is now a part of the family. I wonder if the mutant wild boar cub under the water hemlock has digested it. The mutant turtle soup tastes delicious, and the meat tastes soft and smooth, not dry at all. The soup is delicious, and the meat is also delicious. Xiao praised vigorously. "I just don't know which one is better, the mutant hare meat or this." Xiao looked up at Xiao's unsatisfied look, and said lightly, "Eat vegetarian tomorrow." Xiao wanted to praise Brother Hua, but was immediately choked back. "Okay, eat vegetarian if you want. For the sake of the tortoise and the hare today, fasting for a day is not a bad idea." The practical class of Subject 3 started in the evening. The space in the yard was too small, so Xiao hung a small solar light on the gate of the yard, and the two began teaching and training outside the yard, although they were still some distance away from the shantytown. Xiao still installed a silencer on the gun. Xiao demonstrated it to Xiao again today. The first shot hit the bullseye, the second shot hit the bullseye, and the third shot hit the bullseye. Xiao looked at the young man standing upright next to him, and his eyes were full of stars. Handsome. He was rubbing his hands, eager to try, ready to get started at any time. He was so heroic. She also wanted such temperament. Chapter 160. However, how is it possible? This is a real gun. She didn't even touch the edge of the target because she didn't use the right strength with her hands and was nervous. She thought it would be much easier with the experience of Subjects 1 and 2. She took it for granted. As expected, practice is the only criterion for testing truth, and practice makes perfect. Under Xiao guidance, Xiao gradually found his feeling, and finally hit the target before the end of the training of Subject 3. Becoming a sharpshooter is just around the corner. Xiao walked back to the living room with happy steps, and even the work of testing peanuts and sesame seeds at night now felt less boring. Xiao was cleaning up the turtle in the yard. The hardness of the mutated turtle shell has reached the point where bullets cannot penetrate it, which provides it with very effective protection. Ordinary mutated animals can't hurt it at all. He plans to keep the turtle shell and think about what kind of defensive equipment to make it into. Suddenly, he remembered the mutant wild boar skin that had been processed in the storage room. If he hadn't gotten a mutant wild rabbit skin today, he would have almost forgotten that there was a mutant wild boar skin at home. That piece of skin is large and complete, more than enough to make a pigskin coat for Xiao. And maybe there will be some leftovers to make 2 pairs of pigskin boots. The weather is getting colder day by day. Xiao feels that his family is too rich, and he is also a little worried. Too much work. Xiao, young man, you are too arrogant. This is called being rich. But you haven't seen my rich life before. Why don't we sell all the pearls in our house? Exchange for some winter supplies. Xiao said, while looking at Xiao, who was removing cotton seeds across from him. That thing is not for eating or drinking, and there is no point in keeping it. And you are always worried that it will be lost. And since she knew that this winter and the future are unstable. She feels that they have to stock up on supplies for all seasons. Xiao replied without stopping his movements, "Okay. I go to the safe zone to deal with it tomorrow morning. If there is really a problem, the price of daily necessities will definitely go up. And things like pearls that decorate a good life, maybe the price will fall. It's not like energy stones that can save lives. Last time, I rejected Zhuang Xiao's proposal to deal with pearls because I thought that life was stable and there shouldn't be too many changes. So I didn't rush to do it. Now, it's better to deal with it as soon as possible. In addition, the problem of the car should be put on the agenda after this wave of autumn harvest. Tomorrow? Tomorrow we won't go to the peanut collection point?" Zhuang Xiao raised her head suddenly and looked at Xiao intently. And she definitely couldn't go alone. She didn't remember the way. Besides, she forgot to mark the coordinates today. Otherwise, the watch would give her a straight line for navigation. And she would go even if she had to cross mountains and seas. Xiao continued. In addition to dealing with pearls, the cotton is expected to be processed by tomorrow night. There is no suitable cloth for quilts at home. If it rains in autumn, the temperature will drop at any time. Besides, why don't you go and choose the fabric for your small flower cotton jacket? That's fine. Although Zhuang Xiao regretted that she couldn't go to find her lotus root tomorrow, she was still very concerned about her small flower cotton jacket. In winter, she didn't go out much, so she wanted to be beautiful at home. Since they didn't have to get up early to go out to collect waste the next day, the two of them worked until nearly 12 o'clock in the evening before closing the stall. Zhuang Xiao had tested all the peanuts and sesame seeds. Taking advantage of the good weather now, she would dry them before going out. Maybe they could be stored in the storage room at night. Zhuang Xiao turned off the alarm the night before and prepared to wake up naturally. Just the familiar, faint smell around her nose rushed into her lungs crazily, while she was half asleep and half awake.